In the depths of the Grand Line lies the New World. The vast ocean stretches endlessly before one's eyes, yet on a remote island, a band of pirates is mercilessly slaughtering and pillaging a small town devoid of strong defenders. To these marauders, this town is merely a succulent morsel. They care little for the lives of its inhabitants, more concerned about whether they will have enough coin to indulge and drink that night. Amidst the cacophony of desperate cries, the townsfolk can do little more than fervently pray for salvation. Within a dilapidated shack, Qin Zhao slowly opened his eyes, immediately assaulted by a wave of excruciating pain. Ouch! What on earth is happening? How did I end up here? Ignoring the agony coursing through his body, he struggled to rise and stumbled to a mirror. The reflection staring back at him revealed a face pale from blood loss, now even more ghostly. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind, "Ding." Qin Zhao grasped this voice as if it were a lifeline, trembling with anticipation. Is that the system? Ding. I'm here. Realizing this was not a mere dream, he took a deep breath, forcing himself to compose. However, that breath was drawn too forcefully, causing him to wince in pain. Yet, his past experiences compelled him to remain vigilant. He quickly inquired, "System, what functionalities do you possess?" Ding. This system is a super sign-in system. The host may sign in once daily, receiving random rewards. Given that the host has just traversed into this body, which is continuously losing life points, a special new player gift package has been issued, granting a level up. Shall I open a new player gift package? Yes. Open it quickly, my life hangs in the balance. Qin Zhao felt a surge of relief as an ordinary person thrust into an unfamiliar world. Awakening a system was his only hope for survival. Success! The new player gift package has been opened. Congratulations, host. You have received one healing opportunity note. Aware that you are on the verge of death, this is a special gift. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Kaido's physique. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the animal type fish fruit, red dragon form. The rewards have been stored in the system space. For further details, please heal before reviewing the introduction. Upon seeing the rewards, Qin Zhao was elated, yet he felt speechless at the last item. How fearful is this system of my demise? However, he realized he could not delay any longer. If this continued, he would indeed perish. Use the healing opportunity. Ding! Healing has been activated. Instantly, the pain in his body began to subside. He quickly pulled back his clothing and saw that the wounds had completely vanished. Feeling rejuvenated, Qin Zhao wasted no time and accessed the system space to examine the two rewards. Kaido's physique. This is the invulnerable physique of the 4 Emperor Kaido from the pirate world. Upon activation, the host can embody Kaido and engage in reckless endeavors. Animal type fish fruit, red dragon form. This has been specially enhanced by the system. Upon use, it grants control over all fire elements, depending on the degree of development note. The fruit contains a trace of the world's essence, significantly enhancing its potential. Qin Zhao's excitement surged upon reading the descriptions. The extraordinary nature of Kaido's physique was remarkable, and the fact that the devil fruit had been specially enhanced was even more astonishing. The essence of the world itself, such a fundamental force sustaining the world's operation, had been bestowed upon him. Its power, even in a fraction, was surely of unparalleled caliber. After a moment of exhilaration, he finally regained his composure. Although the rewards were exceptional, he needed to ascertain which world he currently inhabited. What if the inhabitants of this world were utterly absurd? Having resolved this query, Qin Zhao inquired, "System, in which world am I presently located?" Ding! The host is currently situated in the pirate world, specifically on the date of February 6th, 1472 of the Sea Circle calendar. While he had speculated about being in the pirate world, he had not anticipated this timeline. It was a full 48 years prior to the onset of the storyline when Luffy set sail. However, this period was not far from the establishment of the Rocks Pirates, with 6 years remaining until 1478. This era was one he had never had the chance to experience in his previous life, and he was determined to savor it thoroughly and ascend to the pinnacle of power along the way. In the pirate world, both physique and fruits are of utmost importance. The former serves as the foundation for the 3 forms of haki, while the latter ensures one remains at their peak, with physical strength being the wellspring of their power. Having clarified all this, and with the sound of approaching footsteps outside, Qin Zhao could no longer hesitate. He promptly claimed Kaido's physique. System, I wish to fuse with Kaido's physique immediately. Ding! Fusion in progress, please brace yourself. Host. Qin Zhao was puzzled by the warning. Just as he prepared to speak, an intense pain surged through his body. Yet, knowing danger lurked outside, he gritted his teeth to stifle any sound. Time seemed to stretch on, and, at last, the pain subsided. He clenched his fists, feeling an invigorating surge of power coursing through him. This transformation exhilarated him. He tore away his tattered clothing, revealing a sculpted physique where once there had been frailty. His height had surged from 1.7 meters to an impressive 2 meters. Upon further self-assessment, he realized his strength had increased 20-fold at the very least. Yet, this was not the most pressing matter. After completing this, his gaze shifted toward the devil fruit. Without hesitation, he retrieved it from the system space and took a hearty bite. Having mentally prepared himself, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the fruit was not nearly as unpleasant as he had anticipated. This flavor is rather enjoyable. What was initially intended to be a single taste turned into a ravenous consumption of the remaining fruit, leaving him with a craving for more. Of course, none of this would be witnessed by anyone else had they seen him. Their eyes would surely bulge in disbelief, exclaiming how they had never encountered someone so audacious as to devour a devil fruit while appearing to relish it. Divine Flame. This name flashed through his mind upon finishing the fruit. Without hesitation, he extended a finger, and a golden flame ignited at his fingertip. However, as it appeared, the dilapidated shack was instantly engulfed in flames. Outside, the pirate captain noticed the fire, momentarily stunned. Then a cruel smile crept across his face as he approached. Boys, it seems we have a straggler. Kill him. Once we've dealt with the one inside, we can return to the ship and celebrate with some women tonight. His minions, eyes gleaming with desire, shouted as they charged towards the small dwelling. Inside, Qin Zhao gazed helplessly at the engulfed room. Though it was in ruins, it was still his current abode, and he felt compelled to salvage it. With a flick of his finger, he drew in the raging flames, absorbing them swiftly. In the depths of the Grand Line lies the New World. The vast ocean stretches endlessly before one's eyes, however. On a certain remote island, a band of pirates is brazenly slaughtering and pillaging a little town devoid of strong defenders. To these marauders, this town is merely a juicy morsel. Their concern for the lives of its inhabitants pales in comparison to their desire for gold to drink at night. Amidst the cacophony of desperate cries, the townsfolk can do little but pray fervently for salvation. Inside a dilapidated shack, Qin Zhao slowly opened his eyes, immediately engulfed by excruciating pain coursing through his body. Such agony, what is happening? How did I end up here? Ignoring the intense discomfort, he struggled to his feet and staggered to the mirror. Gazing at his reflection, he noted that his already pale visage had grown even more ghostly due to blood loss. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind, ding. At that moment, Qin Zhao felt as though he had grasped a lifeline, his voice trembling. That. The system? Ding! I am here. Realizing this was no mere dream, he inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure, though the effort elicited a wince as pain flared from his wounds. Yet, due to his past experiences, he dared not linger. He urgently inquired, what functions does the system possess? Ding! This system is the Super Sign-In system. The host may sign in once daily, receiving random rewards. Given that the host has just traversed to this body and is losing life force, a special beginner's gift package has been awarded, elevating your status by 1 star. Would you like to open the beginner's gift package? Yes, open it quickly. If you don't, I may very well perish. Qin Zhao felt a flicker of relief as an ordinary person thrust into an unknown world. Awakening to a system was his only hope for survival. Congratulations! The beginner's gift package has been successfully opened. Congratulations! The host has obtained a healing opportunity note. Knowing that you are on the brink of death, this has been specially gifted to you. Congratulations! The host has acquired Kaido's physique. Congratulations! The host has obtained the Zoan-type fish fruit, red dragon form. Rewards have been stored in the system space. Please heal first before reviewing the details. Qin Zhao felt exhilarated upon seeing the rewards, but was left speechless by the last announcement. Is this system truly that fearful of my demise, or what? Nonetheless, I cannot afford to delay if this continues. I will indeed perish. Use the healing opportunity. Ding! Healing has been initiated. Instantly, Qin Zhao felt the pain ebbing away, and upon pulling back his clothing, he discovered that the wounds had vanished without a trace. Feeling revitalized, he wasted no time in accessing the system space to examine the descriptions of his two rewards. Kaido's physique. This is the invincible, monstrous physique of the 4 Emperor Kaido from the pirate world. Upon activation, the host can embody Kaido and engage in reckless endeavors. Zoan type fish fruit, red dragon form. This is especially enhanced fruit upon use. The host can manipulate all elemental flames, contingent upon the level of development. Note, a trace of the world's origin has been infused, significantly enhancing its potential. Qin Zhao could barely contain his excitement upon reading the descriptions. The notion of possessing such a formidable physique was astounding, but the fact that the devil fruit had been specifically enhanced was even more extraordinary. The essence of the world itself. This fundamental force sustaining the world's operation had been granted to him. Even a mere fragment of its power would undoubtedly be of unparalleled caliber. After a surge of exhilaration, Qin Zhao finally regained his composure. While the rewards were exceptional, he needed to ascertain the current world he inhabited. What if its inhabitants were utterly absurd? Having resolved this concern, he posed a question to the system. System, in which world am I currently situated? Ding. The host is presently in the pirate world, specifically on February 6th, 1472 of the Sea Circle calendar. While Qin Zhao had speculated he was in the pirate world, he was astonished to find the timeline. So early there remained a full 48 years until the narrative began with Luffy setting sail. However, this date was not far from the establishment of the Rocks Pirates, which would occur in 6 years, 1478. This era, one he had never experienced in his previous life, he vowed to relish fully and strive to ascend to the pinnacle of power during this journey. In the pirate world, both physique and fruits held paramount importance, the former being the foundation of the 3-color haki, while the latter would ensure he remained at his peak. Having clarified all these matters, and hearing footsteps approaching from outside, Qin Zhao could no longer hesitate. He hastily claimed Kaido's physique. System, I wish to merge with Kaido's physique, swiftly. Ding. Rewards are merging, please prepare yourself mentally. Qin Zhao was momentarily perplexed by the meaning of this, but before he could inquire further, a wave of excruciating pain surged through him. Yet, with danger looming outside, he gritted his teeth, stifling any sound. Time became indeterminate as the agony finally subsided. Clenching his fists, he felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. This transformation ignited a fervor within him. He tore away the tattered remnants of his clothing, revealing a sculpted physique, his height having surged from 1.7 meters to 2 meters. He privately assessed that his strength had escalated at least 20-fold, but that was not the crux of the matter. After completing this, he turned his attention to the devil fruit. Without hesitation, he retrieved it from the system space and took a hearty bite. Having prepared himself mentally, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the fruit was not as distasteful as he had anticipated. Ah, this flavor is rather pleasant. Realizing this, he quickly devoured the remaining flesh, feeling a sense of longing even after finishing. Of course, none of this would be witnessed by others. If it were, they would undoubtedly be left agape, exclaiming about the unprecedented audacity of a person consuming a devil fruit with such relish. Divine Flame. This was the name that sprang to mind after he finished eating. Without further hesitation, he extended a finger, and with a mere thought, a golden flame ignited at his fingertip. However, as soon as it appeared, the dilapidated shack was engulfed in flames. Outside, the pirate captain noticed the blaze, momentarily taken aback before a cruel smile crept across his face as he approached. Men, it seems we have a stray fish in our midst. Let's kill him. Once we deal with the one inside, we shall return to the ship and indulge in some female company tonight. The crew, eyes ablaze with desire, shouted as they charged towards the small house. Inside, Qin Zhao watched the inferno consuming the shack with resignation. Though it was in tatters, it was still his current abode, and he felt compelled to salvage it. With a flick of his finger, he drew in the flames, swiftly absorbing them. Chapter 2. the annihilation of the intruding pirates, he was exceedingly pleased with the formidable power of the divine flame, and his anticipation for the future grew ever more fervent. Whenever he envisioned the indomitable warriors from the original text, standing atop the vast ocean, the blood coursing through Qin Shao's veins ignited like a flame, rendering him momentarily breathless with excitement. It was only when the door, kicked open by the pirates outside, finally registered in his mind that he realized the chaos unfolding. Bang! The door swung open, and 5 or 6 pirates surged in. Upon spotting Qin Shao, they revealed their malicious grins. The captain was right. There was indeed a fish that slipped through the net. Yes, kid, you've drawn the short straw by encountering us this time. Pray for a better reincarnation in your next life. With that, they began to advance slowly toward Qin Shao, their blades raised high, ready to strike. The laughter of the pirates echoed ominously as they awaited the inevitable conclusion. Boom! The pirates were met with their final sight in this life. The strikingly handsome man before them effortlessly halted the blade with a mere palm, a smile gracing his lips as if he were a familiar figure. Yet, they would not have the chance to recollect. In an instant, Qin Shao seized the long knife and swiftly dispatched the pirates within the room, cleaving them in two without hesitation. Ah, what a refreshing thrill this is! Ha 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 ha. After resolving the matter indoors, he stepped out, and the outside world came into view. Not far off, a pirate ship floated upon the sea, where dozens of pirates brandished weapons, their faces contorted with greed and malice as they gazed upon him. When they realized the figure emerging from the house was not one of their crew, confusion momentarily washed over them, quickly replaced by expressions of cruelty. Ha! It seems this little brat is rather difficult to deal with. The captain's useless crew failed to eliminate him. Let us take care of it. Indeed, Captain. I relish the fearful expressions from others. It brings me immense satisfaction. Nathan, you truly cannot change your peculiarities. Why not leave this striking beauty to me? I have an affinity for such pretty boys. Ha ha. The somewhat effeminate pirate, the captain of this crew, fixed an unsettling gaze upon Qin Shao, a drop of saliva trickling from the corner of his mouth. Now, allow me, Gunther Pules, to indulge in your presence. Brandishing his signature long knife, he leaped down, propelled by momentum as he charged toward Qin Shao. Captain, we believe in you. But do not forget, after your enjoyment, let us have our share of fun too. Ha 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 ha. Qin Shao observed the captain, who stood frozen in place, lowering his head to mask his upturned lips and increasingly frenzied gaze, patiently awaiting the opponent's approach. Swish! Thud! Suddenly, 2 halves of a body appeared on the ground, the fresh scent of blood in the air strangely invigorating. It cannot be real. He actually cleaved the captain in 2 with a single stroke. Who is he? How could such a powerful being appear in this place? He is looking at us. Quick, flee, it's almost too late. Panic erupted aboard the ship, with dozens of pirates scrambling to escape, resulting in a chaotic stampede. Qin Shao had somehow appeared on the ship, standing over the pirates beneath him. You pitiful insects, given a chance yet proving useless. Since that is the case, you shall meet your demise. A pool of blood formed on the deck, bringing a chilling calm to the panicking pirates, though fear still lingered on their faces. The realization of their impending doom drove them to madness. Damn it, you little brat. You intend to slaughter us all. Then we shall fight with all our might. Everyone, kill him. No matter how strong he is, he will tire eventually. Yes. What kind of powerful being could exist in such a small place? The true strongmen have long set sail. He must be bluffing. Let us all attack and slay him. With a newfound zeal, the remaining pirates, faces twisted with madness, charged at Qin Shao, eager to dismember him and rid themselves of their fear. In this new world, in this era, such crazed pirates were ever present. Although the Rocks pirates had yet to emerge, the essence of the times would remain unchanged. When faced with a lethal threat and no means of escape, one would become wildly frantic. However, they had grossly underestimated Qin Shao's strength, though he had only just received the system's rewards. He was not a foe that these insects could hope to challenge. Ha 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 ha. Excellent. The more of you there are, the better. Let me indulge in the ecstasy of slaughter. In an instant, he discarded the cumbersome long knife, golden flames erupting around him as a smirk graced his lips. Divine flame. Instantly, the flames seemed to gain direction, transforming into a torrent that surged forth, ruthlessly sweeping over the oblivious pirates. Faced with this godlike ability, despair and regret painted their faces. Perhaps fleeing earlier had been their wisest choice, but alas, there would be no second chances. In a heartbeat, the flames devoured them all. As the chaos subsided, Qin Shao extinguished the flames enveloping him and returned to the shore, staring blankly at the distant horizon. Just now, I seemed to be in an unusual state. As an ordinary person transported here, I faced such a situation without panic? Is this truly my innate nature? If so, how wonderful. Ha ha ha. On this desolate shore, the man's face was an exaggerated mask of madness. After some time, once Qin Xiao had come to terms with his emotions, he turned to walk toward the town behind him, his demeanor indifferent as he passed by the corpses. He continued until he spotted a survivor, at which point a gentle expression graced his face, and he strolled toward the figure unhurriedly. Before him stood a little girl, cautiously scavenging for food, fearful of making a sound that might attract the pirates lurking in the town. Hey, little one, are you all alone? Where are your parents? The girl, startled by the voice, instinctively attempted to flee. However, weakened by fear and hunger, her legs faltered, and after a moment of struggle, she resigned herself to close her eyes in anticipation of death. Yet, instead of death, she found herself cradled in warm hands, gently stroking her head. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld a remarkably handsome older brother and instantly relaxed. Brother, I am looking for food because my father is ill, and my mother cannot leave him. That is why I came out. And you? How did you come to be here? There are many bad people who will kill us. Let us leave this place. Qin Xiao smiled tenderly. Fear not. Big Brother has already dealt with those vile pirates. There is no danger now. Rest assured, we can go and fetch your parents. Chapter 3, Black Sword, Opening the Mountain, Confrontation with the Golden Lion. As time gradually passed, the hidden townsfolk began to realize that the marauding pirates had vanished, and relief washed over their faces, revealing smiles of survival. Those wretched pirates have finally departed. Indeed, we can finally live again. However, as they approached the dock, disbelief etched across their faces. The ground was strewn with the corpses of pirates, and the signs of battle were unmistakable. Surely, it must have been some formidable passerby who dealt with that band of pirates. Thank you. Let us return and erect a shrine for our savior. Our humble abilities can only express gratitude in this manner. Understood, village chief. We shall return at once. On a distant hillside, a man overheard the villager's words, and a faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth, clearly in high spirits. After observing for a moment longer, he turned and departed. At this moment, Qin Xiao had returned home, the night drawing near. He swiftly prepared dinner to satiate his hunger, and, after a hearty meal, settled onto his bed. My current strength lacks a benchmark. Those small-time pirates are hardly worth mentioning. However, with my present physique and abilities, I should be capable of reaching school-level combat prowess. This is utterly insufficient. Not to mention comparing myself to rocks, even Newgate would be out of reach. I must continue to strive diligently. With 6 years remaining until the formation of the Rocks Pirates, time is of the essence. I must enhance my capabilities. As the clouds in the sky gradually dispersed, the luminous moonlight began to break through and illuminate the room, where Qin Xiao soon drifted into slumber. The following morning, after a night of restful sleep, Qin Xiao awakened. Ding! A new day has arrived, and the host may begin signing in. System, sign in. Ding! Today a sign-in was successful. Congratulations, host. You have received the reward, a manual for the cultivation of armament hockey. The reward has been issued to the system space. Please check it at your convenience. This reward arrived just in time and filled Qin Xiao with immense delight. It was unlikely for one to encounter a master of all 3 types of hockey in this place, and he had been troubled by this until the system came through. Although it was not a direct bestowal, it was still quite beneficial. The next moment, he opened the system space and eagerly retrieved the manual for armament hockey that lay within. Excellent. From today forth, I shall gradually hone my skills and strive to embark on my journey. The system has provided the resources, yet to wield them with finesse requires relentless effort. One must grow through sweat and blood. Of course, merely possessing armament hockey is insufficient, but it is adequate for the present. Qin Xiao smiled softly, stretched, and began tidying his room. After all, he would remain here for at least 3 more years, and the current state of affairs was far too dilapidated and required repair. Once these trivial matters were completed, it was noon. After dining, Qin Xiao ventured deep into the island's forest to train his body. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired basic observation hockey. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have attained basic conqueror's hockey. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have mastered intermediate swordsmanship. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained. 3 years swiftly passed. In the year 1475 of the sea-round calendar, on a small island teeming with colossal beasts in the New World. Boom! Roar! Qin Xiao leaped and delivered a powerful punch to a colossal gorilla before him. After enduring the blow, the creature's eyes filled with resentment as it succumbed to the void of death. Huh, after all this time, I have finally vanquished you. I trained relentlessly to defeat such a gorilla, and it seems it was worth it. System. Open personal panel. Super sign-in system. Host. Qin Xiao. Fruit ability. Zoan type fish fruit red dragon form. 70 developed. Physique. Advanced. Conqueror's Haki. Advanced. Armament Haki. Advanced. Observation Haki. Advanced. Swordsmanship. Advanced. System evaluation. The host now stands at the pinnacle of the sea. Feel free to roam. It was thanks to the system's support that he achieved this level of strength in 3 years. Otherwise, he might not have reached such heights until the formation of the Rocks Pirates. Qin Xiao understood that with his current power, as long as he did not provoke rocks, he would likely avoid any fatal dangers. Naturally, he also refrained from recklessly causing trouble at Mariawa. After all, his strength was hardly sufficient to contend with the enigmatic Im or even face the 5 elders. In any case, as long as one does not court death, one shall live. Regaining his focus, Qin Xiao made a decision. He scanned the island, realizing that after 2 years of relentless combat, he had effectively devoured the island's large fauna. It was time to set sail and explore this illustrious era. The next day at noon, he returned to the small town, bidding farewell to a few friends who had aided him, and set off on his journey alone. Boom. At that moment, in the latter half of the New World, a pirate ship was in chaos as its crew fired cannons towards a man standing not far away. The man, upon seeing the incoming cannonballs, remained expressionless. With a simple swing of his large sword, Night Moon, the sea was cleaved in two, and the sword energy swiftly sliced through both the cannonballs and the pirate ship, sending them to the depths below. A bunch of weaklings. How dull. These maggots are truly feeble, lacking any intrigue. Yet, it is rather unfortunate that after 2 years at sea, I have yet to encounter Rocks or Shiki. Just as he was about to depart, a golden slash suddenly flew in from the distance. Unable to see the attacker, he discerned their identity through observation Haki, a faint smile forming on his lips. How fortuitous to encounter you today, just as I was about to leave. Golden Lion Shiki. Qin Xiao's eyes sparkled with determination as he countered with a similar strike. The 2 slashes collided. The tremendous impact instantly carved a massive hole in the ocean, though the water quickly refilled, restoring calm. Keh, ha 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 ha. Kid, you're quite impressive. You must be the infamous Black Sword Qin Xiao who has emerged in recent years. Indeed, that is I. What brings you here today, Shiki? Are you seeking trouble? If so, I shall accompany you to the very end. Qin Xiao replied with a smile. Keh, ha 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 ha. You've got guts. Today, let me test your mettle. Lion's 1,000 cuts. Countless razor-sharp sword energies surged towards Qin Xiao, slicing through the massive expanse of water effortlessly. Faced with such a formidable attack, Qin Xiao did not dare to be complacent. Taking a deep breath, he unleashed the technique he had devised over the past 2 years. Black Sword, opening the mountain. A surge of immensely dense and sharp sword energy erupted forth, colliding with Shiki's onslaught, causing the Golden Lion to stagger back slightly. Chapter 4. The Defeat of the Golden Lion. The Onslaught of Rocks D. Jibek. Ah ha 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 ha. Youngster, you truly are remarkable. Given this, I shall now get serious. Lion's Might, Imperial Domain. Utilizing all his strength, Shiki commanded the waters to form a colossal wave, aiming to envelop Qin Xiao. If you can withstand this attack, I shall acknowledge your prowess. However, should you fail, then farewell to you. Ah ha 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 ha. Faced with this formidable strike, Qin Xiao's expression turned grave. For this was a contest of swordsmanship. Confronting a renowned swordsman like Shiki, even if they were of equal caliber, negligence could lead to grievous injury. Black Sword, Caress of the Slash. Unlike the previous mountain-splitting strike, this soaring slash appeared unremarkable, yet its lethality exceeded tenfold. Once again, the 2 slashes collided. But within a heartbeat, Qin Xiao's strike shattered Shiki's attack, hurtling directly toward the Golden Lion. Observing this severely weakened slash, the Golden Lion's eyes flickered. It seems this youngster possesses considerable strength, truly standing atop the ocean's pinnacle. With a wave of his gnarled wood, Shiki unleashed a simple slash that rapidly surged forth, meeting the weakened caress of the slash, both vanishing into the heavens. The thick clouds were instantaneously cleaved asunder, unable to rejoin for an extended period. Ah, ha ha ha, youngster, your strength has earned my respect. Would you be interested in joining my ship? I can appoint you as my first mate. Rest assured, you shall not be mistreated. Shiki spread his arms wide, laughing heartily, his golden hair tousled by the wind. I must decline. However, we may have the opportunity to become allies in the future. There is no need for haste at this moment. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Shao refused, adding a remark laden with significance. The Golden Lion Shiki, not one to be easily fooled, was exceptionally astute, and his mind began to speculate. It appeared that Qin Shao had unfinished business, hence his refusal. Nonetheless, the latter's words intrigued him. Ah ha 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 ha. Very well. Since you have declined, I shall not persist. Should you change your mind, do not hesitate to inform me. With your addition, our pirate crew would draw closer to ruling the seas, and I eagerly await that day. After tossing a din mushi to Qin Shao, the Golden Lion Shiki laughed heartily. The members of the Golden Lion pirates, who had been observing from a distance, exhibited nonchalance. They were evidently accustomed to such occurrences, finding little amusement in the spectacle. Such scenarios were all too common in their pirate crew, as aspiring members or those favored by the Golden Lion appeared in droves daily. However, encountering someone of Qin Shao's caliber was unprecedented. Upon learning of his refusal to join, their interest waned. The reason Shiki sought out Qin Shao today stemmed from his immense curiosity upon hearing of his strength. His willingness to converse was due to sensing that Qin Shao's aura was not inferior to his own. He could not coerce him. Qin Shao smiled, aware that this matter had passed. The opposing party would soon depart, and he relished the ensuing tranquility. Indeed, strength is the foundation of all. Without it, there is no voice, rendering today's encounter remarkably straightforward. Very well. I shall accept the din mushi. Should I reconsider, I will let you know. With that, he began to usher them away. Then I shall not see you off. Shiki, you may return to your affairs. After watching them leave, Qin Shao reclined leisurely on the deck of his small boat, whistling merrily, clearly in high spirits. I am a painter, skilled in my craft, transforming into something beautiful. Ah, wonderful. Now I can truly ascertain my strength. I had some concerns as I had never battled an equal before. Thankfully, the system provided me with 60 years of combat experience, or I would have struggled to harness my current abilities. I adore you, my beloved TKO. Ding. Please refrain from acting unhinged and strive to ascend to the pinnacle of the world. Listening to the system's banter, Qin Shao chuckled, unfazed. TKO. How does my ascent to the world and Appos as strongest benefit you? Ding. Indeed, host. Should you become the strongest in this realm, this system can upgrade from its current basic version. This not only aids the system but also offers immense benefits to you. Upon upgrading, the rewards from daily sign-ins will be no longer limited to items from this world. So I implore you to exert yourself. Qin Shao felt a jolt of surprise. The current system was merely in its initial stage. However, the prospect of signing in for items beyond this world was undeniably tempting. Fear not, TKO. I shall strive even harder to ascend to the position of the world and Appos as strongest. Ding. Detection confirms the host has established a goal. Your resolve is steadfast. Thus, I hereby issue the ultimate task of the world. The path to becoming the strongest is fraught with peril, and engaging with various powerful beings presents significant challenges. However, to become a true powerhouse, one must endure numerous trials. Upon achieving the pinnacle in this world, the system shall reward you with an ultimate lottery opportunity and unlock interworld traversal, allowing you to experience the might of countless beings across realms. Please endeavor diligently. This sudden task momentarily stunned Qin Shao before he shook his head and chuckled softly. How amusing. The task arrives now. I had thought I could only remain in this world, yet it appears otherwise. But should I choose the Navy or the pirates? Joining the Navy is feasible, yet they are plagued by the celestial dragons, those repugnant parasites, which is somewhat disheartening. Beyond that, it seems there are no significant issues. At most, I would be unable to act freely, but that is of little consequence. What nonsense. Having entered the world of pirates, I must act as I please. How could I allow a pack of swine to loom over me? Indeed, only the Rocks pirates can be my true home. Rocks D. Jibek, you must arrive swiftly. There is less than a year until you establish your pirate crew. Delay, and you may find yourself unable to match my strength. With a cold smile, Qin Shao felt a surge of murderous intent, accompanied by the eruption of his conqueror's haki, instantly enveloping the nearby sea for several kilometers, painting the sky a crimson hue. Several nautical miles away, a pirate ship sailed forth. In the New World, the sea is perpetually populated by pirates and their vessels. Yet this occasion bore a distinct air. At the prow stood a man with a mane of fiery red hair and a fierce countenance, gazing intently in the direction of Qin Shao. Ah, have I finally found you? Blacksword Qin Shao. This time, you cannot escape, for you are destined to be the vice captain of my Rocks pirates. Kukuku. Chapter 5 I have agreed, my Captain Rocks. Time flowed slowly, and after a burst of Conqueror's Haki, the nearby sea became tranquil. The once crimson sky gradually returning to its natural hue. Quite splendid. The reach of the Conqueror's Haki has expanded significantly. I must tidy myself up and prepare to seek out Edward Newgate. I have heard he is currently on Hakanosu Island, and reaching there will require some time. Qin Zhao nodded in satisfaction, remarking that both Newgate and the Golden Lion possess comparable strength. Without exception, neither could gain Rocks and Appos recognition and extend an invitation afterward. Suddenly, his observation Haki detected a distant, both unfamiliar and familiar, grand ship approaching, with an exceedingly domineering man standing at the bow. Qin Zhao was momentarily taken aback, but soon broke into a maniacal grin. Ha! He has arrived. Finally, he has come to find me. How timely indeed. Roxty, Zebek. The man at the bow also noticed Qin Zhao's peculiar demeanor, realizing he had been discovered. Keek. Time passed swiftly, and the Rocks pirate ship had now approached Qin Zhao closely. Standing at the forefront of the ship, Rock's eyes gleamed with a ferocious red light. The crew members aboard gazed greedily at Qin Zhao, yet remained still, awaiting their captain's command. Qin Zhao, join my pirate crew. I can make you my first mate, and you shall share half the gold and treasures. Assist me in ruling these seas and even the entire world. Kek, ha. Rock spread his arms wide, his boisterous laughter echoing across the vast ocean. Rocks. Qin Zhao gazed at the overwhelmingly imposing figure, his lips curling into a wild grin as he shouted. In an instant, he flashed onto the pirate ship, observing his counterpart up close. The two locked eyes, the moment stretching for a full 3 minutes until Rocks, unable to contain himself, extended his right hand. So, what do you say? Join my pirate crew. Qin Zhao regarded the outstretched hand, an endless golden divine flame erupting forth. Tumultuous and overwhelming. As the temperature soared, the air became suffused with a searing aura. The radius of heat expanded. And while the ordinary pirates of the Rocks crew were elite, they could not withstand it. The divine flames swirled around Qin Zhao. The temperature had risen to a terrifying degree, the moisture in the air evaporating with a sound. As crew members began to collapse one after another, Rock's expression darkened. Humph. Enough. Kid, while these fellows lack strength, their loyalty to me is commendable, so I suggest you cease this. Instantly, his outstretched right hand became enveloped in a glossy black armament, entwined with Conqueror's Haki, raising it as if to strike Qin Zhao. Conqueror's fist. Seeing the approaching fist, Qin Zhao resolutely employed Conqueror's binding. He would not recklessly receive such a formidable blow. The collision sent shockwaves that blew back the surrounding pirates, causing the ship to dip. Upon closer inspection, their fists had not truly collided. This was a battle unique to Conqueror's binding, a contest of mastery over Conqueror's Haki, where the first to exhaust their energy would lose. Keek. Kid, you are quite impressive. No wonder you were chosen as my first mate. However, this is still insufficient. Your strength remains too weak. As soon as the words left his mouth, Qin Zhao felt an irresistible force surging from Rock's fist, forcing him to stagger back a few steps to regain his balance. Rocks, you truly live up to your reputation. It would take at least 3 Marine admirals to contend with you, and even then, victory is not guaranteed. Terrifying. Truly terrifying. Yet, I shall not concede so easily. The previously vanished divine flames reappeared, their temperature elevated exponentially. He transformed into his beast-human form. For now, if my primary conqueror's binding and strength are insufficient, let us test this form. Feeling the enhancement from the beast-human form, his confidence surged, and he resolved to determine the victor. Divine Flames, Dragon Fist. Instead of employing a long-range attack, he enveloped his fist, entwined with Conqueror's Haki, in Divine Flames, creating an assault akin to a fiery punch. With this strike, immense power rippled through the space surrounding his fist, as if with just a bit more force. He could shatter the very fabric of reality. Qin Zhao was confident in this punch. Even if it did not defeat Rocks, it would surely inflict significant injury. Captain Rocks, be cautious. At that moment, Wang Ji, clad in heavy armor and silent until now, could no longer contain his anxiety and shouted. Wang Ji had always believed in his captain's strength, but if Qin Zhao's move went unchecked, it would undoubtedly result in injury, not severe, but far from trivial. At this time, Rock's gaze sharpened. A bold lad, aiming for my life, are you? In that case, I shall not hold back. As his words echoed, dark energy continuously surged from his body, enveloping the surroundings, and his form grew taller. The dark energy voraciously devoured the light, and sensing this, Rock surged his devil fruit powers, forcibly amplifying his strength tenfold. Clenching his fist with a defiant grin. Dark, tenfold Conqueror's fist. As this fist was unleashed, the space warped grotesquely, and finally, as their fists collided once more. The fabric of space could no longer withstand the force and shattered. A gaping black void appeared before the two, yet neither paid it heed. In their eyes, only each other existed. After a brief duration, ultimately, Qin Zhao was defeated. Overpowered in both Conqueror's haki and strength, the advanced Conqueror's haki proved insufficient. To draw closer to Rox, one must possess the utmost mastery. This was merely the present. Should the Rox pirate crew be established, his ambition would reach its zenith. And his Conqueror and Appo's haki would undoubtedly transcend limits. Therefore, more effort is required. As for strength, Qin Zhao had yet to reach the peak for his age, which would grow with time. However, with the system's assistance, he believed that this period would not exceed 5 years. Thus, he need not worry about the advanced observation haki, armament haki, or devil fruit abilities of others who had yet to reach the pinnacle. With the help of his brother and his own diligence, he would soon catch up. Returning to the matter at hand, the battle here concluded. Should they truly fight, it would require an extensive duration, so both parties tacitly agreed to refrain from continuing. Kek. Ha. So, what do you say? Kid, join my pirate crew as my first mate. Rox placed his hands on his hips, laughing heartily. Truly worthy of you. Rox, since I have lost, I hereby agree. My Captain Rox. Chapter 6. Officially becoming the vice captain of the Rox Pirates, a sword gifted by Rox. Qin Zhao smiled, acknowledging the outcome. The timing was perfect. Joining the Rox Pirates as the vice captain would solidify his position. Come, Qin Zhao, aboard the ship. Let us embark on our grand venture today. Rox exclaimed with a hearty laugh. The crew members, including Wang Ji, had no objections to Rox's appointment of the vice captain and dared not voice any dissent. Throughout the events, it was evident that Qin Zhao's strength was only slightly inferior to Rox. One could only imagine the extent of his prowess, hence the exuberance displayed by the crew. Vice captain, welcome aboard. I look forward to your guidance. Wang Ji greeted with enthusiasm, a rare sight that brought a smile to Qin Zhao's face. It was indeed true that strength dictated everything. He had reached the pinnacle of his abilities, a status that would remain unaltered for decades, ultimately becoming a notorious pirate upon the dissolution of the Rox Pirates. Well said. Together, let us ascend to the zenith of the world. The surrounding pirates echoed with unbridled excitement. The prospect of having someone of such caliber as vice captain promised to leave an indelible mark on the world. Yes, let us follow the captain and the vice captain to the pinnacle of the world. They shouted, their fervor palpable. Observing this from the bow of the ship, Rox smirked, unperturbed by the crew member who had perished in the aftermath of his and Qin Zhao's earlier clash. To him, these non-officers were mere fodder, easily replaceable. Despite not yet having attained the notoriety they would gain in a year's time, the Rox Pirates had garnered a certain reputation, attracting an endless stream of those eager to join, though only those of significant stature piqued his interest. He regarded Qin Zhao with satisfaction. At merely 20 years old, his strength was formidable, with immense potential for growth. The unique power of his golden flames demonstrated a remarkable capability to breach defenses. Qin Zhao, let us converse frequently from now on. Next, we shall invite our next member. Rox proclaimed, his spirits lifted. Captain Rox is magnificent. The pirates roared, their faces twisted with excitement, expressing their fervent enthusiasm. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully joined the Rox Pirates, stepping into the dawn of an era and triggering a special reward. Your Conqueror's haki has ascended to the pinnacle level. Please continue your efforts. Taken aback by the sudden system reward, Qin Zhao realized that rewards could be triggered. He had assumed they could only be obtained through daily check-ins. Nonetheless, this was fortuitous. His Conqueror's haki now matched Rox, and while he might still be unable to defeat him, any future encounter would not be so one-sided. System. Open personal panel. Super check-in system. Host. Qin Zhao. Devil fruit ability. Zoan-type fish fruit red dragon form. 95 developed. Physique. Advanced. Conqueror's haki. Pinnacle. Armament haki. Advanced. Observation haki. Advanced. Swordsmanship. Pinnacle. System evaluation. The host now stands at the pinnacle of the world. Keep going. The future king of the world is undoubtedly you. In the following 2 years, apart from the upgrade of his Conqueror's haki, his swordsmanship reached its apex, and his devil fruit abilities showed marked improvement. However, progress had slowed down. As for becoming the king of the world, that notion was novel. There was ample time to pursue it once all abilities reached their zenith. My vice captain, what troubles you? Rox inquired, noting Qin Chao's momentary daze. Is there an issue? Nothing. Captain. Just lost in thought. It's nothing significant. Qin Chao quickly responded, shaking his head. He could hardly confide in Rox about his ambition to become the king of the world. Such a statement would be perilous. He would likely pay dearly for such boldness. Is that so? Then let us not linger outside any longer. Come inside. I have a gift for you. A token of your joining my crew. Rox said with a smile. Intrigued, Qin Chao followed him, eager to discover the nature of the gift. It was unlikely to be anything of low value, for Rox would not bestow anything unworthy. As they entered the room, Rox rummaged through his belongings and finally produced a long box. At last, I found it. I acquired this many years ago and never used it. Now, as a gift for you joining, here it is. Open it and see. Upon receiving the box, Qin Chao's curiosity piqued. He extended his right hand and opened it. Inside lay a sleek black longsword, its surface impeccably smooth, reminiscent of the renowned Longguan swords. He was instantly captivated by its aura, feeling as though it was destined to belong to him. Taking a deep breath, he reluctantly tore his gaze away from the sword. Your reaction suggests I have chosen the right recipient. Rox chuckled. However, let me clarify, as my personally invited vice captain, you are expected to contribute to our crew. But given your prowess, few in this world can surpass you, so formalities are not necessary. I do have a great fondness for you, and I hope you will steadfastly stand by my side at all times. Rox stated with a serious tone, even without Rox voicing it. Qin Chao had no intention of betraying him. Regardless of Rox and Appos' various complexities, they were beyond the trivialities of such concerns. At their level, action spoke louder than words. Rest assured. Captain Rox, I promise to remain unwaveringly by your side until your last breath, Qin Chao declared, meeting Rox's gaze. This declaration caused Rox to narrow his eyes. The youth displayed remarkable talent and strength, and now it seemed his ambition was equally formidable. Yet, such ambition was essential for reaching great heights. As long as he did not betray Rox at a critical moment, all else was inconsequential. Chapter 7. Wang Zhi's doubts at the first banquet of the Rox Pirates. I understand your ambition, but this era belongs to me. Your time has yet to come, so keep striving. These words, spoken by Rox, elicited no dissent from Qin Chao. Rather, he wholeheartedly concurred. However, he knew that in the years to come, his own valorous or nefarious deeds would undoubtedly be chronicled. Not a problem, Captain. Rest assured. This era is uniquely yours. Everyone else will merely be supporting characters. Upon hearing this, Rox paused momentarily, then chuckled and shook his head. He never expected that after roaming the seas for so many years, he would find solace in the words of a junior. It was indeed a rarity. Nevertheless, it was true. After Qin Chao expressed his sentiments, the tension in his heart dissipated. Now that this matter was clarified, he could shift his focus. As the vice captain, Qin Chao couldn't be without his own crew. It was time to address that. Your strength and status have already reached a significant level. Now, go forth and recruit crew members in the name of the Rox Pirates. Accepting this role alone is not feasible. Qin Chao exhibited little emotion upon hearing this. Firstly, it was a logical expectation. Secondly, he possessed the requisite strength. And thirdly, he indeed harbored thoughts of forming a team. However, he did not intend to create a large crew. He sought only the elite, for the rest were unworthy of serving under him. Very well. I shall attend to this matter in a few days. For now, I simply wish to rest. The consecutive battles have left me somewhat fatigued. Qin Chao rubbed his remarkably handsome face, revealing signs of weariness. Oh, is that so? Then by all means, take your rest. This room is an exception for you to sleep for a while, but it is only for today. Oh, by the way, there will be a banquet tonight to welcome your arrival. Do remember to wake up. Rox jested before smiling as he spoke. At that moment, Qin Chao had already reclined on the bed. He merely gestured an okay and fell asleep without caring whether others understood. Observing Qin Chao drift into slumber, Rox shook his head and returned to the deck. Approaching the bow of the ship and gazing at the boundless sea, his spirit soared to its zenith, albeit briefly. Ultimately, he could not break through his limits. If he could transcend his limitations, his conqueror and Appos' Haki would ascend to unprecedented heights, reaching the legendary level of breakthrough. Only a select few in the past 800 years, perhaps just Emu and Joy Boy, had managed to achieve such a feat, however. Contemplating his plans to gather all the powerful individuals currently roaming or hiding into his pirate crew filled him with hope. Perhaps only at this juncture could he see his conqueror's haki surpass its limits. Wang Zhi? What does he want? Is there something on his mind? With these thoughts, he maintained a neutral expression, merely observing Wang Zhi. Captain Rox, isn't it a bit hasty to appoint Qin Xiao as the vice-captain right away? Even if his strength is formidable, there is no need to grant him such a position immediately. Wang Zhi expressed his confusion, voicing his thoughts candidly. These words stirred slight displeasure within Rox. When had it become the case for his decisions to be questioned? It seemed he had been overly lenient with Wang Zhi. Wang Zhi, are you questioning the decisions made by your captain? When did it become your place to challenge my choices? Know your position. Although you are one of my recruited officers, that does not give you the right to question me. What I grant you, I can just as easily retract. Be mindful of your actions. Such blunt and contemptuous words made Wang Zhi clench his fists tightly. Yet, recognizing the disparity in strength, he could only reluctantly loosen his grip and depart. Strength. If I possessed sufficient power, I would not be in such a passive position now. Even if I had been stronger back then, I would not have been coerced onto this ship. I must remember today's events, never reveal any vulnerabilities, lest I become a victim of betrayal. Unbeknownst to Rox, this conversation had sown the seeds of rebellion within Wang Zhi. Even if he were aware, he would not be overly concerned. After all, he viewed Wang Zhi as nothing more than a slightly larger ant, a creature bold enough to harbor other thoughts. Such insolence warranted obliteration. Regrettably, he did not contemplate the ramifications. This situation illustrated Rox's character and laid the groundwork for the eventual disbandment of his pirate crew. Rox was an extreme egoist. Anyone he deemed useful would receive his attention. For instance, upon Qin Xiao's arrival in the Rox pirates, Wang Zhi's significance diminished in Rox's eyes. He was still of some importance, but as more formidable individuals like Whitebeard joined later, Wang Zhi became increasingly inconspicuous, leading to the formation of an alliance between Wang Zhi and John for mutual support. Yet, that was a matter for another time. As Rox observed Wang Zhi's retreating figure, he narrowed his eyes. I hope you make the right choice, for strength is of utmost importance. Fulfill your role diligently, lest. Shifting his gaze, he turned his attention to Edward Newgate, furrowing his brow at the thought of Newgate reportedly sending the riches he acquired back to his hometown, Sphinx Island. Such behavior was hardly befitting a qualified pirate. Once he joined the crew, Rox planned to intercept those funds. After all, it was better to enhance his own ambitions than to squander them on a multitude of worthless ants. Just wait, Newgate. You cannot escape. Thus, after sitting at the bow for several hours, the sky gradually darkened. At that moment, Rox regained his focus and surveyed the pirates on deck, revealing a sinister smile. Listen up, everyone. The banquet is commencing. With Rox's booming voice, all the pirates erupted in exuberant cheer. Wow, the banquet is on. Brothers, the captain has commanded the feast. Let us get excited. Let us drink and feast. A throng of pirates began to dance and swiftly prepared for the festivities. Rox observed this scene with satisfaction before strolling towards his captain's quarters to awaken Qin Xiao. However, upon entering, he found Qin Xiao already awake, watching him. Rox couldn't help but smile. Come, my vice-captain. Let us go and enjoy some food. Qin Xiao slowly rose, stretching lazily. The pirate world was indeed fascinating. Even a mere banquet could incite such exuberance. It seemed this was a universal custom among pirate crews, though he remained oblivious to its origins. Let us go, Captain Rox. We shall indulge ourselves. Tonight, we drink until we can drink no more. Chapter 8. The shocking formation of the Rox pirates as the two conversed. They arrived at the bow of the ship. Rox chose not to retreat to the exclusive quarters designated for the officers. Instead, he sat, relishing the sea breeze while observing the pirates diligently organizing their belongings. Qin Xiao, do you believe my plan will succeed? Rox voiced his apprehensions. Deep down, he harbored doubts about the feasibility of his scheme, for a single misstep could trigger a cascade of consequences. His concerns were not unfounded. The future of the Rox pirates, while seemingly formidable, was riddled with hidden agendas, making failure almost inevitable. Despite appearing to hold a distinct advantage over the Navy, the Rox pirates had to contend with formidable entities such as the World Government, the Army, CP0, CP9, the Knights of God, and the Five Elders. In stark contrast, the Rox pirates stood little chance of victory, especially considering that, barring unforeseen events or butterfly effects, the Roger pirates would likely join forces against them. Captain, none of that matters. You've made your decision, so why display such uncertainty now? The wheels of fate have already begun to turn. No amount of contemplation will alter that. Even if there were a chance, you cannot choose a different path. or all your efforts over the years would be rendered futile. Thus, we shall undoubtedly succeed. And we can only succeed, Qin Shao asserted, his gaze resolute as he fixed it upon rocks. He refrained from revealing any insights about their future direction. Although he possessed remarkable strength, engaging in a direct confrontation seemed unworthy of his time, and the continued existence of the Rocks pirates offered him little benefit. As a transmigrator, he felt no disdain for Rocks. In fact, he held a profound admiration for him. Rocks bore the weight of the D family's legacy, vowing to overthrow the world government under Im's dominion, a spirit worthy of respect. Haha. Indeed, you were right, Qin Shao. I anticipated you might harbor other intentions. Hence my probing. However, your response delights me. Rest assured, once I successfully seize control of the world, I shall entrust these territories to your stewardship. Do not let me down. Time flowed swiftly, and soon it was June of the year 1478 in the Sea Circle calendar. The pirate ship had transformed into a lively hub, for just moments ago, Captain Rocks had publicly announced the official establishment of the Rocks Pirates on Hakanosa Island. The principal officers included Edward Newgate, Shiki the Golden Lion, Charlotte Linlin, John, Wang Ji, Silver Axe, Flame Flower, and Bagan Gomastusi, culminating in Qin Shao, the vice-captain, who stood above all other officers. As the news spread like wildfire, it captured the attention of the world, with the Navy being the first to react, and the world government viewing Rocks as a thorn in their side, wishing for his immediate demise. Coupled with the orders from the Celestial Dragon King, Lord M, who decreed that Rocks must perish or they would face dire consequences, the stakes were immensely high. Yet, at this moment, Rocks paid little heed to these threats. For today marked the day as conqueror and Apos, as Haki had finally transcended its limits, reaching a level of unparalleled prowess. At the formation of the pirate crew, his aura undoubtedly peaked, far surpassing that of any so-called advanced conqueror's Haki. In practical terms, he could easily overpower his previous two selves. This enhancement was no trivial matter. It granted him the exaggerated strength capable of swiftly defeating a top-tier powerhouse of the sea. Currently, only Qin Shao on board could relate, as his own strength was nearing this echelon. The banquet was a whirlwind of clinking glasses, the warm light illuminating the vibrant yellow liquid within. Under the tables lay countless small pirates, incapacitated since the establishment of the pirate crew when everyone received the captain's orders to commence a grand celebration. Several officers, including Vice Captain Qin Shao, followed Rocks into their exclusive banquet hall. Qin Shao, do you have any thoughts on our pirate crew's forthcoming actions? Rocks inquired. Taking a sip of his drink, Qin Shao smiled wryly and replied, Captain, what thoughts could I possibly have? I shall follow your directives without question. Moreover, I desire merely to enjoy a few tranquil days, relishing the colorful facets of life. Upon hearing this, Shiki's eyes lit up, and with an eager tone, he beckoned. Qin Shao, if you seek a few days of enjoyment, why not come aboard my ship? There are plenty of delights to be had. Haha, indeed. My ship is brimming with merriment. Now, Qin Shao's position within the Rocks Pirates was exceptionally elevated, leaving few who dared to challenge him. For Shiki and his ambitious companions, winning Qin Shao's favor could significantly bolster their power and overall strength. Although Rocks currently restrained himself from excessive behavior, such playful maneuvering was still permissible. As for Qin Shao, aside from Wang Ji, who had previously clashed with him, the other prominent officers were keen to cultivate a good rapport, ensuring that even if they could not draw him into their ranks, they would show him the utmost respect. Oh, merriment? What sort of merriment? Qin Shao feigned curiosity. Indeed, merriment. You must know that my ship is teeming with beautiful women, and has two great swordsmen. We can exchange insights daily without any strain, Shiki proclaimed, surveying the other officers with a smirk that betrayed his satisfaction. While his words held some truth, it was also evident that among this legendary pirate crew, only Rocks and he could truly contend with Qin Shao's swordsmanship. As for Wang Ji, that was merely a jest. A confrontation would see him swiftly outmatched, as he relied on armed Haki to execute his flying slashes, rendering him unworthy of engagement. As for Shiki, his swordsmanship was exceptionally refined. Despite his seemingly frivolous demeanor, he approached this discipline with utmost seriousness, as evidenced by the fact that his primary offensive style was rooted in swordplay. Naturally, there was also the formidable Edward Newgate, who would be more aptly termed the cutting emperor rather than merely a great swordsman. His mastery of the tremor fruit was unparalleled, and although he excelled in various disciplines, it did not diminish his prowess. Shiki, what nonsense are you rambling about over there? Newgate chuckled, his beard quaking with mirth. You're merely engaging in frivolities. It truly is quite amusing. Though he might not rival Shiki in formal swordsmanship skills, in terms of raw power, he surely surpassed Shiki. Chapter 9, At the Banquet. The young lady had her eyes fixed on me. Although Shiki possessed commendable swordsmanship, his overall strength was still quite lacking. Then Newgate turned to Qin Xiao and spoke. The two had battled countless times, with Newgate often gaining the upper hand. Though he had suffered defeats as well, yet he had the right to make such claims. Newgate held Shiki's words in utter disdain. The notion of mutual improvement? The vice-captain Qin Xiao's strength was evidently not on par with theirs, and he was becoming increasingly shameless, asking for a beating. Qin Xiao merely smiled and, upon reflection, considered that the amusements aboard Shiki's ship were limited to a few moderately attractive women. Dull, he found himself unimpressed. If he desired companionship, it would surely be with the likes of Yamato or the Pirate Empress, women of unparalleled beauty. Other options were simply beneath his notice. Meanwhile, the argument continued between Shiki and Newgate, each stubbornly holding their ground. Newgate, have you only bested me a few times? What are you so boastful about? My invitation to Vice-Captain Qin Xiao has nothing to do with you. Do you wish to fight? I assure you, I will stand my ground. Shiki's face was contorted with anger as he spoke vehemently. Gulalala. Shiki, I find your demeanor utterly intolerable. Vice-Captain Qin Xiao is not someone you can toy with. As for a fight? Once the banquet concludes, we can find a small island to settle our scores. If you and Apos re-up for it. Newgate replied with a dismissive smirk. However, the events that transpired next rendered them both silent, their expressions suddenly uneasy as they instinctively distanced themselves from Qin Xiao, retreating to their drinks. What is happening? Qin Xiao pondered, bewildered by the sudden change in demeanor from the previously furious Shiki and the confrontational Newgate. Just then, a voice filled with exasperation reached his ears. Vice-Captain Qin Xiao, your youth and strength imply remarkable genetics. Why not bear a child with me? Once born, this child shall undoubtedly become the strongest in the world. Charlotte Linlin had approached him unnoticed. Ever since she joined the Rocks Pirates, she had expressed her interest in Qin Xiao, for his prowess was second only to Rocks himself. Upon her arrival, she had sought to win his affection, but his consistent rejections left her feeling utterly frustrated. Now, with the Golden Lion Shiki extending an invitation to Qin Xiao, Charlotte Linlin could no longer remain passive and made her intentions clear once again. Allowing Qin Xiao to spend time aboard Shiki's ship could potentially lead to his defection, which was not in her interests. After all, she could not simply invade the ranks of another captain. Even if she could not win him over, she was determined that Shiki should not take advantage of him. Upon hearing her words, Qin Xiao felt a shiver run through him, casting a frustrated glance at Shiki. He found himself powerless against Lin Lin's peculiar obsession. He couldn't simply eliminate her, though he could if no one intervened. However, he knew that Rocks would never allow such a scenario to unfold, rendering that option untenable. In the anime, Lin Lin had an insatiable desire for children. And although she had not yet descended to the depths of having offspring with dozens of men, some of whom were of entirely different species, she was not entirely innocent. Given her constant association with the tall, bread-like figure, it must be said, Lin Lin was indeed striking in her youth, and her voice enchanting. Yet, the thought of her future appearance sent a chill down his spine. Have a child? I am not a victim like Kaido. One child is daunting enough. What if there are more? Qin Xiao and Apos' mind was overrun with thoughts akin to a stampede of wild horses. No way, Lin Lin. You should abandon this idea. I am quite serious when I say we are not suited for one another. If you truly desire a child, seek out those two. They are strong and at the pinnacle of their powers. Ideal choices for you. He exerted effort to suppress the urge to lash out, and quickly approached Shiki and Newgate, earnestly addressing Charlotte Linlin. It appeared futile to dissuade her from her desires, so he opted to redirect her attention. This strategy would not only spare her feelings, but also preserve his own innocence, allowing him to navigate this precarious situation unscathed. Charlotte Linlin seemed to grasp the futility of her pursuit, her eyes sparkling with intrigue as she watched Newgate and Shiki. Blast it, Qin Xiao. You've evaded this. But what of us? Shiki and Newgate exchanged glances, their expressions filled with dread. They rose in unison and made their way outside. We'll step out for a brawl. You all continue eating. Yes. Enjoy your meal. Do not mind us, they hastily declared as they walked away. Shiki, Newgate, wait. I believe Vice-Captain Qin Xiao makes a compelling point. You are both at your peak. If children are to be born, now is the time. Should we miss this opportunity? It may never come again. Let us have several children. Charlotte Linlin exclaimed excitedly, trailing after the two. Charlotte Linlin, I assure you, that is impossible. There will be no outcome between us. If you seek interest, pursue Newgate. Not happening. You should pursue Shiki. He is quite capable. Newgate and Shiki exchange blame, desperate to avoid entanglement with such a character. Rest assured, there will be contributions from both of you. I am quite fond of you both. And birthing several children would be beneficial for all. Their hopes were dashed, and both men glared at each other in irritation. Meanwhile, Qin Xiao watched the unfolding scene with trepidation, taking a sip of his drink to calm his nerves. What kind of predatory proposition is this? The onlookers, including Wang Ji and others, wore expressions of sympathy, though a hint of schadenfreude was evident in their gazes. Even Rox appeared to be subtly amused. He was relieved Linlin had only approached him once, and after being rebuffed, she had not returned. Had she done so again? He might have been compelled to take drastic measures. Wang Ji and his companions had previously endured Linlin's advances, had it not been for their considerable strength and camaraderie. They might have succumbed to her whims. Thus, they empathized deeply with Shiki and Newgate and Apos' predicament. Haha. Vice Captain, I suggest you acquiesce to Linlin. The offspring you produce would undoubtedly possess exceptional talents, thereby enhancing our strength within the Rox Pirates. Wang Ji was in high spirits, relishing the sight of Qin Xiao's discomfort. His resentment towards Qin Xiao had grown increasingly intense over time, and his animosity towards Rox was equally potent. Thus, witnessing others' misfortunes brought him delight. As for Rox, he had yet to encounter a challenge that could diminish his stature, and even if he did, he would not dare show vulnerability. For now, he could only find solace in mocking Qin Xiao. Chapter 10. The Navy, a world-class force in its 20s. Wang Ji had also been harassed by Charlotte Linlin. Yet he resolutely declined her advances with righteous indignation. It is undeniable that she possesses remarkable qualities. However, individuals like her are looked down upon by their proud pirate crew. Oh, Wang Ji, you seem quite capable as well. Why not take a turn yourself? I hear Linlin has extended an invitation to you. Why not accept? Qin Xiao remarked, unyielding in his response to Wang Ji and Apos' words. Qin Xiao was not surprised by Wang Ji and Apos' comments. Ever since he was appointed vice captain a few months ago and faced rejection from Rox when he voiced his dissent, Wang Ji had harbored grievances against both Qin Xiao and Rox. Nonetheless, he could only vent his frustrations verbally due to his lack of strength. If Rox had delivered a unified decision, someone of Wang Ji's caliber would have already been dealt with, and he would not have been allowed to prance about so brazenly. After receiving such a retort, Wang Ji attempted to respond but was restrained by John and Silver Axe beside him, ultimately resigning to his fate and sulking with his drink. Observing his subdued demeanor, Qin Xiao felt a wave of disinterest wash over him. Having eaten and drunk his fill, he found little purpose in lingering and exchanged a few words with Rox before departing the room. Although he had no interest in the Golden Lion and Apos' overtures, he recognized the merit in his swordsmanship and decided to pay him a visit. As for the suggestion of staying aboard his ship, that was unnecessary. A simple exchange of sword techniques would suffice. However, he mused, those two unfortunate souls should have returned by now. Surely they had not yet escaped Linlin's clutches. Perhaps not. Qin Xiao was uncertain as he made his way toward Shiki's ship. Outside, the atmosphere among the pirates was far more lively than within. Numerous captains congregated, and small-time pirates formed clusters, bustling about, engaging in animated conversations, while some lay drunkenly on the ground, babbling nonsensically. Upon seeing Qin Xiao emerge, a seemingly asleep young pirate, taking advantage of the distraction, stealthily rose and slipped away to a corner to make a phone call. As Qin Xiao walked, he suddenly halted. Casting a glance at the spot where the young pirate was making his call, a faint smile graced his lips. But he chose to ignore it and continued on his way. He had long been aware of the presence of an undercover agent aboard. However, he had remained largely reclusive, appearing only once when he first joined the Rox Pirates. This allowed the infiltrators to recognize him merely as the vice captain, with little knowledge of his capabilities, leaving them at a loss. His decision to venture out today was not without intent to make a statement to the outside world. Thus he opted not to intervene with these undercover agents, allowing them to be. They posed no threat to him, and this was ultimately Rox and Apos' concern, not his. Since Rox himself seemed unconcerned, Qin Xiao felt no obligation to care. Although he held the title of vice captain, he did not regard the Rox Pirates as his family. As long as his own interests were not threatened, everything else was inconsequential. Meanwhile, at Marine headquarters in Marineford, Admiral Steelbone Kong was engaged in discussions with Carp, Sengoku, and Zifa. The emergence of the Rox Pirates in the New World was of paramount importance to the world government. which had issued a directive to spare no effort in their eradication. However, the current predicament lay in the fact that the Marine bases stationed in the New World were virtually powerless and lacked any deterrent effect. It would not surprise Steelbone Kong if the area were entirely cleared of Marine presence. He spoke with a weary expression, his words laden with concern. Indeed, the Marines' influence in the New World is nearly non-existent. Moreover, the Rocks pirates possess an overwhelming number of elite forces. Any rash attempt to confront them would be tantamount to walking into a death trap. Sengoku replied, his demeanor grave. Suddenly, the phone bug on the table rang, interrupting their conversation. They all paid little attention, recognizing that a call at this moment must pertain to a critical matter. Without hesitation, Steelbone Kong answered the phone. Admiral Steelbone Kong, I have urgent news to report regarding the vice captain of the Rocks pirates. Upon hearing this, Steelbone Kong and his companions became immediately serious. Rocks, the vice captain of the Rocks pirates, has made an appearance today. The undercover young pirate spoke in a hushed tone, yet the gravity of his words was unmistakable. What? You mean that Qin Xiao, who battled Rocks on the day of his induction and suffered minimal losses? Steelbone Kong uttered Qin Xiao's name with a grave expression, causing Sengoku and Zifa to adopt similarly somber visages, while Carp continued eating senbei, appearing indifferent. Yes, it is indeed him, Qin Xiao, the vice captain who joined the Rocks pirates just a few months ago. Steelbone Kong, upon confirmation, became animated. He has resurfaced. Finally, we have found an opportunity. Did you manage to capture his appearance? If so, please send it back at your earliest convenience. We have lacked any visual information about him, making our efforts difficult. Indeed. Steelbone Kong spoke the truth. The Marines had been without a photograph of Qin Xiao. They had only heard rumors of his existence. This was due to the fact that on the day Qin Xiao joined, Rocks had executed a massacre aboard the ship, eliminating the undercover agents, leaving one agent only time to relay the name and position before being captured. Thus, it was understandable why Steelbone Kong was so excited. The thought of a potential adversary of Rock's caliber being unknown to the enemy navy was unsettling. The undercover agent began recounting the details. This Qin Xiao appears quite young, barely in his 20s. After engaging in conversation with some seasoned pirates today, I gathered information about him. He is a master swordsman, possessing all three forms of haki at the pinnacle of their power, and he wields a mythical Zoan-type devil fruit. I am unsure of the fruit and Apos' name, but it is undoubtedly related to dragons. Looks to be in his early 20s. They gasped in disbelief. So young, a mythical Zoan, a master swordsman, and at the peak of haki, he must be the chosen one. From the description, it was evident that Qin Xiao was nothing short of a monster, and it was easy to imagine that his strength had grown even further in the months since. While it might not have increased drastically, it was still formidable. He was practically on par with Rocks. Absurd, utterly absurd. Chapter 11, the Naval Headquarters Response in the Mockery of the Golden Lion at this moment. Sengoku and Zephyr exchanged glances, both astonished by the incredulous expressions on each other and Apos' faces. The intelligence they had gathered indicated that every officer of the Rocks pirates possessed formidable strength. For instance, Edward Newgate, a paragon of might, stood as a true titan upon the ocean's pinnacle. His destructive capabilities, particularly those derived from the Tremor fruit, were nothing short of terrifying. The other officers were equally formidable, especially the Golden Lion. Like Newgate, he exhibited strength that rivaled that of Garp and Zephyr, while Sengoku, though slightly less potent, compensated with his unparalleled strategic acumen. From the intelligence available, it appeared that the vice captain of the Rocks pirates, Qin Xiao, was even more fearsome than Rocks himself. Despite his youth, he stood at the zenith of power in the ocean, indicating that he was a future adversary of the Navy. After delivering this unsettling news, the undercover agent abruptly terminated the call, leaving the room filled with a complex array of emotions. Steelbone Kong opened his mouth but found no words to express. A heavy silence enveloped the room as each person wrestled with their thoughts. Why would this young man choose the path of piracy instead of joining the Navy? Given his pre-existing strength upon joining the Rocks pirates, one would think that the Navy, with its decent treatment, would be an appealing option. Kong shot a glare at Garp, who, upon speaking, had unleashed a barrage of thoughtless comments. The establishment of the Rocks pirates had attracted numerous newcomers, and the world government had been aware of this trend. It was clear that Rocks was not one to remain complacent, and now, with such a significant uproar, it was evident that the situation could escalate further if left unchecked. Sengoku, regaining his focus, began to analyze the situation carefully. He concurred with his earlier assessment, noting that not only did the captain boast many promising new pirate recruits, but the officers of the Rocks Pirates formed an insurmountable force. If they were afforded more time to cultivate their new members, the Navy would find itself in an even more precarious position. As the fleet admiral, Steelbone Kong had a comprehensive grasp of the situation and wholeheartedly agreed with Sengoku's analysis. At this juncture, Garp adopted a serious demeanor alongside Zephyr and Sengoku. All eyes turned to Kong, awaiting his decision. Regarding Qin Xiao, we currently lack the opportunity to confront him. Let us place him on the blacklist for the time being. However, I must emphasize that he does not seem to embody the same malevolence as the other pirates of the rocks. Perhaps we should consider the possibility of bringing him into the Navy. Of course, this would merely be an exploration of options. Should it succeed, we would all rejoice. And if it fails, we would incur no significant loss. Kong inhaled deeply, his expression grave as he regarded the three men before him. It was evident that constraining the Rocks Pirates was virtually impossible. They had only become more formidable with the addition of an array of monsters. Although he did not vocalize this concern, the weight of it was palpable among Garp, Zephyr, and Sengoku, deepening their collective anxiety. Meanwhile, Qin Xiao had arrived at the Golden Lion ship, scanning the interior with his observation haki and sighed in relief. Fortunately, the foolish lion had managed to evade Big Mom's grasp. "Shiki, I'm here. Come out and greet me at once," Qin Xiao called out cheerfully. Inside, Shiki wore a disgruntled expression, lamenting his misfortune. Just as he had planned to see Qin Xiao after managing to extricate himself from Big Mom's clutches, he found himself further delayed by Newgate's conversation, which had consumed much of his time. His spirits lifted momentarily upon hearing Qin Xiao's voice, but his elation quickly dissipated when he heard the subsequent words. "You're using me and Newgate as a shield, forcing us to flee in embarrassment," Shiki bellowed as he stormed out of the ship, exuding fury. Facing him, Qin Xiao felt a twinge of awkwardness and sheepishly rubbed his nose. Clearly, Shiki had suffered at the hands of Big Mom, and his ire had now been redirected towards Qin Xiao. "Come now, Captain Shiki, don't be so petty. Besides, you and Newgate saw Big Mom coming and failed to warn me. You bear some blame too. Knowing what sort of person she is, pretending to be oblivious is simply outrageous." Shiki found himself momentarily speechless, taken aback by Qin Xiao's audacity. The audacity of such a retort was unprecedented in the pirate world, where no one had ever encountered such a counterargument. Well, fine, my bad. Let us put that aside and discuss serious matters." Shiki hastily redirected the conversation, unable to counter Qin Xiao's claims. Yet, Qin Xiao was not one to let the matter rest easily. "Shiki, let us be honest. You merely escaped from Big Mom's clutches, and it took you an inordinate amount of time. That raises some eyebrows." Raising an eyebrow with intrigue, Qin Xiao continued, "What nonsense are you spouting? How could I possibly be interested in someone like Big Mom?" Shiki exclaimed, his face contorting in distress. "Haha, calm down, Shiki. I'm merely jesting. Don't take it too seriously. However, your reaction does pique my curiosity. Could it be that you actually spent some intimate time with Big Mom?" Qin Xiao teased. Though he quickly noted Shiki's deepening scowl, it was clear that any further jests might provoke an explosive reaction. "Now, what were you doing on the ship? I've been calling you for ages." Qin Xiao raised an eyebrow, inquiring further. Chapter 12. The Duel on Maple Leaf Island. "Improvement in swordsmanship. Have you come to a decision regarding my proposal?" Shiki gazed at Qin Xiao with eager anticipation, disregarding the question posed. "I'm not entirely certain at the moment. I've merely come to inform you that I agree to discuss swordsmanship," Qin Xiao replied with a smile, casting a glance at him. To Qin Xiao, the specifics were of little consequence. The location mattered not, as each day was devoted to training and combat to enhance his strength. Even without rigorous training, the system would automatically elevate his abilities, but this was contingent upon the system's continued existence. What if one day it were to vanish? Would his progress cease? Such a notion seemed implausible, thus he recognized the necessity of his own efforts. Primarily, within the ranks of the Rocks Pirates, few had caught his attention, only Shiki, Edward Newgate, and Rocks himself. Should Kaido join later, he too would be included. The rest held little significance for him. Is that so? Very well. Let us strive for mutual advancement and aim to make further strides as great swordsmen. Shiki furrowed his brow momentarily before relaxing, circumstances being what they were. It was best to leave it at that. After all, time was abundant, and perhaps one day Qin Xiao would reconsider. Of course, had Rocks been present, he would have reprimanded Shiki for daring to vie for attention. However, Rox was evidently oblivious to this and would not intervene, rendering such discussions moot. All right, Shiki. Let us endeavor together. Allow me, the greatest swordsman, to spur you onward. Qin Chao exclaimed, laughing heartily as he patted Shiki on the shoulder. Greatest? What the? Shiki felt a wave of discomfort wash over him, as if those words were meant for him. With a slight grimace and an eye roll, he thought, You've only bested me once. When did you become the greatest swordsman? He dared not voice this thought, fully aware of Rox's formidable swordsmanship. Was it wise to make such a claim? In terms of swordsmanship, their skills were not vastly dissimilar. With continuous combat, the minor gap would soon close. As Shiki's talent in this era was indeed extraordinary. Enough. Let's leave it at that. It's already quite late. We can discuss matters tomorrow. I shall return to my ship now, Qin Chao declared, turning to depart and seeking rest aboard his vessel, on the modest island of Maple Leaf. Red maple leaves danced in the wind, while a brook meandered through the valleys, creating a soothing soundscape, an idyllic setting for seclusion. However, today the island was graced by unexpected visitors. Qin Chao and Shiki leaped from their pirate ship to the shore, engaging in a fierce duel. Bang, bang, bang. The clash between Qin Chao and Shiki intensified, each wielding their renowned blades and engaging in a contest of swordplay. Armed with the supreme great knife, the Longquan ancient sword, Qin Chao unleashed a powerful slash, the sword's energy carving a deep fissure into the ground. Shiki, however, was undeterred, brandishing his dual blades, Kuroki and Sakura, skillfully countering with two arcs of sword energy that effortlessly shattered Qin Chao's incoming strike. Their battle stirred waves of chaos across the island, scattering maple leaves and wreaking havoc on the terrain, leaving it pockmarked. Yet, both were world-class masters, unfazed by the destruction, their combat only growing more fervent. Meanwhile, Whitebeard watched intently, his hands itching to join the fray, but recalling that his duty was to safeguard the duel and deter any unwelcome interruptions, he settled down to observe. Unlike the chaotic displays often seen among devil fruit users, the elegance of these two great swordsmen captivated Newgate. He mused whether he could perform similarly, but quickly dismissed the thought. His own sword, that Song Yun cut, lacked the aesthetic appeal of their weapons, though he too wielded a supreme great knife. Its length and appearance rendered it less sword-like. After an exhaustive half-day of combat, the intensity of their exchanges faded, transforming into a mundane contest of swordplay. Now more about stamina than technique. Perhaps it was a shared understanding among masters. After exchanging smiles at noon, they paused to rest. Shiki felt invigorated by the morning's battles, inspiration blossoming within him, prompting a contented smile. Since that evening's conversation, he had brought Newgate to Maple Leaf Island for a series of daily duels. For Shiki, these past days had sparked new insights, and for Qin Chao, the experience was equally enriching, both unwittingly making strides in their abilities. As Shiki progressed, so did Qin Chao. Despite their status as great swordsmen, opportunities to spar with peers of their caliber were scarce, making these recent duels invaluable for deepening their understanding and mastery of swordsmanship. It was a mutual victory, though for Newgate, it felt as if he gained nothing, merely standing guard. Yet, he remained unconcerned, rather than lingering at the Rox Pirates. He preferred to roam freely, disenchanted with the crew and Apos' demeanor. How much longer will you two be battling? It has been 7 or 8 days. Newgate inquired with curiosity. Perhaps another week or so. Why do you ask, Newgate? Is there something on your mind? Qin Chao calculated the time, smiling as he spoke. Haha, not really. I and Apos, am just bored. Watching you two fight every day has my hands itching to join in. When will you let me have a go? Newgate chuckled, tapping his Song Yun cut. Understanding the sentiment, Qin Chao nodded. Indeed, Newgate was not yet the tempered man he would become decades later. His youthful fervor was still ablaze, and it was only natural for him to yearn for action after days of watching combat. Hold on, Newgate. I'll spar with you this afternoon, and we can see how my skills have developed over the past few days. Shiki was taken aback. He had thought his own progress substantial. Yet Qin Chao had evidently surpassed him. At times, he pondered whether this was the mark of a true prodigy. Chapter 13, Wagering with Edward Newgate. If there were a few more monsters like Qin Dynasty in this world, these individuals would scarcely need to struggle for survival. After all, they could hardly contend against the sea. What else could they do? Their strength had already reached such heights, and yet it continued to escalate at an astonishing rate. Where could one seek reason in this? It was fortunate that Shiki remained unaware that the prowess of the Qin Dynasty had only taken 6 years to reach such a level. Had he known, he might have contemplated a leap into the sea. Thus, the modest increase in his strength over these past few days paled in comparison to that of Qin Dynasty. Very well, I understand, Qin Dynasty remarked after a moment of contemplation. Since you, Newgate, cannot remain idle, as Shiki previously suggested, why not engage him in a duel? I have some insights to ponder and shall refrain from fighting you for the time being. However, I have long desired to face you in battle. Qin Dynasty was genuinely eager to test Newgate's strength, to ascertain whether it truly was as formidable as rumored. After all, to arrive in this era and not engage in combat with Newgate would be an utter failure. Delaying the confrontation until Newgate aged, reliant on life-sustaining nutrients, was clearly impractical. Thus, it seemed prudent to seize the opportunity to duel within these few years. As for Shiki, facing Newgate would likely yield the greatest chance of defeat. Despite his recent progress, his physical prowess remained insufficient, a glaring weakness that rendered him incapable of enduring prolonged combat. This is quite amusing, Qin Dynasty mused, envisioning the fiery Newgate potentially overwhelming Shiki. He chuckled at the thought, though he managed to suppress his mirth upon observing Shiki in an exuberant exchange with Newgate. Regardless, one must preserve a semblance of dignity. Newgate, I assure you, this afternoon and Appos, this bout will end in your defeat. There is no other possibility, Shiki declared with unwavering confidence. Newgate merely rolled his eyes, accustomed to Shiki's antics. He had noted Shiki's progress in recent days. Yet it did not imply that victory was assured. A mere enhancement in swordsmanship posed little challenge to him. Shiki, do refrain from boasting. You look rather foolish with that demeanor. Victory and defeat can only be discerned in combat. Premature declarations are ill-advised, he admonished. This was a common sentiment among the officers of the Rocks Pirates. Any increment in strength was hard-won through relentless battles for survival. Newgate did not harbor disdain for Shiki's enthusiasm. Rather, he found discomfort in the flamboyant display. While he could overlook Shiki's exuberance, he could not afford to disregard the vice-captain of the Rocks Pirates, Qin Dynasty. Previously slightly inferior to Rocks, his recent enhancement was indeed the more terrifying prospect. Newgate's expression momentarily tightened before he relaxed, shaking his head with a smile. What is there to fear? I am Edward Newgate. Strength is simply relative. Let us engage without hesitation. Vice-Captain Qin Dynasty, I eagerly await our confrontation, Newgate exclaimed, brandishing his supreme blade, the Tornado Cutter, and laughing heartily. Although it took Newgate some time to respond, Qin Dynasty paid little heed to the delay, merely pleased by his agreement. Very well, it is settled. However, let there be stakes involved. Should I lose, I shall grant you a condition of your choosing, provided it does not endanger those dear to me. Beyond that, all is permissible. The rationale for not specifying against wanton slaughter was clear. As pirates, they cared little for such distinctions, even if one intended no harm to innocents. The reality was far from guaranteed. A mere shockwave from their level of strength could annihilate countless lives, and the battlefield was not a domain they governed. As for claims of Appos, good pirates, and Appos, Qin Dynasty found himself perplexed by such notions. How could one be deemed a pirate and simultaneously possess virtue? Much like the protagonists of this world, Luffy and his crew, who seemingly engaged in noble deeds, the death toll behind their grand escapades remained a mystery. Indeed, pirates are simply pirates. They invade without invitation and cannot be cleansed of their sins. Returning to the matter at hand, Qin Dynasty did not impose restrictions regarding indiscriminate killing. Excellent. Since Vice-Captain Qin has spoken, I, Newgate, shall not hesitate either. My stake shall mirror yours. If I lose, I shall unconditionally assist you with one task, Newgate stated, locking eyes with Qin Dynasty earnestly. Agreed. Let us each strive to prepare. The battle may commence at any time, as long as we are ready. Qin Dynasty replied with a satisfied nod and a smile. As the two engaged in spirited conversation, Shiki, the Golden Lion, felt his patience wane. Their apparent disregard for his presence was infuriating. If he could endure this, he would not be Shiki. Hey, what is the meaning of this? Do not converse without acknowledging me. I too wish to partake in this wager. Let the three of us engage in battle. Shiki interrupted, his frustration evident. Qin Dynasty remained silent, but Newgate could no longer contain himself. He and Shiki had always been adversaries, and he could not help but respond. Shiki, must you insert yourself into everything? Have you no sense of decorum? Newgate chided, towering over Shiki with a frown. Shiki, growing increasingly intolerable, felt compelled to interject. What audacity! Newgate, if I recall correctly, the spotlight has been on me and Qin Dynasty these past few days. What do you bring to this gathering? Had he known this would occur, he would have refrained from inviting Shiki altogether. Shiki glared at Newgate, his frustration palpable. Chapter 14. Rivals. Stubborn Shiki, had I known this would happen, I would not have summoned you here. At this moment, Shiki glared fiercely at Whitebeard. To be honest, Shiki did not expect that calling Whitebeard would manage to infuriate him. His normally calm demeanor turned a shade akin to that of a liver. Just wait. I shall make you regret this in the afternoon. I will press you into the ground and rub your face in it. Well, if Shiki wishes to join in, it is not out of the question. These matters are trivial. Seeing that they were about to continue their quarrel, Qin Xiao took on the role of mediator. At times, he truly felt helpless. Although these two appeared to be formidable titans of the sea, only a select few who were close to them knew how immature they truly were. They would bicker over trivialities and, in moments of anger, resort to blows. This was not the issue. The key point was that Whitebeard was significantly stronger than Shiki. In their encounters, victories were far more frequent for Whitebeard, so he was not concerned. At times, one might wonder if Shiki had a masochistic tendency, for he seemed to derive pleasure from presenting his face to be struck. Unbeknownst to Shiki, in Qin Xiao and Appo's eyes, he was perceived in a rather unfortunate light. Had he realized that this proud man was viewed in such a manner, he would undoubtedly have fought back fiercely. Upon noticing Qin Xiao mediating, Whitebeard ceased his provocations. After all, even disregarding Qin Xiao's position as first mate, one had to consider his strength and the bonds he forged. Whitebeard was certainly interested in winning over Qin Xiao. Otherwise, Shiki would not be worthy of his presence. All right, let us heed the first mate's counsel, he proclaimed. Shiki, stop this nonsense. It is pointless. We shall settle this in due course. Whitebeard chuckled heartily at Shiki. Just wait, Whitebeard. If I do not beat you to a pulp today, I am not the Golden Lion, Shiki. As time passed, the group returned to their pirate ship for a meal and a brief respite before heading back to the island to prepare for the next round of combat. Come, Shiki, let me witness your meager improvement, Whitebeard sneered, swinging his weapon, the Tsung Yun Xia, with disdain. He genuinely believed that Shiki's slight enhancement would not pose a threat to him. Had it been that easy, he would have long since sent Shiki flying. At that moment, Qin Xiao observed closely, eager to relish the unfolding spectacle. He surmised that Shiki would inevitably succumb to the taunt and strike first. Sure enough, upon hearing those words, Shiki's face flushed crimson. So, you look down on me, Whitebeard? Very well, I shall show you. He promptly drew his two swords, Kumu and Ingshi, unleashing two slashing strikes aimed directly at Whitebeard. Naturally, Whitebeard was not one to back down. He met Shiki's onslaught with his own Tsung Yun Xia, effortlessly shattering the two strikes. The scattered sword energy filled the air, further exacerbating the already ravaged environment from their earlier skirmish. Thus, the two engaged in a fierce exchange, with Whitebeard continually provoking Shiki to incite a frenzied offensive. Marvelous. This is entertaining. Keep it coming, Qin Xiao thought to himself, reveling in the spectacle. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted. Both combatants began to unleash their full potential. Whitebeard plunged the Tsung Yun Xia into the ground, clenched his fists tightly, and, after a brief moment, thrust them forward. The force of his punch shattered the surrounding space, leaving a trail of fractures in its wake. Shiki, not daring to underestimate the power of the tremor fruit, soared into the sky. As Whitebeard's punch approached, he felt the oppressive force of the tremor and, without hesitation, unleashed his ultimate technique. Lion's Roar, 1,000 cuts. With his dual blades, he released an endless wave of sword energy, striving to pierce through the tremor and amp, Appo's shroud. The speed was astonishing, and the scattered sword energy radiated an overwhelming chill, embodying its master's indomitable will as it surged forth to confront the relentless tremor. Upon impact, a tremendous explosion erupted, engulfing the area in thick smoke. As the haze dissipated, both warriors stood firm, gazing at each other, their fighting spirit nearly spilling over. Without surprise, they clashed once more. This time in a raw contest of muscle and steel, the air thick with a fervent intensity, neither willing to yield, both determined to outlast the other. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the victor of the two-day battle between Shiki and Whitebeard became apparent. Ultimately, Whitebeard emerged slightly triumphant. Do not gloat, Whitebeard. Had I not just recently sparred with Qin Xiao without adequate rest, the outcome might have been different. Despite his defeat, Shiki and Appo's defiance remained unyielding. He thought to himself that regardless of the truth, he could easily deflect blame. After all, was the Golden Lion not entitled to pride? Ah, Shiki, your shamelessness remains unmatched. Whitebeard chuckled. Since you put it that way, shall we rest for a few days before the rematch? Having grown accustomed to Shiki's character, Whitebeard laughed heartily. Shiki was momentarily taken aback. Why had he agreed so readily? Typically, based on past experiences, he would have been met with derision before declining. This was not how things were normally done. However, with the matter already broached, he steeled himself to comply. Very well, just wait. After a few days of rest, I shall press you into the ground. At that moment, Qin Chao interjected, placing a hand on Shiki's shoulder and addressing Whitebeard with a smile. Ha ha ha, Whitebeard, you fought well. This boastful lion is merely stubborn. A good lesson will do him well. But Shiki, you are becoming overly confident. We have only trained for a few days. And you dare provoke Whitebeard? Truly, this is absurd. Ah, Qin Chao, you should not speak so hastily. My performance was indeed subpar, had I been at my best. The outcome would have favored me, Shiki retorted, scratching his head sheepishly. What could he say about Whitebeard's prowess? Yet, with Qin Chao, he could not voice such sentiments. For he had never bested him, not once since their encounters began. After all, he was a monster of this era. Focus on honing your swordsmanship and strive to advance. Additionally, dedicate time to physical training to enhance your capabilities. With diligence, your strength will naturally reach new heights, Qin Chao advised earnestly. Had it not been for Shiki's recent kindness toward him, he would not have expended such effort in council. It remained true that in the Rocks Pirates, he held only Shiki, Whitebeard, and Rocks in high regard. The rest were beneath his notice. Chapter 15. Roger's gravitas and curiosity at this moment. All three were captivated by the commotion on the surface of the sea. In the realm of observation, they distinctly sensed a pirate ship advancing towards them. Its presence marked by several formidable auras that immediately seized their attention. Without hesitation, Qin Chao drew the ancient Longguan sword and executed a heavy, decisive strike. The boundless sword energy instantaneously cleaved the ocean and Appo's surface, creating deep fissures as it hurtled towards the distant pirate vessel. As time elapsed, the ship drew closer to the shore, and Qin Chao's gaze fell upon Roger and Rayleigh, who were observing them intently. Both parties remained on guard, neither daring to break the silence. Moments earlier, the Roger pirates were sailing leisurely across the sea when they detected a fierce clash ahead, igniting their curiosity. Roger commanded the crew to steer the ship closer to them. Aside from the Rocks Pirates, no other group posed a significant threat, given their own formidable strength. The core figure, Gold, Roger, the future king of pirates, may not have matched Rocks in power, but he was certainly on par with Qin Chao. His first mate, the Dark King Rayleigh, was equally remarkable, akin to the likes of Shiki and Whitebeard, albeit both were not yet at their peak. Having endured numerous battles, their confidence soared, compelling them to investigate the commotion, possibly with the intention of recruiting strong allies. The addition of another powerful individual could bolster their chances against the Rocks Pirates in the future. As laughter echoed aboard the ship, the crew remained blissfully unaware of the identity of their potential adversaries. Perhaps, even if they did know, it might not have concerned them greatly. Ha ha ha, there's a strong presence on the island ahead. It's been ages since I've witnessed a battle of this caliber, Roger exclaimed, leaning over the ship's railing, his eyes sparkling with excitement at the ongoing disturbance on the island. His interest in powerful figures was palpable. Having had his fair share of encounters with Rocks, losing to anyone was hardly a pleasant experience. Thus, strengthening their ranks was essential for future confrontations. Rayleigh, sipping from a flask, joined Roger at the railing but soon paused, uncertainty clouding his expression as he sensed the battle's residual energy. That attack. It resembles something from that Edward Newgate fellow. But what is he doing here? They had previously gathered intelligence on the Rocks Pirates' whereabouts, so his presence here was unexpected. Roger, what are you grinning about? That was clearly Newgate's attack. Can't you see? Rayleigh shouted, grabbing Roger's collar, his frustration evident. Despite the spittle that landed on his face, Roger merely wiped it away, chuckling. Oh, I thought it seemed familiar. It's Newgate, after all. What a pity it wasn't a wild strong man. We could have added to our crew. Rayleigh sighed, staring at the sky, lamenting, what have I done to deserve a captain like you? He pressed on, think about it. If Newgate is battling here, the Rocks Pirates won't be far behind. We are not prepared for a full-scale war with them. And if we stumble upon the wrong company, our crew won't survive. Rayleigh earnestly conveyed the gravity of the situation to Roger. If they were to confront Newgate and his crew head-on, it would be disastrous, especially given Roger's previous disdain for Rock's invitation to join forces. Just then, Roger's demeanor shifted dramatically. He pushed Rayleigh aside, drawing Ace, and executed a swift strike forward. The golden sword energy surged forth, countering the overwhelming slashing wave. Even after this display, he remained vigilant, a serious expression etched upon his face. A true powerhouse, one of the same caliber as Rox. Who could it be? Why are they allied with Newgate? Roger pondered, feeling increasingly cornered. His curiosity had led him here, and now he found himself entangled with a formidable adversary. Far from what he had anticipated, this seemingly wild strongman radiated hostility. The earlier strike could not have been a mere test of strength. He had underestimated the situation. It was evident that this formidable figure would not allow them to depart easily, leaving them with no choice but to confront the challenge. On a brighter note, the appearance of this wild strength indicated that the Rox pirates were not present on the island, a revelation that brought Roger some relief. "Roger, do you recognize the source of that slash?" Rayleigh inquired, having sensed the impending attack just as Roger had acted. Despite the trouble Roger had brought upon them, Rayleigh, as the captain he had chosen, was committed to seeing it through to the end. Jabba, having approached them unobserved, asserted that strike showed no mercy. "We were clearly regarded as enemies. The force behind it indicates the strength of its wielder, comparable to what we have seen from Rox." "Roger, what now? Shall we continue forward?" "If so, our brothers will accompany you," Jabba offered. Taking a deep breath, Roger and Appo's gaze flashed with resolve. "Of course, we must proceed. They are already awaiting us. If we hesitate now, we risk being ridiculed, not to mention my brother, Joel D. Roger would never allow such a slight." He refrained from voicing a lingering doubt. As one of the dominant forces in the New World, second only to the Rox pirates, he had never heard of such a formidable individual. His curiosity about this mysterious figure was insatiable. "Wait a moment, is that Shiki? And the unfamiliar man beside him must be the one who just attacked us." Rayleigh and Jabba exchanged knowing glances, understanding that since evasion was no longer an option, they must prepare for battle, having already mentally reconciled themselves to the possibility of death upon setting sail. Chapter 16. The encounter with Roger. As Newgate engaged in combat with Roger, Qin Shao urged his companions to hasten their approach to confront this enigmatic powerhouse. Roger, adjusting his stance, bellowed to those behind him while tightening his grip on Ace, a sudden realization dawning upon him. This individual must surely be affiliated with the Rox pirates. Otherwise, it would be inexplicable for both Newgate and Shiki to be in his company. Setting Newgate aside, Shiki was notoriously opportunistic. His presence here indicated a shared interest in this young man. But when had the Rox pirates ever introduced such a figure? Surely, it couldn't be their elusive first mate. If Shiki and Newgate were to hear this, they would emphatically confirm, "Indeed, this is our first mate, Qin Shao." Alas, they were still too distant to discern Roger's thoughts, as not everyone possessed the extraordinary observation haki akin to the red-haired Shanks, capable of perceiving the thoughts of others. But I digress. Let us return to the matter at hand. Roger had repeatedly attempted to utilize his ability to hear all things, yet to no avail. Perhaps it was due to Qin Shao's unique system that this extraordinary ability bore no effect on him. The swordsmanship displayed by this young man, standing at the pinnacle of martial prowess, was indeed perplexing, especially considering his youth. Roger stroked his chin, expressing a sense of helplessness. Well, continuing to speculate is futile. We shall proceed and uncover the truth upon arrival. As time progressed, Roger and his crew remained silent as they drew closer to the shore, finally reaching their destination. Observing the familiar figures of Shiki and Newgate nearby, Roger broke the silence, unable to contain his excitement. "Ha ha ha, it's been ages, Shiki, Newgate. What brings you here? And who is this young man beside you?" In response to his inquiry, Shiki and Newgate turned to regard Qin Shao, momentarily ignoring Roger. "Ha ha ha ha. Greetings. I'm Qin Shao. You should have heard of my name by now." Qin Shao chuckled, casting a glance at Roger's crew. "Qin Shao? Good heavens. I never anticipated that a mere jest would manifest into reality," Roger thought, astonished to encounter the elusive first mate of the Rox pirates, who had remained hidden from the public eye. This unexpected meeting evoked a mix of amusement and incredulity. Nevertheless, it was fortuitous to finally see him, should a confrontation arise. He would better understand his capabilities. Yet before engaging in battle, Roger had one crucial inquiry to make. Would Qin Shao consider joining his pirate crew? Although the likelihood was slim, one must seize every opportunity. Ha 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 ha. So, you are the rarely seen first mate of the Rox pirates. Your youth is indeed astonishing. What say you? Would you be interested in joining the Roger pirates? I assure you, what you gain here will be no less than what you would receive with the Rox. Roger bellowed with exuberance. Upon hearing this, Qin Chao immediately sensed Shiki and Newgate glaring at Roger with irritation. Clearly, this was no mere act. Roger's words were utterly out of line. Enough of your nonsense. Roger, to claim that what you offer is comparable to the rocks is sheer folly. Our first mate, Qin Chao, can already acquire everything he desires. Why would he risk offending rocks to join you? You are quite audacious. Shiki retorted, unable to contain his indignation. The notion of relinquishing someone he had yet to persuade was intolerable to Shiki. Moreover, he was correct. Qin Chao could effortlessly attain all he wished. Why would he jeopardize his standing with rocks for Roger? It was not as if Roger possessed any extraordinary allure. This situation contrasted with Shanks during the Marineford War, where Shanks sought to broker peace due to the Navy's precarious state and his knowledge of certain matters, leading to a well-considered decision. The current circumstances, however, were vastly different. All present possessed formidable strength, and it was entirely plausible that Qin Chao, Newgate, and Shiki could overpower the Roger pirates. For all these reasons, Shiki refused to indulge Roger. Gulalala. Roger, it's been ages, yet you remain so naive. There's no need to dwell on this. Our first mate will never accompany you. You should abandon that hope. Newgate, more appreciative of Roger's spirit, refrained from insults. Roger, dismissing their words as inconsequential, kept his gaze fixed on Qin Chao, eager to discern his decision. He had extended invitations to many over the years, all of whom had joined his crew. And he believed that his sincerity would surely resonate with Qin Chao. Unfortunately, this was merely an illusion. The next moment, Qin Chao broke his silence, flashing a broad smile at Roger. Ha 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 ha. Gold, Roger, I have long admired you, but I must decline your request. The reason is simple. Rocks has treated me exceptionally well, and for now, I have no intentions of leaving the Rocks pirates. Perhaps in the future, we shall see. Initially disheartened by the rejection, Roger quickly regained his composure, as he had anticipated such an outcome. However, the situation was not as dire as it seemed. He believed in Qin Chao's integrity. A force of such caliber would not speak falsely. Thus, he held on to the hope that there would be a chance, albeit not at this moment. Time was on his side. What were a few years for someone of such strength? Ha ha ha. I eagerly await that day. I hope we can become comrades in the future, Roger expressed with a cheerful demeanor, leaning against the railing while gazing at Qin Chao. At that moment, Newgate could no longer contain his frustration. Roger was attempting to claim someone he desired right in front of him. Was this not an affront? How could he tolerate this? Roger, Newgate roared, raising his sword, the Tsung Yun Chia, and swinging it fiercely. As the blade descended, the power of his devil fruit activated, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. An overwhelming shockwave surged towards Roger. In response, Roger unsheathed Ace, enveloping the sword in his Conqueror's haki while calling out, "God avoid!" In an instant, a slash imbued with Conqueror's haki tore through space, hurtling towards Newgate. Prepared for this, Newgate summoned his own strength. Veins bulging as he unleashed the Tsung Yun Chia, again shrouded in Conqueror's haki, crashing down with even greater force, countering the invincible brilliance of God Avoid. A thunderous explosion ensued, with the dispersed energy from God Avoid manifesting as fine sword chi that spread across the island, resonating with the echoes of countless fierce battles endured over days. The sea, too, was not spared, as the immense current surged with a cacophony, causing waves to ripple violently, even rocking the Oro Jackson to its core. Chapter 17. The Foolishness of Spark Jabba. After deflecting a blow, I landed steadily back on the deck and sheathed Ace back into its scabbard. Ha ha ha, Newgate, there's no need for such excitement from you. Roger laughed heartily. Roger, a good friend of Newgate, was well aware of his temperament and had anticipated this moment, thus had prepared himself accordingly. However, he remained blissfully unaware that Newgate's anger stemmed from his underhanded actions, still lost in his self-satisfaction. At this moment, Rayleigh, unable to tolerate the scene any longer, delivered a solid punch to Roger. The blow caused Roger to crouch down, his head throbbing painfully, tears involuntarily streaming from the corners of his eyes, and a large bump appearing on his forehead, leaving him in a rather pitiful state. What are you doing, Rayleigh? That hurts. Striking me for no reason is quite humiliating, Roger exclaimed, recovering slightly and venting his anger at Rayleigh. Rayleigh's lips twitched slightly. Humiliation? You lost that long ago, and you still fail to grasp the crux of the matter. He sighed. Fine, fine. Let me deal with the mess I've created myself. He then stepped forward, addressing the silent Qin Chao beside him with an apologetic tone. I apologize. Roger has always been a bit reckless. Please don't take offense. Qin Chao was momentarily taken aback by this statement. Initially, he had no intention of saying anything and was prepared to let it pass. But it seemed Rayleigh exhibited a far greater maturity than he did. Ha ha ha. Roger is the type to speak without thinking, but he is not malicious. The foolish remarks he just made were merely a reaction to your earlier flying slash that nearly severed our ship in two. Rayleigh continued to chuckle. Upon hearing this, Qin Chao smiled. It appeared that the slash had struck true. Otherwise, it could have caused them considerable trouble later on. My apologies, it was merely a reflex. If you and Appos were interested, we could host a banquet together. Just as he was about to extend an invitation for drinks with Roger and the others, he was abruptly interrupted. You must be Vice Captain Qin Chao, right? You look rather young. Your strength shouldn't be so formidable. Are you merely pretending? This was Jabba's voice, expressing disbelief at Qin Chao's youth and presumed strength, prompting him to speak without thinking. This unexpected interruption irked Qin Chao slightly. Upon seeing Roger's pirate crew, he had hoped to forge friendships, or at the very least, avoid enmity, yet Jabba's immediate skepticism was anything but comforting. What do you mean, sparked Jabba? Are you questioning our vice captain's strength? What gives you the right to say such things? Also, it seems your crew doesn't show you, their captain, much respect. What gives them the right to speak at all, or is that your desire? Shiki did not hold back, confronting Roger immediately. Under normal circumstances, this might have been overlooked. But in this context, Jabba's interjection was wholly inappropriate, and Shiki was not one to tolerate such disrespect. Most importantly, Jabba openly doubted Qin Chao's strength. If Qin Chao were truly weak, how could he possibly hold the position of vice captain in the Rocks Pirates? Why would he and Newgate take the time to train alongside him? Had he lost to Qin Chao Weiss for mere amusement? Shiki had not reached such a level of disgrace. Jabba's blatant skepticism was a direct affront to their crew, a humiliation that someone as proud as he could not endure. Their affairs were not subject to external commentary. That was utterly ludicrous. Meanwhile, Newgate, tired of the frivolities, swiftly drew Song Yun Xie and struck at him. Jabba, taken aback, raised his axe just in time to block the blow. Confusion washed over him. Why was Newgate attacking him? Their relationship should not warrant such aggression. Edward Newgate. What madness is this? You can't attack me without reason. Are you provoking the Roger Pirates? Jabba shouted, desperate for Newgate to cease his assault. Yet, he was clearly mistaken. As Shiki had pointed out, their crew's matters were not for others to critique, and the imbalance of power rendered Jabba's protests futile. Had Roger or Rayleigh uttered such words, Jabba might have reacted differently, merely cursing them in return, but Jabba was in no position to act with such bravado. A slight advantage in strength did not grant him the liberty to act recklessly here, especially when he was outmatched. Thus, Newgate's strikes grew increasingly forceful, and it seemed Jabba would soon falter when Roger intervened to rescue him. What's wrong with Jabba today? Uttering such foolish remarks. However, I can't just watch him perish. Ace unsheathed his sword once more to counter Newgate's onslaught, the clash of Conqueror's haki unleashing a tempestuous wind. The blades of Song Yun Xie and Ace collided in midair, sending a rush of air and explosive sounds rippling outward. After landing steadily, Roger chuckled helplessly. Ha ha ha. Newgate, Shiki. Would you please spare Jabba this once for my sake? He did not intend to offend Vice Captain Qin Chao or the Rocks Pirates. Newgate and Shiki remained silent, lacking the authority to make decisions for Qin Chao, and thus turned to him for guidance. Very well, but remember this lesson, sparked Jabba, should you forget, next time. It will not be so easy, and you will come to know the true extent of my strength, Qin Chao remarked, casting a disdainful glance at Jabba. These words brought a collective sigh of relief from Roger's crew, including Newgate. Had Qin Chao truly decided to escalate matters, the consequences could have been dire. Newgate had sought to act before Shiki could, having sensed the displeasure on Qin Chao's face, had he intervened. It was certain that half of Roger's crew would not have survived the day. Hence, hearing that he would not pursue the matter, Newgate genuinely relaxed. Ha ha ha. Thank you, Qin Chao. I owe you a favor this time. Roger laughed heartily, revealing a sincere smile. At this moment, neither party paid attention to Jabba's resentful gaze. After all, it was rather absurd to concern themselves over someone who had just caused a ruckus. Thank you, Shiki. Newgate will treat you to a meal tomorrow. Qin Chao held their assistance in high regard. Although it was not a grand gesture, it indicated a budding camaraderie. A simple meal to express gratitude was hardly an inconvenience. The two exchanged glances, each seeing the mutual appreciation reflected in the other's eyes. Such trivial matters were but a small effort for them, and earning Qin Chao's goodwill was their greatest reward. Come now, Vice Captain Qin Chao, we are friends, are we not? In situations like this, lending a hand is only natural. So do not take it to heart. Roger laughed heartily. Indeed, these are mere trifles. Given our relationship, this is hardly a burden. As evening descended upon Maple Leaf Island, music filled the air as a group of pirates danced around a bonfire, beer in hand, reveling in their merriment. At this moment, Qin Chao stood face to face with Rayleigh, while Roger, with his arm around Shiki's shoulder, observed from a distance. Rayleigh, I've heard your swordsmanship is quite formidable. How about we have a friendly duel today, so I may learn a thing or two? Chapter 18, Rayleigh defeated. Qin Chao wielded the unparalleled Dakuai Dao, the ancient Longwan sword. His eyes slightly narrowed as he gazed at Rayleigh. He was eagerly anticipating this battle, considering that among the members of the Roger Pirates, only Roger himself, Rayleigh, and the future edition of Kazuki Oden were worthy of his attention. The rest were insignificant in his eyes. As for the future Yonko, Shanks, and Buggy, they were merely juniors, and their potential would only be assessed much later. Thus, he held high expectations for Rayleigh's sword. Perhaps it would bring him unforeseen surprises. Ah, splendid. I too am eager to engage in this duel with the Vice Captain Qin Chao. I hope you will show me some leniency, Rayleigh exclaimed cheerfully, adjusting his glasses while gripping Griffin in his right hand. As both prepared for the duel, a tense silence enveloped the beach, thick with anticipation. As the initiator of this contest, Qin Chao struck first, lifting the Longwan sword slightly, merging his essence with the blade itself. An endless surge of sword energy erupted around him, causing the ground beneath to crack violently. Was this truly his strength? It seemed he was not just a name without substance. At such a young age, his swordsmanship rivaled that of seasoned masters. However, Rayleigh was undeterred. Come, Qin Chao. Show me the extent of your abilities. This alone cannot intimidate me. With heightened alertness, Rayleigh spoke to unsettle his opponent. In a situation where both combatants were closely matched in swordsmanship, the evaluation of combat prowess extended beyond mere strength. It hinged on how effectively one could wield that strength. Thus, experience in battle was paramount, and Rayleigh seized upon this. He doubted that Qin Chao's practical experience could surpass his own. In an instant, Rayleigh's eyes gleamed with determination as he unleashed a swift slash, a blinding radiance illuminating the beach as it hurtled towards Qin Chao. Just as that initial strike was shattered, Rayleigh's piercing sword energy threatened to cleave him in two. In the blink of an eye, Qin Chao responded with a decisive blow. Black Sword, Mountain Splitter. A deadly sword energy, honed through days of relentless training, erupted forth. This attack resonated with a sorrowful wail, its malevolence almost disorienting. After shattering the incoming sword energy, Qin Chao closed the distance to Rayleigh in an instant. Confronted by this overwhelming force, Rayleigh felt the pressure. His right hand was taut with strain. The Conqueror's Haki enveloping Griffin as his eyes flared with crimson intensity. Extinguish. With a mighty swing infused with Conqueror's Haki, the collision unleashed a cataclysmic force. The red aura saturating the skies. Even the distant revelers were drawn to this spectacle. For a moment, the two waves of sword energy clashed, neither yielding an inch, until they ultimately dissipated. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Rayleigh acknowledged the close call. Had he not reacted swiftly, the outcome could have been dire. It has been ages since I encountered such a formidable swordsman. Though perilous, this exhilarates me. Let us continue, Qin Chao. I have not faced a master of your caliber in quite some time. Even Shiki pales in comparison, as he cannot provide such pressure. Very well, Rayleigh. I acknowledge your prowess. From this point onward, let us hold nothing back. Otherwise, we may inadvertently meet our demise. Qin Chao laughed heartily, inwardly summoning the long-forgotten system. Super Sign-In System. Host, Qin Chao. Fruit ability. Zoan-type fish fruit Crimson Dragon form. 99 developed. Physique. Top tier. Conqueror's Haki. Top tier. Armament Haki. Top tier. Observation Haki. Top tier. Foreseeing 7 seconds into the future. Swordsmanship. Limit-breaking progress. 5. System assessment. Outstanding. The host has now transcended into another dimension, surpassing over 99 of individuals, drawing closer to the title of World King. Continue striving, for the world is yours. This marked a significant enhancement over the past period. Armament and Observation Haki reached their peak during recent sign-ins, while the fruit ability had also made strides. Though Awakening still awaited the last challenging percentage, his gaze lingered on his swordsmanship, which had ascended to new heights through rigorous training, rendering today's duel relatively effortless. Upon returning to the present, Rayleigh leaped forward, resembling a bullet as he closed the gap to Qin Chao, his sword enveloped in Conqueror's Haki, emanating an intimidating aura. Without hesitation, Qin Chao met the challenge, the Longquan sword entwined with Conqueror's Haki as they engaged in close combat. The clash of blades unleashed chaotic sword energy, whipping up sand and debris, while the ocean nearby mirrored the turmoil, fissures appearing from the onslaught. After several exchanges, neither opponent could claim victory. This outcome was unsatisfactory to Qin Chao, who firmly planted himself on the beach. Rayleigh, this stalemate serves no purpose. It is a waste of time. Let us conclude this with a single decisive strike. Agreed. Let us finish this swiftly. I am quite hungry after this bout. Rayleigh nodded, rubbing his rumbling stomach. Exchanging a knowing glance, both began to gather their strength. A cold smirk adorned Qin Chao's face, his eyes glinting with intensity as he raised the pitch-black Longguan sword. The sword intent surging within him. With a powerful swing, he directed the blade towards Rayleigh. Possessing limit-breaking swordsmanship and top-tier haki, the energy coalesced into a vivid crimson dragon. Rayleigh, undeterred, summoned his own prowess, the conqueror's haki swirling around his black blade, his aura commanding as if he were a sovereign gazing down upon Qin Chao. With a firm stance, he propelled himself forward. Once more, their weapons met in a fierce collision, the red dragon's essence clashing against Rayleigh's formidable presence. Time seemed to stretch. Perhaps 10 seconds or a minute passed, until Rayleigh was sent hurtling backward by the overwhelming force of the attack. With victory assured, Qin Chao swiftly retracted his sword, preparing to pull Rayleigh back. Yet, Roger beat him to it, embracing Rayleigh, whose chest bore a grave wound, blood seeping forth as he succumbed to unconsciousness. This was not entirely Qin Chao's fault. At the final moment, Roger discerned that he had tempered his strength, or else the outcome might have been far worse. It could only be said that Rayleigh had simply been bested. How is he, Roger? Is he all right? Qin Chao inquired with genuine concern, having not anticipated that even his restrained strike would possess such devastating might. It was truly a regrettable circumstance. They had just spoken of returning to share a drink together. Chapter 19. The hatred of Jabba and the mockery of Rayleigh. However, in his current state, Rayleigh could hardly even consider drinking. He had likely been unable to eat for several days. It was indeed a rather helpless situation. It and Appos, as nothing. Rayleigh simply overestimated his own capabilities. Suffering this injury may prove beneficial, preventing him from misjudging his own strength. Roger consoled, shaking his head. Ha ha ha. Our vice-captain from the Qin dynasty is truly formidable. Yet you all have underestimated him. If we had any ill intentions towards the Roger pirates, you would all be left behind. Newgate, indifferent to Rayleigh's condition, continued to provoke Roger with his words. Humph. I admit I was indeed negligent, but what of it? My very presence here signifies that the situation has not escalated to that degree. Furthermore, I have many young talents aboard my ship. Though they may not reach the heights of the Qin dynasty, they can carve their own paths to greatness. Roger retorted, unabashedly challenging Newgate. Conversely, what about you, Newgate? Your crew seems to consist of mere trifles. When will you assemble the pirate crew of your dreams? Roger scoffed, his disdain evident. Yet, he could not deny that the Roger pirates were currently lacking in skilled fighters. A twinge of envy flickered in his gaze as he glanced at the Qin dynasty. Such youth, such power, what extraordinary talent. If this continued, would his dream of becoming the Pirate King be dashed? How fortunate you are, Rox. To have gathered such formidable strength into your ranks so effortlessly is truly disheartening. Roger mused, lamenting the rapid influx of powerful pirates into the Rox pirates, making his own crew's situation increasingly precarious. Do not let him find an opening, or he will surely annihilate you. Just wait and see. As for Qin dynasty, I am unsure of his true nature, but judging from Newgate's demeanor, he appears to be a trustworthy ally. However, the likes of Shiki and Charlotte Linlin are no trifling matter. Roger warned. Without sufficient benefits and overwhelming strength, they could hardly maintain their position within the crew. As long as Rox remained untroubled, all was well, yet should any issues arise, Roger was convinced that the Rox pirates would soon dissolve. Are you seeking a fight, Roger? You know it's improbable for me to encounter any trouble within the Rox pirates, yet you still speak of it. Newgate snapped, glaring at him, his weapon poised for action. Fear not. If necessary, we can always have another bout. Besides, you are aware of this fact. Yet you refuse to change and fear others' opinions? Newgate, previously seething with anger, fell silent, fully cognizant of the truth. Joining the Rox pirates was no easy feat. Nor was leaving a viable option. One either met their demise in battle or continued down a dark path. Exiting? That would depend entirely on Rox's consent. Rox had shown him kindness. He could not abandon ship regardless of the circumstances, not until Rox had perished. This was both a bottom line and a promise. Once, Sphinx had been destitute, driven to piracy out of necessity to support his hometown, yet his strength was limited, leaving many unmet needs. Rox had appeared and resolved these issues. How could he not repay such a significant debt of gratitude? Regrettably, Qin Dynasty was unaware of these sentiments. Had he known, he might have advised Newgate that Rox had not yet descended into darkness. Should that time come, the resources he sent home would be unreachable for those in his hometown, as they would be held captive by Rox. But all of this was a matter for another time. Newgate shook his head, emerging from his silence with a complicated expression. Forget it, you wouldn't understand these matters, and I shan't elaborate further. As for those ambitions, they will be realized in due course. At this moment, Roger recognized that his words had been overly harsh and felt a twinge of embarrassment as he scratched his head. The atmosphere grew tense until Jabba arrived. How is this possible? Vice Captain Rayleigh has been defeated, and it appears Qin Dynasty has emerged unscathed. Jabba thought, disbelief flooding his mind. He questioned whether he had consumed counterfeit liquor and was hallucinating. Yet, no matter how he rubbed his eyes, the scene remained unchanged. Even if he resisted accepting it, he had no choice but to confront this reality. Captain Roger, is Vice Captain Rayleigh all right? Jabba inquired anxiously, concern etched across his face. He's fine. He merely sustained a minor injury and fainted. It's nothing serious. A few days of rest will suffice, Roger assured him. Hearing this, Jabba finally exhaled in relief. All was well. That damn Qin Dynasty. How could he be so ruthless? It was merely a contest, yet he had injured the vice captain to such an extent. Hatred began to fester within him, and he blamed Qin Dynasty for it all. Had it not been for his own inadequacies, he would have already confronted him. Little did Qin Dynasty realize that Jabba, the third in command of the Roger pirates, had begun to harbor resentment against him, stemming from a contest that Qin had intentionally downplayed. Had he been aware, he would not have cared, for to him, Jabba was merely a small ant that could be easily crushed. Unbeknownst to them, Newgate observed everything with a furrowed brow, glancing at Roger before choosing silence. Whether Roger would mention this to Qin Dynasty upon his return remained uncertain, however. It was clear that he would refrain from doing so as long as the Roger pirates were present. Since the contest has concluded, let us return and continue the festivities. Tonight, we shall not depart sober, Qin Dynasty proclaimed, clapping his hands and addressing the assembly with a smile. Ha ha ha. Now that our business is concluded, it is time to revel in the celebration. Newgate and Roger's exuberant spirits restored the atmosphere, and the crowd hurriedly carried Rayleigh back to camp. On their return, Qin Dynasty understood well that Rayleigh would undoubtedly seek an opportunity to reclaim his honor, for having lost this encounter would tarnish his reputation as vice captain of the Roger pirates. However, Qin Dynasty felt no fear. Even if Rayleigh could not defeat him now, he would never reach his level. Moreover, today he had merely employed the sword. His true strength lay in his body and the powers of his devil fruit, with swordsmanship merely an enhancement. Thus, even if Rayleigh were afforded several decades, he would never catch up. In the coming days, there would be ample time for training or rest. The Rox pirates were currently quiet. Should any developments arise, the vice captain would be notified immediately. As the festivities progressed, Rayleigh awoke from his unconsciousness. Ha ha ha. How do you feel now, Rayleigh? Roger asked, his tone laced with mockery. Having grown accustomed to his captain's antics, Rayleigh would surely find amusement in Roger's own potential misfortunes should he ever find himself carried back in a similar state. Chapter 20. Roger's Hasty Retreat. Return to the Rox pirates. As for how it felt, it was quite remarkable, as not everyone can brace themselves to be pummeled. What else could I do? I didn't die, and I wasn't seriously injured. Didn't you already know that? Why are you even asking? Rayleigh gazed at Roger, nonplussed. Quit exaggerating. I wasn't asking about your injuries. I was asking for your impression of Qin Chao. As for your injuries, you just got a scratch. Stop rambling and tell me. Roger quivered, his whisker-like nose hairs twitching as he rolled his eyes. He just loves to provoke. Knowing he's impatient, he still plays these games. It's truly exasperating. Roger, already intrigued by Qin Chao, became even more fascinated after witnessing his true power. That's why he was so eager to ask Rayleigh. Alas, it's highly unlikely we can recruit Qin Chao. He's an utter prodigy. He appears to be in his early 20s. Yet his swordsmanship is probably beyond my reach in this lifetime. Crucially, aside from the known armament Haki and Conqueror and Appos, S-Haki, nothing else is clear. However, I surmise his observation Haki must also be top tier. As for whether he possesses devil fruit abilities, that remains unknown. After saying this, he reclined once more, caressing the long scar on his chest. He felt no shame about it. Rather, he felt a sense of pride. Just watch. No one else will be as fortunate as him. He might be the only one who survives against Qin Chao. The thought brought a secret thrill. Oh, right. There's one more thing. Qin Shao's combat experience is remarkably extensive. It's unknown where it comes from. Logically, it's impossible, yet it exists. He paused. I suffered so much because I didn't believe his combat experience was superior to mine. Is that so? It seems Qin Shao harbors a significant secret, but it's unlikely anyone will ever uncover it. His strength is so ludicrous, he's practically a second Rox. It seems we must maintain a cordial relationship with him in the future, or we might easily capsize. What do you think, Rayleigh? Roger pondered for a moment, gazing at him with some gravity. Indeed, we should be cautious. However, so far, I haven't detected any hostility from him. Let's interact with him gradually for a few days. However, Jabba seems hostile towards Qin Shao. I discerned this when he visited after I awoke. Roger. You must keep a close watch on him and prevent him from doing anything foolish that could disrupt the overall situation. As Rayleigh spoke, his expression grew somber. He was pleased to have a comrade like Jabba, but his occasional disregard for the big picture was frustrating. Arguing with him might make him take it to heart. So he decided to leave the matter to Roger. He wanted no part in it. Jabba? Impossible. He shouldn't be that kind of person. We've been together for so long, and I haven't seen anything amiss with him. His character is quite admirable. Could you be mistaken, Rayleigh? Roger was astonished, his face etched with disbelief. No, I couldn't be mistaken. You're too careless and never notice these details. Without me, you probably wouldn't survive for long. Rayleigh rolled his eyes, exasperated. How could he possibly be wrong about something so important? It was simply that Roger was too oblivious to notice such things. After a moment of silence, Roger's gaze was complex. All right, I understand. I'll keep a close watch on Jabba. I don't want him to do anything foolish either. Time passed swiftly, and another 7 days elapsed. During this time, Qin Shao, Roger, and Rayleigh grew closer, nearly to the point of Qin Shao being lured into their pirate crew. However, on the 4th day, they departed, embarking on yet another voyage. Over these few days, Shiki's swordsmanship had also improved considerably. Thus, 3 days prior, he challenged Newgate once more. And this time, he emerged victorious. Consequently, anyone could see the smugness plastered across his face these past 2 days. Newgate didn't pay it much heed. To him, losing to Shiki this time was inconsequential. They had always been like this. However, just as they were preparing to continue their games, a call came from Rox. Qin Shao, you should be well rested by now. Come back. There's something to be done. Rox didn't elaborate on the matter over the phone, but returning was imperative. After all, he couldn't simply laze around indefinitely. He'd start to rust. Ironically, it shouldn't have come to this. The first few days were fine, with Roger as a sparring partner. Qin Shao was living quite comfortably. But after just 3 days, alas, he quit, hastily returning to the ship and leaving without a word. Anyone would think his battered face had suffered some great injustice. As for the reason, he had no idea. Perhaps they had something going on, Qin Shao mused. Anyway, Let and Appos S return to the present. All right, Captain Rox, we and Appos LL be back shortly, at most half a day. All right, that and Appos S all. We and Appos LL discuss the other matters upon your return. Rox hung up. Time flew by, and it was soon afternoon. They were now approaching the Rox pirate ship. Ha 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 ha. After being away for nearly half a month, I find myself somewhat nostalgic upon seeing the ship again. Qin Shao was in particularly high spirits, chatting and laughing with Newgate. Garaha, of course. We all consider ourselves members of the Rox pirates now. Returning is like coming home. But it seems there are many new faces on board. There are quite a few unfamiliar figures. Newgate glanced around at the pirates standing on the main ship, chuckling in surprise. Is there something significant about to happen? Logically, these individuals should be on Hive Island. Why are they all on the ship? What exactly is Rox up to? Qin Shao narrowed his eyes, realizing something and pondering. Typically, the ship wouldn't be teeming with pirates unless there was a major operation underway. It's unnecessary, as only a few are needed to maintain the ship. This situation suggests an impending war. Just then, Qin Shao felt an overbearing gaze sweeping over him. Rox. Qin Shao immediately looked over, his expression tinged with surprise. For standing beside Rox was someone who should and Appos to have been there at this time. He saw a burly man with horns, wielding a spiked club, and dressed in tattered clothes. Kaido, what's going on? How did Kaido join the Rox pirates at this point? Is this another butterfly effect caused by me? According to the timeline, Kaido shouldn't join for nearly another year. The fact that he's here so early is quite unexpected. This future emperor of the New World is currently just a trainee in the Rox pirates. Intriguing, truly intriguing. Qin Shao smiled, averting his gaze. He wouldn't waste his attention on the mere Kaido. As he always said, regardless of whether it was the present or future Kaido. He would always be able to defeat him. There was no need to pay him any heed. He had fought both Roger and Rox, two figures who defined Eris. Why would he care about a mere Kaido? It was simply out of the question. Chapter 21. The Conqueror's Haki instantly defeats Kaido as the ship drew closer. Qin Zhao, Newgate, and Shiki leaped onto the main vessel. Before Rox could utter a word, Kaido impatiently approached them, scrutinizing each one, ultimately fixing his gaze on Qin Zhao. So young? He must be around my age. How could he possibly be qualified to serve as the vice captain of the Rox Pirates? No, I must put him to the test. If he can do it, so can I. Humph. I refuse to believe the other's claims of his strength. You, calling yourself Qin Zhao. What gives you the right to be the vice captain of the Rox Pirates? I challenge you. If you lose, you'll step down from that position. Kaido glared defiantly at Qin Zhao. All aboard watched the spectacle with keen interest, none daring to intervene, not even Rox himself. However, they secretly hoped to see Qin Zhao teach the brash Kaido a lesson, for his arrogance was insufferable, radiating an air of superiority. Among them was Wang Zhi, who eagerly anticipated a reckless confrontation that would further diminish Kaido's standing. Of course, many held great respect for Qin Zhao, having witnessed his prowess in battle against Rox. Newgate and Shiki could no longer contain themselves and were about to confront Kaido when Qin Zhao halted them. Newgate, Shiki, hold back. Let me handle this reckless fool myself. It has been ages since I encountered such talent. Haha. Kaido, come. Don't say I didn't give you a chance, if you can't seize it. Don't blame me. Oh, and be careful not to die. Qin Zhao brandished the ancient Longguan sword, a cold smirk adorning his face as he regarded Kaido. The latter, feeling the disdain emanating from Qin Zhao, felt a surge of indignation boiling within him. How could such a young brat have the audacity to act so arrogantly? Clearly, my strength is far more fitting for a position of authority. Now, not only have I failed to secure a rank, but I am also belittled by a mere child. My anger has reached its peak. Qin Zhao, you seek death. Just wait. Today I shall render you powerless and see how you continue to act proud. Shiki and Newgate exchanged glances, realizing Kaido was nothing but a fool, a reckless brute devoid of reason, prompting a twinge of sympathy towards him. Newgate, Shiki, step away from that brat. It would be unfortunate if you were to get caught in the crossfire. As Kaido spoke, he raised his kanabo, activating his haki, which enveloped his body in an ominous black hue, casting a chilling aura under the sun. Noticing that Newgate and Shiki remained unmoved, Kaido's frustration grew. So, you all look down on me, do you? Then today, I shall slay Qin Zhao before your very eyes. The two remained silent, merely observing Kaido. Their thoughts focused on how Qin Zhao might bring about Kaido's demise, which filled them with anticipation. Hey, Kaido, what the hell are you doing? If you're going to come at me, hurry up. Stop wasting time, and come find your death. Qin Zhao's impatience grew. This was supposed to be a quick affair. Yet Kaido lingered, igniting his frustration. Even Rox, allowing this farce to unfold, seemed unwell, letting such a fool provoke him. Hearing himself referred to as Kaido, the latter froze momentarily, almost losing grip on his kanabo, but then his fury erupted like a volcano, a powerful conqueror's haki bursting forth from his body, causing the ship to lurch. Boom. As Kaido leapt heavily, the vessel sank a fifth of its length, his red haki spreading unchecked. The small pirates behind him faced an unforeseen calamity, collapsing, eyes rolling back, foam spilling from their lips, and their heads tilting as they fell. Ha ha ha, perish. Qin Zhao, once you are dead, I shall take your place. Kaido grinned maliciously, his eyes cold. Meanwhile, Qin Zhao stood unfazed, sword in hand, simply watching him, which filled Kaido with a sense of triumph. See? This waste has been scared senseless. Once I finish him off, I can claim the vice-captaincy of the Rox Pirates. However, the tide turned swiftly as Qin Zhao's eyes gleamed with a flash of red. In the next moment, an overwhelming aura of royalty erupted from him, suppressing Kaido's feeble haki, forcing it to retract back into his body. What the hell? This conqueror's haki is outrageous. Have I misjudged him? Could Qin Zhao, the vice-captain, truly possess such formidable strength? No, I can't accept this. It must be a fluke, a mere coincidence. But reality was unyielding. The overwhelming pressure surged toward Kaido, enveloping the surrounding waters in a cacophony. The junior officers, of mere vice admiral caliber, were not spared from this onslaught. This was no gentle breeze like Kaido's. Qin Zhao's haki was on a whole different level, inflicting tangible harm. Vice Captain Qin Zhao, please temper your haki. Our brothers below can't withstand it. Yes, Vice Captain. Spare us. Direct your wrath at Kaido. We are innocent. The weaker junior officers cried out in desperation. Observing this, Qin Zhao furrowed his brow, immediately constraining his haki to target only Kaido. What? This haki can be controlled to this extent? I have truly stumbled upon a formidable opponent. What to do? Help! This compressed haki became even more potent, slamming Kaido down from the sky to the ship, blood oozing from his body. At last, he could hold out no longer. With his last ounce of strength depleted, he collapsed onto the deck, unable to utter a sound. Is Kaido dead? The answer is no, though the haki was immense. It did not inflict severe injury upon his unique constitution. His current silence and lack of struggle were merely attempts to preserve a shred of dignity, especially after his earlier bluster. However, could this level of power be exaggerated? They were not lying. Such strength was beyond even what he had achieved through years of battle. Despite his considerable talent, on the ship, Rox beamed at Qin Zhao's swift defeat of Kaido, clearly pleased with his actions. For a defiant pirate like Kaido, Rox had many ways to instill obedience and respect, but this direct approach proved most effective. As for the outcome, it was undeniable. Did you not see Kaido feigning death on the deck? Chapter 22. Kaido bows down as a lackey. Shiki the hero saves the fair maiden. Alas, this reckless fool has offended far too many individuals. Ever since he joined the pirate crew, he has been challenging others indiscriminately, showing utter disregard for their sentiments, which has led to the current predicament. To onlookers, Kaido and Appos, his current state is quite gratifying. They would be even more pleased if he were to be slain. With eager anticipation, they fixed their gazes upon their vice-captain, who is certain not to disappoint. As the dragon spring sword is drawn, a chilling aura emanates, instilling fear in the hearts of those present. The vice-captain strides deliberately towards the prostrate Kaido, who, moments ago, had insulted him, now feigning death upon the ground. Kaido, is it truly worth sacrificing your life today? I shan't dwell on the worthiness of your actions. The choices you have made have led you to this moment. And now you must bear the consequences. Embrace death, for I believe you should have been prepared for this eventuality. Qin Zhao gazes coolly at the unconscious Kaido, speaking to himself. Upon hearing these words, Kaido's heart plummets, and he hastily abandons his charade of death, groveling for forgiveness. Vice-Captain, I was in the wrong. My previous offenses do not warrant my death, do they? Please, show mercy. I shall henceforth be your most loyal subordinate. Before Qin Zhao's return, Kaido had ruled the deck with reckless abandon, his formidable physique instilling despair in those who dared to challenge him. As for his strength, that is but a secondary concern. Were it not for his exaggerated resilience, how could he have evaded defeat? Currently, his prowess is merely at the level of a captain, easily overpowering ordinary pirates and junior captains, but anything beyond that would be unattainable. The disparity is simply too vast. Their previous indifference towards him was merely a prelude to this gesture provoking their vice-captain. Returning to the matter at hand, Kaido has yet to acquire the mythical Zoan fruit. He is merely an intern with a modicum of talent, lacking resilience and strength. His true abilities lie in the future, specifically in Goddess Valley, where the mythical Zoan fish fruit would be transported by the celestial dragons years later, fortuitously allowing him to obtain this fruit that would alter the course of his life. Only by securing this fruit can Kaido truly be deemed worthy of standing tall. Anything prior is mere folly. Unless he were to traverse back to several years ago. When Qin Zhao was far weaker than he is now, there would still be a glimmer of hope for victory. However, in the present circumstance, that possibility is utterly non-existent. Oh, you wish to be my subordinate? That is not entirely out of the question. Qin Zhao raises an eyebrow, pausing momentarily, as if contemplating the feasibility of the proposition. Seeing this, Kaido and Appos' heart leaps with joy. As long as he is not killed outright, there remains a chance for survival. Yes, Vice-Captain, take me as your subordinate. I realize you lack loyal followers. Allow me, Kaido, to be your most devoted lackey. Seizing this opportunity, Kaido clings to it desperately, fearing that Qin Zhao might strike him down. He has no desire to perish. The world beyond is far too beautiful, and dying now would be a tremendous loss. Very well, I shall reluctantly accept you. Qin Zhao finally sheathes his sword, choosing to spare him. The rationale behind this decision stems from a brief exchange of glances with Rox, who nodded, seemingly understanding his intent. Though he found it exasperating, he could not disregard the favor shown. However, one individual is far from pleased, Charlotte Linlin. She had been the one to bring Kaido into the Rox pirate crew. Thus in her eyes, Kaido belongs to her. If Qin Zhao were to claim Kaido for himself, where would that leave her dignity? Regardless of Kaido's transgressions, she should at least have been consulted. This situation has left her quite displeased. Hey, Vice Captain, after all, Kaido was brought into the crew by me. Isn't it rather improper for you to poach him? Linlin questions Qin Xiao, her displeasure evident. Were it not for Qin Xiao's formidable strength, she would not have dared utter such words so casually. Had it been anyone else, she would have eliminated them on the spot, yet with Qin Xiao, that was simply not an option. Linlin, you are aware that you brought Kaido into the crew. Are you not responsible for teaching him respect? Allowing him to provoke others without consequence surely merits a price to pay, does it not? Or perhaps you, Charlotte Linlin, are expressing dissatisfaction with me? Qin Xiao replies, his expression indifferent. As for the notion of poaching, you must understand that it is not I who is commandeering him. Kaido himself is seeking to become my subordinate for the sake of survival. Recognize this fact. If Linlin truly harbored grievances, it would be simple enough to settle matters through combat, life, or death. Within the Rocks pirate crew, many have wielded their influence without facing repercussions from the outside world. But that is something he would not tolerate. At that moment, Shiki unexpectedly interjects on Linlin's behalf. Qin Xiao, do me a favor and let this go. Don't hold it against Linlin any longer. He is reluctant to become entangled in this dispute, yet Linlin's involvement compels him to intervene. After all, only Linlin and Shiki know what transpired that fateful night. Qin Xiao casts a glance at Shiki, his lips twitching. He knows full well that Shiki had some sort of encounter with Linlin that night. Previously lacking evidence, he now has no need for it. The case is clear. Fine. I shall entrust Linlin's matter to you. I have no desire to make things difficult for her, but do ensure she does not meddle in my affairs again. Should she persist, I will genuinely lose my temper. At this moment, Kaido revels in the feeling of being overlooked, although all had witnessed the earlier commotion. Surviving is no small feat, moreover. He has secured the position of Qin Xiao's subordinate, which is rather commendable. He notices the envy, jealousy, and resentment in the gazes of the other junior captains and pirates, and this realization fills him with pride, though it may not align with his initial expectations. As long as he survives, the rest is of little consequence. Brother, I shall take my leave now, so as not to obstruct your vision any longer. Kaido rises and begins to ingratiate himself. This display causes Qin Xiao to feel a sense of disdain, questioning whether accepting him was indeed the right choice. This behavior truly diminishes his stature. Begone. Do not linger here to hinder me, lest I genuinely contemplate slaying you. Understood, brother. I shall depart at once. Please continue your endeavors. Kaido responds, leaving hastily for the cabin. This Kaido is indeed troublesome. Heedlessly self-absorbed, he disregards the counsel of others. One can only hope that this experience serves as a lesson for him in the future. Chapter 23. The relationship between Rocks and Qin Dynasty. In the evaluation of the Roger pirates subsequently, the Qin Dynasty cast this matter aside. At this moment, Newgate approached and stood alongside Qin Dynasty. Golalala. Congratulations on gaining a capable subordinate, Vice Captain Qin. Though somewhat arrogant, his strength and potential are indeed commendable. Newgate was unaware that in the future, Kaido would rise to his level. Had he known, he would have felt quite disheartened. After all, he had toiled for many years to attain his current strength and reputation, only to find that this young upstart could stand alongside him. Was it not akin to saying that his previous efforts were in vain? However, he remained oblivious to this future and genuinely congratulated Qin Dynasty. Such matters were trivial to Newgate. He welcomed the opportunity to mentor this Na'vi youth. As for the subordinate aspect, it was rather mild. He could sense that Kaido was not to be underestimated. One could never tell when he might betray him. Thus, these words may have been premature. Better to wait and observe. Qin Dynasty possessed a keen mind, recognizing that while Kaido could be utilized, he could not be wholly trusted. At this late hour, had he encountered Kaido earlier, he would have harbored no reservations. At that time, Kaido had only just begun his journey at sea, presenting a chance for correction. Now, that opportunity had vanished, and he had no desire for it. As for the individuals recently incapacitated by Kaido's Conqueror's Haki, they mocked him mercilessly, for it was indeed a humiliating incident. They would seize any opportunity to ridicule him. After a while, the ship docked, and Qin Dynasty, accompanied by Newgate and Shiki, swiftly made their way to the main vessel. As for why they did not simply leap across, Qin Dynasty thought it unnecessary. There was no rush, and a leisurely pace was his current motto. Upon boarding, they were greeted by several newcomers, including a youthful Shaki, who, while fair in appearance, was unfortunately not to his taste. After exchanging pleasantries, they took their seats. Captain Rocks, how could you let me handle Kaido's issue when you could resolve it yourself? Are you simply idle? Qin Dynasty complained to Rox, having to take on the burden of Kaido's misdeeds. The expressions of the gathered officers varied. Charlotte Linlin glared at Qin Dynasty with barely concealed anger. Kaido was unqualified to attend this meeting. Had he seen Linlin's expression, he would undoubtedly have been moved, leading to a sleepless night. It was not entirely Linlin's fault. To her, Kaido had become more of a comforting tool. Now that this tool seemed to be departing, could she remain unperturbed? Haha, Qin Dynasty, calm down. I trust you. Kaido possesses great talent worthy of cultivation. But to say he is of utmost importance would be an exaggeration. Thus, if you were to eliminate him, it would matter not. He pales in comparison to you. My vice captain. Rox laughed heartily, reassuring Qin Dynasty, clearly pleased with the current handling of affairs. To him, Kaido's importance was negligible, even if he were exceptionally gifted. He was merely a potential yet to be realized. Compared to Qin Dynasty, he was insignificant. This sentiment startled the other officers, save for Newgate and Shiki, as they had not anticipated Rox to place such unwavering trust in Qin Dynasty. Although Qin Dynasty had been appointed as his vice captain, his strength had grown to rival Rox, leading them to believe that Rox should exercise caution. However, it appeared otherwise. Rox displayed the same trust in Qin Dynasty as before, a sentiment they had never witnessed. Rox paid no heed to the expressions of the other officers. To him, Qin Dynasty's return was a cause for celebration, for he could match the worth of half of the Rox pirates. Let it not be said that Rox was sycophantic. Rather, consider the implications of a powerful, ambitious, yet trustworthy ally. Furthermore, the two had established their terms early on. This was Rox's era, and he would not infringe upon it. That statement sufficed for Rox. The rest was of little consequence. Thus, from that day forth, Rox regarded this vice captain, nearly equal in strength, as a true friend. Such a bond was not typical among his other officers, who were merely tools for ambition. Qin Dynasty was the sole individual he considered a friend, making his differential treatment entirely natural. Returning to the present, the officers' expressions varied as they anticipated what Qin Dynasty would say next. Come on, Rox. Are you merely trying to shirk responsibility? I just returned, and now I must deal with this mess. Qin Dynasty rolled his eyes, exasperated. Rox was being insufferable. And had he not been the captain, Qin Dynasty might have retaliated. Shiki and Newgate exchanged glances, both lamenting that the revolution had yet to succeed. Indeed, they would need to put forth greater effort. It was apparent that the bond between Qin Dynasty and Rox was unyielding, diminishing their chances of swaying either man. Rox rose and sat beside Qin Dynasty, wrapping an arm around his shoulder. Why discuss this? We're practically family. Let us move past it. What have you all accomplished in the past few weeks? Surely, you haven't come back empty-handed? Qin Dynasty rolled his eyes again. But he chose not to linger on the matter. Instead, he recounted their recent experiences and discoveries. Our expedition to Maple Leaf Island yielded some results. Shiki and I have slightly elevated our swordsmanship. Moreover, we encountered the Roger Pirates and had a brief exchange. Oh, the Roger Pirates? Haha, those fellows are clearly avoiding us. I'm surprised you managed to cross paths with them. What was your impression? I presume you wouldn't overlook the strengths of Roger and Rayleigh? Rox inquired, a hint of curiosity in his tone. Well, they haven't reached their zenith yet. They should have the opportunity to surpass our current level in the future. However, they're inconsequential. The Roger Pirates are merely a fleeting concern. Only Roger and Rayleigh possess noteworthy strength. As for that Jabba fellow, he is far too lowly to be of any significance and won't reach our current standing, Qin Dynasty remarked nonchalantly, speaking the truth as he perceived it. Ha ha, indeed. Roger has some merit, but he has yet to reach the pinnacle. As for Rayleigh, it's only natural he cannot best you. Nevertheless, we must regard their crew with some caution. Should we encounter them again, let us extend an invitation to join us. If they refuse, we shall eliminate them. No other pirate crew shall challenge our standing in this new world, Rox declared, visibly pleased with Qin Dynasty and Appo's assessment, feeling reassured that Roger's crew could not entice him. The mere thought of Qin Dynasty joining their ranks would have posed a formidable challenge. Chapter 24, the first operation of the Rox Pirates at this moment. It seemed that all efforts would be in vain. Even if one were to consider a hypothetical situation, Rox believed he had never wronged Qin Chao in any way. Thus he was resigned to this outcome. Qin Chao remained unchanged, steadfast in his emotional convictions, while other matters held little significance. However, upon hearing these words, John and the others fell into deeper silence. They had previously only understood that their opponent was formidable, but lacked a clear grasp of the extent of that power. Now, a reference point had emerged. As for the crew's claims that Rox had almost defeated them during recruitment, they only half believed it, primarily because none had witnessed it firsthand. Yet now, Qin Shao stood above Roger and Rayleigh, his strength recognized as second only to Rox in the minds of all present. They would no longer act recklessly. As for Wang Ji, though his expression remained unchanged, tumultuous waves surged within him. After all, Qin Shao had already demonstrated exceptional prowess, and now, without question, had advanced further. Any attempt to undermine him would be futile. When Qin Shao became the vice captain, only the original crew had understood his strength. Now, with the current scene, those who had previously voiced dissent dared not continue their discussions. They were all convinced of the capabilities of this vice captain, who had rarely shown his hand. From this moment onward, Qin Shao's standing among them had ascended to unprecedented heights, second only to Rox. Perhaps they would meet again, but he doubted such an opportunity would arise. After all, Roger and his crew had merely stumbled upon them this time. Should they encounter them frequently, it might drive them to madness, so it was better not to harbor excessive hopes. As for threats to their position, at least for the next few years, that seemed impossible. They should focus on their own affairs and, if necessary, eliminate their foes when they crossed paths. Qin Shao raised an eyebrow and spoke nonchalantly. For to him, these matters were trivial. No matter how much the opposing side advanced, they could not hope to catch up. If they were to rely on the assistance of the likes of Roger, it would be akin to seeking death. Is that so? Well then, at any rate, this is merely a discussion. To wholeheartedly pursue the capture of Roger's crew would truly be a case of diminishing returns. However, they set aside that topic for now. You must exert yourself in the upcoming operations. Otherwise, it would be all too easy to be intercepted by the Navy, and that would certainly spoil the fun. Rox had also come to this conclusion. He waved his hand dismissively and said, as long as Qin Shao is here, everything else can wait. One day, we shall have our chance to deal with Roger and Appo's crew. He abruptly rose from his seat and surveyed the assembled officers, raising his cup in a toast. Now that everyone is here, I will announce an important matter concerning the future development of our Rox pirates. In the coming days, we shall commence a significant operation. And you, the officers, must prepare adequately. Otherwise, do not blame me if you meet your end. Should this operation succeed, we shall all reap tremendous rewards. Rox first glanced at Qin Shao, then surveyed Newgate, Shiki, Charlotte Lin, and others, his voice ringing out loudly. The sound penetrated the room and stirred a commotion outside. Phew. Captain Rox is finally about to take action. We're going to get rich. The pirates cheered, excitement bubbling on their faces, their inner greed and desire surfacing. In their hearts, being a pirate meant seizing treasure, yet during this fervor, Rox had not commanded them to act recklessly. Now, they could finally resume their plundering. The pirates indulged in feasting and drinking, preparing for the forthcoming operation. Inside the room, the officers, including Qin Shao, awaited Rox to elaborate on the specific plans for the upcoming actions. Shiki, have you and Newgate found out where we are headed next? Is this display truly necessary? Qin Shao inquired, his interest piqued as he looked at the two beside him. Logically, as the vice captain of the Rox pirates, he should have been privy to such information beforehand, yet Rox had not shared it with him during their time away. The two had ventured out as well, maintaining good relations with the other officers, which likely granted them more insight than him. This operation would likely involve the Navy headquarters. But details were scarce as Rox kept information tightly under wraps. However, it shouldn't pose a significant challenge. At most, it will involve 2 Navy admirals, which is hardly a concern. Shiki nodded in agreement, not overly worried, given the number of officers at their disposal. While only a few possessed admiral-level combat capabilities, others like Wang Ji were still formidable, thus not warranting excessive concern. This operation could be regarded as the most significant maneuver the Rox pirates had undertaken since their inception. Since their establishment, the Navy had shifted its focus entirely to the New World, with a steady influx of mid to high-tier combatants into their bases there. Rox, having finished his drink, sat down and addressed the group. However, aside from Qin Shao, none of the officers here have experience battling the Navy, so they remain unconcerned, displaying disdain instead. After all, they are merely the Navy. Having faced them before, they certainly do not fear them now. The Rox pirates are no pushovers. As the Navy bolsters its strength, we too continue to recruit, and in the New World, this is our territory. We have no reason to fear. Thus, it mattered not if mid to high tier forces were sent to reinforce the Navy in the New World. Even if the entire Navy headquarters arrived, what of it? According to intelligence, the Navy aimed to impede the development of the Rox pirates, while on the other hand, The nations allied with the world government in the New World were preparing to transport the heavenly gold. Upon uttering this, Rock's expression suddenly turned fierce, a thrilling grin spreading across his face. After his statement, the officer's eyes lit up. Even Shiki and Newgate were not exempt from this excitement. As for Qin Chao, he mused that this would mark his first direct engagement with the Navy. It was indeed fitting to take action against the opposing side now, and he was eager to witness the strength of the Navy's iron triangle at this moment. It was truly something to anticipate. The heavenly gold was indeed a prized possession, for it contained not only wealth but also an array of rare items, such as devil fruits and legendary swords. If they could successfully seize it, the Rock's pirates would gain a fortune, and as the vice captain, he would also receive a substantial share. Our objective for this operation is to intercept the ships transporting heavenly gold and deal with the escorting navy, Rox declared, slamming his hand on the table, excitement gleaming in his eyes. At this point, I hope this operation does not disappoint us. We may never have had the opportunity to seize heavenly gold before. The thought of such immense wealth soon falling into their hands left John unable to contain his excitement, his eyes gleaming with avarice as if the treasures were already within his grasp. Haha, John, look at you, you're practically drooling. You really do have an unchanging fondness for these things. Shiki laughed heartily at John's exaggerated demeanor. Chapter 25, The Greedy John, Find a Sister-in-Law for Qin Dynasty. John is a character I am exceedingly familiar with. Although he may be slightly inferior in strength, his avaricious nature is such that it leaves me feeling somewhat ashamed. It is not that he seeks to utilize these treasures to bolster his own power. Rather, he hoards them obsessively. Typically, whether it be he, Newgate, or any of the other officers, upon acquiring riches, they would generously distribute a portion to their subordinates. Yet John is different. He regards wealth as more precious than life itself, and the thought of sharing with his men is utterly fanciful. At times, Shurji ponders the potential consequences of John's behavior, fearing that if this continues, he might eventually be betrayed by his own crew. After all, if it were him, he could hardly accept toiling tirelessly without receiving any reward. Ironically, if Qin Dynasty were to overhear Shurji's thoughts, he would undoubtedly applaud him and exclaim, "Shurji, you are a true genius, foreseeing John's eventual fate." Indeed, this so-called Officer John is destined to be betrayed and slain by his own underlings, a fate stemming from his extreme miserly nature. It is hardly surprising that betrayal would follow. It would be strange if it did not. Let us set aside these musings for now, as they have yet to transpire. John, upon hearing Shurji's laughter, pays it no mind, instead wearing a self-satisfied grin. Of course, I relish these treasures. Every time I gaze upon them, I feel an unparalleled sense of clarity. I am determined to collect all the riches in the world. As history would reveal, John indeed lived up to his name, ultimately becoming an extraordinarily wealthy pirate of this era, perhaps even surpassing Rox in affluence. Enough of this chatter. We have yet to conclude our matters, so let us not digress. Upon hearing this, both John and Shurji complied, refraining from further conversation. Rox nodded in satisfaction. He welcomed his subordinates' love for treasure, fearing only their ulterior motives. With this thought, Rox cast a penetrating glance at Shurji. Although we can contend with the Navy, we must not grow complacent. A surprise ambush could lead to dire losses. Rox felt compelled to issue a reminder, leaving it to his subordinates whether they would heed his warning. The current reliable intelligence indicated that the Navy officers escorting them were Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Admiral Zifa. Upon learning this, the officers became more alert, recognizing that these two were formidable opponents, their power perfectly matching that of Newgate and Shurji. They were far from the likes of John and his crew, who would only be able to engage them briefly before facing inevitable defeat. This operation will see me and Qin Dynasty form one team, while Newgate and Shurji will lead the other. We will transport the heavenly gold across 3 vessels, with 2 under Zifa's command and Sengoku's entrusted to Newgate's team. The other officers will be responsible for intercepting any reinforcements. Rock swiftly outlined the battle plan. Qin Dynasty had no objections. After all, it was merely a matter of Zifa. For now, let it be so. As for the safety of Hive Island, there is no need for concern. I have made arrangements. However, I must emphasize that you may only take what I grant you. Anything I withhold is not to be seized. Remember, do not act without my permission, lest my men show no mercy. Rox's expression was grave. To him, Hive Island was akin to the birthplace of dragons. Neglecting its security could adversely affect his fortunes. Thus, he had stationed formidable reinforcements. If given the choice, he would prefer to keep Qin Dynasty at home, yet the significance of this operation demanded the presence of all. Over the next 10 days, be vigilant, and do not disclose any information. If anyone leaks news and I find out. Rox paused dramatically before continuing. Then death shall be your fate. Instantly, a menacing glare swept across Rox's face as he surveyed all the officers, excluding Qin Dynasty. Though he was confident that leaks would not occur, he was aware that there were spies among them. As of now, he was certain there were none within his current officers. However, if a breach occurred after such a warning, it would indicate treachery among the ranks. Fear not, Captain. Today's information will not escape our lips. If it does, I, Shurji, will not let that person off lightly. Indeed, Captain Rox, you know my character. Such an issue will not arise. Mama, Captain, please trust us. We, Lin, will not divulge anything. Yes. With their repeated assurances, Rox's mood visibly lightened. After all, these were individuals he had painstakingly recruited. If they faltered, it would reflect poorly on his judgment. As the meeting concluded, Newgate and the others filed out. And Qin Dynasty approached Rox. To him, these operations and discussions were mere trifles. The paramount concern was to enhance his own strength. Captain Rox, why the sudden decision to take action? Logically, our pirate crew has only recently formed. We should still be adjusting our internal dynamics. Qin Dynasty inquired, his expression questioning. His observation held merit. Although the Rox pirate crew was formidable, internal relations were indeed tense, a consequence of the wolfish culture Rox had established. Qin Dynasty. The situation within is as it is. We cannot remain idle. We must create opportunities. Otherwise, it does not align with the stature of our pirate crew. The existing conflicts are trivial. As long as they help me achieve my goals, I shall not dwell on them. After this operation, some lesser individuals will naturally be weeded out, and we will reap the rewards. The rest can manage themselves. That is their nature. Rox regarded Qin Dynasty, his thoughts deep and contemplative. In truth, he had yet to voice a sentiment lingering in his heart, that among the entire Rox pirate crew, only he and Qin Dynasty truly mattered. Even if all the other officers were to perish, he would feel no sorrow, as long as they remained. It would not be long before a new Rox pirate crew emerged, perhaps lacking in quality, but matching the current scale. However, for now, he was somewhat satisfied with Shurji and Newgate, so he refrained from expressing this sentiment. Very well, I merely mentioned it. I do not particularly care for their fates. They are but a swarm of ants. Their presence or absence is inconsequential, as long as you, Shurji, Newgate, and I, Rox, remain, Qin Dynasty declared, dropping the pretense and adopting a nonchalant demeanor. Ha, you enjoy this game, don't you? Work hard. After this operation, we shall emerge wealthy. And I shall find you a sister-in-law. Rox chuckled, finding Qin Dynasty's facade amusing. Yet, in truth, he held deep trust for Qin Dynasty, viewing him as a brother, not merely because of his strength, but due to the respect he held for the man's character. Enough, brother, with you like this. How could you possibly find me a sister-in-law? Spare me, I truly do not wish to mock you, lest you accuse me of lacking respect. Chapter 26, Leaked Information and the Discussion at Naval Headquarters. Qin Chao stifled a laugh, finding himself amused by Rox's sudden remark. He held no belief in the claim. For despite the time spent aboard and the memories from his previous life, there was no concrete evidence that Rox had a child. As for the online speculation surrounding Marshal D. Teach, he thought it was utterly implausible. Regardless of Rox and Appo's notorious reputation, he was not unattractive. Recalling Teach's appearance sent a shiver down Qin Chao's spine. Although he had no desire to resort to personal attacks, it was indeed impossible for Rox to have a child resembling Teach. The individuals suggesting such a connection were rather cruel, effectively elevating Teach's status. Enough of that topic. It strayed too far and held no significance. Noticing Qin Chao's disbelief, Rox chose to abandon the subject, continuing with a smile. This operation will be entrusted to you, Zephyr. I will provide support from the rear. Is that acceptable? Of course, it's absolutely fine. It's just Zephyr, a trivial matter. I'm quite eager to witness his true capabilities. To be honest, he had yet to engage directly with anyone from the Navy. And this opportunity promised to be a worthwhile experience, something he anticipated eagerly. Qin Chao stretched lazily, glancing at Rox with a relaxed demeanor. Encountering Zephyr for the first time in this era was indeed fortuitous. Currently, Zephyr had only recently attained the rank of Rear Admiral. Yet his strength undoubtedly approached that of a true admiral. It was merely the absence of vacancies above that held him back. However, he could only bask in glory for a few more years. By the year 1490 in the Sea Circle, his family would fall victim to pirates, a consequence of his past encounters with the very brigands he had once turned away. Unbeknownst to him, his early life was characterized by a reputation as the no-kill admiral, a title he would come to detest in his later years. It was his adherence to that principle that would lead to the persecution of his family, compounded by the Navy's failure to manage confidential information and ensure adequate protection. Ultimately, however, the primary fault lay within himself. His philosophy was not flawed. Rather, it was the distorted nature of the world around him. Should opportunities arise in the future, he would not hesitate to assist Zephyr. As for whether to disclose this to him, that could wait. If he wished to know, he could ask, and if not, it was of little consequence. Returning to the present, Rox chuckled heartily. Indeed, Zephyr is merely an insignificant figure to us. You shall handle it as you see fit. Upon hearing this, Rox laughed boisterously, showing indifference toward Zephyr while focusing on Qin Shao's attitude. It seemed he was still quite obedient to his elder brother. Let us leave it at that. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. I've just returned from outside and am feeling a bit fatigued. Qin Shao yawned, waving his hand. Such trivial matters had consumed too much time, and he felt little energy left. Thankfully, it was over, and he could now retire to rest. Meanwhile, on his own ship, Wang Ji recalled that since Qin Shao had joined the Rox Pirates, he had never enjoyed a moment of peace. Initially, he was the first officer recruited by Rox, believing he would ascend to the position of vice captain. However, Qin Shao's arrival shattered that fantasy completely. That was one thing. But the real issue arose when he sought out Rox for a discussion only to receive a harsh reprimand, inevitably distorting his feelings. He harbored resentment towards Rox, the captain, and towards Qin Shao, the newcomer. Unfortunately, both were formidable opponents he could not confront. Nevertheless, his eyes glinted with determination. Soon, he summoned several crew members to his quarters for drinks and idle chatter, inadvertently revealing the timing and purpose of their upcoming operation. Noticing one crew member's flickering gaze, he felt a surge of satisfaction and continued to drink with them for a while. The crew member seized an opportunity to step out for a restroom break. And during this moment, Wang Ji hurried to a corner, ensuring safety before sighing in relief and using a Din Din Mushi to make a call. Bring. The Din Din Mushi connected, revealing the visage of Admiral Sengoku. What is it? Sengoku's stern voice resonated immediately. Sir, the Rox Pirates plan to assault the celestial gold being delivered to the world government in 10 days. Please ensure all preparations are made. His voice was hushed. Yet Sengoku could hear him clearly due to his formidable abilities. In the distant Marine headquarters at Marineford. What? These pirates are incredibly audacious, daring to rob the celestial gold. Sengoku's expression darkened, and he slammed his palm on the desk. The establishment of the Rox Pirates had already brought incessant trouble. And while they had yet to find a way to deal with them, now they had set their sights on the celestial gold, an act Sengoku could not tolerate. After all, the possessions of the celestial dragons were escorted by the Navy, and should anything go awry, the Navy would bear the blame while he would undoubtedly face the ire of the Gorosei. Fortunately, there was a hero within the Rox Pirates. Otherwise, if they succeeded in their heist, it would be utterly disastrous. What are their specific plans? Who are the key participants? Regaining his composure, Sengoku took a deep breath, striving to maintain his calm. The main personnel and plans for this operation are. That's all the arrangements they have. The undercover crew member relayed the details in one breath. He had indeed guessed correctly. He had sensed this impending situation, and now it had materialized. If possible, he wished this were merely a dream, but reality proved otherwise. Most absurdly, Rox and Qin Shao were both involved in this operation, and Sengoku felt a headache coming on. However, he could not deny that this presented an excellent opportunity. If they could seize the moment, annihilating the Rox Pirates was not out of the question. As this thought crossed his mind, his eyes sparkled with renewed determination. After saying a few more words, he ended the call and summoned Sengoku, Zephyr, Tsuru, Carp, and others to the office. By the time they gathered, it was already 10 in the evening. The four had barely settled when they noticed Sengoku's grave expression, causing them to adopt serious demeanors. Even Carp, who often seemed unreliable, was silent at that moment. I just received intel. The Rox Pirates are initiating their operation, targeting the celestial gold being transported from the New World. Upon hearing this, Zephyr glanced at Sengoku, looking for any indication of his thoughts, but found him furrowed in concentration, silent for a long time. Their operation was divided into 3 groups, one led by Rox and Qin Shao, another by Whitebeard and Shiki, and the third comprised Wang Ji, John, and a few less powerful officers. The third group primarily served as lookout and support, but should not be underestimated. Sengoku continued detailing their respective configurations. Therefore, the main forces will be Zephyr and myself confronting Chinchou and Rocks, while Carp and Tsuru will face Whitebeard and Shiki. Sengoku's mind was racing. Dealing with Rocks alone was already overwhelming, and now they had to contend with Chinchou as well. Was there no respite for them? The situation appeared bleak. Neither Shiki the Golden Lion nor Edward Newgate were easy opponents, and had they not received this intelligence, they would be in dire straits. Tsuru's beautiful face also creased with concern. Chapter 27. The decision of Steelbone Kong and the system's new function. Unforeseen obstacles posed not merely a challenge of celestial gold, but rather a question of their own return. It is indeed peculiar. Typically, Rocks would refrain from intervening. Yet now he has embarked on a joint venture with Vice Captain Chinchou, a collaboration potent enough to ignite a world-class conflict. This absurdity presents an opportunity for the Navy to confront them, albeit with considerable difficulty. Let us revise the personnel for this escort mission. I shall join forces with Sengoku and Zifa, while Carp and Crane will accompany us as we directly confront Rocks and Chinchou. Should we subdue them, we can dismantle their fragmented pirate crew, as their disunity will compel them to disband if deprived of just 2 members. Consequently, the pressure on our Navy would significantly diminish, reverting to previous levels. As for Newgate and Shiki, our personnel will continue to engage them, diverting their attention without interference. While such actions may be burdensome for those involved, I trust they will uphold their sense of justice for the Navy. Steelbone Kong resolved to join the fray, thus assembling a formidable quintet. Confident in their ability to best Rocks and Chinchou. Unbeknownst to them, had Chinchou been aware of their overconfidence, he would have ridiculed Steelbone Kong's arrogance. To confront both Rocks and Chinchou, they would require at least 2 exceptional-level warriors alongside 3 Imperial-level fighters, a formidable endeavor indeed. It is imperative to note that this configuration pertains solely to Rocks and the current Chinchou. As for the future Chinchou, I regret to say this arrangement would fall short, but the specifics of such a scenario are best left unmentioned for now. Thus, their plan is doomed to become a farce, primarily due to their hubris. Returning to the present, what are your thoughts, Sengoku? Do you have any additions? If not, let us proceed with our preparations. Sengoku pondered and found no flaws, nodding in agreement. Crane, however, appeared hesitant. Noticing her demeanor, Steelbone Kong inquired, "What troubles you, Crane? Is something amiss?" Steelbone Kong valued Crane's insights, for she seldom overlooked details. His conviction that her concerns indicated a flaw in their plan was unwavering. "Admiral Kong, while our strategy seems flawless, will it truly be that simple in practice? Moreover, Rocks and Chinchou and Appos, as formidable prowess cannot be underestimated. Both are exceptional level fighters, and our quintet may prove insufficient. Additionally, Shiki and Newgate are highly agile in their maneuvers. Shiki's swift reinforcements could encircle us, leaving us in dire straits." Crane's candid remarks plunged the room into silence. The existence of such challenges, Rocks and Chinchou's might, Shiki's and Newgate's reinforcements, was undeniably real. Yet, it was not that Steelbone Kong and Sengoku had overlooked these factors. Rather, they had underestimated Shiki's speed of reinforcement. Why then did they forge ahead with such a decision? The answer lay in their desire to take a risk. Should it succeed, the outcome would be advantageous. If it failed, their combined efforts should allow for an escape, hence the resolution. Crane's observations left them momentarily speechless. Their options were stark: abandon the celestial gold and endure the scorn of the 5 elders, or gamble their lives for a chance at victory. The latter choice seemed more appealing, as the worst outcome would merely be a reprimand. Steelbone Kong gazed at her resolutely, his tone unwavering. "I understand, Crane. But we have no alternatives. We must either relinquish the celestial gold or strive for a reversal. There are no other paths, so rather than concede defeat, let us seize this opportunity. Even in defeat, the consequence is but a scolding." With no further arguments to offer, Crane reluctantly nodded. "If it is a matter of fighting with all we have, then so be it. If we fall here, the future of the Navy will be grim." "Very well. It is settled. Everyone, prepare. Time is of the essence." Steelbone Kong decisively organized their actions. "Understood." Carp, Sengoku, Zifa, and Crane stood in unison, responding with solemnity before departing with heavy footsteps. Meanwhile, aboard a seemingly inconspicuous ship of the Rocks pirates, Chinchou sat on the deck, enjoying the sea breeze and the night scenery, his thoughts adrift. The first operation of the Rocks pirates? How intriguing. I wonder what the Navy is contemplating. He was certain the Navy was already aware of tonight's developments and might be strategizing their response, which piqued his curiosity. As for Zifa, he contemplated whether to spare him. As for Sengoku, the decision remained uncertain. It would depend on the circumstances, for if a cadre of high-level fighters were to arrive, the prospect of elimination would be exceedingly daunting. Ultimately, such reflections held little significance. His interest in the celestial gold persisted. It was an uncharted novelty. With a yawn, Qin Shao lazily rose, casting a glance at a hidden observer before shaking his head and chuckling. They truly never relent. No matter the time, I am always under scrutiny. Yet, should I eliminate them, the Navy would merely send replacements. Better to leave them be for now, as they serve little purpose. He harbored anticipation of encountering CP0 or CP9 operatives. Such organizations intrigued him, though he was disappointed by their absence. I wonder when I might finally cross paths with one. 10 days later, Qin Shao had neither trained nor engaged in any activities, opting instead to don a straw hat and fish by the ship's edge, savoring the rare tranquility. Some may inquire about the system's whereabouts. It was 6 days ago, while fishing, that an unexpected notification appeared. Ding. The system detects that the host's strength, status, and reputation have advanced, rewarding the host with a sign-in accumulation feature. For detailed instructions on this feature, please refer to the manual. Chapter 28. The Onslaught of Rocks and the Seizure of Heavenly Gold. Upon witnessing the instantaneous manifestation of the sign-in stacking feature, a flicker of speculation ignited within him. This stacking mechanism seemingly referred to the accumulation of days rather than rewards, for if it pertained to rewards, its utility appeared rather diminished. Thus, he conjectured it to be an accumulation of days. Yet, what kind of rewards would emerge after such accumulation? Surely, they could not be inferior to the current offerings. Without further hesitation, he delved into the user manual. Indeed, his assumptions were validated. This new functionality was impressively formidable. A 7-day sign-in would elevate the reward by 1 tier, with options for monthly and yearly accumulations. Presently, the annual accumulation appeared the most promising. The prospect of amassing rewards over several decades could yield astonishing results. A laugh of anticipation escaped him. How exhilarating! A devilish grin spread across Qin's face. He had grown fond of this new system. Fast forward to the present. He continued his daily routine of rising to sign in, albeit with one notable difference. There were no rewards to be claimed anymore, a bittersweet trade-off. After all, the items garnered from daily sign-ins had lost significance to him, making this new system feature quite opportune. His prowess had already transcended limits, and the number of things that could still benefit him had dwindled significantly. Today, the Rocks pirates were abuzz with excitement, for the operation that had been planned 10 days prior was about to commence. A plethora of gold and silver treasures lay before them, inciting an irresistible thrill among the crew. Realizing it was time, he retreated to his quarters to retrieve the dragon's spring ancient sword displayed on the wall, readying himself to board the main vessel of Rocks. Yet, an unexpected thought crossed his mind. He shook his head, sighing. It seemed that with the acquisition of new treasures, one could easily forget their old companions. Nevertheless, he decided to bring along his long-neglected trusty blade, the Night Moon, one of the 21 great knives. Gazing at this famed sword, which had accompanied him since the early days of his training but had seen little use, a wave of sentiment washed over him. Let us embark together, my old friend, and savor the taste of blood once more, he murmured as he sheathed both the sword and knife, fastening them at his waist before exiting the cabin. As time flowed, Qin swiftly boarded the flagship. Along the way, he beheld the harbor of Hive Island, where the pirates gathered, their sinister smiles sending chills down one's spine. Dozens of pirate ships were poised for departure, awaiting Rock's command. Ah, our vice captain finally graces us with his presence. You were rather unresponsive when we sought you a few days ago, Shiki remarked, harboring resentment as he approached Qin. Shiki had no choice but to endure this situation. His earlier attempt to confront Qin had ended in frustration, as Qin had merely cast a fleeting glance in his direction without uttering a word. Ultimately, he had been unable to confront Qin directly and had left in a huff, resulting in the current state of his vexation. Shiki, what on earth happened to you? Do you still resemble the domineering captain of the flying pirate crew? I merely wish to rest a bit. Is it really necessary to take offense over my silence? Qin retorted, unable to suppress his annoyance at Shiki's demeanor. It was truly surprising to see Shiki in such a state. He bore little resemblance to the legendary pirate known as Golden Lion who would rise to fame later, especially with the cigarette dangling from his lips. It was a peculiar sight indeed. Ha ha ha. It seems our Vice Captain Shiki has been harboring quite the resentment these past few days. One might think you had been wronged. Newgate chimed in, wielding his scythe, amused by Shiki's antics. What are you implying, Newgate? It's true I have grievances with Qin, but could you clarify what you mean by wronged? If you don't explain clearly, I might just have to confront you. Shiki fumed, his temper flaring. How could such a cold remark escape Newgate's lips? Calm down, Shiki. I merely used it as a metaphor. Don't take it to heart. And do you really think I fear you? Confront you? That's laughable. You know your capabilities well enough. Newgate laughed, mocking Shiki. Indeed, if Shiki were to flee, he might succeed, for the power of the float fruit was not to be underestimated. However, to challenge Newgate? That would be folly. The likely outcome would be Shiki gravely injured or worse. Hey, you two really can't seem to keep the peace. Let us save the squabbles for after Rox arrives. Whatever grievances you have can wait until our mission concludes. Once we set sail, no one will intervene. But for now, hold your fire. Otherwise, I might just join Rox in settling the score. Qin interjected, exasperated by their incessant bickering. Rox had indeed noticed the commotion, but upon seeing Qin handle the situation, he merely nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, he appeared unadorned, with a single sword hanging at his side, the renowned blade, the Overlord's blade, a weapon of great repute. Though Rox seldom engaged in combat, those familiar with him knew he was a formidable swordsman standing at the pinnacle of the sea. However, whether he had truly transcended limits remained uncertain to Qin. Yet, he speculated that Rox's swordsmanship had undoubtedly reached unparalleled heights, prompting a sigh of admiration for this era's Rox, who embodied the essence of a destined hero. Having achieved feats beyond what most geniuses could aspire to, it was clear that the world government, with its 8 centuries of history, had an unfathomable depth. Otherwise, Rox would have surely toppled it. Of course, such matters were trivial to Qin, as he had his own powerful ally in Rox, and with his monstrous talents, his abilities had grown significantly since boarding the ship. His strength had more than doubled. Their camaraderie was strong, and his potential for growth appeared limitless. In truth, there was little use in contemplating the possibility of conflict at this juncture. Ha ha ha. Let us set forth, my comrades. We shall fight for a brighter tomorrow, Rox proclaimed, raising his hand dramatically. Long live Captain Rox. The Rox pirates are invincible. Lead us to the pinnacle, Captain Rox. The pirates cheered enthusiastically, their eyes gleaming with unrestrained greed. Setting sail. The target, the heavenly gold. Beneath the sun. The blazing rays illuminated the flag of the Rox pirates as the colossal vessel glided gracefully into the depths of the ocean, its crimson banner billowing fiercely in the wind, exuding an aura of menace. Rox and Qin occupied the captain's quarters, steering the fleet of pirate ships that flanked the flagship. Seated together, they engaged in conversation, their gazes fixed on the horizon, where Newgate, Shiki, and others could be seen. The sea roared as the ship surged forward. Yet it did not interrupt the dialogue between the two titans. Brother, I shall rely on you shortly. Should the opportunity arise, I will intervene. Rox smiled, patting Qin on the shoulder, eager to witness an epic confrontation. Why are you even here, then? Wouldn't it make more sense for you to guard Hive Island? After all, you rarely engage in battle. Qin replied, rolling his eyes and brushing Rox's hand away. This cunning fellow was truly lacking in martial ethics. Having come all this way, he spoke as if expecting Qin to showcase his prowess. Why was he now looking forward to Qin's fight? Chapter 29, Exposed Actions. The recruitment of Steelbone Kong previously, Rox had mentioned something, but Qin Zhao merely thought he was joking at the time. Now, confronted with the reality that the other party was indeed not taking action, he found himself at a loss for words. Haha, my brother, there's no need to worry. I believe in you. It's not yet time for me to intervene, but should you find yourself in a bind later, I will step in. Rest assured. I won't let you down. Rox chuckled, offering a modicum of reassurance to Qin Zhao, while also providing a promise. However, such assurances were of little consequence. For at present, Qin Zhao's strength was formidable enough that only a select few, either concealed or exceptional, posed a challenge to him. Come on. I see you merely wish to shirk responsibility. The known combatants we face are few and far between, and if I can't handle it, you intend to step in? Doesn't that give you pause? Qin Zhao rolled his eyes. Though he jested, he did not refuse Rox's proposal. After all, these matters were trivial to him, merely the likes of Wano and Zephyr. Even if more foes were to come, Yuun and Amp, Oppos, be daunted. Well, perhaps that was a bit presumptuous. If they truly sent 4 or 5 against him, it could indeed pose a problem. He was confident in his ability to overcome them. But the time required would be considerable. If the world government were to react promptly, summoning the 10 strongest to encircle him, that would spell disaster. 10 admirals, indeed. That was no trifling matter. The fatigue alone could be overwhelming, let alone the duration of the ensuing battle. No, this was indeed a dilemma. A strategy must be devised to eliminate this vulnerability. Observing Qin Zhao's sudden distraction, Rox chuckled. Yes, I have faith in your prowess. However, should you falter, I would not mind offering assistance. Moreover, this operation was not as straightforward as it appeared. There was a vice admiral in the navy named Tsuru, not particularly formidable herself. Yet her cunning was exceptional. Then there was Admiral Sengoku, who, while strong, was equally renowned for his strategic brilliance. Indeed, over the past few years, Rox had suffered significantly at their hands. Rox held these two relatively weak naval officers in high regard. After all, their intellect was their greatest weapon. Sengoku and Tsuru, indeed. They are quite formidable strategists within the Navy. I comprehend your perspective, Qin Zhao acknowledged with a nod. Reflecting on this, it was evident that their operation, while labeled secretive, was hardly so. Rox himself was aware that the Navy was undoubtedly privy to their movements, thus preparing was prudent. Yet, Qin Zhao refrained from voicing this. He was curious to see whether Rox would divulge it himself. Regardless, it was clear that Rox regarded him as a true comrade. We have likely compromised our position. Just in case, I've called upon you to support me from the rear. You understand, right, brother? After a moment's hesitation, Rox revealed this reality. He felt somewhat helpless about the situation. Ever since cleansing the ship of traitors, he had anticipated further infiltrators, yet he had no inkling as to their identities. After a period of introspection with little success, he decided to set that concern aside for the time being. However, unbeknownst to him, his first mate, Qin Zhao, had already discerned the traitor's identity, yet he had no intention of sharing this insight with Rox. No one knew what he was contemplating. Perhaps only time would reveal the truth. No worries, my brother. Such matters can be addressed gradually. Since this has come to light, how could I not empathize with you? Qin Zhao replied, a smile gracing his lips. Moments later, several dark shapes appeared on the horizon. Indeed, the ships transporting the treasure from the skies, accompanied by naval escort vessels. They've arrived, Qin Zhao uttered, his eyes narrowing slightly. The pirates surged with excitement, brandishing their cutlasses. Hold on, let us not rush. We'll strike when they draw nearer. Rox stood, his gaze fixed intently ahead. As time flowed, the two parties drew closer, revealing the fully armed navy and the treasure-laden vessels. Low Rox pirates. Everyone be alert. The most ferocious Rox pirates are fixated on us. The lookout among the naval crew shouted in panic, his face paling. This exclamation ignited a wave of commotion. Fortunately, the soldiers escorting the treasure were seasoned warriors, quickly regaining their composure and preparing with solemnity for the impending confrontation. Meanwhile, earlier, Whitebeard and Shiki, having departed from the main fleet, were leading another group of pirates towards the second transport squadron. Yet, they were unaware that the second batch of treasure was indeed en route, albeit devoid of high-caliber combatants, leaving only some desperate Navy personnel behind. Returning to Qin Zhao's side. On the flagship escorting the main fleet, Zephyr and Sengoku appeared at the bow, their expressions grave as they surveyed Rox and Qin Zhao aboard the pirate ship. In that moment, they were not the aged figures they would become decades later, but rather exuded vitality, particularly Zephyr. With arms crossed and muscles bulging, he radiated strength. His white cloak emblazoned with the word justice billowing in the wind. Both Sengoku and Zephyr possessed advanced observation haki, enabling them to detect movements from thousands of meters away. Thus they had been aware of Rox pirates' approach well in advance. However, given the extensive preparations made beforehand, they exhibited little more than a solemn gaze. Responding to the situation with poise. As the naval fleet and Rox pirates faced off, a tense standoff ensued on the vast, open sea. At that moment, Qin Zhao rose, intending to act, but suddenly hesitated, his expression tightening. It seems I was correct. This time, my brother, it won't be so easy. From behind Sengoku and Zephyr emerged three figures: Fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong, Vice Admiral Karp, and Commander Tsuru. Their presence confirmed Qin Zhao's suspicions. While he wished to avoid a confrontation with so many, the circumstances left him no choice. Humph. These vermin delight in such tactics. Very well. It seems there is no need for further delay. Let us engage. Rox's countenance darkened, his expression turning fierce as he cast a sweeping glance at the opposing figures. It was clear that upon returning, he must identify the traitor. Otherwise, the ship was at risk of capsizing. But first, he needed to deal with these formidable adversaries. Qin Zhao tightened his grip on the blade at his waist, gradually advancing toward the bow. Meanwhile, Steelbone Kong stepped forward, his aura reaching its zenith. Hey, you there. Steelbone Kong, right? Do you intend to face us one at a time or all at once? Clear a path so we can commence. Unfazed by their numerical superiority, he remained confident. Even if there were 5 of them, he felt no trepidation, provided they lacked any exceptional combatants. As for the lesser pirates trailing behind, Qin Zhao could only lament their misfortune. They were merely destined to serve as cannon fodder on their inaugural mission. Beyond that, he displayed no additional emotions on his visage. Ah, so you are the first mate of Rox and Apos, pirates, Qin Zhao. An honor to finally meet you. Before we commence our endeavors, I would like to extend a sincere invitation for you to join our navy. Rest assured, for a person of your strength and character, who has not committed any egregious offenses, we shall not engage in any underhanded tactics. Furthermore, should you accept, I can guarantee your promotion to the rank of general. I wonder what your intentions are regarding the Qin dynasty? Chapter 30. Refusal. In the confrontation between Qin Zhao and Steelbone Kong, the latter harbored hopes of enticing Qin Zhao into the naval ranks. If successful, the mission to capture Rox would undoubtedly be a breeze, heralding a golden age for their navy. Steelbone Kong had long sought an opportunity to engage with Qin Zhao, but fate had not smiled upon him until today. This operation presented a perfect chance for persuasion. Success would bring joy to all, but failure would necessitate a more forceful approach. Alas, such a young prodigy was not meant to serve the navy. At this moment, Steelbone Kong exuded an air of mysterious confidence. To speak frankly, should Qin Zhao and Rox decide to get serious, the fate of Steelbone Kong and his companions would be uncertain. Oh, Admiral, you naval forces are quite bold, aren't you? Do you not know I am the vice-captain of the Rox Pirates? Did the world government's elders not order your elimination of me? Yet you still dare to extend an invitation? How curious. Qin Zhao regarded Steelbone Kong with a peculiar expression. Could it be that the world government had issued no orders? Ahem. While the elders did give orders, they pertain only to your current affiliation with the Rox Pirates. Should you choose to join the navy, we can overlook all else. Steelbone Kong coughed awkwardly before his face regained its composure. It must be said, the elders had indeed issued orders, but policies could be circumvented. Such a beneficial asset for the navy must be courted, and once he joined, everything would be easier to manage. Should he refuse, however, in that case, I must decline. I had contemplated joining the navy in the past, but I cannot accept serving the celestial dragons. Let us refrain from discussing this matter further. Qin Zhao's stance was resolute. He would never stoop to being a dog for the celestial dragons. His interest lay in eliminating them, not serving them. What a foolish endeavor. Then let us commence battle. Today, I shall capture you and utterly dismantle your Rox pirates. Steelbone Kong frowned. He could not refute Qin Zhao's rationale for refusal. Thus he had no choice but to engage in combat. With no further hesitation, he unleashed his formidable aura. A wave of power akin to the ocean surged toward Qin Zhao. His muscles tensed as he leaped into the air like a cannonball. His fists enveloped in a glossy black hue of armament hockey. Steel bone, shattering fist. As this strike approached, Qin Zhao remained unfazed, slowly drawing his Longquan ancient sword. An air of unmatched supremacy radiated from him as the sword became entwined with armament hockey, its intent soaring to new heights. At the critical moment, his gaze sharpened, and he swung forward with force. Black sword, mountain splitter. An endless wave of sword energy erupted, cleaving the sea in twain and scattering the clouds above. In an instant, the boundless sword energy collided with Steelbone Kong, producing a thunderous explosion that sent shockwaves toward the Navy fleet, forcing them back. For several seconds, Steelbone Kong grappled with the overwhelming sword energy, and within that fleeting time, he sensed Qin Zhao's terrifying might. Gritting his teeth, he summoned all his strength, his arm muscles straining as he finally dispersed the perilous wave of energy. However, the recoil sent him crashing back onto his ship, his arms trembling uncontrollably. Qin Zhao lowered his sword, observing Steelbone Kong's expression and trembling limbs, a smirk playing on his lips. Ha ha ha. Qin Zhao, I knew you would prevail. With such trash as Steelbone Kong, how could victory be possible? Rox was thoroughly pleased. After all, Qin Zhao was his brother. Who could challenge someone recognized by him? Humph. I know Steelbone Kong all too well. While he cannot defeat me, he always partners with other formidable admirals, preventing me from eliminating him outright. But today, the opportunity has arisen. The Navy is too confident. Thinking a mere handful of them could capture us, it is madness. Moreover, it infuriates me that they dare to entice Qin Zhao before my very eyes, as if dismissing my presence altogether. The previously anxious junior pirates felt reassured as their vice-captain stood firm. Now, they looked forward eagerly to the treasures that victory could bring, greed gleaming in their eyes. Meanwhile, the Navy personnel aboard their ships were in disbelief. Steelbone Kong had always been an invincible figure in their minds. Yet he had been repelled by the vice-captain of the Rocks Pirates, an inconceivable turn of events. Indeed, Qin Shao's strength is remarkable. We must exercise caution. They had only witnessed his armament hockey and formidable swordsmanship, enough to establish him as a force at the pinnacle of the seas. Not to mention whatever else he might possess. Buddha Sengoku's expression turned grave as he reflected on the earlier scene. That single strike had sent chills through him. How terrifying. Yes, indeed. Qin Shao's prowess is exceedingly formidable. We must remain vigilant, lest we find ourselves, as Little Crane suggested, unable to return. Zifa's countenance was equally serious. Even the act of swallowing felt bitter. Phew, I underestimated that last move. Had I not reacted in time, I might have sustained grave injuries. Steelbone Kong shook his trembling right hand, cold sweat trickling down his face. That single sword strike had nearly overwhelmed him, an unsettling realization. As things stood, Steelbone Kong could not act alone. If this continued, their mission might end in premature failure, jeopardizing their own safety. Crane stepped forward, her tone heavy with gravity. It is evident that the dangers of this operation are exceedingly high. We had considered this before, yet our options remain limited. We can only hope that acting together will yield a better outcome. But we must not forget, Rox is yet to make his move. Currently, Qin Shao is already proving to be a formidable adversary, and with an even stronger Rox at his side, I can't help but feel a sense of despair. Now, we must see if they can endure. I sought assistance from the world government days ago. It remains uncertain when they will arrive. I understand now. I merely wished to test the waters, but I did not anticipate such an outcome. I will not act alone again. Sengoku, Zifa, Garp, and Crane, let us strike together. We must swiftly subdue Qin Shao. If Rox intervenes, we may lose our opportunity. Steelbone Kong took a deep breath, ultimately reaching a decision. Agreed. The four of them put aside all other thoughts, their singular focus now on subduing Qin Shao. Qin Shao had taken note of their resolve. A broader smile spreading across his face. Have you made your decision? Very well. Let me witness the true extent of your abilities. If you fail, I shall indeed deal with you decisively. As the impending battle loomed, Qin Shao's expression grew increasingly manic. This was a battle for the ages, a clash far beyond the likes of the future Marineford War, rendered trivial by comparison. Captain Rox, proceed with your plan. Allow me to engage these 5 individuals fully. I, too, wish to explore the limits of my capabilities. Chapter 31. The Warring States. The Conqueror's Haki cleanses the weak. I am eager to discover the extent of my capabilities. Should I falter, I may require your assistance. What do you think? Qin Shao, wearing a smile, spoke to Rox behind him. Ah. Of course, my dear Vice-Captain. Since you are intrigued, go ahead. I will support you from here and wish you a splendid experience. Rox replied with a hearty laugh, fully endorsing Qin Shao's initiative. Only through constant self-challenge can one achieve significant growth. Especially considering that even the formidable Steelbone Kong and his companions might struggle to prevail against him. Then it's settled. Just wait and see what I can accomplish. A sickly smile emerged on Qin Shao's face, clearly pleased with Rox's response. The Steelbone Kong and his companions, relieved to see Qin Shao take the lead, felt reassured, confident that they could capture him as long as it wasn't a joint effort. All right, now we can focus on dealing with Qin Shao. Everyone must remain vigilant. A moment's inattention could lead to death. Brothers, my hope is that we can safely return to the Navy headquarters. I implore you all to stay sharp. Steelbone Kong reminded his comrades, his voice filled with urgency. Let us go. Sengoku roared as he made the first move, standing at the bow of the ship. He tore off his clothing, the Navy cloak falling away, indifferent to the loss. He activated his devil fruit ability, emanating golden light as he grew in stature, ultimately transforming into a colossal golden Buddha. Even the warship beneath struggled to bear the weight of this immense figure. A mysterious force coalesced in the gigantic golden hand, forming a spherical orb of light. Sengoku, with focused intent on Qin Shao, compressed the orb to its utmost limit before thrusting it forward, unleashing a tremendous wave of energy. The current Sengoku had reached an impressive level, yet among the Iron Triangle, he paled in comparison. During this era, he was merely at the level of a candidate admiral. Far from matching the likes of Whitebeard, let alone Qin Shao. Well, achieving this much is commendable, but Sengoku, are you perhaps overestimating yourself? Rox observed the attack with a smirk, sensing a touch of arrogance in Sengoku's approach. As expected, Qin Shao did not even bat an eyelash at the incoming assault. Finding it far too weak, barely reaching the level of an admiral, with a swift motion of his blade, he sent forth a cutting strike, which effortlessly sliced through Sengoku's shockwave, continuing unabated toward him. Just as the strike was about to collide, Zifa intervened. His right fist enveloped in armament haki, muscles tensed. He met the flying slash head-on. The sharp strike failed to breach his haki, merely pushing him back a few steps before dissipating into the air. Sengoku, your strength is insufficient to confront Qin Shao directly. Once we engage, you should provide support, avoiding direct confrontation. Steel Bone Kong advised, concern etched on his face. He was unwilling to see his beloved disciple take unnecessary risks, especially since Sengoku had yet to achieve true admiral-level power. I understand. I will heed your words, Admiral Kong. The young Sengoku wished to protest, but knew the truth was undeniable. Strength. Strength. My power is inadequate. Today, I am destined to be a burden to Admiral Kong and the others. If we return from this, I shall diligently work to enhance my abilities, vowing never to experience this helplessness again. Unbeknownst to Qin Shao, this seemingly ordinary flying slash would accelerate Sengoku's growth significantly, propelling him forward by more than a year compared to the original timeline. Had he been aware, he might have felt a fleeting sense of appreciation, albeit momentarily. Zifa Carp, let us advance together. Sengoku and Hina, you two should look for opportunities to ambush Qin Shao. Remember to prioritize your safety. In this battle, do not take unnecessary risks. Steel Bone Kong reiterated, acknowledging the potential peril they all faced. Look, Candidate Admiral Zifa, Vice Admiral Carp, and Admiral Kong are preparing to strike. And Sengoku and Hina are joining as well. With all 5 of them in action, victory is assured. The Navy personnel aboard the warship erupted in cheers, their morale soaring. Just moments before, it had only been Rox, the vice captain of the pirate crew, who had forced Admiral Kong back, leaving the soldiers feeling shaken. Qin Shao raised an eyebrow. Finally ready to engage. The wait had been tiresome. He had allowed them ample time for this moment, and now he felt a surge of excitement. However, it was only fair to collect a bit of interest after granting them so much time. With a subtle lift of his eyelids, a fierce crimson light flickered in his gaze, and an overwhelming aura erupted forth. The Conqueror's haki surged rapidly, enveloping the naval fleet. The surrounding area was consumed by this overwhelming presence, the sea crashing violently against the hulls. The oppressive red pressure forced many naval personnel, including weaker vice admirals, to the ground, their consciousness fading. Only the more formidable vice admirals struggled against the might, but their endurance waned. The high-tier combatants of the pirate world were terrifying. This single display caused countless naval soldiers and officers to succumb to the Conqueror's haki, swiftly clearing the field of the weaker fighters. Steel Bone Kong and the others witnessed the scene, their expressions shifting drastically as an uncontrollable fury ignited within them. This was their elite force, and yet, this audacious act was perpetrated against them. You despicable fiend! These are our Navy's finest. How dare you? Steel Bone Kong, filled with rage, spoke coldly yet resolutely. He had sensed something amiss earlier, but had underestimated the situation. Earlier, he had wondered why Qin Shao hadn't tested them with his haki, only to realize he had been waiting for this moment. Now, with a significant portion of the naval forces lost, their numerical advantage had vanished. If this continued, their core strength would be irrevocably diminished. Those still standing, focus on eliminating the pirates of Rock's crew. You need not worry about anything else. Just ensure you can clear your targets and retreat. Sengoku commanded, suppressing his instinct to fight to the death. Following this, he and Steel Bone Kong moved with great agility toward Qin Shao. Ha ha ha. Vice Captain Qin Shao is incredible. This has made our task significantly easier. Everyone, let us not disappoint the first mate. Charge forth with me and vanquish the remaining navy. Wow. Slay them. Brothers, the treasures of gold and silver lie before us. If we defeat them, the riches shall be ours. Chapter 32. Newgate, Shiki, the Black Sword of the Qin Dynasty, Reclamation. Ha ha, my little ones. Go forth and seize the gold from the heavens. Clear away the remaining navy opposing us. Lox bellowed, pointing towards the vessels laden with heavenly gold. At once, the pirates responsible for guarding swiftly departed from the main ship, advancing towards their goal. Upon arrival, they brandished their weapons, grinning wickedly as they boarded the ship. Gulalala. Sengoku, you've truly played us this time. To abandon those ships full of soldiers just to assault our 2 captains. What a cunning scheme. Newgate and Shiki appeared suddenly before everyone, their displeasure evident. Although they had acquired the goods, they were deprived of the most crucial aspect, the battle. This was not what they desired, prompting them to swiftly converge with Shiki's abilities. Haha, Carp, today I shall end you here for daring to toy with me. Shiki's heart was a tumult of battle fervor and indignation. Fortunately, they had secured the heavenly gold. Otherwise, their humiliation would have been monumental. As it was clear that they were not regarded as worthy opponents by Sengoku, the two charged forward at great speed. Mugate's hands bulged with veins as he swung his sword, the Tremor Fruit's power activated, slicing towards Sengoku. Mugate, you've arrived just in time. This time, we shall capture every last member of your Rocks Pirates. Sengoku, momentarily taken aback by Mugate and Appo's sudden appearance, quickly regained his composure, his expression shifting between hope and despair. They had not anticipated such swift reinforcements. The situation was dire. The recent loss of numerous Navy soldiers due to the Qin dynasty's fierce onslaught left them with only a handful of vice-admirals. And it seemed even they could not hold their ground. With a surge of rage, Sengoku raised his golden Buddha hand, unleashing a shockwave towards Mugate. The shockwaves collided. The powers of the Tremor Fruit and the Buddha's might canceling each other out, creating a series of white fissures in the air, as if the very fabric of space was on the verge of tearing. Following this clash, the two engaged in close combat. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of the armed combat echoed, the sharp edges of Mugate's sword clashing against the Buddha, unleashing a terrifying force that rippled outward. In a moment, they both recoiled, and Sengoku seized the opportunity to launch another shockwave. This attack was formidable, and Mugate dared not underestimate it, countering with the Tremor Fruit's power once more. Bang! The golden palm met the sword, forming an exaggerated vacuum zone. It was as if both energies had reached their limits, resulting in an explosive detonation. The explosion generated a powerful gust and tremendous energy, instantly spreading outward, creating a deep, bottomless pit in the sea as the waters rushed in to fill the void. The weaker pirates were swept away by this unforeseen calamity, dragged into the ocean. Only then did the true battle commence, as if in unison. Both warriors ceased utilizing their powers, opting instead for pure armed hockey and physical prowess. They danced through the sky, employing moonwalks as they reveled in their confrontation. The appeal of martial arts lay in the visceral thrill of combat. Their exchanges reverberated across the battlefield. What the hell? Is this really happening? Mugate, Shiki, you two couldn't have arrived at a worse time. I'm truly cursed. Qin dynasty fumed at the sight of Mugate and Shiki, lamenting their late arrival. As his battle spirit surged, ready to engage. Yet their sudden appearance felt akin to a man discovering his partner in a wedding chamber was also a man. However, with the moment past, he could voice no complaints. Could he forcibly retreat them? Such a notion was utterly impractical. Conversely, Locke harbored thoughts different from Qin dynasty's. Although he had not anticipated their rapid arrival, he now found himself relieved of the need to take action, attributing their haste to Qin dynasty's presence. Had it not been for him, they might have arrived, but certainly not this quickly. Regardless of the reasons, Locke was content to remain passive, confident that Qin dynasty could manage the remaining 3 adversaries without concern. As long as the atmosphere remained charged under his leadership, the Rocks Pirates would undoubtedly overthrow the world government. Meanwhile, Shiki was engaged in combat with Admiral Tsuru. Though dissatisfied with the current outcome, he found Carp had been detained by Steelbone Kong. Thus, Shiki faced Tsuru. Having never fought her before, he recognized her unorthodox methods. Had he not sensed danger and taken to the skies, he might have ended up like the pirate adrift on the ocean. Just thinking about it sent a shiver down his spine. Her abilities were a natural nemesis to his ambitions. Yet, there were ways to counter her. Provided he ensured he remained untouched, a task he was more than capable of. Hovering in the sky, Shiki drew his sword, the Sakura-ten and Ancient Wood, slashing downwards. The swift, sweeping strike unleashed sharp sword energy towards Tsuru. As the Grand Swordsman Shiki unleashed his attack, Tsuru did not dare to underestimate him. Instantly, she enveloped her hands with armed haki, tightly clenching her fist and retaliating. In an instant, Tsuru's haki-imbued hand collided with the strike, the overwhelming force radiating outward, causing the sea to tremble under the impact. Fortunately, their clash lasted but a second before Tsuru dispersed Shiki's strike, causing it to vanish into thin air. Haha. As long as I don't engage you directly, let us see how your powers can manifest. Surrender now. Today, the Navy will be annihilated. Shiki laughed heartily, having perceived a slight wound on Tsuru, indicating her haki could not hold out much longer. Tsuru, her expression indifferent, retorted, Shiki, where do you derive all this nonsense? If you wish to fight, then continue. I fear not your might. Should I perish today? I shall take you down with me. Having lost faith in the world government's support, she resolved to fight to the bitter end, hoping to exchange her life for Shiki's. The battlefield erupted in a cacophony of clashing blades and explosions, but this was merely the skirmish among 4 individuals, while the true confrontation between Qin Dynasty, Steelbone Kong, Carp, and Zifa had yet to commence in earnest. Their previous exchanges had merely scratched the surface. Now, it was time for serious combat. Steelbone Kong, Zifa, Carp. You 3 are quite persistent. But now, I shall be serious. Be careful not to perish. A sinister smile danced upon Qin Dynasty's lips as he raised his ancient Dragon Spring sword, a surge of energy emanating from it. The Scarlet Conqueror's haki enveloped the sword, rendering it even more perilous. Black Sword, Reclamation. Suddenly, an extraordinarily sharp sword energy erupted forth, resembling an unstoppable force that could cleave through anything in its path. As this formidable energy surged, the 3 individuals opposite felt as though the light of the world had been extinguished, leaving only darkness and the ominous sound of crashing waves drawing ever closer. However, the 3 members of Steelbone Kong, seasoned veterans of the battlefield, bit their tongues in unison, rousing themselves from their stupor. Chapter 33. The intense battle between the Qin Dynasty and Steelbone Kong, with rocks taking action. Let us all exert our utmost strength. Otherwise, we shall surely meet our demise here today. Facing the terrifying sword energy, Steelbone Kong took a deep breath. His armament color glowing black, exuding an indescribable aura. His fist clenched tightly, causing the surrounding space to resonate ominously. With each step, he executed the moonwalk, gradually forming a grand bow-like stance. Upon reaching the critical point, the overwhelming momentum was instantly retracted, converging in his right fist. Bone fist, steel. In an instant, his seemingly indomitable fist surged forward to confront the menacing sword energy. Zephyr and Carp exchanged glances, inhaling deeply to adjust their own auras when their energies peaked. They too launched their attacks simultaneously. Zephyr, veins bulging, had his armament color coiling around him. As a master of martial arts, he seamlessly combined his haki with various techniques from the Marine's 6 styles. Ultimate technique, 6 King's Gun. With a powerful stomp of the moonwalk, he propelled himself like a cannonball. Carp was no exception. His arms were enveloped in armament haki, and his marine uniform was instantly torn away. With slightly bent legs and eyes glowing red, he focused on the target, channeling his strength into his right arm as he unleashed a swift punch, accompanied by a sonic boom. Iron Fist, shatter. Thus, the 3 of them bravely faced the perilous sword energy. Upon their collision with the sword energy, the environment abruptly fell into an eerie calm. However, in the next moment, a blinding light erupted across the sea. The sword energy was thwarted by the trio's fists, causing a seismic disturbance in the air, and countless shards of sword energy flew chaotically, with turbulent winds drawing the attention of the pirates and marines engaged in battle below. This process lasted a full 5 seconds before the boundless, terrifying sword energy was finally subdued, dissipating into the air. Steelbone Kong, Carp, and Zephyr were sent tumbling to their ship due to the force of the impact. At that moment, they were not in the best condition, with visible wounds from the sword energy, blood seeping from their injuries. Impressive. You managed to fend it off after all. It seems your strengths are not as lacking as I had imagined. Qin Dynasty smirked, a sudden gust of wind lifting his hair, giving him an air of elegance akin to that of nobility. Of course, he merely jested, fully aware that Steelbone Kong and the others were formidable opponents. He only sought to tease them lightly. However, he had no intention of continuing this long-range combat. It was time for a more visceral confrontation. Come on. This is getting dull. Let us engage in close combat. Qin Dynasty and Apos' laughter echoed, revealing his growing madness. Steelbone Kong and the others remained silent. Yet a sigh of relief washed over them. After all, if Qin Dynasty continued wielding his sword, they would have little confidence in their chances. Now, however, with this proclamation, they felt a flicker of hope. In their eyes, he seemed to have grown complacent. Anger was absent. As long as they fulfilled their mission, any outcome would suffice. Qin Dynasty leaped into the air, employing his own technique to gain momentum, positioning himself not far from Steelbone Kong. Here I come. Qin style, ordinary fist, mountain crash. His fist, enveloped in Conqueror's haki, surged forth with unstoppable might towards the trio. Steelbone Kong and the others were not to be underestimated, each retaliating fiercely as they became embroiled in a tumultuous clash. Bang, bang, bang. Their battle was extraordinarily intense. Neither side could gain the upper hand. As the clash of Conqueror and Apos, as hockey against the three formidable armament colors appeared evenly matched. The sky was filled with the sounds of their relentless confrontation. Ha ha ha. Excellent. Excellent. It has been ages since I have enjoyed such a spirited fight. But do keep up the effort, or I might just end your lives. Qin Dynasty's complexion flushed, and a manic grin spread across his face as he continued to unleash a barrage of punches. After this exchange, he genuinely felt exhilarated. Indeed. This close-quarters combat was the most gratifying. Yet, perhaps due to a momentary lapse in concentration, he suddenly received a heavy blow, leaving him momentarily stunned. Humph, Qin Dynasty. You insufferable wretch. Even now, you remain so arrogant. I assure you, today we will capture you and bring you to Impel Down. Steelbone Kong was deeply dissatisfied with Qin Dynasty's demeanor and wasted no time in delivering a scathing retort. Seizing the opportunity while Qin Dynasty was momentarily distracted, Steelbone Kong unleashed a powerful strike aimed at his abdomen, confident that this blow would severely injure him, provided he remained momentarily disoriented. Indeed, Qin Dynasty was slightly dazed. After all these years, aside from the early days of his voyage, he had never been struck in such a manner. This sudden assault caught him off guard. Fortunately, he quickly regained his composure, delivering a forceful punch that sent Zephyr and Carp reeling, narrowly avoiding Steelbone Kong's attack. Blast it, Steelbone Kong. You dare to ambush me. Qin Dynasty cursed vehemently, recalling the overwhelming force of that punch, which sent shivers down his spine. Had he been struck, it could have spelled disaster. Clearly, he could not afford to underestimate these opponents. Even a moment's distraction could be exploited. Now, however, he felt anger bubbling within him. Fine then, let us continue and see who can outlast whom. He had yet to unleash the full extent of his devil fruit abilities. Boom, boom, boom. The two sides engaged in a fierce confrontation, explosive sounds generating waves of heat that enveloped all four combatants. Carp and Zephyr were sent flying back to their warship by the force of Qin Dynasty's punches, seizing the opportunity to catch their breath. After all, Qin Dynasty was an exceedingly formidable foe. His martial prowess was monstrous. Moreover, their physical constitutions were extraordinary. Had they been any weaker, they would have already faced defeat. Across the vast sea, the sounds of battle echoed incessantly, with numerous Marines engaged in combat against small pirate captains. Sengoku, Whitebeard, Shiki, and Crane found themselves in a stalemate, unable to gain a decisive advantage. Certainly, if Rox were to intervene, the situation would be resolved swiftly. However, he remained uninterested, merely observing the battle unfolding in the sky with keen interest. To him, others were insignificant. All that mattered was monitoring Qin Dynasty's condition. If only Qin Dynasty were aware of this. Had he known, he would have unleashed a torrent of curses upon Rox. You damned Rox. I specifically instructed you to guard. Yet here you are idly watching. Instead of seizing the heavenly gold, which is your task, you squander this time. Regrettably, Qin Dynasty failed to notice Rox below, who appeared unhurried, likely waiting for his first mate to resolve their own contest before making a move. However, this protracted stalemate was not a viable strategy. Their objective was to seize the world government's heavenly gold, and should reinforcements arrive, it would be a grave miscalculation. Having fought for an hour against Steelbone Kong, Zephyr, and Carp, Qin Dynasty felt the novelty had worn off, leaving him somewhat weary. Once again, after forcing the three back onto their ship, he cast a glance downward. And that fleeting look left him utterly speechless. They had been at it for several hours, yet the treasure from the heavens remained unclaimed, truly disheartening. He then turned to observe the main vessel, only to find Rox, this nonconformist, still lounging on the throne, watching him with keen interest, which left him even more exasperated. Hey, Captain Rox, why are you still sitting there? Go seize the treasure from the sky. Don't just watch. If their reinforcements arrive, we'll be left with nothing. Qin Zhao was mindful of the numerous outsiders lurking about. Otherwise, he would have unleashed his frustration without hesitation. It seemed they had completely forgotten their primary objective. Still engrossed in the spectacle. Upon hearing Qin Zhao's words and witnessing his expression, Rox paused for a moment. Indeed, their mission was to claim the treasure from above. And after several hours, they had yet to achieve their goal. The Navy's reinforcements could very well be on their way. Ah, Qin Zhao, you are correct. I had indeed lost focus. I'll take action right away, no need to fret. Rox replied with an awkward chuckle, attempting to reassure his comrade as he prepared to spring into action. Time was of the essence. Now that his younger brother had spoken, he, as the elder, could not afford to delay. With that thought, he rose, bending his legs slightly before launching himself forward. In that moment, coupled with Qin Zhao's preceding words. The atmosphere grew suddenly tense. Shiki, Newgate, and the other pirates took note of Rock's movements, as did the Navy, particularly the trio of Steelbone Kong, who had just been sent flying back. Was Rox about to make a move? This was indeed troubling news. However, as long as they were present, they would not allow the treasure to slip away. Rox, you shall not succeed. The treasure from the heavens is beyond the reach of your band of pirates. Steelbone Kong shouted, determined to intercept Rox. His reasoning was simple. If they could just delay Rox a little longer, the world government would surely send reinforcements. As long as they could hold Rox at bay, victory would be within the Navy and Appo's grasp. Yet, such thoughts were mere fantasies. Qin Zhao would not permit it. Given ample time, he could have dispatched Steelbone Kong and the others, but time was running short. Prolonging the conflict would yield more losses than gains. Thus he resolved to swiftly claim the treasure from above. Are you overthinking this, Steelbone Kong? You three cannot pass, for now. Why don't you stay and entertain me for a while? Qin Zhao smirked, positioning himself in their path to obstruct their advance. Chapter 34, The Justice of the Navy. The surprise attack of Crane at this moment, Steelbone Kong was filled with agitation. If they allowed the golden ship to be seized here, the Navy would bear significant responsibility. Steelbone Kong, Carp, and Zifa simultaneously unleashed powerful punches towards the obstructing Qin Zhao, aiming to send him flying. The three seemingly formidable fists rapidly approached, and Qin Zhao raised an eyebrow, immediately retaliating with his own fist imbued with the Conqueror's haki. The situation became tense. After this brief exchange of blows, the trio's attention shifted towards Rox. Observing their opponent eliminate the remaining few rear admirals, he slowly turned to face the Golden Lion Shiki. Stop playing around and move the ship. We can't waste any more time. Rox shouted sternly at Shiki. He understood Shiki's capabilities. And the prolonged confrontation with Crane was clearly abnormal. Even if they couldn't defeat him, it shouldn't take this long. The only logical explanation was that the other party was unwilling to exert substantial effort. Indeed, my little brother is dependable, while the others are not, Rox mused. Despite his urgency for Shiki to transport the golden ship, the trio was still entangled with Qin Zhao, unable to spare even one person to obstruct him. They could only unleash their full power in hopes of seizing a fleeting opportunity to knock Qin Zhao away. The battle intensified once more. Qin Zhao, you still have a chance to turn back. Think carefully. Your hometown suffered a tragedy due to pirates, and now you're assisting Rox in seizing the golden ship. How is that any different from those pirates? Have you forgotten in just a few short years? Steelbone Kong employed a psychological tactic, having researched Qin Zhao, the vice captain of Rock's pirate crew. The truth was, Qin Zhao's descent into piracy might have stemmed from the Navy's failure to fulfill its responsibilities. Whether these words would resonate with him remained uncertain. If they did, the tide of battle could change. If not, they would be doomed. He could only gamble on it. You Navy certainly have done your homework on me. If you know all this, shouldn't it be surprising that I stand against you? Qin Zhao sneered, displaying contempt. What was the use of such words now? Where were these sentiments when it mattered? If the Navy could choose to abandon the world government, that would be one thing. But he saw no indication that they harbored such thoughts. Enough with the nonsense. It serves no purpose. You should be contemplating how to escape and reclaim the golden ship from me. Rox, not far away, overheard these exchanges. He was furious that the Navy still sought to win over Qin Zhao, but felt a twisted sense of satisfaction, if not for the Navy's incompetence. They would never have been able to recruit someone like Qin Zhao. Your punches feel like mere tickles to me. Surely you can't be running out of steam? If so, just give up. Qin Zhao taunted. The golden ship is a must for the Rox pirates. I advise you not to be too aggressive, or you might find one or two of you left behind permanently. Qin Zhao was not boasting. He was genuinely growing impatient. The current battle was far from what it used to be. Carp had yet to reach his peak, and Zifa was similarly hindered. Only Steelbone Kong was at his prime, making the fight rather uninteresting. While he could inflict some damage, it was minimal. Continuing this way was pointless. He might as well end the skirmish and rest. Anyone can talk big. If you truly possess the capability, then come forth. Let us see your true strength. Steelbone Kong retorted, grunting as he delivered powerful punches, relentlessly clashing with Qin Zhao. Boom, boom, boom. The fists, enveloped in Conqueror's haki, glimmered with crimson light, creating a cacophony of explosive sounds. As Qin Zhao felt the trio's strength, he was taken aback. He anticipated that the seemingly exhausted trio still possessed such vigor. He immediately intensified his power output, veins bulging like azure dragons coursing through his arms. As time progressed, The trio felt their arms, imbued with armament hockey, begin to ache intensely. Meanwhile, Qin Xiao seemed to be fueled by a stimulant, continuously amplifying his strength, causing the trio's expressions to turn ghostly. Had it been rocks opposing them, they might have understood, but it was this young, unfathomable monster before them, whose combat experience was astonishingly profound. No matter how powerful one might be, such extensive battle experience was unfathomable. Did the Navy's intelligence fail to gather sufficient information? Yet, at this juncture, they had no choice but to press on. Zifa stepped forward, utilizing his mastery of the Navy's 6 forms to their utmost potential. For Zifa, the Navy's 6 forms were his forte. His talent could not compare to Karp's, nor even to Sengoku's. Thus, at 34, he had refined his armament hockey to its pinnacle, genuinely stepping onto the precipice of power as a candidate for Navy Admiral. Today, he had to uphold his conviction and bear the burden. Ultimate technique, Six Kings Gun. His fist, cloaked in pitch-black armament hockey, surged with all his might towards Qin Xiao. At such a close distance, its power was not to be underestimated. Qin Xiao remained vigilant and retaliated with a punch, instantly generating a massive shockwave. His fist appeared to flow with dark liquid, and the armament hockey, infused with his will, seemed to come alive. He refrained from using Conqueror's hockey, as the current situation did not necessitate it. Conserving energy was wise, given the exertion involved in constant usage. Boom. The collision of their fists transcended mere hockey. It became a contest of raw strength. Bang. The immense energies clashed violently, and for a brief moment, neither could gain the upper hand. Ultimately, with a resounding explosion, both were sent flying apart. The energy unleashed ravaged the battlefield, sending tumultuous waves across the sea, while small pirates were left lifeless in its wake. The warships and pirate vessels fared no better, nearly capsizing from the fierce gusts. Amidst the chaos, surviving pirates screamed in despair, but no one paid them any heed. Crane and Sengoku, witnessing the devastating effects, exchanged alarmed glances and quickly retreated, realizing the magnitude of the situation. The rampant energy on the battlefield was perilously close to them. If struck, the consequences would be dire. They hastily distanced themselves, narrowly escaping. It seems that Qin Xiao's strength is indeed terrifying. Taking on 3 opponents and reaching this level is impressive, Shiki remarked, controlling the vessel laden with the golden ship while observing the unfolding events with amusement. Frankly, he had not anticipated such an outcome. In his mind, even rocks would not handle 3 admiral-level combatants so effortlessly. How could Qin Xiao manage it with such ease? This was utterly illogical. Little did Qin Xiao know of Shiki's thoughts. Otherwise, he would have laughed at him. Setting aside whether he could achieve such feats, rocks undoubtedly could, and he had been able to do so for many years. As for the Qin dynasty, its current strength is not much different from that of rocks, making such an achievement quite normal. Unfortunately, Shiki is unaware of this, yet it does not hinder his fervent praise for the Qin dynasty. After all, he harbors hopes of enticing them to his side. Each member of the Rock's pirate crew is acutely aware of their situation, leading them to cultivate their own power. As for those capable of winning over the Qin dynasty, only Whitebeard and Shiki are deemed qualified at this juncture. Nevertheless, with Rock still alive, the Qin dynasty remains steadfastly loyal to him. After all, mutual understanding is rare among pirates, and trust is even scarcer. Is this Qin dynasty even human? How could he achieve such a formidable presence? In stark contrast to Shiki, Sengoku's expression is grim and fearsome. The vice-captain of the Rock's pirate crew, Qin dynasty, has not been at sea for long. So how could he be this terrifying? Prior to this operation, Tsuru mentioned the current circumstances, initially believing there was a glimmer of success, but now it seems the situation has reversed unexpectedly. Not only are they unable to capture Rocks and Qin dynasty, but their own safety is also in jeopardy. This realization brings a tinge of regret. They should have heeded Tsuru's advice and sought assistance from the world government. At this moment, Sengoku is oblivious to the fact that Tsuru had already informed the world government before the operation commenced. They simply have yet to arrive. As he ruminates on a solution, Shiki is joyfully maneuvering a ship adorned with golden embellishments, ferrying it to the Rock's pirate crew. No one can impede him now. Tsuru, breathless, watches Qin dynasty's retreating figure, calculating her opportunity. Suddenly, Karp's explosive arrival, coupled with the entanglement of Sora and Zephyr, presents her with a chance. Activating her moonwalk, she instantly appears behind Qin dynasty, extending her delicate right hand, imbued with the powers of the wash-wash fruit, ready to make contact. At that moment, Qin dynasty's observation hockey alerts him, vividly revealing an image that startles him. In an instant, he propels himself away, leaving only an afterimage to depict the previous scenario. Tsuru? You nearly caught me off guard. Qin Dynasty furrows his brow, addressing Tsuru, slightly annoyed. He is truly weary of such ambush tactics. Sometimes he wonders why the Navy is so fond of sneak attacks. Decades later, Akainu will also indulge in such antics, seeming more pirate-like than he, a pirate himself. Damn. Before he can utter another word, Qin Dynasty is struck by a punch from Sara, narrowly avoiding significant pain. You Navy folks truly enjoy ambushing, don't you? Just when I thought I had evaded 2 attacks, here comes another from you, Sara. Thankfully, I reacted in time, otherwise, I would have been at a loss. You are more pirate-like than I am, completely disregarding the code of honor. Qin Dynasty feels an overwhelming surge of frustration. Is this truly a legitimate navy? When confronting a top-tier powerhouse of the sea like you, we dare not be careless. As for our methods, we shall employ whatever is effective. The mission takes precedence over pride. All of this is for the sake of justice. Sara chuckles, his eyes reflecting unwavering determination. Are means, whether noble or base, important? To him, any method that effectively neutralizes a pirate is a good one. If it fails to do so, then it is not meant for them. Today's predicament is merely a miscalculation on their part. Had their plan gone smoothly, they should have already been advancing toward Impel Down. Do you think your schemes are impressive? The sheer number of you present is solely to apprehend me and Captain Rox. Let me assure you, that is utterly impossible. You lack the manpower, and even if Whitebeard and the others do not arrive, you still have no chance. Chapter 35. The Gold from Above in Hand. Qin Xiao finds it dull to release water with a look of disdain. Qin Xiao observed the naval officers before him, thinking they had grossly underestimated both him and Rox. If they truly believed they could be captured by such a few individuals, they might as well find a piece of tofu to crash into and end their lives. As previously stated, it was merely that Rox had not truly engaged. Had he done so, the two of them could have easily dispatched all the Navy present today. At this moment, Rox had returned to the main ship. Observing that Tsuru had just attempted a sneak attack on Qin Xiao, he was not at all surprised, as such maneuvers were standard operations for the Navy. From certain perspectives, it could be argued that the Navy lacked even the basic principles of honor and ethics, their positions merely differing from those of pirates. Nevertheless, now that the gold from above was secured, they could swiftly deal with the Navy and return home. Otherwise, they would surely face another wave of adversaries soon. The Navy truly was quite tiresome. Rox drew his supreme blade, the Overlord's sword, Heavy Nation, and with a swift sweep, he vanished from his position. When he reappeared, he was already swinging his blade towards Karp. His overwhelming aura startled everyone, their eyes wide with disbelief. Well, even Captain Rox has joined the fray now. This is becoming increasingly interesting, Shiki remarked with keen interest, sensing that the battle would soon reach its conclusion. Much to his delight. Karp, be careful. Rox has made his move. Steelbone Kong shouted, his eyes wide with alarm as he spotted Rox. Go, Captain Rox. Eliminate these Navy scum. The pirates cheered, their spirits soaring as their invincible Captain Rox took action today. Rox, is it? Very well. Today, I shall take you back to Impel Down. Karp swiftly assumed an attack stance, his legs slightly bent, veins bulging in his arms. Although his face bore no signs of distress, the pressure within him was immense, evident in his demeanor. After all, this was Rox, the overlord of the New World. His identity and position forbade any sign of weakness. Monkey D. Karp, a member of the D clan, now chose to serve the Navy for the world government. A decision that was utterly laughable. Since you have chosen to stand against me, let me experience your strength today and see if you have brought shame to the D clan. Rox regarded Karp with indifference. After speaking, he charged forward, his overlord's sword glinting ominously as its blade sliced towards Karp. Karp, refusing to underestimate his opponent, instantly enveloped his fist in armament hockey. With his legs slightly bent, he propelled himself towards Rox, determined to engage in battle rather than be a passive target. After enduring a lengthy confrontation with Qin Xiao, he had grown weary. Now, fighting Rox on the deck was far more to his liking. Even if victory was uncertain, it was certainly preferable to battling in the air. Clang! The collision of Karp's hockey-imbued fist and the Heavy Nation ignited a shower of sparks. The two engaged in a fierce struggle, with Karp sliding several meters from the immense force. The throbbing pain in his fist served as a stark reminder that he needed to fight earnestly, or he would face dire consequences. In this brief encounter, Karp grasped what it meant to face the true sovereign of the seas. This sensation was one he had not encountered with Qin Xiao. It was an unparalleled dominance, as if rocks were destined to devour everything in his path. Yet, that was not the end of it. The sheer force emanating from rocks filled Karp with apprehension. It was a strength that seemed far beyond that of an ordinary human, pure and unadulterated. Monkey D. Karp, you were commendable. You managed to withstand a strike from me, although I did not use my full strength. Nonetheless, you deserve some acknowledgement. For not everyone can endure my blade, Rocks said, nodding in satisfaction, recognizing Karp as one of the D clan. Once more, Rocks charged forward. His heavy nation cloaked in haki. Karp had no choice but to brace himself again. Their fists clashed anew, each exerting their haki against the other, resulting in catastrophic internal damage. As they clashed, violet arcs of electricity danced outward from the point of impact, with the disparity in their energies creating waves that rippled outward. Karp, I offer you a choice. Join the Rocks Pirates. As fellow members of the D clan, wouldn't it be better for us to unite? Rocks proposed. His interest piqued by the prospect of enlisting a kindred spirit. Rocks, do not harbor such delusions. I shall never become a pirate. My sense of justice forbids it. Abandon this notion. Karp gritted his teeth, resolutely maintaining his stance. A mere Rocks Pirates was unworthy of his allegiance, and the organization was fraught with madness and lunatics. Rocks was taken aback by the rejection of his goodwill, scoffing coldly as he increased the force of his strike. Karp felt the surge of power, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he attempted to withstand it. Yet, reality proved less forgiving than his will could resist. Boom. Karp was sent flying into the ship's cabin by an overwhelming force, staggering out moments later. His face darkened as he realized he could not withstand Rock's assault, even in this state. Truly, he was a formidable opponent beyond measure. The sea's sovereign, Rocks D. Jibek. Captain Rocks, the gold from above has been successfully transported back. We can depart from here. Shiki called to Qin Shao and Rocks, noting that their task was complete and there was no need to continue battling the Navy. Mere dogs raised by the world government unworthy of confronting the Rocks Pirates. Newgate. Stand aside. Sengoku shouted at the imposing Newgate, urgency lacing his voice. If the Rocks Pirates managed to abscond with the gold, their operation would be a complete failure, and the world government would undoubtedly lay the blame at their feet. Gururara. Sengoku, do not be so agitated. If you can defeat me, I shall let you pass. Newgate laughed heartily, unleashing the tremor abilities of the Gurur Nomi towards Sengoku, denying him even the slightest chance to advance. With no other option, Sengoku steeled himself to confront the oncoming attack, for the difference between effort and apathy was significant. Steelbone Kong and his companions also sought to intervene. Yet Qin Shao swiftly obstructed them, methodically stalling for time. Now, it was merely a matter of when Rocks would decide to withdraw. Meanwhile, Tsuru attempted to take action, only to be intercepted by a fierce gust of sword energy. Unbeknownst to her, Qin Shao had already drawn the Longquan ancient sword, launching a sharp warning with his sword aura. I am still here. Where do you think you are going? Do not overthink things. Remain here and do not wander off, or I may be compelled to eliminate you. Qin Shao smiled, yet his words were as cold as ice. He finds himself in a state of helplessness. Rocks, that fellow, shows no signs of concluding his actions, which truly frustrates him. Continuing down this path holds little significance. Zephyr, Steelbone, and Crane are entirely immobilized, obstructed by Qin Dynasty. Sengoku, observing the battle above, is instantly consumed by a tumult of anger. He had harbored some hope that Crane might manage to intervene, but alas, that hope was dashed by Qin Dynasty's interference. Furthermore, the injuries sustained by Admiral Kong and Zephyr have become quite severe, a result of Qin Dynasty's leniency. Had he not held back, they would have succumbed to grave wounds long ago, rendering them incapable of standing. At this moment, Karp shares Sengoku's sentiments, harboring an overwhelming desire to eliminate Rocks and liberate his comrades. Yet, he finds himself powerless against this sovereign of the seas, struggling merely to ensure his own survival, let alone engage in other endeavors. Newgate, step aside. Sengoku feels himself on the verge of madness. The injuries afflicting his companions worsen by the moment, igniting his anxiety. Suddenly, a formidable shockwave propels Newgate away as he attempts to assist Zephyr and the others in their struggle against Qin Dynasty. Gulalala. Sengoku, refrain from disturbing our vice captain's enjoyment. Otherwise, you may truly provoke his wrath, and Zephyr and the others might face dire consequences. Have you not noticed that the current vice captain of Qin Dynasty is not even taking them seriously? You must contemplate this carefully. With a grin, Newgate clenches his right fist, unleashing the powers of the Tremor fruit, and hurls a punch at Sengoku, an inexorable force of destruction tearing through the air. You wretched creature. Newgate. Faced with this onslaught, Sengoku's complexion pales. Should he be struck, he would not only be incapacitated but possibly obliterated. Acting on instinct, he activates his Buddha fruit, exerting all his strength to thrust both fists forward, unleashing an immense wave of energy that collides with the destructive force. In the wake of this, Newgate does not relent, swiftly approaching Sengoku once more, and the fierce battle resumes anew. Chapter 36. The Retreat of the Rocks Pirates and Their Return to the Navy Headquarters, a combined chapter. At this juncture, his escape had become an impossibility. Meanwhile, Zifa and Steelbone Kong were becoming increasingly disoriented due to excessive blood loss. The scale of this battle had taken everyone by surprise. As time progressed, their injuries worsened. Tsuru alone could not hope to contend with Qin Chao, and Garp was left to endure the mockery of rocks, appearing utterly powerless. Even Sengoku's situation was far from favorable, as he was relentlessly hammered by Whitebeard. This operation had indeed gone awry. Ha ha ha. Shiki, now that the treasure is secured, you should depart. Rocks commanded with a gleeful tone after effortlessly repelling Garp. Men, retreat. Our mission has been accomplished. With the treasure in their possession, it was prudent to withdraw and avoid any complications should the world government's reinforcements arrive. He was ill-prepared for an encounter with them. Upon hearing Rock's orders, the pirates began to retreat amidst raucous cheers. The excitement of this day's exploits surged through the ranks. They had not only secured the treasure, but had also witnessed the formidable prowess of Captain Rocks and Vice Captain Qin Chao, which illuminated their future prospects. As long as they followed these two captains, their fortunes would undoubtedly multiply, a notion that thrilled them immensely. On the Navy's side, only Steelbone Kong and a few high-ranking officers remained, along with two unexpectedly surviving rear admirals. The rest had perished in this fray. Sengoku, now fully aware of the grim reality, relinquished any thoughts of intercepting the pirates. His sole desire was to teach Whitebeard a proper lesson to avenge the deep-seated animosity he harbored. Gula-la-la, Sengoku, your current attitude is commendable. We shall focus on our own battle and let the rest take care of itself. Besides, your fate would be no different if you engaged. Shiki's strength is not to be underestimated. Whitebeard laughed heartily, sensing Sengoku's resolve. As an old adversary before his joining the Rocks Pirates, he had always respected Sengoku. Had their allegiances not been so divergent, he would have been eager to befriend him. Sengoku remained silent, relentlessly pushing forward, though his grim expression betrayed his inner turmoil. After several clashes, neither side gained significant advantage, and Whitebeard, weary of the confrontation, seized the opportunity to withdraw. Continuing this battle held little merit now. The treasure was already claimed, and Sengoku would find it arduous to pursue. Qin Chao, glancing at Kong, Zifa, and Tsuru, remarked with intrigue, "Do you wish to continue? The situation is abundantly clear. You have all put forth commendable efforts, but it is time to concede." He held a degree of admiration for their persistence in pursuit of the treasure. Indeed, they were formidable enforcers of the world government. If it were him, he would have settled for a token gesture, for the meager wages hardly justified such peril. Steelbone Kong nearly spat blood in frustration, while Zifa's expression darkened. Tsuru, however, found merit in Qin Chao's words. They had reached this point, and with the world government's aid yet to arrive, reclaiming the treasure was an unrealistic endeavor. Thus, continuing the fight would yield little benefit. Observing the changing expressions of the three, Qin Chao surmised they had made the right decision, which was commendable. He then vanished from sight, returning to the main ship of the Rocks Pirates. The trio did not attempt to hinder him further. It was futile, and they lacked the strength to continue the battle. Rocks, noticing Qin Chao had ceased fighting, wasted no time in returning to his ship. Garp, witnessing this turn of events, was about to pursue when Tsuru called out to him. "Garp, let them go. Pursuing them further holds little significance." As Steelbone Kong and the others returned to their vessel, Tsuru urgently urged Garp to reconsider. "Little Tsuru, I am unwilling to accept this. I can bear the failure of this mission, but I cannot accept that our valiant warriors perished here without consequence. I wish to see if we can capture even one of their officers, to honor our fallen comrades." Garp, unusually composed, sought merely to provide closure for the deceased and accountability to their superiors. If they returned empty-handed, the Navy would face dire consequences. "It is futile, Garp. We cannot retain any of them. Even capturing a minor officer would serve little purpose." Steelbone Kong sighed heavily, bitterness lacing his tone. The gravity of the day's events weighed heavily on all, not just Garp. Kong bore an even greater burden, as this plan had originated from his directives. As the Navy's commander-in-chief, he could hardly escape scrutiny. However, the reality was that they were powerless to pursue. The miscalculations lay in two aspects: misjudging Qin Shao's strength and the swift reinforcements of Whitebeard and Shiki. Consequently, their elite forces were ensnared, allowing Shiki to abscond with the treasure. Garp could dismiss Tsuru's sentiments, but he could not ignore Steel Bone Kong's words. Thus, despite his yearning to pursue, he suppressed that impulse and allowed the enemy to depart. Meanwhile, Rox and Shiki returned to their ship, and the pirates celebrated their triumphant return to their vessels. Gulalala, Sengoku, and his crew seemed quite astute. Whitebeard chuckled, observing Sengoku's watchful stance on the Navy ship as they departed. Ha ha ha, it's hardly surprising. Had they pursued us, they would have achieved little, possibly even trapping themselves here. Hence, such a decision is quite rational. Shiki cast a glance at the Navy, smirking dismissively. He had faith that the Navy would not act irrationally. Had they been foolish, they would not have maintained their standoff for so long. Rox and Qin Shao exchanged glances before returning to their respective thrones, engaged in conversation. The actions of the Navy held little concern for them, as their confidence in their strength assured them of the Navy's inaction. Sigh, our Navy will surely face the ire of the world government over this. Sengoku lamented, a heavy sigh escaping him. This outcome was indeed disheartening. Fear not, we shall withstand the pressure. But remember the humiliation of today. Return and train diligently. Strive to seize the next opportunity to capture the entire Rox Pirates crew. I have faith in you. Steel Bone Kong took a deep breath, addressing Garp and the others with solemnity. The failure of this operation had imparted a stark realization of the Rox Pirates' might, underscoring the urgency to bolster their strength. If they did not strive to catch up, the Rox Pirates would become increasingly formidable with the passage of time. Yes, we will train diligently, Commander Kong, and enhance our abilities. The group affirmed with grave expressions and unwavering determination. After some time, the Rox Pirates had traversed a considerable distance. Despite the immense treasure aboard, no pirate dared to challenge them along the way. This was the testament to their absolute dominance and authority upon these waters. How does Qin feel today? Is it thrilling? Lox, with a smile on his face, inquired leisurely. He was genuinely curious about Qin's sentiments, as it was evident that he had been quite exhilarated at the onset of the battle, yet afterward, he appeared somewhat disenchanted. Thrilling? Not quite. Initially, I was quite pleased. But as the confrontation progressed, it became apparent that my opponent was not fully invested in the battle. Moreover, the current prowess of the Navy's Garp, Zifa, and Sengoku is nowhere near their peak, making the skirmish rather lackluster. Qin expressed, a hint of resignation in his tone, tinged with regret. After all, without their peak strength, he could hardly indulge in the thrill of combat. Perhaps true exhilaration would only come during the eventual battle at God Valley, but that was not far off. He hoped they would surprise him when the time came. Is that so? Well, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. You can seize them at your own pace. However, do not let the battle distract you from other vital matters, or the situation may become dire, Lox remarked. His words laden with implication, clearly harboring some schemes of his own. Little did he know that Qin felt a flicker of surprise at his words. It shouldn't be possible for Lox to be contemplating God Valley at this juncture, as he had not received any intel or maps. It can't be that matter. Never mind. Time will reveal all. Ha! I shall eagerly await Captain Lox's good news. Meanwhile, not far from the sea where the Golden Sky was ambushed, a massive fleet was hastily making its way to the scene of the incident. Commander, according to the intel from Vice Admiral Tsuru, we should be nearing the location. A masked CP-0 member reported respectfully to a fierce-looking man with a small beard. Oh, understood. Dispatch orders to accelerate our advance. The Rox Pirates are formidable, and Steel Bone Kong and the others may be struggling. The small-bearded man commanded before stepping to the bow of the ship, his expression growing grave as he surveyed the vast ocean. Had they not been delayed by several of the Rox Pirates' officers, they would have arrived much sooner. Now, over 7 hours had passed, and the Golden Sky may have already been seized by the enemy. The thought was indeed exasperating. That accursed Rox Pirates seemed to revel in creating trouble. Finding peace is becoming increasingly elusive. Alas, all he could do was pray that the Navy would lend some assistance to prevent the enemy from escaping. If such an event were to transpire, he would bear the blame. As for calling, they had made numerous attempts, but the Navy had not answered. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so anxious. Another 10 minutes elapsed, and Steel Bone Kong and his group finally encountered the reinforcements from CP-0. The CP-0 commander observed the injured, bandaged figures and instantly deduced that the escorting Golden Sky was no longer present, realizing they had failed. He felt furious about the outcome. Yet he had no grounds to blame them, nor did he possess the authority, so he remained silent. Steelbone Kong was equally bewildered. What was happening? Had the world government dispatched personnel earlier? Why had they only arrived now? Hello, I appreciate your efforts to come all this way. Unfortunately, we have failed in this mission. As we could not hold out until your arrival, Suru stepped forward, expressing her apologies to the CP0 commander. Despite her outward politeness, she felt a deep resentment. Had they arrived sooner, they might not have suffered such losses, and perhaps the Rocks pirates could have been contained. However, now that they had finally arrived, there was little to be said. Although the primary responsibility lay with the Navy, CP0 could not evade its share of the blame. Greetings, I am Ulysses, the captain of CP0. I must apologize for our late arrival. We were also obstructed by the officers of the Rocks pirates. I hope for your understanding. As for the situation on your end, I comprehend the circumstances and will report to the elders. However, given the current state of affairs, we should return now. Please take some time to rest. Ulysses spoke courteously, acknowledging their partial responsibility, thus refraining from adopting a condescending tone. Very well, let this be the case. We will communicate with the elders upon our return. Thank you for making the trip. Steelbone Kong stepped forward to shake Ulysses' hand, expressing gratitude. Since Ulysses had acknowledged their shared responsibility, there was no further need for contention. Thus, Steelbone Kong and CP0 sailed together on their return journey. 2 days later, at the Navy headquarters at Marineford, 2 warships carried Steelbone Kong and his comrades back. Upon their return, medical personnel promptly attended to the severely injured vice admirals. Meanwhile, Steelbone Kong, Zifa, Sengoku, Carp, and Tsuru walked solemnly towards the marshal's office, their expressions heavy with gravity. At this moment, Kong and Zifa, possessing exceptionally robust physiques, were not hindered by their injuries. Nonetheless, despite the severity of their wounds, they had little choice but to address the overwhelming threat posed by the Rocks pirates. They needed to devise a strategy. The formidable Qin also loomed ominously in their thoughts. Soon, the 5 entered the marshal's office and took their seats. Chapter 37. Meeting the 5 elders, constraining the Rocks pirates. As they sat in silence, an oppressive atmosphere enveloped the room. Steelbone Kong cast a heavy gaze upon the others, his expression gravely solemn. This defeat has undoubtedly sounded a tremendous alarm. Having lost nearly all of our military strength, our operation failed, the Celestial Gold was seized, and among the 10 warships deployed, 8 were sunk. This is truly a disgraceful chapter for our Navy. Fortunately, we have not suffered personal losses. Had anything happened to us, the elite forces of our headquarters would have faced a dire crisis. Once everyone was settled, Steelbone Kong spoke with a weighty demeanor. The 4 others wore equally grim expressions, their resentment towards the Rocks pirates intensifying. Particularly, Sengoku, long regarded as a tactical genius, found himself at a loss in such circumstances. Faced with Steelbone Kong's remarks, they could only lament their inadequacies. Ultimately, it was a matter of insufficient strength. Thus, silence fell once more in the commander's office until Steelbone Kong broke it again. What strategies do you propose to restrain the development of the Rocks pirates? Prolonged silence would yield no solutions. The danger presented by the Qin dynasty is no different from that posed by Rocks. We ought to issue a bounty. Sengoku, looking earnestly at Steelbone Kong, stated that previously they had considered recruiting him, but that was no longer feasible. To contend with him would require at least 4 or 5 admiral-level powers, which is exceedingly formidable. However, we must resolve the issue surrounding the Celestial Gold. If the 5 elders were to pursue accountability, the implications would be vastly different. Furthermore, we must report to Mariewa, lest you all face punishment. Steelbone Kong, observing the group with a hint of resignation, mentioned, however, Crane has notified CP0. Strictly speaking, we cannot bear full responsibility, hence we shall likely face only a reprimand. They were unaware of Crane's report prior, but following the failure of this operation, the timing was fortuitous to serve as a rationale. Should they face punishment, CP0 would not emerge unscathed either, leading to the conclusion that Crane has indeed performed a commendable act. On the Red Line, in Mariewa, the world government resides here, and any decision made within these walls reverberates across the globe. Within an opulent conference room, a figure with a blade reminiscent of the original Devil May Cry squinted at Steelbone Kong. Are you implying that the Celestial Gold was seized by the Rocks pirates? I cannot fathom what your Navy has been doing. How could such a large contingent allow the Celestial Gold to be stolen? The most alarming aspect is that you, as the Admiral of the Navy, failed personally. This is not a trivial matter, Kong. For the financial war god Hassan Baron Nasu, overseeing all monetary matters. The loss of a few ships of celestial gold was inconsequential. However, the failure of the Admiral raised significant concerns. Given his capabilities, such an outcome should not have occurred. It was not a matter of Kong's power matching that of Rox. Collectively, they should have been able to succeed. Could it be attributed to the Qin dynasty, whose strength reportedly rivals that of Rox? Hassan Saint, I bear considerable responsibility for this failure. But I assure you, in the esteemed elders, that such an incident will not recur. The cause of our defeat lies with the vice-captain of the Rox Pirates, Qin dynasty. His overwhelming power initially thwarted our five-man team, and it was evident he retained considerable strength. Ultimately, we had no choice but to let them escape. Steelbone Kong provided reassurance before recounting the entire sequence of events, acknowledging that he too had not anticipated such an outcome. As the five elders listened, their expressions shifted from indifference to grave concern. The audacity of the Rox Pirates to brazenly seize celestial gold was a direct affront to both the world government and the celestial dragons. Even more infuriating was Qin dynasty, whose blatant disdain for the celestial dragons, publicly deriding them as garbage, demonstrated a profound lack of respect. Nearby, Karp and Zephyr remained silent, wary of being swept into this unwarranted calamity. Though Karp harbored deep disdain for the celestial dragons, he was acutely aware that his current strength was insufficient to confront an institution that had endured for 8 centuries. After their discussions at the Navy headquarters, the five hurried to Mariehua, preparing to face reprimand. However, with CP0 bearing some responsibility, the five elders appeared unusually amenable. We are well aware of the specifics now. Although your Navy's actions have caused embarrassment to the world government, lamenting your failures will yield no results. Let us instead discuss how to address the Rox Pirates. Faced with the audacity and growing strength of the Rox Pirates, particularly their captain, Rox, an heir of the D lineage, this brazen act of seizing celestial gold clearly reveals his ambitions. Moreover, the vice-captain, Qin dynasty, is no less formidable. From Steelbone Kong's description, it is evident that this pirate is an unyielding maniac, and I suggest we neutralize him swiftly, lest his youth lead to even greater turmoil in the future. Their ranks boast numerous powerful figures, including Newgate, Shiki, and Charlotte Linlin, all of whom are formidable adversaries, rivaling the world government's ostensible strength. Indeed, the most critical threats are Rox and Qin dynasty. His youth combined with such strength suggests he might outdo Rox in future endeavors. If we allow them to continue unchecked, we may find ourselves facing a genuine threat to the world government in the coming years. The five powerful entities, the financial war god, the agricultural war god, the legal war god, the environmental war god, and the scientific defense war god, each voiced their opinions on the matter of the Rox Pirates. Meanwhile, Kong felt a sense of relief, as the focus of the five elders had shifted away from him. He quietly positioned himself next to Karp and the others, adopting a statue-like demeanor. Yet, it must be acknowledged that differing positions lead to divergent perspectives. They soon discerned the essence of the problem. The relatively nascent Rox Pirates had developed at an alarming rate, an astonishing phenomenon indeed. This mere pirate crew appeared to be advancing more swiftly than the Navy, a troubling development. Should this trend remain unchecked, in a few years, they could indeed become a significant challenge. Let us set aside the issue of the celestial gold. Clinging to it serves no purpose. As for those families, we shall assist the Navy in addressing them. However, you must exert every effort to suppress or even annihilate the Rox Pirates. The financial war god, Hassan Saint, addressed Steelbone Kong with a steady gaze. As for punishment, let us defer that for now. The world government requires the Navy as an institution, and Karp and his comrades have yet to reach their peak. They will still need to serve the world government, so a warning will suffice. There is no need for excessive measures. Your Navy currently lacks the high-tier combat power. While your strategy is commendable, without the requisite strength, it all remains futile. Therefore, summon back the veteran admirals, Blue Fox and Falcon, treating it as a postponement of their retirement. Regarding Qin dynasty, let us establish a bounty. Chapter 38, The Exorbitant Bounty. The name of Qin dynasty resounds across the world. As for the bounty on the Qin dynasty, let it be set at an astonishing 3.6 billion. Note, here, the bounty for Rox is established at 4.2 billion. Among the five, the scientific guardian deity, Jagaruja Satan, addressed Steelbone Kong with a nonchalant tone. After a brief discussion on other matters, they were permitted to leave. Once liberated, Steelbone Kong and his companions hurriedly returned to the Navy headquarters to execute the orders of the Five Elders. By the next morning, the Navy headquarters promptly announced Qin Dynasty's first bounty. Simultaneously, Kong had no choice but to publish the news of the theft of the heavenly gold in the newspapers. Concealing it was futile, and it was better to openly express the Navy's stance. News agencies swiftly printed the information and dispatched newsbirds to every corner of the world. At this moment, the newsbirds were not yet under the control of Morgan's, but were exclusive to the Navy's external communication agency. Thus, during their operations, they would drop newspapers whenever they encountered ships. However, if they came across pirates, they would collect a fee in belly. This arrangement was a form of balance from above. Rather than outright refusing to deliver to pirates, it was more reasonable to gather some fees for operations, given the perilous nature of flying across the seas. However, this method would soon cease once Morgan's took over. Every day is filled with trivial matters. I hope today won't be a waste of 100 belly, lamented an unknown little pirate in the Grand Line. He routinely purchased the newspapers delivered by newsbirds, as being at sea rendered information scarce, and without the papers, he would quickly fall behind the times. Yet, today's news would undoubtedly shock him beyond belief. After handing over the belly, he took a newspaper from the newsbird and focused his gaze. A bounty notice? Oh, which pirate crew has stirred up trouble now? Let me take a closer look. Black Sword Qin Dynasty? The vice captain of the Rocks pirate crew? What? 6 billion. This must be a joke. His eyes widened in disbelief at the bounty. How is this possible? Even if he is the vice captain of the Rocks pirate crew, he shouldn't have skyrocketed to such a figure so suddenly. Previously, he was not even wanted. He had scoffed at the Navy, and now, not long after, the bounty has risen to such heights. What on earth did he do? He quickly regained his composure, continuing to peruse the information below. Holy cow! The Rocks pirate crew is truly formidable. They actually stole the heavenly gold? Mind you, that is something belonging to the celestial dragons. Indeed, the Rocks pirate crew lives up to its reputation. This information was undoubtedly reshaping his worldview. After all, the celestial dragons are untouchable, and they could easily mobilize marine admirals, something these little pirates could not contend with. He had only been lamenting the dullness of previous newspapers, and suddenly, the news had taken a sensational turn. Nevertheless, this information filled the little pirate's heart, making the once feared celestial dragons appear less intimidating. After all, if the Rocks pirate crew could accomplish such feats, it implied that with sufficient strength, one could act with impunity. Beyond this unknown little pirate, the entire world, both at sea and on land, was receiving this information. The Rocks pirate crew had boldly seized the heavenly gold, and their vice captain, Qin Dynasty, had even taken down several high-ranking officers, including the Marine Marshal. The bounty notice featuring Qin Dynasty's beaming face and the glaring figure of 6 billion belly undoubtedly resonated within their hearts. Ha ha ha, the Navy must be feeling the pressure now. The Rocks pirate crew has achieved this within less than a year of its establishment. One can only imagine the magnitude of their future actions. However, it was indeed unexpected that they dared to seize the heavenly gold, something exclusive to the celestial dragons, and their vice captain, who had rarely shown himself, turned out to be so formidable. The bounty skyrocketing to 6 billion is unprecedented. The pirates were aware of Qin Dynasty, the vice captain of the Rocks pirate crew, but they had only heard of his strength. Who could have anticipated such ferocity? On a remote island in the New World, the Roger pirates were currently taking a respite. At this moment, Barrett, a recent addition to the crew, gazed at Qin Dynasty's bounty notice, his handsome smile igniting a fervent battle spirit within him. Fresh from the battlefield, his desire for combat was at its peak. For him, nothing mattered more than the opportunity to challenge strong adversaries. Hey, Barrett, are you itching for a fight again? Roger, munching on a chicken leg, his face and hands smeared with grease, approached Barrett. Roger was quite satisfied with Barrett. Such quality crewmates were hard to find, though Barrett's relentless desire to challenge him and Rayleigh was quite overwhelming. As for Jabba, Barrett had defeated him the day he boarded the ship, so he had never regarded him as a threat thereafter. Me? I do have such thoughts. If I could battle such a strong opponent, it would be a significant improvement for me. However, I see that Jabba's expression seems a bit off. Perhaps you should check on him. At that moment, Jabba was glancing at the newspaper with an exceedingly grim expression. Barrett candidly admitted his intentions, but since it was his matter, he merely pointed towards Jabba while addressing Roger nonchalantly. What is Barrett talking about? What strong opponent? Is he simply noticing that the atmosphere has shifted and wants to chat? Before he could finish, Roger caught the newspaper Barrett suddenly handed him. Upon a glance, his eyes bulged in disbelief, the half-eaten chicken leg dropping from his grip. Holy cow! The audacity of the Rock's pirate crew is astounding. They have begun to seize the heavenly gold. Rayleigh, it seems our encounters with the Rock's pirate crew will only become more challenging. Roger's abrupt statement left Rayleigh momentarily stunned, prompting him to approach Roger with a puzzled expression. Upon taking the newspaper from Roger's hand, his face transformed dramatically. Holy cow! How did the Rock's pirate crew suddenly become so ferocious? They actually stole the heavenly gold. In Qin Dynasty, that guy actually faced off against Steelbone Kong and his crew 5 against 1. Although he is indeed powerful, is that not a bit exaggerated? Rayleigh was equally taken aback by the news. The theft of the heavenly gold was groundbreaking, showcasing the audacity of the Rock's pirate crew. However, Qin Dynasty's strength was simply beyond comprehension. He was nothing short of a monster. It was evident that the Rock's pirate crew was no longer content with their current development. They sought to rapidly enhance their strength and thus chose to test the waters against the world government. Chapter 39. The reaction of the Roger Pirates. Qin Xiao felt a visual shock. After all, he was the brain of the entire Roger Pirates. Rayleigh quickly forced himself to calm down and began to analyze the situation carefully. Indeed, upon reflection, the Rock's pirates possessed formidable strength, and the expressions of the crew grew serious. The issue before us is this. Roger, if you aspire to become the Pirate King, you must overcome this mountain. Therefore, we must devise a way to eliminate the Rock's pirates, Rayleigh said, his gaze sharp as he looked at Roger. The others also turned to him. Ha 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 ha. Rayleigh, everyone. You must believe in me. I am Gold. Roger, a man destined to become the Pirate King. Roger erupted with a confident laughter. The emotions within his laughter strikingly clear, as news of the rampant actions at sea spread rapidly with time. Nearly all pirates became aware that the Rock's pirates had seized the treasure known as the Sky Gold, as well as the terrifying strength of their vice-captain. At this moment, the entire Rock's pirates had returned to Hive Island. The smaller pirates were busy unloading the ships, sorting the Sky Gold. Among the 4 ships laden with the Sky Gold, there were not only vast treasures, but also various specialties from the allied nations of the New World, such as fine wines and assorted fruits. Once the unloading was complete, it was no surprise that the Rock's pirates commenced yet another feast. Qin Xiao, seated and consuming meat, observed all this with great pleasure, wearing a satisfied expression. However, reflecting on the battle earlier that day, he felt a tinge of regret. Primarily, he realized that the techniques he had developed could not match the flexibility of the Navy's 6 styles. Although this discrepancy had not been apparent to Kong and the others, he recognized it himself. He would need to learn the Navy's 6 styles. Otherwise, he couldn't continue like this indefinitely. This was a skill that nearly every predecessor among the Traversers had sought to learn, and he felt no shame in acknowledging that his techniques fell short. Consider Carp and Zephyr. These 2 were masters of martial arts cultivated within the Navy system. Despite appearing effortless in combat, facing anyone other than Rocks would prove quite challenging. However, it was worth noting that he was quite satisfied with his achievements, having reached such a level without utilizing any devil fruit powers. That said, the 3 of them, Kong, the Navy's fleet admiral, and the 2 masters of the 6 styles, were indeed unmatched in their capabilities. Currently, Qin Xiao bore very few weaknesses, be it swordsmanship, martial arts, or the powers of the devil fruit. He had no notable shortcomings, with his swordsmanship having reached its limits. One could anticipate that in the coming years, his strength would experience a significant surge. Qin Xiao, my friend, you have truly made a name for yourself. Your bounty is astonishing, Shiki exclaimed, raising his drink and pointing at the freshly minted bounty notice. It bore Qin Xiao's smiling face, with the glaring figure of 3.6 billion berries boldly displayed beneath it. Gulalala. The Navy is still so brazen, they have no shame. They clearly wish to encircle us but have concealed this fact, merely stating their efforts ultimately failed. However, I must admit, I never expected the bounty for Vice Captain Qin Xiao to soar to such heights. Traditionally, the Navy would accumulate bounties gradually, Newgate chuckled, surprised by Qin Xiao's bounty. He mused that if Qin Xiao had indeed killed any Navy high-ranking officials, he might have been on par with Captain Rocks. Haha. This is my first time being wanted. It feels rather novel, Qin Xiao remarked leisurely, sipping his drink and smiling at the 2. This was to be expected. Before joining the Rocks Pirates, he was essentially a bounty hunter, and the Navy would have only sought to recruit him, never offering a bounty. Indeed, during the Sky Gold heist, Kong had even invited him to join them, so this feeling of having a bounty was quite refreshing. However, It was likely that the Gorosei had caught wind of this incident, and perhaps they had set his bounty themselves. It was indeed unexpected for Vice Captain Qin Chao to have such a high bounty right off the bat, yet there was no exaggeration in it. Even if it was not the case now, it would soon reach such heights. The Navy had evidently positioned him at the level of Captain Rox. Newgate and Shiki exchanged glances, both expressing their astonishment at this unprecedented milestone in the world of piracy, a pirate receiving a bounty of 3.6 billion berries for the first time. They reflected on their own bounties, realizing they had not put forth enough effort. This bounty surpassed the total of their own. There is no need to dwell on it. It's just a bounty. You both could easily reach such heights in the future, perhaps even surpassing me, Qin Chao remarked. Glancing at the bounty notice and smiling at Newgate and Shiki, bounties are inconsequential, although only he and Rox have reached such a level at this time. It was only a matter of years before Roger, Newgate, and Shiki would also rise to similar heights. He recalled that these three would eventually have bounties in the range of 4 to 5 billion berries. As for now, it was clear that the world government and the Navy had recognized his threat and deliberately marked him accordingly. As for the benefits, perhaps the crew's respect for him had increased? Yet he mused on the worth of that respect. They were merely ants in the grand scheme of things. Qin Chao, Newgate. Shiki, you all come with me, Rox said, slowly emerging from the cabin to address the group. All right, we're coming. Qin Chao and the others quickly followed suit, exchanging knowing glances with one another. Thus, they walked in amidst the envious gazes of the smaller pirates. Captain Rox, when did you bring all these treasures here? Qin Chao exclaimed, his eyes nearly blinded by the dazzling array of gold and silver before him. The sheer visual impact of these treasures piled together was overwhelming. He considered himself not a superficial person, yet he could not withstand such an onslaught. Enough? Qin Chao, you needn't react like this. These treasures will eventually be distributed among you. But what we're seeing now are merely the ordinary items on the surface. The truly valuable treasures lie deeper within. Rox said, a smirk on his face as he observed Qin Chao's reaction. Gulalala, Vice Captain, we won't lack for these, but those treasures inside are what we truly desire. Newgate remarked, having been the captain of a pirate crew before and thus familiar with such treasures. Chapter 40, The Devil Fruit, Renowned Swords. In the casual Qin dynasty, the treasures contained within the Celestial Vault were truly abundant. However, for these officials, what they could genuinely utilize were merely the devil fruits and renowned swords that could enhance the strength of their subordinates. Rox led the trio onward, eventually arriving at a peculiar location where slaves, specifically bound for the celestial dragons, were imprisoned. These were individuals sent by the allied nations to curry favor with the celestial dragon family. Among these slaves were both men and women, some belonging to unique races, and some were even pirates. Their expressions were dull, having been conditioned for an indeterminate period. Qin Dynasty furrowed his brow at the sight but refrained from voicing his thoughts. In any world, it was a law of the jungle, particularly in this pirate realm where power was exaggerated. The capture of special races or individuals with unique abilities to be gifted to the celestial dragons was hardly surprising. Nonetheless, it was quite revolting to witness these parasitic celestial dragons. Soon, the group departed from this grim scene and entered another chamber. The individuals within were unremarkable, and since they were of no use to them, they chose to pass over them. As for their fate, it was inevitable that they would be handed over to other minor captains or petty pirates. Such was their destiny. Even if they weren't immediately taken by the celestial dragons, they would ultimately serve as cannon fodder within the Rox pirates. As they continued deeper, they finally arrived at the innermost sanctum. On a table lay several small boxes, beside which were the renowned swords. Ha 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 ha, here is exactly what we need, Shiki exclaimed, surveying the room with a satisfied grin. Whether devil fruits or renowned swords, these were the finest tools for cultivating his subordinates. The Flying Sky Pirates still had several promising pirates awaiting his captaincy. Once their strengths reached a certain threshold, he could bestow upon them the devil fruits, thereby enhancing their capabilities. As for the weapons, they would serve to better assist the users in realizing their full potential. With such treasures before him, how could the ambition-laden Shiki remain composed? Well, it seems rather mundane, doesn't it? On the surface, there is nothing remarkable. As for those renowned swords, I find them of little use. Let us focus on the devil fruits first, Captain Rox, Qin Dynasty remarked, his interest waning as he regarded the so-called renowned swords. Urging Rox to proceed to the matter at hand, he was curious about the devil fruits they had acquired, but his own plans had long been set, merely awaiting the right moment. Newgate, too, displayed little interest in the renowned swords, appearing exceptionally calm. Within the Rock's pirates, he found no subordinate worthy of meticulous cultivations. They were all merely pawns for profit. This fueled his desire to establish his own family pirate crew, yet he had been unable to do so. Thus, he held no expectations of distributing these treasures. Ha ha ha. I know you are all eager to see the devil fruits we've obtained. Fear not. The reveal shall come shortly. However, let me make it clear, Qin Dynasty exerted the most effort in this operation, while you, Newgate and Shiki, contributed somewhat less. Hence, each of you shall receive one devil fruit. As for Qin Dynasty, with the two of you taking 2 fruits, you shall take 3 from the remaining 4. Do not worry. I will assist you in counting the others, Rox declared, a smile gracing his face as he regarded the trio. This initial venture had yielded substantial rewards. It was only fitting to distribute the spoils accordingly. As for Wang Ji and his crew, their interception of the world government's support was recognized as a contribution, albeit one of mere symbolic significance, as they had only briefly engaged before voluntarily withdrawing. He chose not to pursue accountability for that team, which was quite generous. If they wished to share in the spoils, he could only deem that a fanciful notion. The trio expressed no objections to this arrangement, with Shiki readily agreeing, followed by Newgate. Ha ha ha, Captain Rox, I have no objections, fully compliant with your arrangements. Shiki and Newgate both expressed their satisfaction with the outcome. Neither felt resentment towards Qin Dynasty for receiving a greater share. They recognized the disparity in strength and, more importantly, valued their relationship with him. Additionally, they were keen on winning Qin Dynasty over to their side, rendering any dissent unlikely. Qin Dynasty smiled and nodded, since Rox intended to bestow these items upon him. He would accept them. After all, they might prove useful in some capacity in the future. All right, since there are no objections, let us commence with the distribution, Rox proclaimed, his satisfaction evident as he gestured for the trio to approach the boxes and open them. As they drew nearer, they were greeted by an array of bizarre fruits adorned with peculiar patterns. Their disappointment was palpable, for they had anticipated something far more impressive. Is this it? It seems these nations lack capability. Qin Dynasty shook his head with a resigned smile, noting the rather subpar offerings. For Zoan-type and 5 Paramecia-type fruits, none particularly remarkable. Newgate, Shiki, and Rox exchanged glances, rendered speechless by the realization that, in Qin Dynasty's eyes, these fruits were decidedly inferior. Vice Captain Qin Dynasty, you need not wear that expression. These fruits are indeed quite commendable. Most individuals would not even have access to them, even if they cannot compare to your mythical beast fruit. They are still of considerable worth, Shiki ventured, attempting to assuage Qin Dynasty's discontent. Yet Qin Dynasty remained silent. This was not merely a matter of comparison. His fruit was truly unparalleled. Well then, I shall take 1 Zoan-type and 1 Paramecia-type. The rest is for you to divide. Newgate chuckled, claiming 2 of the devil fruits, which subsequently did not appear among the ranks of the Whitebeard pirates, indicating their lack of exceptional quality. Qin Dynasty observed that these were fruits not found in the original narrative, the Zoan-type ordinary caterpillar fruit and the Paramecia-type shiny fruit. He could only wonder to whom Newgate would eventually give these fruits, for he himself would never consider consuming such devil fruits. Next, Shiki selected 1 Zoan-type and 1 Paramecia-type fruit as well. Although he preferred the Paramecia-type, he could not concede defeat, especially with Newgate having made his choice. Ultimately, he felt it was a safe selection. With both of them taking their picks so casually, Qin Dynasty followed suit, choosing 2 Paramecia-type fruits and 1 Zoan-type without a second thought, before moving over to the renowned swords. While he was indifferent towards the devil fruits, he found himself intrigued by the weapons, eager to examine them closely. Chapter 41, the discontent of several officers and John's extreme ideas within this context. There were 2 large swords and 6 decent ones. However, their quality was far from remarkable, merely average at best, judging by their appearance. It was evident that these blades had only recently been forged, lacking the battle-hardened character of previously esteemed swords of the same rank. Given his extensive experience navigating the seas, Rox could readily discern the shortcomings of these weapons. Qin Zhao casually picked up one of the large swords, drew it, and performed a few practice strikes, quickly forming an assessment in his mind. Rox was indeed correct. These swords could hardly be deemed of good quality, yet they were serviceable in a pinch. Ultimately, however, he had no intention of wielding such inferior tools. Qin Zhao chose not to take any of the swords. Despite Rox's permission, they held no significant value for him, leading him to forego the opportunity. Newgate and Shiki, observing Qin Zhao's disinterest, each took a large sword, dividing the 2 decent ones between them. The remaining items naturally belonged to Rox. Once this matter was settled, the banquet outside was drawing to a close, prompting Qin Zhao to retire to his quarters. As for the devil fruits, he had already stored them in his system space during his return journey. The comfort of being home is truly delightful. This venture had yielded rich rewards. The devil fruits were secondary, as the most significant achievement was the authentic confrontation with the Navy. Indulging in the serenity of his leisure, Qin Zhao reminisced about his encounter with the Navy and gradually drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, John, Wang Ji, Charlotte Linlin, and others were displeased with the outcomes of this operation, feeling unqualified to partake in the spoils of the heavens. The weaker officers, including Shaki, had little objection to Rox's decision and swiftly accepted it. However, the more prominent figures such as John, Wang Ji, Silver Axe, and Charlotte Linlin were far from pleased. For them, it was only just that their contributions warranted a share of the rewards. The lack of any division of the spoils incensed them, and their faces bore expressions of profound displeasure. What does Captain Rox mean by this? We followed his orders to the letter. So why are we excluded from the celestial bounty? Had we not intervened against CP0, would the success of the heist have been guaranteed? John exclaimed, his face contorted with rage. It is worth noting that John was a man who valued wealth above all. The prospect of losing out on treasure was unbearable for him. Were it not for his inadequate strength, he might have sought out Rox to protest, or even attempted to seize the celestial bounty himself if he had possessed the same prowess as Qin Zhao. Alas, there were no what-ifs, or else he would not be lamenting to Wang Ji and the others. It seems that for Captain Rox, the true members of his pirate crew are Qin Zhao, Newgate, Shiki, and himself. The rest of us, being of lesser strength, are likely disregarded, Wang Ji expressed, his frustration boiling over into what could almost be termed treasonous remarks. Since Qin Zhao boarded the ship, Wang Ji had felt increasingly marginalized, prompting him to ally with John and Silver Axe. How could I possibly regard these two? One is a miserly fool, and the other is flawed in many ways. I would rather lose my mind than form an alliance with them, he thought to himself. So it is as I suspected. I had my doubts, but now they are confirmed. Captain Rox has indeed shown considerable favoritism towards Newgate and Shiki. Your words have only reinforced my understanding, Wang Ji. However, now that Captain Rox has made his decision, no matter how unjust, we have no recourse but to comply. We must remain diligent in our duties, surely. In such a large pirate crew, opportunities for wealth and treasures will arise, Silver Axe remarked, his eyes gleaming with understanding, echoing Wang Ji's sentiments. Silver Axe recognized the underlying reasons for their exclusion from the celestial bounty. To Rox, they were merely required to obey orders. Yet, the current command, which could have been executed flawlessly, was marred by ulterior motives, serving as a lesson for them. He accepted this notion without objection, partly due to his role as an undercover agent for Rox. Indeed, Silver Axe was placed as a spy by Rox, well aware of Wang Ji's intentions, thus remaining vigilant against him. Should any radical ideas arise, the hidden hand would strike at the opportune moment. Mama, Silver Axe, what nonsense are you spouting? I exerted considerable effort in this endeavor. Why am I denied my share of the celestial bounty, even if I am not granted that? Surely Captain Rox would consent to me bearing his child, yet he still refuses. This is nothing short of exploitation. Charlotte Linlin exclaimed, her eyes ablaze with indignation, directing her fury towards Silver Axe. How dare you still speak kindly of Rox, Silver Axe? Even if they intentionally allowed CP0 to proceed without interference, that does not excuse their actions. We seized the celestial bounty from the Navy. CP0 was not present, so why should I be denied my rightful portion? She continued, her grievances compounded by her desire to bear Rox's child, which had been thwarted. How could she easily let go of such a significant loss? Well, I think it would be best to part ways with the Rox pirates. What say you? Shall we unite and make our escape? John suggested, a cold smirk crossing his face as he addressed the group. If I cannot find peace, then neither shall anyone else. Setting aside the facts, has Rox committed no errors? Should they agree to leave, I, Captain John, would then be free to distribute my riches as I see fit. The thought of such freedom filled him with delight. Yet, he failed to notice the incredulous expressions on the faces of Wang Ji, Silver Axe, Charlotte Linlin, and Shaki, who were observing the dispute. None of them anticipated that John would entertain such a foolish notion. Once aboard the ship, there was no simple exit. One could only depart by defeating Rox or perishing at sea. Those were the only two viable options. Oh, wait, there is one more possibility. If Captain Rox were to die, then they would be liberated. However, That scenario is the least likely of all, John mused. Wang Ji, are you out of your mind? How could you utter such nonsensical thoughts? Wang Ji gazed incredulously at John, questioning his sanity. Chapter 42. The crew divides the treasure. And the officers convene a meeting. He could hardly fathom such a notion, yet it unexpectedly slipped from John's lips. Perhaps John was not quite himself today. Charlotte Lingling, feeling a chill run down her spine, suggested, I think it would be prudent for us to return. What do you all think? It was clear that John and Apos' mind was not in a sound state, and it was best to maintain a safe distance from him. If this news reached Rox, they would certainly be in dire straits. Indeed, I concur, we should rest. Engaging in a scuffle today has left us quite exhausted, Silver Axe chimed in, eager to escape the shocking revelation. Thus, Charlotte Lingling, Wang Ji, Silver Axe, and Xia Qi hastily departed, genuinely unwilling to remain in the company of such a madman. Huh. You fools. Even if you choose to stay, your fate may be even more dire, John scoffed, watching their retreating figures with a cold smirk. However, given the current circumstances, escape was not an option. He would have to seek another opportunity in the future. Meanwhile, in an unremarkable little house elsewhere, Kaido's expression was one of utter discontent. He had perused the news regarding the Rox pirates seizing the heavenly gold and felt an inexplicable despair regarding the Qin dynasty's strength and the bounty placed upon it. Ever since his defeat, he appeared to have submitted on the surface, yet he was secretly striving to augment his power, hoping for a chance to one day trample the Qin dynasty beneath his feet. Yet, given the current state of affairs, such aspirations seemed utterly unattainable. The adversary had proven impervious even to the combined efforts of 2 admirals and 2 near-admiral-level fighters, making it clear he could never catch up, even 30 years hence. Such an accomplishment would remain beyond his reach, an absurdity. As for the accuracy of the information, it went without saying. The world government and the Navy would never jeopardize their own credibility and prestige. Oh, woe is me. I fear I shall live my life in the shadow of my opponent. How am I to survive from here on out? Kaido lamented, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. Previously, he had clung to the belief that the beastmen would never be enslaved, but now, hope seemed utterly elusive. Before succumbing to intoxication, he pondered how much better it would have been had he not provoked the Qin dynasty. Perhaps his circumstances would not be so lamentable. Lingling, I miss you. The next morning, Rox emerged from his quarters, joining his officers in the square where they gazed down at the avaricious pirates below. Ha ha ha. My dear crew, I know what you are thinking. Now, go to the storeroom and haul in the heavenly gold for distribution, with the bounty of heavenly gold now in their possession. It was only fair that it be shared among the pirates below. Otherwise, Rox would risk losing their trust, despite his inherently unscrupulous nature. At this moment, the aid of such cannon fodder was essential, so distributing the gold was a necessity. Moreover, any treasure doled out would likely be spent or hidden on Hive Island, their stronghold. Long live Captain Rox. Aha. Captain Rox is magnificent. Please continue to involve us in these endeavors. With that, the pirates surged towards the storeroom, their excitement palpable, chanting Rox's name as if it could somehow increase their share. Meanwhile, those responsible for thwarting reinforcements, such as Wang Ji and Charlotte Lingling, observed the scene with inscrutable expressions, each lost in their thoughts. However, there was one exception among them, John, the fool. His face was painted with greed, drool escaping his lips. The allure of the treasure was too potent to resist, and he prepared to rush forward, utterly disregarding Rox's earlier admonitions. Seeing this, Qin dynasty could not help but chuckle. It would indeed be strange if John refrained from seizing the gold. Given his avarice and stinginess, he was destined to be backstabbed by his own crew in the future. Captain Rox, will you not rein in John? You did mention yesterday that he was not entitled to a share, yet it seems he disregards your orders. Shiki remarked with a wry smile, harboring no affection for John and thus not hesitating to jab at him. John, you need not proceed. I made it quite clear yesterday that the heavenly gold has nothing to do with you. Are you disregarding my command? Rox's brow furrowed, his displeasure palpable as he regarded John's actions. He had reiterated the importance of valuing wealth, and John's current behavior was difficult to overlook, especially in such a setting. Ha ha ha. John, you truly are fixated on wealth. I admire your tenacity. Newgate chimed in, his tone tinged with sarcasm. Upon hearing Rox's voice, John, despite his reluctance, found himself unable to take another step forward. Ha ha. Newgate, you simply cannot comprehend the feeling of possessing treasure. It is akin to holding the world in one's grasp. He retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Newgate, unsure if he had misinterpreted the sarcasm, yet he felt compelled to respond. Well, fair enough. You are impressive, Newgate replied, raising his thumb in approval, leaving John momentarily speechless. Enough. We need not concern ourselves with the details of distribution. Let the lower-ranking officers handle that. We have our own matters to attend to. Now, let us proceed to the conference room, Rox declared, leading Qin Dynasty forward, with the other officers following suit without hesitation. As for whether any pirates would take more than their fair share, that was not their concern. If they went undetected, all was well. If found out, they would simply face the consequences. However, those who could remain within the ranks of the Rox pirates were unlikely to be foolish. John was merely an exception. Once everyone settled in the conference room, the officers turned their gazes toward Qin Dynasty, whose extraordinary power had left them in awe. Consequently, all officers, save for Wang Ji, regarded him with a reverence akin to that reserved for Rox. Rox remained silent, scrutinizing the expressions of the officers present. For the success of this operation hinged upon their formidable strength. The fact that even within a team presumed devoid of traitors, issues had arisen incensed him. After a thorough examination, however, he found nothing suspicious. Let us not dwell on the previous operation. Instead, I shall share the news I have just received. Our recent actions have provoked the world government, and they have begun retaliating. Specifically, they are reinforcing their presence in the New World and have recalled the retired admirals Blue Fox and Falcon, Rox disclosed, relaying the intelligence he had acquired through hidden channels. Ah, so those two old-timers are making a return. Chapter 43, The Cadre Meeting, Qin Dynasty versus Shurji. Though Shurji spoke flippantly, the gravity etched on his face was unmistakable. As for Wang Ji and his companions, their pallor was even more pronounced. After all, the three of them had faced the wrath of these two admirals before they joined the Rox pirates, and even though they had escaped capture, the sense of helplessness lingered painfully in their memories. Currently, figures like Garp, Sengoku, Zephyr, and Tsuru had yet to fully regain their former prowess. Despite significant enhancements in their strength, they could hardly evoke the pressure that the two admirals once did. Had the two retired, their present situation would be far less relaxed. Wang Ji's eyes flickered with a hint of dread. He could never forget the days when he had been forced to flee in terror, had fortune not smiled upon him. He might not have survived. If the two admirals were to experience a resurgence in their careers, the consequences could be utterly terrifying. Ha ha ha. The Navy and the world government tremble before us. Even if the Blue Fox and the Falcon return, what of it? They could not defeat me then. And they cannot do so now. One must remember that I have slain one of the three admirals of their generation, the Phoenix, and they would be powerless to stop me. Rox laughed disdainfully, dismissing their potential return as inconsequential. If they come back, we shall simply eliminate them. Indeed. Captain Rox speaks wisely. Their return holds no weight. They couldn't contend with me before, and they are even less capable now. In fact, their diminished strength might make them easier targets, Shurji responded, laughter ringing in his words. After all, he had once been relentlessly pursued himself, but the years had transformed him from the fledgling Golden Lion into a formidable force. Ha ha ha. Shurji, you've made an astute observation. Remember this. We are the strongest pirate crew in the world, and how could we fear mere naval forces? Rox proclaimed. The main reason for gathering you all here is to share this information and to inform you that we shall remain inactive for the foreseeable future. Use this time wisely to enhance your strength. Failure to do so will leave you to your own devices. With a triumphant grin, Rox dismissed the Navy as a trivial concern and instructed his crew to bolster their abilities. Now, you may all return. Qin Dynasty, please stay behind. As the others gradually departed, Rox and Qin Dynasty faced one another. Brother, who among our cadre do you suspect of being a traitor? Rox inquired. A hint of trepidation in his voice, aware that he could not guarantee the absence of suspicion. Me? I believe it matters little. As long as our strength remains formidable, the identity of any potential traitor is of no consequence. Besides, Captain Rox, you already have a plan in mind, do you not? Why inquire of me? Qin Dynasty smiled, shaking his head. He held little concern for traitors, provided they posed no threat to him. Discussing such matters with Rox seemed futile. The truth would surface in due time. Very well. Since you're aware of my plans, I trust you will assist me in ridding our ship of these treacherous scoundrels. I intend to prepare a grand surprise for them. Rox chuckled with a grin, undeterred by Qin Dynasty's dismissals, for he had already devised a strategy. As the reigning sovereign of the seas, he would never allow traitors to fester within his ranks. When Qin Dynasty finally emerged from the meeting room, the afternoon sun had descended. Had Rox not insisted on discussing matters at length, he would have never squandered so much time, a fact that was beginning to irk him. Outside, pirates were reveling, feasting, and drinking. Indeed, another banquet was underway, sanctioned by Rox after the crew had acquired a bounty. Observing the jubilant scene, Qin Dynasty chuckled and hurried over to join Shurji and Whitebeard. Ha ha ha. Qin Dynasty, you've arrived. Whitebeard and I were just discussing matters concerning our pirate crew. Would you care to join in? Shurji greeted, his face radiant with anticipation, practically inviting him aboard his ship. Oh, what have you been deliberating? Qin Dynasty inquired. His interest piqued, though he refrained from directly engaging Shurji's enthusiasm. Not much, really. Shurji believes that the flying pirate crew is struggling and wants to recruit a new batch of pirates. Whitebeard interjected, taking a swig of his drink while gesturing towards Shurji. Whitebeard remained less interested in the crew's affairs, content with his current entourage. They were not destined to remain together for long, and were it not for Shurji's insistence, he would have preferred to avoid the topic altogether. Is that so? Shurji, you truly wear your ambitions on your sleeve. Are you hoping to recruit me into your crew? Let me tell you, that is utterly impossible. I am the vice captain of the entire Rox Pirates. How could I possibly join your crew? Think it through. Qin Dynasty replied, exasperation evident in his tone. Shurji's aspirations were far-fetched, and he had little interest in mere pirate crews. His sights were set on becoming a true king of a nation, far beyond the likes of Shurji's ambitions. Oh, well, if you're uninterested, then so be it. Disappointment washed over Shurji's face, for he had genuinely hoped to recruit Qin Dynasty. However, the latter's esteemed position was a formidable barrier. Yet, he believed that just because it was not feasible now did not mean it would always remain so. He could not fathom how long the Rox Pirates could maintain their dominance, and he was confident that in a few years, he could entice Qin Dynasty to join him. Let us leave things here for now. We shall see what the future holds. Qin Dynasty sighed with relief. He held no ill will towards Shurji or Whitebeard. Rather, he had cultivated a decent rapport with them over time. He wished to maintain a harmonious relationship, as that would be the most favorable outcome. Shurji, I have told you repeatedly that Vice Captain Qin Dynasty is not someone who can be swayed. Regardless of whether he is willing, I doubt Captain Rox would allow it. You would be slapping his face. Whitebeard scoffed, mocking Shurji's feudal ambitions. Moreover, the Vice Captain's strength surpasses that of both of us combined. You truly dare to think of recruiting him as your second-in-command? Whitebeard had never entertained the notion of bringing Qin Dynasty into their crew. Rather, he viewed him as a potential family member. His ultimate pursuit was to create a pirate crew composed entirely of family, surrounded by sons to revel in the joys of life. Shurji, let us continue our sword training. Otherwise, it will be quite challenging for you to improve. Qin Dynasty expressed his high regard for swordsmanship, eager to accompany Shurji in honing his skills. Indeed, since you have proposed it, we have a deal. Shurji's spirits lifted at the suggestion, realizing that nurturing their bond was crucial. Perhaps one day, if they were to clash, having cultivated a connection with Qin Dynasty would facilitate future endeavors. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became, convinced that opportunities lay ahead. Very well, let us commence forthwith. I am eager to witness the progress you have made in this duel. Shiki, rising to his feet, Qin Shao grasped the ancient Longquan sword at his side and inhaled deeply. Observing Shiki's exuberance, he felt a twinge of reluctance to dampen his spirits. Besides, it would serve as an excellent opportunity to practice his swordsmanship. At that moment, the commotion created by this sudden event drew the attention of the reveling pirates. Is the vice captain of Qin Shao about to engage in a duel with Shiki? What a rare sight. Since the day Vice Captain Qin joined our pirate crew and faced Captain Rox, he has only exchanged blows briefly with the intern, Kaido. What an extraordinary day this is to witness a confrontation between these two. An elder from the Rox Pirates, filled with uncontainable excitement, bellowed in delight. With a shout, an increasing number of pirates were drawn to the spectacle, each face alight with exhilaration. Pirates, after all, share a common trait of ferocity, and the prospect of such a grand battle compelled them to gather. Within the ranks of the Rox Pirates, it was commonplace for crew members to engage in brutal skirmishes, where life and death were frequently at stake. Such was the rule permitted by Captain Rox. However, once one ascended to the officer level, such occurrences were no longer tolerated, as Captain Rox forbade them. Moreover, witnessing a battle between Vice Captain Qin and Officer Shiki was a rarity that might only unfold once in many years. Shiki. Perhaps it is best to let things unfold naturally, for it was Qin Shao who initiated this challenge. Newgate observed Shiki, who appeared utterly enraptured, as if under a spell. This lad was about to undergo another thrashing at the hands of Vice Captain Qin. How had he not previously discerned this inclination in him? Come now, Qin Xiao. I must secure a victory over you today. Though, even if I fail, I shall not yield so easily. Shiki, as he spoke, felt an inexplicable wave of insecurity wash over him, his confidence waning. Ahem, regardless, I assure you that even in defeat, I will not make it easy for you. Oh, is that so? Then I eagerly await the challenge. Chapter 44. The formal onslaught. The Qin dynasty and Shiki clashed incessantly. Qin raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the obstinate Shiki. The surrounding pirates, upon hearing this exchange, could hardly contain their excitement, for witnessing one of the commanders, the Golden Lion Shiki, falter was a rare spectacle. They were uncertain of Shiki's true strength, but given the prior conversation between Qin and the first mate, it was evident that Shiki was in for a beating. Newgate chuckled quietly at Shiki's anxious expression. Now you can't tell the big from the small, can you? Come on, Shiki, don't be afraid. Let us dispense with the pleasantries and begin. Shiki, fearing that hesitation would only undermine his confidence, promptly addressed Qin. All right then, let us go. We can't waste time here. Let us move to the beach. Qin casually remarked, leading the way. The surrounding pirates parted to clear a path for the two as they made their way to the shoreline, standing about 10 meters apart, gazing at one another. On the sea and the nearby hillside, numerous pirates gathered to witness the confrontation. Eventually, even the commanders and Rox himself arrived, silently observing from the deck of their ship. Look who is here, Captain Rox. Shiki is stubbornly challenging Qin as first mate, and I couldn't stop him, Newgate announced, stepping closer to Rox and the commanders. The presence of Rox and his cadre had indeed stirred excitement among the onlookers. This battle has drawn the attention of these significant figures, someone remarked, recalling how Captain Rox had previously prohibited his commanders from dueling. But this is Qin, the first mate. With anyone else, it would be questionable whether they could even stand. As more pirates noticed the figures of Rox and his commanders, the buzz of conversation escalated. On the beach, Shiki and Qin seemed to trigger a surge of energy, their auras intensifying dramatically. The atmosphere around them fell silent, the spectators holding their breath, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. It's about to begin, they all sensed in unison. Ha ha ha. Qin, I know of your formidable strength, so I shall strike first, Shiki declared, activating his float fruit ability and ascending into the air. Drawing forth his swords, Sakura tin and dry wood, his presence surged to its peak, causing the very sands of the beach to tremble. Come on, Shiki. I'm granting you this opportunity, Qin replied, unsheathing his dragon spring sword, its tip pointed towards Shiki. With Shiki's fierce demeanor, he wasted no time and launched a powerful attack. Lion's might, earthquake, he bellowed, summoning a colossal lion made of sand that roared, echoing across the entirety of Hive Island. The sandy beast charged toward Qin, who, recognizing the heightened power of Shiki's attack compared to their previous encounters, couldn't help but commend him. Well done, Shiki. You've certainly improved, but this alone is far from sufficient. In an instant, golden light flickered in Qin's eyes as he swung his dragon spring sword forcefully. Cleaving slash. A colossal wave of sword energy erupted, slicing through the air towards the approaching lion. The tremendous force stirred the sands into a whirlwind, leaving a vast chasm in its wake as it collided with the lion. Boom. The brief clash unleashed a tempest of sword energy across the beach, uprooting trees in the distance and scattering the clouds above. After several moments of stalemate, the cleaving slash cleaved through the lion, continuing its relentless trajectory towards Shiki. Damn you, Qin. Shiki gasped, drawing in a deep breath before raising his hands once more to counter the imminent threat. Lion's might, water mountain, harnessing the power of the float fruit. Shiki commanded the sea beneath him to surge, creating a monumental tidal wave that crashed forward. Boom. The two formidable forces collided again, producing a deafening explosion. The resulting shockwave swept through the crowd of pirates, sending them tumbling several meters away, their bodies marked by the scars of the razor-sharp energy. The clash persisted, with Shiki gradually finding himself at a disadvantage as their battle transitioned from the skies to the sands. Shiki, can you keep up? If not, we can call it a day, Qin teased, raising an eyebrow as he regarded the panting Shiki. Of course I can. A man never admits defeat. Let us keep going, Shiki replied, determination etched on his face despite his labored breaths. Very well, then it's my turn, Qin declared, lifting his sword again, his expression shifting to one of fierce resolve, the blade humming with energy. The two warriors resumed their furious exchange, their swords clashing with a symphony of metallic sounds, each strike sending ripples of overwhelming energy into the air. The endless sword energy radiated outward, transforming the beach into a scene of utter devastation. The ground littered with craters and scars from their ferocious battle. Is this the true might of Shiki and Qin's first mate? The onlookers gasped, awestruck by the terrifying display of power. The fortunate pirates on the hillside felt the immense shockwave, their voices rising in a cacophony of astonishment. Chapter 45, Shiki's Grievance. The Qin dynasty's release and Charlotte Linling's ambition. They had never witnessed such a level of combat, for they were not among the elite pirates. Still unworthy of being brought into the fray, the clash between such formidable beings was the pursuit of their lives. The cadre led by Rox remained impassive, for they understood that the true eruption had yet to occur. At that moment, the two figures in the arena found themselves once more suspended in the sky, locked in mutual gazes and making a tacit decision. A flash of crimson light ignited in their eyes, and an overwhelming aura erupted from their beings. Two colossal waves of Conqueror's Haki enveloped the area. The red currents of Haki in the sky collided incessantly. Look, this is the Conqueror's Haki that awakens in only one among a million. Amazing. This is simply magnificent. I adore you, Vice Captain Qin Dynasty. The male pirates envied the two for their Haki, while the female pirates were captivated by Qin Dynasty himself. After all, a man engaged in earnest battle is the most handsome, not to mention Qin Dynasty and Apos' divine visage. At this moment, the confrontation of their Haki reached a conclusion. Shiki's advanced Haki could not compare to the peak Haki of Qin Dynasty. In mere moments, Shiki's Haki was forced back into his body. Meanwhile, Qin Dynasty and Apos' Haki continued to rampage, and the pirates below soon learned what true Conqueror and Apos' Haki felt like. In an instant, those unable to withstand its force were struck down, while the slightly stronger pirates struggled to endure. The oppressive sensation was so overwhelming that it rendered them immobile, just as they were on the verge of collapse. Qin Dynasty finally retracted his Haki, allowing them to catch their breath. Terror painted the faces of all. The sensation of impending doom was undeniably frightening. As the atmosphere fell into an eerie silence, a sudden burst of laughter broke through. Gururara, Vice Captain Qin Dynasty has truly mastered every skill to perfection, Newgate exclaimed. Eyes fixated on the two figures in the sky, laughing heartily. Unbeknownst to them, Kaido had appeared in an unknown corner. His expression one of fear as he beheld the scene. Yes, this is it. This is the Conqueror's Haki. Is this not absurd? To reach such heights at a mere age comparable to mine. I truly, as a man who had personally experienced this terrifying Haki, his heart felt desolate, and he wanted to weep. This misstep would haunt him for eternity. He would never forget the moment he was instantaneously vanquished. Kid Qin Dynasty. Your Haki is impressive, but I won't end Apos. He concedes so easily. Shiki gritted his teeth and roared. Instantly, cherry blossoms and deadwood entwined with Haki surged towards Qin Dynasty. In the sky, neither combatant yielded as they engaged in relentless exchanges, seemingly unaffected by the world below. The entwined Haki clashed upon their blades, unleashing fierce gales that tore towards the sea and shore, wreaking havoc in their wake. The resounding clashes of swords echoed far and wide. The two combatants accelerated their skirmish, moving so swiftly that the pirates below could no longer perceive them. At this moment, only those at the captain's level could catch glimpses of their forms, resembling lightnings, elusive and untouchable, while only the sounds of blades slicing through the air remained. However, two individuals remained largely unfazed, Rox and Newgate, who, due to their own might, observed everything with crystal clarity. Kid Qin Dynasty, could you not grant me a moment's respite? At least show me some consideration. If I suffer a crushing defeat in front of everyone, how will I ever stand again? Sweat dripped from Shiki's forehead, his golden locks matted together from perspiration. He regretted his impulsiveness. They could have fought back at Maple Leaf Island without such dire stakes. After so long, his strength had barely improved, leaving him in a state of despair. Shiki, are you certain? Do you truly want me to hold back? I should inform you that I am already sparing you. Otherwise, you would not be standing before me. Do you understand? Qin Dynasty comprehended Shiki's intent, but felt the need to clarify this point. Had it been Shiki from years hence, he would not have been so easily overwhelmed. In those days, he would have possessed genuine emperor-level strength that could have battled for a day or two, at least. Couldn't they? Well, perhaps. Forget it. Since Shiki has pleaded, I shall ease up a bit more, treating it as a training session, as I initially intended. All right. That is all I need to hear. Shiki exhaled a sigh of relief, for continuing in this manner would lead to his utter defeat. Wave slash. The two resumed their swordplay, with Shiki taking the initiative and unleashing a massive slash. The strike, shimmering with a cold light, hurtled towards Qin Dynasty. In response, Qin Dynasty charged forth, his sword enveloped in haki, cleaving the attack in two and continuing forward with unyielding force towards Shiki. Undoubtedly, they clashed once more. Mama. My vice captain is truly magnificent, his power is astounding, and I adore him. I must bear his child, even if it requires coercion. Charlotte Linlin stood beside Rox, her gaze fixed upon the sky where Qin Dynasty soared, her eyes transforming into hearts, utterly infatuated. Little did she know that had he been aware of her gaze, he would have fled far and wide. After all, being targeted by Linlin was hardly a fortunate circumstance. Jaja. Go for it, Linlin. I believe you can win over that boy Qin Dynasty. Rox cast an intrigued glance at Charlotte Linlin, having previously rejected her desire to bear his child. However, if she sought to pursue Qin Dynasty, he would wholeheartedly support her, if only to witness her struggles. The thought of the subsequent smirk on her face, if successful, amused Rox greatly. Captain Rox, please do not encourage Linlin. Vice Captain Qin Dynasty would never acquiesce, Newgate remarked. A mix of astonishment and annoyance etched upon his face as he looked at Rox. Humph. Newgate, we shall see. I will undoubtedly succeed. Charlotte Linlin huffed in frustration. Had she not been unable to match Qin Dynasty, she would have acted long ago. There was no way she would have waited until today. Just wait. An opportunity will arise. Wang Ji, meanwhile, watched the sky with an expressionless face. He was displeased with the information he had relayed to the Navy, which had led to their inability to capture Qin Dynasty. Observing Rox's demeanor during today's meeting made it evident that he had begun to doubt their cadre, leading him to feel as though he had shot himself in the foot. Damn it, those useless Navy scoundrels have ruined my grand endeavors. Chapter 46, Shiki's Progress. Rox and Apos, astonishment at the same time, John and Apos' expression gradually darkened. For these leaders, personal strength was of paramount importance. To obtain anything, one must rely on their own power. Rox, too, sought formidable talents, for to overthrow the world government, he required unparalleled strength. Qin, Shiki, and Newgate were undoubtedly the finest choices. However, their selection would inevitably cost them dearly. For such power came with a certain status. The consequence was that their interests would suffer significant damage. For instance, in this operation, they had gained nothing at all. The critical issue now was that escape was no longer an option. Should Rox become aware of their attempts to flee, their doom would be assured. The observing leaders each harbored their own thoughts, contemplating their future gains and losses. At this moment, the battle between Qin and Shiki had reached a fever pitch. An endless array of sharp colors flickered in the sky, as the continuous clash of swords and blades unleashed a frenzy of sword energy, saturating the air with blood and sweat. Shiki, panting heavily, found a newfound brightness in his eyes. Gripping his twin long knives tighter, he lunged at Qin once more. Lion's thousand cuts, Shiki shouted, his arms swiftly swinging the blades Sakura tin and drywood. As he rapidly wielded his twin blades, an endless torrent of sword energy erupted forth, emanating a palpable sharpness, the icy aura of the blade rushing toward Qin. Very well. I acknowledge you, Shiki. As Qin beheld the menacing array of sword energy before him, he finally sensed a hint of danger, an exhilarating feeling that ignited his spirit. His long sword began to slash repeatedly, shattering the menacing sword energies. Seizing an opportunity mid-swing, he leaped backward, took a deep breath, and with both hands firmly gripping the hilt, he struck down decisively. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The dragon spring sword trembled as if resonating with its master and Apos' will. Unleashing a colossal crescent-shaped slash imbued with a bone-chilling sword intent, hurtling toward Shiki with the force to cleave the very world itself. Clang, clang. The void resonated with a crisp sound as the powerful slash tore through the air, its overwhelming might threatening to shatter the surrounding space. Boom. In the blink of an eye, the two unparalleled slashes clashed, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. The powerful shockwave and scattered sword energy surged forth once more, carving a scar 1,000 meters long across the sea, revealing the ocean's depths like never before, while the sandy beach vanished entirely, leaving behind a profound crater. Yet, this was not the end. The colossal slash broke through Shiki's sword energy, continuing its relentless advance, its mournful wails echoing ominously. Shiki, forcibly suppressing the fear welling within, bore a grotesque expression, his eyes glinting with madness. He understood that evasion was futile. His only option was to shatter the attack. There was no other path. Resolute, he gripped his knives tightly, veins bulging as he raised his twin blades, unleashing an overwhelming wave of Conqueror and Apos S haki that enveloped him. With his legs slightly bent as if drawing strength from the earth, he propelled himself fiercely toward the impending strike. As their blades were about to collide, Shiki, with a sinister grin, swung his raised long knives downward, meeting the oncoming force. Upon impact, the sky erupted with an intense, blinding white light that momentarily caused everyone's eyes to squint. Moments later, as the brilliant light began to fade, the air filled with the sound of shattering. Unmistakably the result of the immense forces generated by their colossal strikes. But the spectacle did not end there. From the point of collision, an eruption of countless shards of sword energy surged outward, a wave of perilous energy rapidly expanding, engulfing the entirety of Hive Island. The seas roiled, the earth trembled, and the structures upon the island crumbled into ruins and fragments. Ha ha ha. Shiki has indeed grown stronger. Rox marveled at Shiki's ability to contend with Qin to such an extent. Yet, this rampant aftermath could not be allowed to wreak havoc unchecked. With a flash of red in his eyes, a domineering aura erupted from him, fiercely countering the residual waves, once more radiating astonishing brilliance. However, Rox, having transcended the limits of his Conqueror and Apos S haki, swiftly subdued the powerful aftershock, restoring calm to the chaos. Yet, those around him, including Newgate, were left speechless, their expressions filled with awe. They could hardly fathom that Rox's mastery of Conqueror's haki had reached such an extraordinary level, beyond what any mere mortal could achieve. Nevertheless, Rox paid no heed to their astonished faces or their thoughts. His sole focus was to witness how far the two could push themselves in battle and to see how much longer Shiki could endure. Everything else was of no concern to him. In the skies once more, Shiki's complexion had worsened, yet he had evidently weathered the recent attack, though it had nearly claimed his life. Ha ha ha. Qin, let us continue. I can feel my strength surging. Shiki, covered in wounds from the sword energy, tore at his garments, laughing heartily at Qin. Relieved to have survived, he realized that the promised leniency had nearly cost him his life. Now, you are quite impressive. Far better than at the outset. Your progress is significant, and thus, I shall hold nothing back. Qin laughed heartily, clearly pleased with Shiki's improvement. The fact that Shiki could evoke even a hint of danger in him signaled that he was nearing his limits. In this scenario, he could not afford to grant the leniency he had previously promised. A misstep could lead to dire consequences. I am coming, Shiki. You must hold on, or face annihilation. Dominant Blade, Modified, Solar Blaze. Chapter 47. Shiki, severely wounded. Rox discusses the second operation. In an instant, golden flames erupted as Qin Zhao wielded the Dragon Spring Sword, an endless sword intent surging fiercely from within him. A flicker of fire ignited in his eyes as he gripped the sword tightly, appearing before Shiki and striking down with tremendous force. The blade, imbued with unparalleled momentum, unleashed a massive airflow that resonated with a thunderous explosion. Shiki, caught off guard by the incoming golden flame-infused strike, hastily brandished his Sakura Tenku, channeling all his strength and spirit into a counterattack. The Conqueror and Apos S haki enveloped his dual blades, crashing down with immense power. Lion and Apos S might, Annihilation Slash. A tempest of sword energy stirred the surrounding seawater, charging forward with an unstoppable force. The clash resonated through the sky with a resounding boom as the long sword and long knife compressed each other's space for survival. At that moment, the two were locked in a stalemate, their battle generating colossal gusts of wind that Rox effortlessly dissipated below, allowing them to fight without regard for anything else. Unbeknownst to them, a rumble of thunder echoed in the heavens, and the long sword, infused with Conqueror's haki and golden flames, shattered Shiki's resistance, sending his dual blades hurtling away as it struck him with great force. Blood burst forth, and he lost consciousness, plummeting downward. Upon defeating his opponent, the boundless sword energy slashed towards the distant sea, creating fissures over 1,000 meters long. The seawater rushed in to fill the void. Following this display, the sword energy continued its flight until it vanished from sight. Haha, it has finally come to an end. Shiki, you performed admirably. Do strive for greater heights next time. Qin Zhao chuckled softly, offering a word of encouragement to the unconscious Shiki. He recognized Shiki's significant progress, despite the ultimate defeat, acknowledging the remarkable improvement displayed. This, Shiki has lost. He fell so quickly. Indeed, I never anticipated Lord Shiki would succumb so swiftly. Oh my, Lord Qin Zhao is simply magnificent. He dispatched Shiki in no time. What should we do? My admiration for Lord Qin Zhao grows by the moment. I yearn for a deeper discussion with him. Get away, you harlot. Lord Qin Zhao is mine. What did you say, you ugly wretch? How dare you think yourself worthy of Lord Qin Zhao? I shall end you today. The pirates aboard the ship were momentarily taken aback. After the fleeting shock, both male and female pirates expressed their astonishment. However, it seemed that the situation had deviated slightly from the main event. Ha ha ha. I warned you against overestimating yourself. Shiki, you fool. Now look where you are. If I hadn't come to your rescue, you would have surely perished in the depths. Newgate appeared in the sky, catching Shiki and, rather than offering sympathy, erupted into laughter at his misfortune. He had long cautioned Shiki, but the latter had chosen to ignore him, leading to this predicament. This was merely a matter of swordsmanship. Had Qin Zhao employed other methods, Shiki would have been utterly hopeless against him. Newgate returned to the ship, where the ship's doctor was already prepared, beginning treatment upon receiving the unconscious Shiki. How about it, Newgate? Would you care to challenge Qin Zhao? Oh, no way, Captain Rocks. I just finished a fight, and now you want me to battle Qin Zhao? As Qin Zhao descended, he overheard Rocks speaking to Newgate and couldn't help but roll his eyes. While he would not mind sparring with Newgate, timing was crucial. He had just fought Shiki and was now expected to face Newgate, turning him into a mere training boss. Moreover, he had previously arranged a duel with Newgate, and if the latter was ready, he would have no objections. But the question remained, was Newgate truly prepared? Ha ha ha. Qin Zhao, you appear quite untroubled. I refuse to believe that a battle of such magnitude would leave you fatigued after just facing Shiki. Rocks replied with a knowing smile. Save your breath, Newgate. Would you like to engage in a friendly match now? If so, I am open to it. Forget it. I am not prepared for a match at this moment. Captain Rocks merely suggested it. We can set our confrontation for another day. However, if you desire me as a practice partner, I have no objections. Newgate shook his head, indicating it was not the right time, yet he slyly mentioned the notion of being a practice partner, recognizing that sparring with Qin Zhao over the years would undoubtedly enhance his strength. Very well then, let's put that aside for now. Whenever you are ready, we can discuss it further. As for the practice, we can address that in the coming days. Qin Zhao nodded in agreement, acknowledging the need for improvement, eager to witness how far Newgate and Shiki could progress with his involvement. However, on another note, Captain Rocks, are you not concerned that I might accidentally harm Shiki? I nearly lost control just now. Qin Zhao inquired, casting a questioning glance at Rocks. Ha ha ha, concerned? Not in the slightest. I trust you will show restraint. After all, you understand me better than anyone. Rox's faith in Qin Zhao was unwavering, and he believed the latter would handle matters appropriately. Yet, if one were to press him, he did hold some concern, for talents like Shiki were rare in this era. Losing one would mean a long wait for a replacement. However, he kept these thoughts to himself, believing Qin Zhao would grasp the underlying message. Very well, you win. Now, let us conclude for today. But remember, if you intend to fight, do so further away. The residential area on Hive Island has suffered substantial damage, and this cannot continue. Ah, and one more thing. Having been ambushed by the Navy, I plan to launch a retaliatory operation against them in 3 months. I expect you all to enhance your skills during this time. Rocks first advised Qin Zhao to be cautious of the battleground and then spoke of the forthcoming retaliation against the Navy. Upon hearing this, all present turned their attention to him. Shall we still seek out the traitor? Wouldn't that risk another leak? Newgate queried, his confusion evident. Do we not need to prioritize this? Qin Zhao, however, appeared unconcerned. Aside from Shiki and Newgate, none of the others in the Rocks Pirates held much significance to him. I have my own arrangements regarding the traitor. You need not worry. Rocks exchanged a knowing glance with Qin Zhao and then departed with him. Chapter 48, Covert Operation. Targeting the celestial dragons, Newgate, somewhat perplexed, decided to follow suit. The other cadres exchanged glances before dispersing. They were all acutely aware of Rock's intentions. His lack of trust in them was palpable. As for forcefully trailing behind, that seemed futile. The true traitor among them would eventually reveal themselves. Charlotte Linlin, John, and Silver Axe shared this sentiment. However, this situation was not favorable for Wang Ji. It was evident that Rocks harbored suspicions about him, the first elder to join, although it was indeed he who had leaked information. A vague sense of unease began to creep into his heart. Rocks was quite pleased that Newgate had decided to follow. He had never doubted him. Calling upon Qin Zhao was merely a strategy to ensure Newgate's participation. He couldn't openly express this. It was all part of their plan for the operation in 3 months. Qin Zhao chuckled inwardly, recognizing that internal discord within the Rocks Pirates was beginning to manifest. If this continued, they would indeed be steering towards the original storyline. With frequent occurrences of distrust and friction, it would be difficult to avoid complications from the external navy and world government. Were it not for Rock's formidable strength, these cadres might have already contemplated departure. However, with several years remaining until the Battle of God Valley, he decided to observe the unfolding events. He was also curious about how the Navy and world government would respond to their presence this time. He mused, perhaps he was overthinking it. Given the current pace of his strength's advancement, it would not be long before he surpassed Rox. At that point, the outcome of the Battle of God Valley would be uncertain. As the cadres departed, the pirates who had been spectating also began to leave. Yet, the events were far from over. In a brief span, news of the confrontation between Qin Chao and Shiki spread widely. This skirmish nearly obliterated Hive Island, inciting considerable dissatisfaction among many pirates towards the two. Fortunately for them, their exceptional strength deterred any potential challengers. For those cadres who had not witnessed Qin Chao's prowess firsthand, this incident vividly illustrated his terrifying capabilities, and this was merely a display of swordsmanship, excluding other aspects. On their way back, Rox exchanged a few words with the two before they went their separate ways. Qin Chao returned to his quarters with a smile, freshened up, and then drifted into slumber. A month later, it was yet another splendid day. Qin Chao awoke with vigor, stretching his limbs. During this time, Shiki's injuries had nearly healed. Such was the nature of the pirate world. Throughout the month, he had not been idle, training diligently alongside Newgate, fulfilling a prior commitment. In the initial days, Newgate struggled against Qin Chao, enduring relentless defeats. However, by the second week, he began to reveal his unique talents, significantly improving his physical techniques. And even as hockey reached its peak, the development of the Tremor fruit was commendable, with its mastery exceeding 70%. It was evident that today would not permit them the same ease. Just after rising, Qin Chao, with his observation hockey, noticed Rox approaching. This indicated something significant was afoot. Well, why not? A change of pace was welcome. With this thought, he opened the door and plopped down on a chair outside, awaiting Rox's arrival. Qin Chao, you could have come to fetch me, Rox exclaimed. Let us get down to business. I am preparing for our next move, an operation that will astonish the world. Are you interested? Rox regarded Qin Chao with a smile, confident that he would not decline. Oh, what operation? Captain Rox, spare us the suspense. Qin Chao leaned in, intrigued. Well, seeing as you've had ample rest, I intend to send you to eliminate a few celestial dragons. How does that sound? Quite thrilling, isn't it? Rox chuckled, aware that after his recent sparring with Newgate, Qin Chao was likely feeling restless. Eliminating celestial dragons? Now that piques my interest. Will I be going solo? Or is there a plan? Qin Chao inquired eagerly. I plan for you to undertake this alone. There will be no issues. This matter is known only to you and me. I have faith in your capabilities. Originally, this task did not require your involvement as the vice captain, but after searching extensively, I found no one more suitable than you. Rox lamented, feeling somewhat embarrassed that such a significant task had fallen to Qin Chao. Enough. Just tell me where. And let us skip the pleasantries. Qin Chao could no longer tolerate Rox's oblique remarks, hastily steering the conversation to the point. The prospect of confronting this peculiar race thrilled him, and he felt a curious anticipation, having never encountered them during his travels at sea. Excellent spirit. Now, to the crux of the matter. Following our seizure of the celestial gold, the families of the celestial dragons are particularly incensed. They would have sought retribution, yet the Gorosei forbade them from troubling the navy, leaving them to vent their frustrations on the affiliated nations. In a few days, members of the celestial dragon families will be dispatched to collect the celestial gold they missed, accompanied by their own protectors. However, they will pale in comparison to your strength. Rox paused, then continued. Your mission is to eliminate these foolish pigs and create as much chaos as possible. This will divert the attention of the world government and navy towards that direction, creating panic among those who constantly surveil us, including the traitor aboard our ship. Rox declared, his expression a mask of fierce anticipation, eager for the turmoil this would unleash. Chapter 49. The Incarnation of the Crimson Dragon. Departure. Very well, I shall accept this mission, but I intend to set off in the afternoon. For now, I will take a little stroll. Qin Chao nodded. Now that he knew the location, there was no issue at all. After all, it was merely a trifle for him, just a group of pampered celestial dragons. He had indeed grown somewhat impatient lately. There was little amusement to be found on Hive Island, overrun with pirates. Taking this opportunity to clear his mind and relax would serve him well. If you are unfamiliar with the route, You might consider bringing along some crew members for assistance. It is always more comfortable to have company. Rox, recalling Qin Chao's navigation experience over the past few years, chose not to inquire further about any potential difficulties in finding the way. All right, I understand. You go ahead and take care of your business. I shall depart shortly. Qin Chao waved his hand, signaling for Rox to leave. Their relationship was such that it hardly mattered. As he watched Rox depart, he found himself lost in thought. Just moments ago, his observation haki had sensed a shadowy presence. Indeed, Rox possessed the ability of Kinbunchaku as well, which had previously gone unnoticed. While he had suspected it before, only now was he truly convinced. However, he too had the same ability. It seemed that the distance between him and Rox was closing. He hoped the latter could continue to improve, lest their encounters lose their significance. Afterward, Qin Chao left to visit Whitebeard and Shiki. Upon arriving at their ship, the crew, both busy and idle, greeted him warmly. Vice Captain Qin Chao. Vice Captain Qin Chao, here to see Lord Shiki again. Vice Captain Qin Chao. I want to have a child with you. Initially responding politely, Qin Chao's expression darkened instantly. Who the hell wants to have a child with me? Can't I just have a person? If it were with a woman, that would be acceptable. But you are a man. Are you out of your mind? Unable to tolerate such a repugnant suggestion, Qin Chao swiftly identified the instigator among the pirates, dealt with him, and unceremoniously tossed him into the sea. It was not that he wished to disrespect Shiki. It was simply too nauseating, reminding him of a particularly unpleasant experience in his past life. Without further ado, he entered Shiki and Appo's cabin, his face still clouded with discontent. Damn it, Shiki, Ken and Appo's, do you manage the peculiarities aboard your ship? I nearly lost my appetite. And to top it off, you sensed my arrival yet continued to indulge in food and drink. You truly are something else. With a furious glare, Qin Chao unleashed a barrage of complaints, leaving Shiki momentarily perplexed. Well, let's not dwell on that, Qin Chao. You've already dealt with it, so let us just enjoy a drink. A fleeting look of embarrassment crossed Shiki and Appo's face as he hastily shifted the conversation. All right then. I'll grant you a temporary reprieve. But it seems you're living quite well, lounging around and feasting. Qin Chao took a sip of the liquor, his anger dissipating as he teased Shiki. Ha ha ha. Qin Chao, you can thank me for that. Enjoy it while you can. After a few drinks, the two shared a hearty laugh. Qin Chao was not surprised by Shiki's demeanor. After all, as pirates, they were meant to live freely, doing as they pleased. All right. Let us get back to business. I plan to leave Hive Island for a few days. I came by to chat with you for a bit before heading to Whitebeard for a visit. I need to set off this afternoon. Having addressed the matter at hand, Qin Chao inquired about Shiki's gains from their recent battles. Not too shabby. My swordsmanship is on the verge of breaking through to a new realm, and my mastery of Conqueror haki has improved significantly. Everything else is decent. Shiki spoke with a serious tone, attempting to sound impressive. Nevertheless, it was evident that he had made notable progress. With further training in his physical abilities, he would surely ascend to the ranks of royal-level combatants. It is important to note that the current royal-level combatants were not to be compared to the likes of an aging Whitebeard. They were genuinely formidable forces. A Shiki at this level could single-handedly confront 3 novice admirals of the Navy. Against 2 seasoned admirals, he could still emerge victorious. Thus, the true value of royal-level strength was clear. Oh, is that so? Then I must congratulate you. But once your injuries heal, you must hasten to elevate your strength. I have a foreboding feeling that a monumental battle is on the horizon. You wouldn't want to be caught unawares, would you? Qin Chao recognized Shiki's capabilities, but felt compelled to caution him. After all, the upcoming battle at God Valley could bring unforeseen complications. If Shiki inadvertently attracted him, it would spell disaster. Conversely, if it were the Celestial Kings, that would be disastrous as well. He was acutely aware that he lacked the confidence to reach the pinnacle of strength within the coming years. As for relying on the system, he had considered it. But who could predict what would be available when he needed it most? If it turned out to be merely a support item, he would be in deep trouble. Thus, a cautious approach was prudent. Of course, if Shiki chose to ignore his advice, that was his own folly. You're overthinking it. With my current strength, it's no exaggeration to say that very few can match the might of the Golden Lion, Shiki. If I can manage, so can you. Just relax. If we encounter something we can't handle, we'll run. Shiki spoke nonchalantly, confident in his ability to escape should the need arise. Very well. If that is your stance, then so be it. I must now head over to Whitebeard. Finishing his drink, Qin Chao glanced at the time and decided it was time to resolve his current affairs before embarking. As for the Eternal Pointer, his subordinates would handle that. It was not something he needed to worry about. Soon, he arrived at Whitebeard's quarters, conversed with him for a while, shared a meal, and then made his way to the seaside with the Eternal Pointer in hand. Gazing at the boundless ocean, Qin Shao felt a wave of joy. It had been ages since he experienced such freedom. Well then, let us set sail. With a glance at the Eternal Pointer, he transformed into a blazing fire, and suddenly, a colossal crimson dragon, enveloped in endless flames, soared into the sky. A thunderous roar resonated across the vast ocean, heedless of any potential observers. In the sky, a crimson dragon over 4,000 meters long coiled majestically, surrounded by an inferno, as if a primordial deity had awakened from the depths of chaos. Each scale, the size of a millstone, shimmered with dazzling crimson light under the sun, resembling rubies forged in fire, both resilient and resplendent. Qin Shao was immensely pleased with his current form and, without delay, sped toward the destination indicated by the Eternal Pointer. Chapter 50. The action begins. Confronting CP0 as the crimson dragon soared swiftly through the sky, it transformed into a streak of red light, unleashing a powerful current that stirred the ocean into a cacophony. The strength of the allied nations he was visiting was not particularly formidable. Even if they were, it would hardly surpass his own prowess. Among the over 200 member states of the world government, this nation could still be considered moderately positioned. A nation of such balanced strength seemed just right, and he hoped for a pleasant surprise during this visit. As time elapsed, 2 days later, in a certain area of the Slime Kingdom, Qin Zhao leisurely wandered through the marketplace, having employed special means to alter his appearance to avoid drawing attention. It appeared he had arrived too early. Judging by the current situation, it would still be at least a day before those portly figures would make their entrance. Well, that was fine. He could take this opportunity to stroll around at a leisurely pace. Previously, Qin Zhao had speculated on the arrival time of the opposing party based on the Slime Kingdom's movements. However, it must be said that this nation indeed exuded wealth, with opulence evident everywhere, while the expressions of the populace suggested they were not overly concerned. This indirectly confirmed the nation's substantial financial resources. It seemed that one day, he too should aspire to become a king, after all, with a name like his. Failing to establish a great Qin dynasty in this pirate world would be a disservice to his illustrious ancestor, the first emperor. With a smile, he resolved to honor his charming forebear. Was it difficult to establish a dynasty in the pirate world? Qin Zhao would solemnly affirm that it was indeed very challenging. Yet, given the current circumstances, there was no sign of any easing in tensions between him and the world government. Under such conditions, what else was there to do but to strive for unification of the pirate world? However, it was still early. He would wait until the battle at God Valley concluded before proceeding. Subsequently, he set aside his thoughts and continued to enjoy his leisurely stroll through the marketplace. The next morning, Qin Zhao was abruptly awakened by a clamor. Instinctively, he activated his observation haki, swiftly covering the entire street, and immediately discerned that the celestial dragons had arrived. Ah, how extravagant! It was regrettable that such fine things were controlled by a pack of swine, which was quite infuriating. Observing the vessel designated for the celestial dragons, Qin Zhao couldn't help but express his sentiments. However, it seemed that a considerable number of these swine had arrived this time, no less than 8. How amusing it would be to witness their expressions when he ultimately subdued them. Through his haki, he gleaned the situation aboard the ship. 3 women and 5 men, a total of 8 celestial dragons, were on the deck, indulging in drinks while hurling insults at the awaiting king below. The existence of the celestial dragons truly represented a race that ought not to exist in this world. Qin Zhao elegantly groomed himself, arranging his hair in a refined manner, and donned a sinister smile as he swiftly made his way forward. Though numerous guards were stationed by the docks, it was evident that they were insufficient to withstand his assault. Accompanying the celestial dragons were merely some combat personnel from CP9. While these individuals possessed decent strength, they were merely at the level of a junior naval officer. The opulent ship anchored smoothly at the shore. Perhaps because these celestial dragons believed no one would dare to attack them, they appeared quite at ease. Meanwhile, the king of the allied nation stood below, shamelessly enduring the insults of the celestial dragons, completely unaware of the impending doom. At that moment, Qin Zhao approached one of the celestial dragons with a menacing gaze. "You, who are you? What do you want? Why do you not kneel before us, esteemed lords, and dare to appear here?" CP9, noticing Qin Zhao's sudden appearance, felt a surge of anxiety, quickly encircling him in a bid to intimidate this audacious intruder. The king was also gripped by terror. fearing that an incident involving the celestial dragons and their nation would lead to their utter ruin. Quickly, seize this madman. Do not let the celestial dragons be alarmed. Hurry. Such mere lackeys of the celestial dragons are not worthy of knowing my identity. Since you have all descended from Mariewa, prepare to meet your end. Upon uttering these words, an overwhelming wave of conquerors' haki swept through the area, instantly incapacitating the soldiers and CP9 agents present. These insignificant foes were hardly worth consideration. It was far better for them to perish, lest they summon the navy, which could complicate matters. After all, he intended to savor the pleasure of tormenting the celestial dragons. Having completed this, he slowly approached the terrified celestial dragons, deriving immense satisfaction from their expressions. It appears there are still stragglers. How intriguing. Truly fascinating. Just as Qin Zhao was about to engage the celestial dragons, a formidable presence suddenly approached from a distance, swiftly arriving on the ship. You reckless fool. How dare you lay hands on the esteemed ones? You are courting death. A stoic figure clad in a black suit, a member of CP0, spoke with a detached demeanor. I truly did not expect to encounter CP0 here. I have heard you are regarded as the strongest shield of the celestial dragons. I am rather keen to test that assertion. A smile adorned Qin Zhao's face as he gradually advanced towards this so-called CP0 member. This organization, unique to the world government, commanded his respect. Though serving the celestial dragons, it must be acknowledged that they possessed considerable talent. Compared to the other CP1-9 organizations, they were indeed far superior. Yet, the most significant contribution of CP1-9 was their periodic transfer of talent to CP0 for specialized training, which was not without merit. A prime example of this was Rob Lucci, who, despite his humble beginnings, underwent a remarkable transformation upon joining CP0 decades later. You shall regret the decisions you make today, madman. The great celestial dragons are not to be trifled with by creatures of your ilk. Indeed, Urson, eliminate him. I want his body dismembered. No, Urson, capture him alive. I shall make him my slave and ensure he suffers endlessly. Yes. Just Sane is correct. Let him be our slave and torment him slowly. Very well, esteemed lords. Please wait a moment. Urson shall subdue this madman at once. Urson from CP0 revealed a hint of a smile as he responded to the celestial dragons. For him, the commands of the celestial dragons were paramount, regardless of the challenges they posed. Prepare to meet your demise, madman. Urson's arm became enveloped in armament haki as he launched a powerful punch towards Qin Zhao. Chapter 51, Annihilation, Tormenting the Celestial Dragons, 6 Styles, Finger Gun. CP0 exerted all their strength, employing the finger gun technique, intent on subduing the audacious individual before them. They understood well that anyone bold enough to confront the esteemed celestial dragons must possess formidable power, especially after witnessing the use of Conqueror and Apos as haki moments ago. A thunderous sound erupted. The once formidable Ilsa was sent crashing onto the deck by a single kick, landing a short distance away. How pitifully weak you are. Qin Zhao scoffed, retracting his previous high regard for CP0. Indeed, they were nothing more than trash, utterly incomparable to the so-called Knights of God among the celestial dragons. Observing the fallen CP0 agents, Qin Zhao expressed his disdain, his tone laced with emotion. To be fair, CP0 was not without strength. Many were of the Admiral class. However, the individuals who had shown up were far too incompetent. Approaching the incapacitated Ilsa on the ground, he pointed at the obstructing CP0 agent. And a surge of golden flames erupted forth. Ilsa, who lay in a state of unconsciousness, was reduced to mere ashes. This is so feeble, it hardly excites me, Qin Zhao remarked, disregarding the palpable fear etched on the faces of the celestial dragons, feeling an overwhelming sense of tedium. As a man who had set sail since acquiring his system, he had not encountered such weak adversaries since his early training on the islands. His past opponents included the likes of Whitebeard, Shiki, Rox, Roger, and Rayleigh. Although many were not at their peak, they could at least engage him in a worthwhile battle. This current situation was simply devoid of interest. The deck was eerily quiet, and the dock outside was equally hushed, as the onlookers had either fled or succumbed to unconsciousness. Qin Zhao gazed at the trembling celestial dragons, each encased in a transparent dome, adorned in opulence, yet all wore expressions of abject terror, their snot dripping into their mouths. A look of disgust crossed Qin Zhao's face. You wretched pigs truly are repulsive. He scoffed at their current predicament, dismissing any notion that he would share their fate had he traversed back 8 centuries. He acknowledged that among the celestial dragons, there were indeed anomalies, such as the Nefert family, which had once been commendable, though now essentially rendered obsolete. Apart from those rare exceptions, the rest were nothing but worthless parasites, squandering food and life in this world. Their self-proclamation as the world's nobility was utterly revolting, an affront to the very concept. Please, Great One, spare us. We promise not to speak of today's events, and we shall relinquish the heavenly gold we came to collect. Please, spare us. An older member of the Roseward family, Eve Saint, pleaded earnestly with Qin Zhao. To them, the heavenly gold paled in comparison to their lives. Losing it was inconsequential compared to the value of survival. Yes, kindly spare us, and we shall offer you everything. Please, do not harm us. The remaining celestial dragons echoed their pleas. Yet, beneath their outward display of fear, they were plotting to return and summon the Marines and CP0 to exact revenge on this audacious lowlife. Unbeknownst to them, or perhaps disregarded, was the existence of top-tier observation hockey that could eavesdrop on their thoughts. You gluttonous swine certainly have grand aspirations, thinking you could return to alert the Marines and CP0 against me. Even if I were to release you, your so-called Marines, admirals, and CP0 would be utterly powerless to confront me. Your very thoughts only serve to ensure your demise. Oh, by the way, I had no intention of sparing you in the first place. Ha ha ha. Qin Zhao found amusement in the inner thoughts of these celestial dragons. With another pointed gesture, golden flames engulfed the lead supplicant from the Roseward family, the once proud Eve Saint. The flames, adjusted to burn relentlessly, consumed his flesh. You lowly creature dare to lay a hand on us, the noble celestial dragons. The world government will not let you go. You shall be hunted to the ends of the earth. Eve Saint's agonized cries faded as he succumbed to the flames, reduced to mere charcoal. The world government? The celestial dragons? The Marines? Ha 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 ha. Qin Zhao erupted in laughter, finding their reliance on such institutions utterly ludicrous. Look at that princess from the nation you tormented, begging for mercy while you callously ignored her plight. Did you spare her? Pathetic, simply pathetic. Your kind should not exist. You deserve extinction, a bunch of refuse. He awaited the retribution from the world government, hoping that when it came, it would at least offer him some amusement. Once more, he pointed at the next unfortunate celestial dragon, eager to witness whether they could maintain their arrogance in the face of impending death. My bubble helmet. I refuse to breathe the same air as those filthy slaves. Badrish Shark Saint screamed in a frenzy, unable to fathom such a fate. As he witnessed the disdain from his remaining compatriots, he was further incensed. Ignoring the pain coursing through him, he rose defiantly, pointing at Qin Zhao with a face twisted in hatred. You lowly peasant, you will perish. Qin Zhao cast one last scornful glance before unleashing a greater output of power. In an instant, the once howling Badrish Shark Saint was transformed into ash. Help! Someone! If anyone can assist in eliminating this lowlife, I swear I will reward them handsomely. At this point, the remaining celestial dragons realized that Qin Zhao would not spare them, prompting them to revert to desperate pleas for aid, although their words dripped with arrogance. Such arrogance only narrowed Qin Zhao's eyes. He was astounded that these gluttonous pigs still clung to the hope of rescue. Chapter 52. Departure of Qin Dynasty, Naval Reinforcements. Hello? Hello? You gluttonous swine, have you not yet realized your fate? Do you still cling to the hope that someone will come to your rescue? Spare me the farce. Amidst the incessant shouts of his adversary, Qin Dynasty rubbed his ears, overwhelmed by the cacophony. Who do you think you are, you lowly scoundrel? How dare you address me in such a manner? The celestial being, perhaps fatigued from his own outbursts or realizing his pleas fell on deaf ears, began to tremble in a fit of rage. And I? Enough of these repetitive inquiries. It is truly out of sheer boredom that I have allowed you to linger thus far. Qin Dynasty pressed his fingers to his temples, sensing a pang of regret for his actions. Do not come any closer. I am a celestial being. You have already slain 2 of my kind. You cannot kill me as well. If you spare my life, I vow to keep this secret. Consider this. If you release me, no general shall pursue you. Is that not advantageous? As he crawled backward, the celestial being endeavored to persuade Qin Dynasty, hoping to instill a sense of trepidation within him. Truly, you are a simpleton. What purpose does this dialogue serve? Enough. With a dismissive wave, Qin Dynasty extended his hand, unleashing an endless torrent of golden flames that instantly engulfed the remaining swine. Subsequently, he approached the shore where treasures meant for the celestial beings had been delivered, and with a graceful sweep of his arm, mountains of riches were swiftly absorbed into his system's space. Ah, splendid. This operation has yielded bountiful rewards. If only every endeavor could be as effortless as this. Qin Dynasty reveled in the success of his mission, a smile gracing his features. Yet, it must be acknowledged that his current prowess was predominantly attributed to the system. Although the system had temporarily ceased to assist him, he believed that in a few years, a significant opportunity would present itself, yielding greater gains. Well, it is time to depart. Lingering here holds little excitement. Let us return leisurely, for there may yet be more amusement ahead. His gaze fell upon the opulent vessel of the celestial beings as he ascended its deck once more. This ship must not go to waste. As the vice-captain of the Rocks Pirates, I have yet to possess a vessel of such caliber. It is only fitting to claim it as my own. Can you imagine the envy on Shiki and Whitebeard's faces? Their vessels pale in comparison to this grandeur. Laughter bubbled forth as he envisioned their expressions. Today, this magnificent ship shall be mine. With satisfaction, Qin Dynasty surveyed the lavish ship, his delight amplifying at the thought of Shiki and Whitebeard's envy. As for whether he could navigate such a grand vessel alone, the answer was unequivocally affirmative, though he had never piloted a ship of this size. He had spent years traversing the seas, mastering the art of navigation. As for the potential monotony of solitude on the open sea, he dismissed that concern. He had previously managed such circumstances with ease. Upon entering the helm, the vessel roared to life, setting sail toward home. Qin Dynasty's departure went unnoticed, for the nearby populace remained in a state of unconsciousness. The thought of whether news of this incident would spread had never crossed Qin Dynasty's mind. Even if it did, what of it? If a general were to arrive, so be it. Should he become displeased, he would simply eliminate one more. Approximately 10 minutes after the ship had departed, those who had suffered minimal harm from Qin Dynasty and Apos' control of the Conqueror and Apos' Haki began to awaken, as they beheld the devastation surrounding them and recalled the recent events. Panic ensued, and many fled the scene. The more astute among them hurried home to gather their belongings, preparing to escape. This urgency stemmed from their realization that the world government would undoubtedly seek retribution for this incident, and it was imperative to leave while they still could. Meanwhile, the warriors of the palace wore grim expressions, contemplating their own survival and contemplating their own flight from the impending doom. What transpired? I was alerted to commotion in the palace and rushed to provide support. Where's the king? Where have the celestial beings gone? Captain Gajif of the palace guard arrived late, urgently questioning the soldiers. Captain, we were attacked by pirates, and we all inexplicably lost consciousness. The king was killed during that chaos, and his body is turned to ash. What? Gajif felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, as if struck by lightning. It is over. We have incurred a grave misfortune. Suddenly, Gajif found himself staring vacantly at the vast ocean, muttering to himself. Originally, the theft of the celestial gold was of no concern to them. The celestial family would have to accept it. However, now with 8 celestial beings dead and the king lost, the world government would not let this transgression slide. Their nation faced the gravest of repercussions, likely leading to its total annihilation, leaving none of them with any chance of survival. BRRR, BRRR, BRRR. The sound of Gajif's din mushy jolted him back to reality. Hello, this is Gajif. Is this a call from the Navy? In this dire situation, he had no choice but to place his hopes in the Navy. If they could apprehend the deranged pirate, there might yet be salvation. Otherwise, they could only await their demise. Hello, this is the G1 Division. We have reported to headquarters, and a general is en route. You must immediately provide your current location. The Navy officer on the other end spoke with utmost seriousness. I am at the port. Before my arrival, the pirates had already fled with the celestial being ship. Gajif relayed the information swiftly. What are you doing? You allowed the pirates to escape? How could you be so incompetent? Enough. You. The voice on the other end suddenly rose in volume, then inexplicably lowered again. It was undeniable that the Navy found themselves in a precarious position. They could only hope to intercept the pirates and redeem themselves, or else face premature retirement. I apologize for our ineptitude. However, given the situation, the pirates appear to possess formidable strength, and we. Gajif felt equally helpless. Yet this unexpected turn of events left him at a loss for how to respond. As someone temporarily assigned by the king to other duties, he never envisioned such calamity would ensue. Do you know nothing? You are utterly bewildering. How on earth did you become the captain of the guard? The Navy officer on the line clearly wished to curtail the conversation, directly inquiring about the status of the celestial beings. It was crucial to ascertain whether the assailants were as deranged as the Rocks pirates. If they were not, there might still be hope. However, If the celestial beings had perished, it would spell disaster. Let us hope that the inner turmoil does not manifest in this dire situation. Chapter 53. The Navy's Interception. Awaiting the Admiral's arrival, Gajeev hesitated, struggling to articulate his thoughts on the matter. Just say it. Stop wasting time and dragging this out like a coward. The naval officer on the other end of the line barked, sensing the tension. The 8 celestial dragons are dead, and the king is dead too. Gajeev forced the words out, gritting his teeth. The line fell silent for a moment. You did well. I understand. The naval officer finally replied, his voice laced with suppressed rage before hanging up. Gajeev collapsed onto the ground, his back soaked with perspiration. He could only place his hopes on the Navy. Otherwise, their nation and its people would not withstand the world government's retribution. Moreover, he wished the admiral would arrive soon. If the enemy escaped, the consequences would be dire. Meanwhile, at sea, 10 warships sped towards their destination. They were not yet near the kingdom of Silian, but they would arrive in just a few minutes. Huh? A celestial dragon ship? Hurry. Block it. Don't let that pirate escape. The highest-ranking officer of the G1 branch recognized the approaching vessel and shouted urgently. Thankfully, they had finally encountered it. If the enemy escaped, it would spell disaster for him. However, he suspected that this pirate possessed considerable strength, possibly wielding Conqueror and Apos as hockey. He resolved to engage in a protracted battle until the admiral's arrival. The 10 warships surged forward, engines roaring, closing in on the celestial dragon's ship. On board, Qin Zhao observed the advancing naval fleet with an indifferent expression. They were merely low-tier combatants. He had noticed them long ago, but their insignificance dulled his interest. If it were the main branch's admiral, he would have relished the encounter. Alas, they were only from the division. Just a pack of celestial dragons' lackeys. If there were a massacre of innocents, I doubt they would be this anxious, Qin Zhao scoffed, a smirk of derision gracing his lips as the Navy drew nearer. These maneuvers were elementary for the Navy. Since you have come to court death, I shall oblige. Do not blame me. Blame the existence of the celestial dragons. Qin Zhao uttered these chilling words with an air of detachment. He made no effort to steer his ship away, instead leisurely walking to the deck to await the Navy's arrival. You, pirate, are surrounded. Surrender at once, or we will not hesitate to use force. The commander of the G1 branch shouted, hoping to capture the pirate without incurring losses. He watched the enemy's movements carefully. Well then, since it has come to this, I shall reveal myself. Qin Zhao swiftly wiped his face, his true visage appearing before the Navy. The G1 branch commander recognized the familiar face and felt a chill run down his spine. Qin Zhao. His pupils constricted in disbelief. He had not anticipated that the one here to slay the celestial dragons and seize the treasures was him. After a brief moment of shock, he regained his composure. Though a heavy weight settled in his heart, he dared not act rashly. He could only hope the admiral would arrive soon to save him, or he would soon meet his end. Ah, there you are. I didn't expect you to recognize me so quickly. However, there will be no rewards. I have no desire to waste time with you lot, so I must bid you farewell. Qin Zhao unsheathed his dragon spring sword and, without hesitation, swung it at the commanding officer aboard the main ship. Sensing that this officer was merely a competent rear admiral, Qin Zhao deemed him unworthy of further conversation. A single admiral was already trivial to him, let alone a mere rear admiral. The slash cut through the sea, creating a long rift, the sword's aura eroding the water to prevent it from flooding back in. In an instant, the strike reached the flagship. Why, you damn pirate! Rear Admiral Loki's face paled as he realized the impending threat of the strike, yet he could not retreat and thus steeled himself for the confrontation. He stomped his foot, roaring as he unleashed all his strength to counter the attack. However, how could a relatively strong rear admiral withstand such an onslaught? As his armed fist collided with the slashing attack, his expression shifted dramatically. This assault was beyond his capacity to block, yet for the sake of the soldiers behind him, he grit his teeth and persevered. Ultimately, he could not withstand the sharp strike. His fist was grievously wounded, sending him crashing against a nearby warship. Blood trickling from his mouth, his face etched with profound concern. He recognized that this was merely a casual blow from Qin Zhao. Yet its overwhelming power demonstrated the pirates' terrifying strength. It was no wonder their previous mission had failed. Oh, you're still alive. You truly possess some strength. Here's the deal. You have 2 choices. First, move aside and let me pass, and you can pretend you never saw me. Second, you all perish here. What will it be? After all, you are the commanding officer of these soldiers. Qin Zhao raised an eyebrow, intrigued as he addressed Rear Admiral Loki, eager to see whether the Navy valued their lives more than serving the celestial dragons. You must be dreaming. Qin Zhao, the vice captain of the Rocks Pirates, is utterly vile. A pirate like you, running rampant, the Navy will inevitably bring you to justice. Rear Admiral Loki responded without hesitation. For the Navy's righteousness and the orders of their superiors were the ideals he had devoted his life to. Making way is out of the question. They can only die here. Is that so? Very well. This journey has grown increasingly tedious, Qin Zhao remarked, aware of Loki's thoughts. They were merely waiting for the Admiral's support. However, they had not considered that the arrival of the Admiral would be of little consequence. If he so desired, he could easily eliminate the Admiral. He simply lacked the time to do so. Chapter 54. The G1 branch reinforcements annihilated, the retired General Falcon appears. Then perish. Qin Zhao declared as he swung his sword with ferocity. A formidable wave of sword energy surged forth, engulfing all naval vessels in its path. The relentless sword aura sliced through every obstacle, cleaving the sea once more, while even the clouds above were scattered as if caught in a tempest. Admiral Loki, witnessing this terrifying display of power, found himself at a loss. The disparity in strength was insurmountable, leaving him with no choice but to accept the grim outcome. This was fate, after all. Regretfully, he lamented his own inadequacy. If only he were stronger, he could have spared his subordinates from this grim fate. In that moment, Loki resigned himself to the inevitable, aware that he could not withstand such an overwhelming assault. As the boundless sword energy swept across the ocean, it inexorably severed all military ships in its wake, continuing its relentless advance into the distance. With Loki and the entire naval force now facing their demise, it became evident that they had long failed to comprehend the reality of their situation. After 8 centuries, they had never contemplated defying the celestial dragons. Moreover, their neglect of duty had resulted in this dire conclusion. How tragic it was for these vibrant lives. Qin Zhao gazed at the bodies floating on the surface and the wreckage of naval vessels, feeling a sense of melancholy. He was not surprised by the outcome. The two sides had never been on equal footing. Had it not reached this level, he would have questioned his own capabilities. One could only blame the Navy for failing to seize the moment. Had they acted decisively against the pirates invading their territory years ago, they might have had their support. How fitting it was to align with the bounty they had placed upon him. He had to keep up some pretense to justify that extravagant sum. Enough of this. It was all rather dull. After expressing his thoughts, Qin Zhao returned to the helm and continued steering the ship away from the scene. By the heavens, I am truly at a loss for words. Who understands my plight? I am merely a retired old man, yet I have been summoned back to service. He grumbled. What a burden this is. The youngsters are utterly exhausting, especially that rascal Steelbone Kong. They are insufferable. In a certain expanse of the New World, naval vessels sped across the sea. An elderly man draped in a cloak of justice lounged in a chair, sipping coconut juice and grumbling incessantly. Oblivious to the admiring gazes of the sailors around him, he appeared as a reluctant worker, begrudgingly called back from retirement. Indeed, he was Admiral Eljanevsky, known as Falcon. This illustrious general had captured countless pirates throughout his life, a true warrior whose physical prowess and dual hockey had reached the pinnacle of the ocean's mightiest. Yet, at this moment, he was decidedly discontented. After all, he had retired to enjoy time with his grandchildren, longing for a peaceful life. Now, unexpectedly recalled to duty. How could he not be irate? He had no desire to serve the celestial dragons any longer, yet here he was, burdened with their demands once more. Trouble seemed to converge upon him, leading him to ponder whether retirement was indeed a better option. At least then, he would not feel this discomfort. These damned celestial dragons are insatiable. They know full well that the New World is the territory of the Rocks Pirates. And they are aware of their disdain for the celestial dragons, yet they still venture here. I have never encountered such foolishness. The aide standing beside Admiral Falcon could only offer an awkward smile, understanding the old man's grievances. After all, the retired general had amassed a wealth of achievements and demonstrated remarkable strength, making his critiques of the celestial dragons and Steelbone Kong entirely reasonable. But he must tread carefully. If word of this reaches the wrong ears, he could find himself imprisoned without a glimmer of hope for redemption. Admiral, please hold your complaints. We should be nearing our destination, the aide, Hess, interjected, unable to contain his unease any longer. Oh, is that so? We are approaching the kingdom of Silent? Eljanevsky snapped back to attention, muttering another grievance. Alas, my life has been one of unending toil. He realized that if he delayed in serving the celestial dragons, it would be the Navy below who would bear the brunt of the consequences. Yet, he remained hopeful that the celestial dragons had not met with misfortune. Any calamity would spell disaster for him. At that moment, he was unaware that the celestial dragons were already dead, along with the navy of the G1 branch. Loki, the admiral, had not even had the chance to report before being slain by Qin Chao. With no knowledge of the adversary he faced, he had hoped to redeem himself by apprehending pirates, leaving him blissfully ignorant of the dire circumstances. If anything were to happen to the celestial dragons, Steelbone Kong, the world government, and the celestial dragon families would not spare me. But how much longer until we arrive? According to the timeline, we should be about half an hour away, sir. However, the G1 branch should have already encountered the enemy. I will make a call shortly to ascertain the situation. Hess replied, calculating the time swiftly. Well, that's a relief. I would hate for that pirate to escape. Order the troops to advance at full speed. We must ensure the celestial dragons are safely returned and the pirates captured. Eljanevsky commanded, adjusting his sunglasses. His ire was palpable. Were it not for the cursed rocks pirates and the celestial dragons, he would not be feeling such urgency. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss and stood up. His expression turning grave as he fixed his gaze ahead, his aura intensifying. The reason for his alarm was the powerful sword energy that surged toward them from the sea. As the sword energy approached rapidly, all the naval soldiers could see its ominous brilliance. My goodness, that sword energy is rather unsettling. Chapter 55. The Qin Dynasty versus Eljanevsky. The strength behind that sword aura must be formidable. However, the direction from which it emanates seems to be quite near. Who could it be? A group of Navy officers, reassured by the presence of their admiral, engaged in casual conversation, unperturbed by the sudden attack. At that moment, Eljanevsky, feeling the tension in his right arm as he summoned his haki, unleashed a powerful punch towards the approaching sword energy. The collision produced an immense shockwave that rapidly expanded outward, causing even their warship to slide backward for a distance. This clash lasted but a second before the sword energy ultimately dissipated. After all, it was merely the residual force of a completed mission. And the potency it displayed was a testament to the Qin dynasty's formidable might. Once the unexpected threat was neutralized, Eljanevsky fell into deep contemplation. An attack of this magnitude could not be executed by an ordinary swordsman. It could not be the solitary red, so who could it be? Never mind. As long as it did not pertain to their current operation, the celestial dragons were of utmost importance. Everything else could wait. Enough chatter. We must hasten to reinforce Vice Admiral Rocky and his team. Return to your posts and proceed at full speed. Eljanevsky commanded his troops, feeling a disquieting premonition in his heart that something disastrous loomed. After issuing his orders, he resumed his seat, furrowing his brow as he reflected on the Navy's intelligence over the past few days. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He recalled that the vice captain of the Rocks Pirates had gone out a few days prior and had yet to return. Connecting this with the information he had received from Steelbone Kong, his eyes narrowed in realization. In an instant, he stood up, his expression turning grave. If he was not mistaken, the pirates attacking the celestial dragons were indeed from the Qin dynasty. Damn it. All I wanted was a peaceful retirement. And now I am forced back into action to confront such a monster. Moreover, given his temperament and the nature of the Rocks Pirates, the situation for the celestial dragons was likely dire. Hess, who stood beside El, also looked alarmed, having clearly heard the implications of the situation. Sir, it seems our mission is destined for failure. It now depends on whether you can capture the heinous pirate known as the Qin dynasty. If not, we may. Hess trailed off, overwhelmed by the weight of failure. In his eyes, the Qin dynasty was an ambitious figure akin to rocks, possessing power not far removed from his own, rendering their mission perilous. Though he expressed belief in El, the reality remained that they were dealing with the Qin dynasty. We cannot afford to delay any longer. I will go ahead, and you must follow. El, though already suspecting the outcome, still clung to a flicker of hope. What if, just what if, the celestial dragons had not been killed? His eagerness to ascertain the truth propelled him forward. With that, he transformed into a majestic eagle, soaring away at an unimaginable speed, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Quickly, accelerate and follow the Falcon Admiral. We must reach the battlefield with utmost urgency. Hess bellowed, his voice resonating in everyone's minds. Little did he anticipate that the retired admiral would once again find himself facing an adversary of Rock's caliber. Alas, it seems this mission may be my final one. Steelbone Kong, world government, you have truly outdone yourselves. El, transformed into the eagle, were not a sharp gaze but one filled with resignation. Though he held the rank of admiral, he was, in truth, retired. And being summoned back for a mission of such magnitude was indeed a bitter twist of fate. Regrettably, he thought of Uli. wishing he could be there for her and their beloved grandson. Upon contemplating these matters, his expression sharpened, revealing a glimmer of madness, a frenzy that often emerges when one is confronted with death. A yawn escaped Qin Dynasty, who found himself rather bored, teetering on the edge of sleep. The feeble G1 branch of the Navy had proven utterly unchallenging, draining his enthusiasm. Yet he persisted in his resolve to depart from this place. Just as he stifled another yawn, an overwhelming presence surged towards him. With narrowed eyes, Qin swiftly drew his dragon spring sword, leaping into the air and striking downwards with force. Bang! The sword met a fist mid-air, and the two combatants locked eyes. Oh, it appears the Admiral has arrived. How delightful. Qin smirked, raising an eyebrow as he regarded El. Recognizing the man's attire and demeanor, he quickly identified him. After all, while one might imitate a person, the aura of iron will and strength was unmistakable. There stood El Janiforsky, the former Admiral of the Navy, Rock's Pirates Vice Captain Qin Dynasty. You audacious scoundrel, do you comprehend the magnitude of the trouble you have caused me? Today, I offer you a chance to surrender and accompany me back to Impel Down. Otherwise, I assure you, I will end your life. El proclaimed, his expression grave as he confronted Qin. El was left with no other option. Although he was at the pinnacle of his strength, facing Qin, he knew it would only amount to a temporary delay. He considered the potential for stealth. After all, there was no cost to this approach, and success would yield significant rewards. I see you're in your 60s or 70s, so I want to delve into other matters. But I must suggest you seek some clarity of mind. You seem rather out of sorts to utter such words. Qin quipped, his expression bemused as he examined El's wrinkled visage. Surely, such statements were rather comical. He found it hard to believe that the Navy had not informed this old man of his true strength based on prior encounters. Was El truly as powerful as he appeared? Perhaps he was indeed formidable, but the prospect of killing him seemed utterly implausible. In fact, it was imperative that El remained here. Otherwise, allowing such audacity to go unchecked would be folly. Revise Eternal Night. Chapter 56. The battle continues. Qin Chao's smile in his hand, the ancient Longquan sword sliced through the air, unleashing a formidable sword aura that surged across the ocean, imbued with an overwhelming ferocity directed towards El Janevsky. Let me personally witness the prowess of a pirate of your stature. El Janevsky, sensing the imminent danger of the sword aura, felt a grave seriousness cloud his expression. Despite being a vice admiral of the Navy at the pinnacle of his power, while he may not be able to slay Qin Chao, he was determined to inflict significant harm upon him. As a vice admiral, possessing the animal-type mythical Zoan, the bird fruit in its divine eagle form, his strength, pride, and allegiance forbade any hint of retreat. Armed Justice Fist. El Janevsky's right hand and forehead bulged with veins, refusing to show any signs of carelessness. Instantly, a layer of glossy, dark armor enveloped his fist, exuding an invincible aura as he hurled it forward. This was a clash of fist and sword, both combatants radiating an intense aura akin to dragons, resulting in a violent explosion upon impact. The shockwaves and sword aura radiated outward, carrying a perilous energy that surged into the distance. Following their collision, both fighters lightly recoiled, eyeing each other intently. Is this it? Is this the might of a seasoned Navy admiral? It appears to be no different from Steelbone Kong. Qin Chao mocked disdainfully, for he believed it was akin to dreaming to think such strength could subdue him. This was not a matter of underestimating his opponent, but rather a reflection of reality, especially considering he had once single-handedly faced 4 adversaries. Now, a mere admiral was simply insufficient. At this point, not only he, but even Shiki could take on an admiral. And while he had yet to reach his zenith, he already possessed the demeanor of a future powerhouse. You are truly insufferable, Qin Chao. No wonder you chose the path of piracy. Your nature is as vile as they come. El Janevsky acknowledged the truth in Qin Chao's words. Yet conceding at this juncture was not an option. Losing face was not an option, especially since he had prepared himself for sacrifice on this journey. A resolve that would not waver now. Damn those celestial dragons. He pondered whether the world would be a better place without them. Are you still capable? Qin Chao remarked, observing that their battle had not yet escalated to its full potential. Under normal circumstances, with our comparable strength, we should be able to fight for days. Yet you appear rather feeble. As the skirmish continued, Qin Chao discerned El Janevsky's growing fatigue. Each clash left his opponent struggling to respond, merely bracing himself against the onslaught. Oh, my apologies for jesting earlier. How could I possibly regard a mere adversary as a true challenge? Thus, though he had not exerted his full strength, he had employed 6/10 of it. Nevertheless, Eljanevsky displayed a ferocious offensive, skillfully wielding the Navy's 6 powers and adeptly utilizing both Kinbunchaku and Busashoka Haki. Most significantly, he seamlessly integrated some of his devil fruit abilities into his attacks, rendering his speed formidable. This demonstrated the arduous journey required to ascend to the rank of Navy Admiral. Yet such was the path of the strong. With a combination of speed, impressive strength, and the utilization of dual haki, Qin Shao extended the respect due to his opponent, albeit recognizing its futility. Bang, bang, bang. After taking a deep breath, Eljanevsky unleashed another burst of energy. Not bad at all. I hope you can maintain this state. Do not disappoint me. Perhaps if you make me happy, I might just let you off. Qin Shao smiled, evidently pleased with his opponent's fervor, relishing the prospect of entertainment in their duel. At this moment, Eljanevsky transformed into a half-beast, half-human form. His strength and physical prowess magnified exponentially, each attack resonating with thunderous explosions in the air. It was this fruit that allowed him to sustain his peak performance. Overall, Qin Shao felt remarkably satisfied with the current state of affairs. Unleash your full potential. Are you looking down on this old man by holding back? Eljanevsky glared at Qin Shao, veins bulging in frustration, not from exertion, but from anger. For him, Qin Shao was the second opponent to treat him so lightly. The first being Rox, who had similarly disregarded him. Unable to contain himself, he shouted at Qin Shao, "Old man, control your temper. Given your current strength, you truly lack the means to push me to my limits." Qin Shao maintained a carefree smile, casually engaging in their battle as he responded, "You really are infuriating. Qin Shao, today, I will do everything in my power to drag you down to hell." Eljanevsky's face twisted in a snarl, clearly pushed to his breaking point. His fists tightening with added force. The fist of dominance. The tyrant of the sea. With an overwhelming surge of power, his body lunged forward like a drawn bow, striking at Qin Shao with an astonishing speed. "Ha ha ha ha, splendid. I acknowledge you, Eljanevsky." Qin Shao's laughter echoed, eagerly awaiting this moment of his opponent's explosive growth. Dominance fist. At this moment, he made a bold decision, sheathing his longsword and raising his fist to deliver a crushing blow. The fact that he would not employ his sword momentarily caught Eljanevsky off guard, yet he quickly regained focus and continued his assault on Qin Shao. The heated energy between them ignited the vast ocean surrounding them. Bang! Their fists collided with tremendous force, the unstoppable momentum reverberating across the waters, sending shockwaves rippling outwards. At that instant, Eljanevsky noticed a peculiar smile adorning Qin Shao's face. A flicker of unease stirred within him, unaware of what would transpire next. However, the immense force surging from Qin Shao's fist indicated that his opponent's attack had faltered. Enjoy this punch, Hawk Admiral. Chapter 57. The outcome is certain, having lost both arms. Eljanevsky felt the power in his fists growing ever stronger, filled with disbelief. How could this be? It made no sense. Was he truly aging? A moment of confusion clouded his expression. Yet, Qin Shao would not grant him the luxury of time. With unparalleled force, his fist shattered Eljanevsky's offense, landing heavily upon his face. The impact struck him like a thunderbolt, sending teeth and blood flying, which scattered across the distant island. Well, this old man isn't much to speak of. That last blow was decent, Qin Shao remarked, a hint of disappointment in his voice as he observed the naval admiral now sprawled on the island. Meanwhile, Eljanevsky, buried in a pit on the island, pondered his next move. This was no different from facing Rox. Supreme haki, exceptional observation haki, transcendent swordsmanship, and formidable physical prowess, all of which he had faced so far. And yet, the conqueror's haki and the powers of the devil fruit remained untapped. It was futile. I suppose I won't be returning today. I hope you can take care of my family, Eljanevsky thought, reluctantly acknowledging Qin Shao's strength, his expression growing increasingly complex. Only through first-hand experience against Qin Shao could one truly grasp that sense of despair. Stop lying there, Admiral Eljanevsky. If you continue to do so, I may lose my patience and finish you off early. Qin Shao teased, having crouched at the edge of the pit, a smile playing upon his lips. Infuriating. How frustrating. Once, he had been so spirited upon the seas. Had it not been for Rox, he might have retired in grandeur. But now, the seas were rife with foes. And here stood another in Qin Shao. He had suffered a devastating defeat previously. This time, however, he would not succumb to that sense of helplessness again. Suppressing his rage, Eljanevsky sprang from the pit, returning to his beastly form. Qin Shao's previous strike had forced him out of this state, but now his body swelled, transforming into a fearsome, eagle-headed figure. With his fists clenched, his entire being enveloped in haki, he charged toward Qin Chao. In the past, he believed these abilities sufficed to combat the criminals of the seas, yet now a twinge of regret arose within him. If only his innate talents had been greater, perhaps he could have managed this situation. Of course, had Qin Chao been asked to address this question, he would have simply shaken his head. No matter how strong one might become, if they did not reach the extraordinary, they would inevitably perish at his hands, without question. Even possessing extraordinary strength would not alter the outcome, for Qin Chao wielded the most formidable external support. That's more like it. As an admiral of the Navy, how could you be so easily felled by a pirate? You must rise fiercely against me, this wicked pirate. That is your duty, even if it leads to your demise. Qin Chao declared, clapping his hands in encouragement, or perhaps mockery, before throwing a punch. Divine flame, infinite entwining. His fist ignited in golden flames, scorching the air and vaporizing the moisture, creating a haze of steam. His fist, infused with the roar of a dragon, met Eljanivsky's own. Bang! Upon the collision of their fists, Eljanivsky's expression shifted dramatically. The flames were capable of penetrating his haki, inflicting pain upon his flesh. He could even smell his own flesh burning. With no other choice, he frantically executed the moonwalk, propelling himself skyward to evade further confrontation with Qin Chao. Yes, just as I anticipated, Qin Chao smirked, sensing the moment had arrived. An adversary would never show mercy. He had merely granted Eljanivsky a fleeting opportunity. Now, since he had failed to seize it, he could not blame Qin Chao. With a swift motion, he drew the Longwan sword, its aura bursting forth, enveloped in Conqueror's haki. Stomping fiercely, he lunged at Eljanivsky. The suddenness of the attack left the naval admiral unable to react in time. A sharp pain radiating from his right arm as he realized it had vanished without a trace. Yet, there was no time to dwell on the pain. Eljanivsky retaliated, striking Qin Chao with a punch imbued with haki. As they both descended onto the pirate ship, the stark disparity between them became glaringly apparent. Qin Chao glanced at his opponent and once again flashed before Eljanivsky, delivering a fierce slash. Eljanivsky, not one to be underestimated, attempted to counterattack. But a moment of terror gripped him. Qin Chao, not granting him another chance, closed in, a crimson glimmer flashing in his eyes. A dominating aura erupted from him. The red energy pressing down upon Eljanivsky, rendering him momentarily dazed, his resistance faltering. Feeling the weight of Conqueror's haki, Eljanivsky's heart sank. This was it. As anticipated, Qin Chao seized the opportunity, slicing off the admiral's right arm. Thus, the once mighty naval veteran, renowned for his achievements, now stood disarmed and diminished. Ah, splendid. You look much better this way, Qin Chao remarked, stepping back to admire Eljanivsky's current state, satisfaction evident in his tone. He intended to toy with the admiral before ultimately ending his life. After all, the seas could be rather dull without a bit of amusement. You truly are a vile character, Eljanivsky lamented, gazing at his lost arms, his heart numb as he shook his head with a bitter smile. He had come to terms with reality, recognizing that without his arms, he posed little threat. Well, just end my suffering. In this state, I am no longer a danger. And my age has caught up with me. I have fulfilled my duty to the Navy. I only ask for a swift end. Oh. And regarding your slaying of the celestial dragons, I do not oppose it. In fact, I wholeheartedly support it. If only we were on the same side. Perhaps the Navy could truly break free from the world government. Chapter 58. The Navy and Opos. S. Dilemma. The Roar of Hess. Our Navy, truth be told, does not wish to remain perpetually subservient to the celestial dragons. Yet, constrained by a lack of resources, we find ourselves unable to act. However, that is of little consequence now. You may kill me. In this world, the victor claims the throne, and as a vice admiral, I cannot permit myself to surrender. Eljanivsky continued to divulge information regarding the Navy's internal strife. He had lost, utterly, and the spirit that once buoyed him had faded. Thus, death seemed his only refuge. I had already presented you with a choice. You merely failed to seize it. You believed your duty to be more significant than your own life. And that is why you find yourself in this predicament. However, since you have spoken so much, I shall grant you your wish. I will ensure you receive a complete corpse, affording you the last vestige of dignity. Qin Chao remarked, shaking his head nonchalantly. He had long been aware of these matters. And the Navy's failure to grasp their opportunities was no longer worth discussing. With that, he stepped forward, drew his dragon spring blade, and swiftly pierced Eljanivsky and Opos' heart. Qin Chao, thank you. I hope that in our next lives, we may be comrades. Eljanivsky gasped, And the moment those words escaped his lips, life ebbed from him entirely. Comrades? Let us hope. Depart now, and await the Navy to collect your remains. Of course, should they fail to find you. Do not blame me. Farewell, Eljanevsky. Qin Zhao stood in contemplation, reflecting on Eljanevsky's words, shaking his head. To him, such sentiments were mere trifles. The respect he afforded was simply a nod to the surprise his opponent had shown during their confrontation. Farewell. With a final gesture, Qin Zhao vanished, returning to his ship and setting sail. Not long after, he spotted the approaching naval fleet. Without hesitation, he continued onward until the two parties were within close proximity. Hey, you Navy scoundrels. I'm in a good mood today, so I shan't kill you. Step aside, and we shall have no quarrel. Qin Zhao shouted at Hess across the water. He was not surprised to encounter this batch of Navy personnel. Indeed, they appeared to be the same crew that had accompanied the previous vice admiral. However, he genuinely had no desire to kill. It seemed pointless, so he offered them a chance. What shall we do, Commander Hess? Should we allow them to pass? That's the vice captain of the Rocks Pirates. Their strength is beyond our capabilities, inquired a rear admiral beside Hess. I do not know. I do not wish to lead you to your demise in such a futile manner, but we cannot act without knowing Mr. L's whereabouts. Hess understood all too well that they were no match for their adversary, but with their superior absent, he lacked the authority to make such a decision. Enough. I shall inform you. Eljanevsky has perished, just minutes ago, at my hands. As for his body, it remains on the island behind you, visible for your eyes to see. Now, I present you with a choice. I have no intention of wasting time with you insignificant fish. Upon hearing Hess's statement, Qin Zhao interjected, gesturing towards the nearby island. Had he wished to kill, he would not have engaged in such superfluous chatter. Mr. Qin Zhao, we shall make way immediately. Please wait. Hess, after a brief silence, resolved to act. After all, obstructing Qin Zhao served no purpose. Resistance would only lead to needless sacrifice. Thus, upon learning of LS demise, he made his decision. All forces, stand down. Scatter the ships. Let Mr. Qin pass. The Navy personnel complied, though each bore a complex expression. This was their collective shame. A humiliation for the Navy, all stemming from their inadequacies. As time passed, 2 minutes later, all naval vessels had cleared a path, watching as Qin Zhao slowly departed. Very well, you shall not regret this decision. Farewell, Navy, Qin Zhao remarked with a smile directed at Hess, as he watched Qin Zhao's figure recede into the distance. Hess exhaled heavily, overwhelmed by the pressure exerted by his foe, an intensity beyond what any subordinate could bear. We shall have a difficult time explaining this, Hess. If the higher-ups lay blame upon us, we shall not emerge unscathed, sighed Rear Admiral Karl, who had previously questioned Hess. Now they had allowed a pirate to pass. Returning to headquarters would undoubtedly result in punishment, for they had effectively trampled the Navy's honor. What choice do we have? Mr. L has been slain by this pirate, and I cannot decide to send you to your deaths. Such a sacrifice serves no purpose, especially since this mission was for the Celestial Dragons. We cannot afford to sacrifice our comrades for them. Hess's voice grew increasingly fervent, his eyes ablaze as he shouted at Karl. He understood the implications of his decision. Yet he could not allow his men to perish. He simply could not. Faced with a pirate of Qin Zhao's magnitude, they had no alternative but to acquiesce. I shall bear the consequences of this decision alone. It is not your burden to bear. Remember, Karl, ensure that the blame rests solely with me. Hess grasped Karl's collar, his gaze earnest and unwavering. I. Very well, I understand. Karl, despite being gripped by Hess, met his earnest eyes and, after a moment of silence, acquiesced. Let us proceed as such then. For now, we shall set aside this matter. We must recover Mr. L's remains, and we shall discuss other concerns upon our return to Navy headquarters. Hess took a deep breath, attempting to calm his tumultuous emotions. Their conversation had not been discreet. Most of the soldiers aboard the flagship had heard them clearly. Guilt and complexity marked their faces, for they recognized their profound weakness. In light of the current situation, it was evident that this mission had culminated in utter failure. Not only had they failed to rescue the Celestial Dragons, but they had also lost a vice admiral to the enemy. The soldiers, driven by conviction and a sense of justice, could not help but feel shame in having achieved nothing, resulting in such dire outcomes. Yet, amid their shame, a silent resolve began to take root. Upon their return, they would dedicate themselves to rigorous training, striving to enhance their strength and fulfill their duties with greater efficacy. Chapter 59. The news spreads and rocks excitement. However, this sentiment was not universally shared. Many of the less formidable sailors were engulfed in unease. The failure of this mission left them feeling trapped. As it had been orchestrated by the Celestial Dragons, the loss was already grievous, but the death of a high-ranking officer weighed heavily upon their hearts, leaving them feeling as if the sky had fallen. Yet, in that moment, no one cared for their trepidation, for their focus was solely on the journey to the island. Soon, the Navy, led by Hearst, beheld the remnants of the fierce battle that had transpired on the island. Everyone, quicken your pace. We must retrieve the body of Mr. L. and return to headquarters. Hearst, suppressing the urge to weep, commanded with a forced composure. Silence enveloped them as they made their way to the small island. Upon discovering the body of L. Janevsky, a collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. Why such relief? It was simply because the body of General L. remained intact, save for the severed hands, an outcome they could accept, signifying that the general had indeed given his all. All right, let us depart and inform Admiral Kong of the failure of this operation. Time flew, and the Qin dynasty had been sailing the seas for a day. After the initial interception by the Navy, which resulted in the demise of a general, no further attempts to stop them had been made. Fortunately, Qin found this quite agreeable. The constant interruptions would have been exasperating. Strangely, no pirates had attempted to ambush him during his journey. This was indeed peculiar, as one would expect such encounters. It was worth noting that he had not hoisted the flag of the Rocks pirates. Perhaps he remained oblivious to a particular tidbit. A rumor was circulating across the seas regarding the vice-captain of the Rocks pirates, the notorious pirate Qin, who had clashed with the Navy's General L. Janevsky. Following a fierce battle, he had slain the general and repelled the subsequent naval reinforcements. Truth be told, such news could not possibly have originated from the Navy, as it would severely tarnish their reputation. No one was foolish enough to broadcast such damaging information. Consequently, the source of this news remained a mystery, yet it stirred tumultuous waves throughout the New World. Had Qin caught wind of this, he might have added that he had also vanquished 8 celestial dragons. For now, he reclined on a beach chair, sunglasses shielding his eyes as he basked in the sun. On Hive Island, within the captain's quarters of the Rocks pirates, Rocks perused a freshly printed newspaper, his face alight with interest. Ah, this lad is truly formidable. That old coot, Hawk, has finally fallen to us. It was quite vexing not to have dispatched him back then. But now his vice-captain has done the deed, how could I not be pleased? Rocks chuckled heartily, bemused by the serendipity of L encountering Qin. This situation had unfolded rather simply, without any intent to stir further headlines, yet it was fortuitously delightful. After all, aside from a phone call upon his arrival, Qin had not contacted him since, and without such significant news, Rocks might have thought Qin had gone astray. Considering the current circumstances, as long as the Navy refrained from a massive conscription, their chances of victory remained high. And you, the Celestial Dragons, take heed. One day, I shall come to extinguish your wretched existence. Rock's visage twisted into a menacing grin, his hatred for the Celestial Dragons palpable. Had they not toppled the dynasty of the D clan, he would now be indulging in boundless luxury. This profound animosity was irreconcilable. Thankfully, with Qin in the mix, he felt a renewed sense of confidence. Given Qin and Apos' burgeoning strength and talent, surpassing Rocks was merely a matter of time, and his influence was already rivaling Rocks and Apos' own. The recent bounty on Qin had lured many powerful pirates to join the Rocks pirates, a development Rocks welcomed, as it bolstered their overall strength. The ramifications of the current situation would undoubtedly amplify their notoriety. Those great pirates had their own channels of information, primarily aware of Qin's confrontation with the Celestial Dragons. Thus, the prestige of their pirate crew had undeniably ascended. Now, they awaited a new influx of requests from aspiring pirates eager to join the ranks of the Rocks pirates. And this time, the quality would surely surpass all expectations. However, troubles loomed on the horizon, as the world government had yet to reveal their true intentions. I shall observe how you 5 old codgers proceed, Rocks mused, his expression darkening at the thought of the Celestial Dragon's demise being concealed. He was certain that only those 5 elders possessed the power to suppress such news. Naturally, he found this infuriating. Every action he undertook aimed to dismantle the world government. If he could expose this information, it would strike a heavy blow to the prestige of the Celestial Dragons and their governing body. Regrettably, those 5 elders had not yet succumbed to folly, opting instead to erase this truth, leaving only the report of the Admiral's death. Cover it up if you must, but know that I possess my own means, he declared with a sinister laugh, arms spread wide, eyes gleaming with madness as he reveled in the chaos he would unleash upon the world government. Yet, this was merely his perspective. The other officers of the Rocks Pirates displayed a range of reactions upon hearing the news. Some seethed with impotent rage, others harbored secret grievances, while a few erupted in laughter. It was evident that a team divided in spirit could hardly achieve success. Meanwhile, outside, ordinary squad leaders and members erupted in cheers. Vice Captain Sheen is truly remarkable. To him, no admiral is anything more than a mere insect. They exclaimed. Indeed, when Vice Captain Sheen makes his move, it is nothing short of astonishing. General Eljanevsky was once a formidable opponent, yet he has fallen before our captain. The implications of their vice captain and Apos' prowess were staggering, and the atmosphere brimmed with admiration and awe. Chapter 60. The Five Elders and the Celestial Dragon Family. The formidable strength of Qin Dynasty brings us great fortune in the future. The crew members were taken aback by the news regarding Qin Dynasty, but soon their surprise transformed into excitement. After all, they had recently engaged in battle with Shiki, and now they were met with even more explosive news. The pirates felt an overwhelming sense of pride, as they were part of the Rocks Pirates, and such achievements undoubtedly satisfied their desire for recognition. They had long admired Qin Dynasty, and the arrival of this news filled them with a sense of reverence. After all, he was an admiral of the Navy. Having navigated the seas for decades, it was rare to find pirates of his caliber, let alone defeat him. Previously, only Captain Rocks had achieved such a feat, having successfully slain Admiral Phoenix. Goodness, this Qin Dynasty lad is certainly far more impressive than us, Newgate, Shiki exclaimed, clicking his tongue as he gazed at the newspaper in his hand, a hint of jealousy in his voice. Ha ha ha, Shiki. Both of us have primarily improved our strength through battles with Vice Captain Qin. It would be wise to show him some respect. His achievements are not surprising. We all know him well. It is only natural that he surpasses us. Our era is still ahead. The present belongs to Captain Rocks and Vice Captain Qin. There's no need to envy, Newgate replied, his mind clear and laughter hearty. He believed that in time, the era would indeed belong to them, and they would not be far behind Rocks and Qin Dynasty. However, judging by Qin Dynasty's current trajectory, it was likely they would never catch up. I can't help but feel a bit anxious. Despite our considerable progress, it seems we still remain so distant from Qin Dynasty. If we can't surpass him in the future, will we forever remain beneath his shadow? Shiki's expression grew complex as he pondered, questioning the purpose of their relentless efforts to grow stronger. Don't dwell on such thoughts, remember? Opportunities will arise in due time. Besides, this period of growth for you is not in vain. Even if we cannot reach his level, we can now truly hold our own against admirals, Newgate murmured, somewhat lost in thought. During this time, both of their strengths had seen tremendous improvement. Shiki had always been just a tad weaker, but now, having trained alongside Qin Dynasty, their strengths seemed to be evenly matched. Thankfully, Shiki had made his decisions before, or he might have been overshadowed. Ha ha ha. Newgate, who would have thought this rough fellow could analyze things so well? Rest assured, I am merely making a light-hearted comment. I am well aware of my own progress. As for confidence, I undoubtedly possess it. After all, I am the Golden Lion Shiki. He laughed heartily, reassured by Newgate's words, convinced that the future would ultimately belong to them. Be careful, for if I surpass you one day, I shall pin you down and rub it in your face, Shiki warned, his gaze toward Newgate filled with a competitive fire, perhaps sensing the intensity of Shiki's gaze. Newgate snapped out of his reverie and returned the look, understanding the implications behind it. With a cold chuckle, he responded, with your current abilities, I could easily take on two of you. Just don't fall into my hands. Otherwise, you'll learn why the flowers bloom so beautifully. Meanwhile, for Wang Ji and Kaido, members of the Rocks Pirates with a vendetta against Qin Dynasty, the news struck them like a bolt from the blue. Despite their recognition and respect for Qin Dynasty's strength, they were not willing to concede defeat. Recently, both had been fervently training to enhance their own power, each harboring dreams of besting Qin Dynasty. However, upon receiving this latest news, their expressions darkened. After all, one cannot endure constant blows to their pride. Though their previous exploits were extravagant, they paled in comparison to the shock of directly slaying a celestial dragon. Just as their spirits began to rise, Qin Dynasty's formidable record brought them crashing back down. Despair began to creep into their hearts, an emotion that only intensified. Damn it, Qin Dynasty, must you be so powerful? If you keep advancing, what chance do we have? If you reach the pinnacle of strength at just 23, what becomes of us? We shall never rise. Clear's throat. This section feels increasingly peculiar. Something seems amiss. Do not overthink. Meanwhile, in the world government at Mariewa, The meeting room was eerily quiet. The five elders sat in their seats, none daring to break the silence. However, the throbbing veins on their foreheads betrayed their simmering rage. The stillness was merely a fade, a calm before the storm. Following the uncertain reports from El Janafosky regarding his assistants, the subsequent death of his subordinate, Hurst, finally reached the five elders. Upon learning that 8 celestial dragons had been killed by Qin dynasty, their demeanor shifted dramatically. For them, the loss of an admiral was significant but manageable. They could always recruit more. However, Qin dynasty's act of slaying celestial dragons was a blatant affront to the world government and their authority. A direct insult that could not be ignored. While the loss of a few fat pigs was inconsequential, appeasing the affected families was crucial. Yet, this incident revealed a deeper issue. If word got out, the government's reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Moreover, they had not concealed the details from the families of the celestial dragons, who were now clamoring for the five elders to order Qin dynasty's execution. If a family meeting were convened, the elders would face dire consequences. Thus, they acted swiftly, issuing commands to suppress the spread of information, ensuring the news of the celestial dragon's deaths remained concealed. Chapter 61. The Sole Heir, Admiral Elman Jones. In the expectations of Karp and others, this maneuver has effectively severed the means by which more individuals could become aware of the situation, forcibly preserving the dignity of the world government and the celestial dragons. While those with special channels may be unaffected, they dare not speak freely in the face of the world government's pressure. Of course, pirates are the exception. Come, we cannot linger here any longer. Those families are still awaiting our explanations. Alas, it seems we must exert considerable effort dealing with this pirate, Qin Chao. These pirates truly know how to create trouble for us. The five of them, exchanging words along the way, gradually arrived at the meeting room where discussions with several families were taking place. As time passed, the five elders also reached a satisfactory conclusion with the clan leaders, gradually stabilizing the stance of the celestial dragon families. It is time to act. We must deliver a significant blow to the Rocks pirates, and ideally, eliminate them entirely. Saint Satan issued orders to the CP-0 and CP-1-9 operatives who had come below them. This was not the end. At Marine headquarters in Marineford, Fleet Admiral Sengoku summoned the remaining lone Marine Admiral, Blue Fox. Observing the empty chairs beside him, Sengoku felt a sense of powerlessness. The current Rocks pirates are such that relying solely on the Marines to confront them seems utterly hopeless. Admiral Elman Jones, gazing at the vacant chairs, felt a twinge of distraction. The former Phoenix had been slain by Rocks years ago, and now the Falcon had met his demise at the hands of Qin Chao. Both were comrades. Could it be that the Marines are inherently countered by the Rocks pirates? Sengoku, this situation is truly challenging. Rocks has always been troublesome, and now with Qin Chao we cannot afford to be reckless. The elderly Elman Jones sighed, his gaze complex as he spoke to Sengoku. I am equally powerless, Jones. If I had a choice, I would not wish to confront this situation. Yet, it has come to pass, and the five elders have already set their plans in motion. We Marines cannot evade our fate, Sengoku said with a bitter smile. The five elders just called. We Marines are inescapably entangled in this. The fact that they are using our reputation to obscure the deaths of the celestial dragons infuriates me, yet I am powerless to prevent it. This approach has directly undermined the Marines' authority, treating us as a mere shield. I cannot resist. If I could, the Marines would not find themselves in this predicament. Very well. What instructions do the five elders have for us? Are we to make every effort to capture Qin Chao? Elman Jones took a deep breath and asked Sengoku directly. Capture Qin Chao? We are incapable of that. Moreover, let us not focus solely on him. We must confront not just Qin Chao but the entire Rocks pirates. The directive from above is for us to wait while they deliberate on the appropriate course of action. They will notify us later. Sengoku shook his head, his expression grim and resigned. Setting aside whether the world government will authorize us to retaliate, the crux of the matter is that, based on the recent call, the five elders will not permit us to take action now. Thus, I feel exceedingly constrained. This situation is even more frustrating than during my time as an admiral. However, I merely express my sentiments. If they were to agree to let the Marines retaliate, I would not act independently. It is truly a case of having the will, but lacking the power. The Marine strength is gradually falling behind that of the Rocks pirates. Elman Jones nodded, then shook his head. For someone of his age, it is indeed unwise to initiate retaliatory actions without preparation, as the Marines are not yet ready. Their strength cannot match that of Karp, Sengoku, Zifa, and Crane. They cannot bear the weight of such a vast machine. We must await the action plans from the world government and the personnel assigned for future operations. Let us be patient, Sengoku. Since the five elders have spoken, we shall wait for their arrangements. After all, they are aware of our current strength. They cannot simply render us ineffective. So, we must endure. However, should anything arise that requires my assistance, do inform me. This old body of mine can still lend support to the Marines for a few more years. Elman Jones, despite his age, still possesses considerable strength. If it comes to a life-or-death struggle, he could certainly inflict serious injury upon current adversaries such as Shiki and Newgate, provided the confrontation is one-on-one. Otherwise, he would falter. Let us conclude this meeting for now. As for the five elders' recent decision to raise the bounty on Qin Shao to 4 billion, Jones, please relay that information to them. Oh, an old friend. Please ensure that Carp, Sengoku, and the others undergo rigorous training. Their current capabilities are still woefully inadequate. For matters assigned from above, I cannot make unilateral decisions, thus, I must dedicate every moment to aiding them in strengthening their abilities. After conveying all this, Elman Jones slowly exited the Fleet Admiral's office. Alas, what a tumultuous season. Qin Shao, you truly harbor a deep-seated hatred for the celestial dragons. Having mercilessly slain 8 of them, I am left utterly speechless. This is inconsequential, however. My indifference towards the fate of the celestial dragons pales in comparison to the fact that you audaciously killed L, which is utterly unforgivable. Sengoku seethed with rage at the thought of Qin Shao slaying L. What was once a peaceful coexistence has suddenly escalated into chaos. Alas, L ultimately fell victim to my own miscalculations. Had I not summoned him to the new world that day, this tragedy might have been averted. Sengoku sighed, acknowledging his share of responsibility in this matter. The original plan was for L to hold the fort alongside Jones for a few years, allowing Carp and the others to mature. After that, everything would become considerably easier. Yet, no one anticipated this unforeseen turn of events. L's sacrifice has undoubtedly dealt a severe blow to the Marines, shattering Sengoku's dreams and thrusting him back into harsh reality. The Marines are undoubtedly facing a challenging period. Should they fail to navigate this turmoil, the consequences will be dire. Of course, if the 5 elders agree to the Marines' extensive conscription, all could be set right again. 5 elders, if you continue down this path, we Marines shall be rendered obsolete. Alas, I hope that Carp and the others can swiftly enhance their capabilities during this time. Chapter 62. The Endeavors of the Iron Triangle, the Return of the Qin Dynasty. Currently, Carp and his companions are situated in a training ground at the naval headquarters. Carp. The strength of the Qin Dynasty is truly formidable. We must exert ourselves, Zephyr said, wiping the sweat from his brow while gravely examining the newspaper. I understand. But that Qin Dynasty is indeed a monster. Last time, our collective assault on him yielded little effect. If he is still on an upward trajectory, our navy may find itself in dire straits. Sitting on the ground, Carp sighed and took out a pack of donuts. It is worth noting that during their previous mission, the 4 of them had attacked the Qin Dynasty together, and yet they failed to inflict even a scratch upon him. Instead, each of them bore injuries. And that was with the opponent holding back. Had he not done so, they might have already perished at sea, for the pressure he exerted upon them was overwhelming. The recent sacrifice of Admiral L only underscored this reality. AL was a seasoned powerhouse of the sea, and each of them had served under him and faced him in battle. The casual ease with which AEL fought was forever etched in their memories. They had been thoroughly defeated, unable to even catch their breath. Following this, the 3 of them regarded L as their idol, vowing to surpass him in the future. Yet within a few short years, the Qin Dynasty had slain him. They were filled with rage upon hearing this news, yet it was fleeting. For they soon realized how distant they were from the Qin Dynasty's strength. They could only harbor their hatred in their hearts, waiting for the day to seek revenge. Carp, what on earth are you doing? Why are you still eating donuts? Hurry and train. We have rookies like Kaido and the Rocks Pirates. If we let those lowly scoundrels surpass us, we shall have no face left. Sengoku exclaimed, veins bulging on his forehead, his patience wearing thin. He was furious at Carp's behavior. Although he knew Carp had been training diligently, he was still vexed by Carp's seemingly carefree demeanor. Sengoku, what is the fuss? I'm merely taking a brief respite. I'll resume training shortly. No need for such a reaction. Besides, I won't allow those little punks to outshine me. Rest assured, Carp insisted, unable to resist the allure of the donuts. Yet he sincerely assured Sengoku, though he could not match the Qin Dynasty now, he was confident that those like Kaido would not catch up to him. He promised himself that with some time to enhance his strength, he would be capable of defeating them should they cross paths again. Furthermore, given another decade, he believed he could stand toe-to-toe with the Qin dynasty. All right, Sengoku. Give Carp a moment. You know him well. He always appears carefree, yet his heart is quite complex. Don and Amp. Oppos. Pressure him too much. We must have faith in ourselves. Zephyr interjected, observing Sengoku's anger. Though he might not possess the innate talent of Sengoku and Carp, after years of hard work, he had ascended to this level. And he was acutely aware of the current tense situation. With his understanding of Carp, he believed the Navy would inevitably overcome this challenge. Sengoku, hearing Zephyr's words, felt somewhat helpless. He recognized himself as the weakest among them, and since their last mission, he had been consumed by guilt. Had his strength not been so lacking, they would not have allowed the pirates to escape so easily. Thus, he could not refute Zephyr's words and acknowledged his own impatience. However, he remained perplexed by Carp's seemingly nonchalant demeanor. After some time, Zephyr initiated a new round of training, yet upon noticing the two still staring at each other, he shook his head in exasperation. You two, Carp and Sengoku, did we not just agree to take a break before resuming training? Why are you still standing there? He then focused on his own training, believing that he could never match their innate talents and thus could only rely on relentless effort to embody the justice he held dear. All right, I've rested enough. Sengoku, stop staring at me. Let us commence another round of training, Carp declared as he stood up, glancing at Sengoku. After all, Zephyr had begun training, and he could not linger and rest any longer. He hastily finished off the donuts. In the following hours, the three engaged in rigorous training, rising at dawn to practice. For only through such dedication could they witness their own improvement. The threat posed by the Rocks pirates to the Navy was immense, compelling them to intensify their training, albeit with a mix of pain and joy. To vanquish this formidable enemy, they had no choice but to push themselves relentlessly. In the latter half of the Grand Line, the New World. After 4 days of sailing, the Qin dynasty finally reached his destination. As he gazed at the magnificent Hive Island from aboard his lavish ship, his spirits soared. It had been a long journey, indeed. He found the comforts of the island far more appealing than the rigors of the sea. It seems I have truly grown accustomed to life with the Rocks pirates. I used to drift at sea for months without a care, but now it feels quite unbearable. The Qin dynasty smiled, his eyes sparkling as he looked upon their stronghold. Reminiscing about his past life, he could not recall when it was that he had come to consider this island, rife with sin, as his home. Yet, he did not resent this feeling. After all, only the strong could thrive in the world of pirates, and as one of them, he felt no qualms. In his previous world, he was akin to a mere beast of burden, toiling away for a meager wage, subsisting on cheap meals, and enduring manipulation. Yet in this world, he stood at the pinnacle of the ecological hierarchy. It would be strange not to relish such a position. As the Qin dynasty indulged in these thoughts, the pirates on the island noticed his opulent ship. This group consisted of the most insignificant members of the Rocks pirates, typically unremarkable but serving as cannon fodder in battle. Thus, they rarely attracted trouble, spending their days idly wandering. Hey, whose ship is that? I don't recognize it. Could it belong to a lost noble from some distant country? They pondered, bewildered as the luxurious vessel sailed into the harbor. Chapter 63. Return to Hive Island. Bounty increased again. Brothers, a grand opportunity has arisen. First come, first served. Who, pray tell, is the fool who dares to sail to Hive Island? Yet, the opulence of this ship reminds me of the celestial dragons, though I cannot fathom why. Regardless, as long as they have ventured to our isle, what is there to fear? Even if we cannot overcome them, we have our officers to rely upon. Prepare yourselves, brothers. Let us seize their treasures. Upon hearing these words aboard the ship, Qin Chao found himself at a loss for words. These little pirates were indeed quite formidable. They had not even recognized him at such a close distance. Just then, the voices below shifted. You fools, the one aboard is Lord Qin Chao. Ah, Lord Qin Chao? Wow, Lord Qin Chao has returned. Indeed. He must have captured a ship from some nation. I wondered why it seemed unfamiliar. Lord Qin Chao is incredible. Taking down a Navy admiral is truly remarkable. Ha ha ha. We veterans have known of Lord Qin Chao's prowess long before. He was formidable upon his arrival, and now he achieves such feats with ease. At the dock, the crew included both newcomers and veterans from the Rocks pirates, so they were not particularly surprised by Qin Chao's accomplishments. Nevertheless, they felt fortunate to share a ship with such a legend. Oh, it seems there are still some with their eyes open. Splendid. Qin Chao smirked, relishing the scene, and greeted his admirers with warmth amidst their cheers. He took his time disembarking, smiling as he exchanged a few words with his fervent fans before departing after approximately 10 minutes. He made his way directly to the castle where Rox resided. Ha ha ha, splendid, splendid. You have proven to be quite capable, just as I anticipated. You have exceeded my expectations by eliminating Admiral Eljanevsky. This old fellow was notoriously stubborn. Your actions have dealt a significant blow to the world government and tarnished the Navy's reputation, while simultaneously enhancing the prestige of the Rox pirates. As Qin Shao stepped into the castle, Rox laughed heartily and approached the entrance. After all, the primary objective of this mission was to eliminate the Celestial Dragons. The fact that a Navy admiral pursued him and fell at Qin Shao's hands was a delightful surprise, especially given that as long as Qin Shao possessed his current strength, few could contend with him unless the entire Navy headquarters mobilized. However, the demise of the Navy admiral genuinely astonished Rox, leading to a severe depletion of strength within the Navy headquarters. The crew was not taken aback by Rox's welcoming of Qin Shao. Everyone was well aware of the unique bond between the two that surpassed the understanding of the other crew members. Having witnessed the perilous nature of Qin Shao's previous exploits, they had grown somewhat desensitized to the notion of danger. Perhaps only an act of annihilating the Navy or the world government would truly shock them now. Ah, Captain Rox. These are trivial matters, hardly worthy of mention. I now hope you will assign me some more challenging tasks. If I continue with such simple endeavors, I will find them rather uninteresting. Qin Shao raised an eyebrow, smiling as he addressed Rox. While his words may have appeared boastful, no one dared to question them, for his strength was undeniable. Ahem, Qin Shao, welcome back. You did well this time. If you have time later, let us continue our training. Shiki praised Qin Shao before suggesting another round of practice. His injuries had healed, and he was eager to enhance his strength, determined to surpass Whitebeard. Shiki, you truly have no shame. Captain Qin Shao has just returned. Cannot he rest for a moment? Newgate retorted before turning to Qin Shao with a glimmer of anticipation. His thoughts mirrored Shiki's. After all, strengthening their abilities and solidifying their bond with Qin Shao was of utmost importance. Enough, Shiki and Newgate, cease your bickering. Let Qin Shao inside. Standing at the entrance is unbecoming. Rox, observing their eagerness, bore no anger. He understood their intentions were merely preparations for the eventual disbandment of the Rox pirates. It was human nature, yet the time for such considerations was still premature. Have you not noticed, Qin Shao? Your bounty has surged to 4 billion. You are soon to eclipse me. What are your thoughts? Rox inquired with a smile, genuinely curious about Qin Shao's reaction to surpassing his bounty. Really? So soon? How astonishing. Qin Shao responded, somewhat taken aback. But, in truth, it is merely a number. I am far more intrigued by matters of genuine interest, such as formidable strangers, extraordinary swords, or peculiar devil fruits. Though surprised by his bounty's increase, Qin Shao felt no particular joy. After all, he and Rox were far beyond such trivial valuations. Chapter 64. The Qin dynasty, Shiji, and Newgate boarded the ship with Rox. During these days at sea, they had not paid attention to such matters. Now, the situation truly exemplified the routine operations of the world government. Whenever fortune smiled upon them, the leadership basked in glory. When misfortune struck, the Navy bore the blame. Such shamelessness was astounding. Ah, how pretentious you are, Qin dynasty. It and amp, Oppos, es merely a bounty? Spare me. If I had a bounty that high, I would wake up laughing from my dreams. Listening to the ostentatious remarks of Qin dynasty, Shiji felt a pang of jealousy and retorted with emotion. It must be said that witnessing Qin dynasty's subdued reaction left him quite uncomfortable. Had it been him in such a position, he would have been exuberantly boasting about it. Thus he could not fathom why Qin dynasty felt entitled to such airs. Ah, what is your bounty compared to mine, Shiji? Trust me, you will reach that level in a few years. It is merely a matter of time. So there's no reason to be overly pleased. As for your claim of waking up laughing from dreams, isn't that a tad exaggerated? Qin dynasty was at a loss for words regarding Shiji and could only respond with resignation. He had not anticipated such a display from Shiji, who bore none of the traits of a legendary pirate, but rather seemed like a living embodiment of envy. Setting that aside, if the Navy did not raise his bounty after the deeds he had accomplished, it would not be in their nature. Gulalala, first mate, do not mind Shiji, the fool. He is merely envious. The Navy operates this way. Unable to capture us, they resort to inflating bounties in a desperate attempt. Newgate paid little heed to such rewards. Although his bounty was not as lofty as Qin dynasty's, he had long since discerned the Navy's true nature over the years. For those pirates with lesser bounties, The Navy lacked the resources to pursue them, as it would be a waste of manpower. There were always bounty hunters eager to step in. However, for the more formidable pirates whom the Navy could not contend with, they had no choice but to incrementally raise the bounties. I know, Newgate. You must understand. I was once a bounty hunter myself, so I am well acquainted with these matters, which is why I do not regard bounties as overly significant. Qin Dynasty nodded in acknowledgement of Newgate's words, choosing to disregard Shurji, who was being rather bothersome. Hey, are you two being a bit rude? Chatting away without including me. I haven't finished speaking. Shurji exclaimed, watching as the two engaged in their conversation, completely ignoring him, which ignited his frustration. Gulalala, Shurji. Cease your fuss. Can't you see we are in the midst of a conversation? We will address your matters shortly. Newgate replied, while Qin Dynasty added, Indeed, Shurji. Do not act like a scorned wife. I fear Captain Rox might misunderstand. Upon hearing Shurji's sudden interjection, both Qin Dynasty and Newgate momentarily halted their discourse, exchanging remarks. Rox, observing the three with keen interest, found the scene quite entertaining. Shurji, witnessing the camaraderie between Newgate and Qin Dynasty, struggled to contain his annoyance, but after some contemplation, he relaxed his tightly clenched fists. There was no denying the disparity between them. Had Newgate not been by Qin Dynasty's side, he was certain he would have taught him a lesson. It is not because Qin Dynasty is too strong that I focus on Newgate. Absolutely not. What? You think so? That is impossible. Shurji is not the type to bully the weak and fear the strong. Enough of this bickering. Come, sit down quickly. Regardless of the bounty increase or whatever else, these are all favorable developments, as they ultimately reflect poorly on the Navy while we, the Rox pirates, reap the benefits. After a while, Rox intervened to halt their incessant chatter. While a brief conversation was trivial, prolonged discussion lost its charm. Primarily, he had matters of his own to address. All right, since Captain Rox has spoken, we shall cease our discussion. Qin Dynasty and Newgate exchanged knowing smiles before turning their attention to Rox. The two were certainly unfazed. But Shurji felt the awkwardness as he stood apart, feeling like an outsider in front of them. He dared not meet the eyes of the others present, fearing the mocking expressions that might greet him. However, it was indeed time to discuss serious matters, as there would be ample time for idle chatter later. Most importantly, Rox regarded Qin Dynasty as a brother, which set him apart from the two. Should he truly provoke Rox, the consequences would be dire. The two now sought to deepen their relationship with Qin Dynasty, yet they had no intention of offending Rox at this juncture. Doing so would be unwise. Subsequently, Qin Dynasty took a few steps forward, walking alongside Rox. Captain Rox, shall we converse here or find a more suitable location? He inquired directly, aware that Rox had matters to discuss and thus refrained from idle chatter. Jekakik, Qin Dynasty, it matters not where we speak, however. Let us find a quieter spot as it is rather noisy here, Rox replied with a smile, surveying the castle's crew. While he was not overly concerned about what the spies might glean, it was prudent to minimize unnecessary complications. As the two held bottles of fine wine, they exited the castle, engaging in conversation as they walked. Unbeknownst to them, they found themselves before the Celestial Dragon's grand ship. What do you think? This Celestial Dragon's vessel is quite impressive, is it not? Shall we board and converse? Qin Dynasty asked, taking a sip of his drink while casting a smile at Rox. Oh, very well. I shall join you aboard to observe and learn about the extravagant lifestyle of the Celestial Dragons, Rox responded, intrigued by the magnificent ship before them. It must be noted that he had never had the opportunity to acquire such a vessel. This pristine ship piqued his interest. Indeed, these pampered individuals knew how to indulge. While it could not compare to his own ship, it was certainly on par with Newgate's vessel. Upon boarding, Rox remarked with a hint of admiration. After all, these indulgent souls were not warriors, but certainly knew how to revel in luxury. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Had the great kingdom not fallen, he might have lived such a life today. That is undoubtedly true. These pampered souls are indeed audacious. Their rebellious demeanor is quite laughable. However, the thrill of slaying 8 of these gluttonous pigs is truly exhilarating. Ha ha ha. Chapter 65, The Regret of Rox and the Overwhelming Conquerors. Haki on Shiki and Whitebeard. Qin Zhao initially acknowledged Rox's words before sharing his own observations and feelings. What a pity. If only you had brought back a couple of those fat pigs, I would have relished the chance to slay some celestial dragons myself. Alas, Rox expressed his regret, harboring an even greater animosity towards the celestial dragons than Qin Zhao and his companions. Next time, perhaps, there will be opportunities ahead. He continued, but let me tell you, That group of gluttonous pigs was quite amusing. One by one, they wet their pants begging me for mercy, claiming they could provide anything I desired. Qin Zhao chuckled as he gazed out at the vast ocean, reminiscing about the scene and sharing the details with Rox. Excellent, Qin Zhao. I knew I had not misjudged you, Rox exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as he threw an arm around Qin Zhao's shoulder, clearly in high spirits. In the past, such a task would have seemed trivial. However, given the current precarious situation of the Rox pirates, he had summoned Qin Zhao to undertake this mission. The objective was to eliminate the celestial dragons, thereby disrupting the machinations of the world government and the Navy, diminishing their reputation and dignity. This approach aligned with the interests of the Rox pirates and laid the groundwork for future endeavors. If successful, the reputation of the Rox pirates would soar, and luckily, Qin Zhao had proven himself effective from the start. After completing the task, Rox contemplated making a grand spectacle of the event, only to be caught off guard by the rapid response from the world government. They swiftly suppressed any news regarding the celestial dragons, leaving only the report of a Navy defeat and the admiral being slain by Qin Zhao, while the rest was concealed by the Gorosei. He couldn't help but think how advantageous it would have been if Qin Zhao could have brought back a couple of fat pigs, as it would have aided in manipulating public opinion. Yet, now that the situation had unfolded in this manner, further lamentation was futile. They would have to proceed with caution. These matters are trivial, Qin Zhao remarked with a smile, revealing his genuine thoughts. His disdain for the celestial dragons had only intensified upon arriving in this world. I just glanced at the newspaper and noticed there was no mention of the celestial dragons I killed. It seems the Gorosei intervened, right? Indeed, Rox replied, furrowing his brow. I share your concerns. Although we eliminated the celestial dragons, those 5 old men have seized control of the narrative, which diminishes our impact. Do you have any contingency plans? If so, we could render the Gorosei's efforts in vain. Listening to Qin Zhao, Rox frowned. I see. I lack any evidence, primarily because I didn't think it necessary. Besides, I deemed those fat pigs unworthy of documentation, so I neglected to gather any. Qin Zhao squinted and shook his head, indicating he had no such materials. He was well aware of the Gorosei and Apos' ability to suppress information. Their power was formidable, and few entities would dare defy their orders. CP0 was not to be trifled with. Hey, Captain Rox. Vice Captain Qin Zhao. What are you two discussing so mysteriously? Shiki and Whitebeard descended gracefully onto the ship. Oh, and Apos, as Shiki and Whitebeard. We were just discussing the elimination of the celestial dragons, Qin Zhao replied with a smile. The 5 elders are reluctant to let the news of their demise spread, so we were contemplating how to break the deadlock. Rox, however, was displeased by their unexpected intrusion, as it interrupted his discussion with Qin Zhao. Shiki, Whitebeard, are you both so idle? Can't you see I'm conferring with Qin Zhao? Do you even regard me as your captain? Have you become too arrogant recently? With that, a tremendous aura erupted from Rox, more overwhelming than Qin Zhao's, sending shivers down the spines of Shiki and Whitebeard. At the dock of Hive Island, a domineering presence surged forth from the celestial dragon's ship, painting the sky crimson and causing the sea to roar in response. As the immense aura enveloped them, beads of sweat began to form on Shiki and Whitebeard's foreheads, their expressions growing grave. Overwhelmed by Rox Conqueror's haki, they had merely intended to assess the situation, but they were taken aback by Rox's sheer ferocity. Discontent brewed within them as they clenched their teeth, preparing to retaliate. Hey now, there's no need for such intensity. After all, Shiki and Whitebeard are part of our crew. You shouldn't be too harsh on them, Qin Zhao said, a slight smile playing on his lips, feigning concern for Rox's outburst. While he was indeed satisfied with the predicament of the 2 men, he felt it prudent to preserve their dignity. Of course, these 2 had shown a lack of awareness. They usually did not commit such blunders. Why were they so reckless today? Qin Zhao had sensed that they were about to face consequences the moment they posed their questions. Rox was a straightforward man. As long as one did not cross his boundaries, he would not take issue with them, even if they harbored significant ambitions. However, one must respect his authority in the context of the situation. This was precisely the case with Shiki and Whitebeard. Had it been Wang Ji, John, or Silveraxe, their audacity would have resulted in severe repercussions. Shiki and Whitebeard seemed oblivious to their own transgressions, while it could be overlooked in casual circumstances. This time, Rox felt an overwhelming urge to discipline them. Rox's expression remained placid, yet his tone was unmistakably serious. However, brother, since you interceded on their behalf, I shall let this slide. I hope there will not be a next time. If there is, do not blame me. With that, Rox retracted his imposing aura, allowing Shiki and Whitebeard to relax. They sank to the deck, wiping the sweat from their brows and gasping for air. Chapter 66. Pirates gather, cadre meeting at this moment. Both of them were in a state of utter confusion and frustration. It is worth noting that they had been invited aboard by Rox himself and had made significant contributions to the Rox pirate crew. They had not considered leaving, but now, with this unexpected turn of events from Rox, their anger was palpable. Nevertheless, they understood the necessity of maintaining their composure. Recognizing the vast distance that now lay between them and Rox, and thus resolved to adopt a more respectful demeanor. Captain Rox, we acknowledge our impulsiveness and foolishness this time. Please forgive us, and we assure you it will not happen again. Yes, indeed, Captain Rox, this was our oversight. I guarantee it will not repeat, so please grant us your forgiveness. Shiki and Whitebeard were both capable of humility. They took note of Rox's attitude and buried their resentment deep within, outwardly expressing their sincere apologies. Oh, Whitebeard, Shiki, you two are actually admitting your faults today? How refreshing. Rox remarked with a hint of surprise. Well, since this matter has passed, and Qin Zhao has already interceded on your behalf, I had no intention of punishing you. I merely desired for you to learn from this lesson. Rox's demeanor softened, revealing a smile as he conveyed his stance. He did not genuinely wish to reprimand Shiki and Whitebeard. Rather, he aimed to use this opportunity to instill a sense of clarity in them. For he feared they might become increasingly reckless in the future. All right, my brother, enough of that. If you continue, my ears may burst. Now that this incident is behind us, let us not dwell on it. I trust that Whitebeard and Shiki can comprehend the situation. Qin Zhao interjected, sensing that the conversation was nearing its conclusion, and turned his gaze towards the two men. Indeed, Vice Captain Qin Zhao speaks the truth. We understand. I too recognize Captain Rox's good intentions, Whitebeard and Shiki expressed in succession. Thus, they reiterated their commitment to move past this incident, vowing it would not recur. However, their underlying anger and dissatisfaction towards Rox remained unresolved. Such occurrences were inevitable, as Rox's formidable nature would not tolerate any challenge to his authority from his subordinates. As for Qin Zhao, Rox regarded him differently. He was his acknowledged brother, a testament to Qin Zhao's strength and character, unmatched by others. Let us leave it at that. This matter is concluded, Rox said, narrowing his eyes as he regarded Whitebeard and Shiki. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was noon 2 days later. The cadre once again gathered in Rox's skeletal castle. Inside, a lively atmosphere filled the air, indicating a pleasant environment. Captain Rox, shall we commence our planning? Qin Zhao inquired, noting the eager voices emanating from the bustling square outside. Those young rascals seemed quite impatient. 2 days prior, while still aboard the Celestial Dragon's ship, they had already discussed strategies for handling the situation. Their plan involved disguising someone as a Celestial Dragon and then executing them, followed by a public announcement of the deed. Today, it was no surprise that the Rox pirate crew had a user of the imitation fruit among them, allowing for such swift execution of their plans. Ha, Qin Zhao, there is no need to hurry. We have ample time, do we not? Moreover, we are already prepared for what lies ahead. There is no need for undue haste, Rox chuckled, displaying no urgency regarding the initiation of their plans. With the conditions for assured victory in place, he pondered who could rival him in this destined era. Outside, the atmosphere among the pirates intensified, as if they had sensed his words. Hey, brothers, do you know what this operation is about? Are we really preparing to confront the Navy directly with so many of us? Indeed. When has the Rox pirate crew ever needed to mobilize everyone against those pathetic Navy scum? However, it could also be an assault on the allied nations, after all. Captain Rox harbors a deep-seated animosity towards those alliances. The pirates eagerly sought to uncover the truth, as even during their last raid on the Celestial Gold, they hadn't required such a large force. Thus, a multitude of pirates continued to inquire amongst themselves, their excitement evident in the air. Meanwhile, within the castle, Rox and his cadre indulged in food and drink, savoring their time. However, they were mindful of the pressing matters at hand and swiftly attended to their basic needs before turning their attention to Rox. Yet, among them, one individual appeared decidedly unhappy. This was Wang Zhi, an elder of the Rox pirate crew, who was acutely aware that the crew was on the brink of a significant operation again. While this in itself was not alarming, he felt uncertain about the specifics of this endeavor, and a sense of trepidation regarding being discovered lingered within him. For he had previously betrayed the Rox pirate crew. Should his actions come to light, his fate would be sealed, with no chance for reprieve, unless Qin Zhao chose to intercede. Such a possibility seemed remote, as Qin Zhao had no reason to assist him, given their strained relationship. These matters were widely known among the cadre present. Yet they admired Qin Zhao's restraint in not pursuing Wang Ji, recognizing that had they been in a similar position with someone far weaker, they might have resorted to violence. Thus, the lack of any indication that Wang Ji was to be executed only served to increase their admiration for Qin Zhao. Even Rox was pleased with Qin Zhao's demeanor, for Wang Ji was the first cadre he had recruited into the Rox pirate crew. Although Wang Ji had become somewhat unruly and was no longer a significant asset, Rox still held a degree of nostalgia. After all, loyalty must be rewarded, lest he risk losing those willing to serve him. This was the reason behind Rox's earlier admonishment of Wang Ji being nothing more than mere words. Had it not been for his previous accomplishments, he might have found himself long buried beneath the weight of neglect, with no opportunity to join in their revelries. Of course, these thoughts were merely their own. Qin Zhao's perspective was far less forgiving. He had never held Wang Ji in any regard, viewing him merely as a nuisance. Chapter 67. Envying the life of the Celestial Dragons, cadre meeting 2. If one were to truly keep everything in mind, how exhausting that would be. Moreover, Wang Ji's existence, whether alive or dead, holds no significance. He is merely a small and of limited strength, hardly worth mentioning. To speak bluntly, had Wang Ji ventured out a week prior, he would have utterly failed in his mission. While he might have managed to hold his ground against a Marine admiral in the early stages as time progressed, his limitations became increasingly apparent. No matter how hard he strives, he will never ascend to the pinnacle of the seas. However, while others remained uncertain about the next course of action, Qin Zhao was well aware, and not solely he, Newgate and Shiki also understood. They had ultimately discerned the code. And thus, Rox was not overly concerned. There could be no traitor among the two. This was certain. Throughout his tenure in the Rox Pirates, he had never harbored doubts about Qin Zhao, Newgate, or Shiki. Ahem, let us return to the present. The sudden assembly of the cadres left the others perplexed, for they were engaged in training or relaxation, and this abrupt summons was rather bewildering. All right, Captain Rox, everyone has had their fill. Please proceed. We are all ears. Although Qin Zhao was aware of the matter at hand, he maintained an air of nonchalance. Good, since everyone has dined well, let us get to the crux of the matter. Apart from Qin Zhao, Newgate, and Shiki, who remained impassive, the other cadres were serious expressions, eager to grasp the situation. No one dared to cause a ruckus, and the room fell into an immediate hush, for they understood that Captain Rox was the strongest among them, capable of effortlessly ending any of their lives, compelling them to listen attentively. Let us be succinct. I am here to announce a significant event. Rox surveyed the cadre below, each displaying commendable attitudes, and felt a flicker of delight. You are all aware of the incident involving Vice Captain Qin Zhao slaying a celestial dragon in the Slime Kingdom a few days ago. However, this news has yet to circulate, and I find this most displeasing. We must not allow the shamelessness of the world government to hinder our progress. Therefore, I have enlisted a user of the mimic fruit aboard our ship to masquerade as a celestial dragon for a public execution. Such an undertaking would greatly enhance the reputation of the Rox Pirates and deliver a significant blow to the authority of the world government. More importantly, it would serve as our revenge against them. I intend to strip them of their dignity, rendering their centuries of efforts futile. These self-proclaimed gods, who have crafted an image of being untouchable, will find their facade torn away, instilling fear in them to venture out to sea. Initially, the cadre thought nothing of Rox's words, but upon realization, they understood the enormity of the plan, a public execution of a celestial dragon. This revelation left them in shock, as they were pioneers in such an audacious act. Their gazes narrowed, breaths quickened, and although they yearned to speak, the formidable presence of Rox silenced them. For he was overwhelmingly powerful and domineering, leaving only Qin Zhao as a confidant. John, upon hearing this news, first reacted with disbelief, followed by avarice. For celestial dragons could be traded for riches. Should the mimic fruit user be capable, he contemplated leveraging this opportunity for a transaction with the world government. His third reaction was regret. He lamented missing such a lucrative opportunity earlier, as he could have claimed a bounty on this individual. Others, unaware of his thoughts, would have rolled their eyes at John, who was rather inept, languishing at the bottom of the cadre hierarchy and neglecting training in favor of hoarding wealth. More absurdly, John was known to pilfer treasures from his own subordinates, inciting their resentment. Little did Wang Ji and his companions know that John's absurdity knew no bounds. While ordinary crew members concealed their treasures on Honeycomb Island in inaccessible locations, following the recent clash between Shiki and Qin Zhao, John returned to discover many treasures exposed. His eyes gleamed with greed, and he seized the moment to collect what he deemed rightfully his, regardless of ownership, thus robbing the hard-earned spoils of ordinary pirates. Qin Shao remained oblivious to these antics. Had he known, he would have slapped John for such disgraceful behavior. Even execution would seem justifiable, as betrayal from one's own crew was an inevitable consequence for such a person. Returning to the matter at hand, upon hearing of the mimic user, Qin Shao merely expressed regret but refrained from further commentary, for he was not a fool. The other cadres were similarly taken aback, exchanging glances, initially believing the matter would conclude without further ado, only to find that more awaited them. It seemed fitting to commend Captain Rox. Their collective disdain for the celestial dragons was palpable, yet even in their contempt, they would not dare act against them without the backing of Rox and Qin Shao. This sense of security had only recently emerged. During the previous period of chaos, the celestial dragons had refrained from venturing out, explaining their prior encounters. It must be said, the life of the celestial dragons is utterly unimaginable. As for future opportunities, such chances might become even rarer, with the execution of a celestial dragon impersonator. These pampered elites would likely retreat into hiding. When the time comes to strike against them, an assault on Mariehua would be the only option. Naturally, the Marines would intervene, leading to further losses, rendering such an endeavor unwise at present. The confrontation between the Rox pirates and the Marine headquarters? Victory was assured, provided that the world government refrained from sending reinforcements. Yet such a scenario was unlikely, and thus, their thoughts could not dwell on such matters. Chapter 68. The obedient cadres and Rox command. Since the inception of the Rox pirates, Qin Shao has consistently executed two remarkable feats that have astonished the world, demonstrating an unwavering resolve. Most importantly, his steadfast support for Rox has rendered it challenging for their ambitious counterparts to engage in alternative endeavors. This situation is indeed somewhat discomforting. Should this plan succeed yet again, the prospects for these individuals to rise would be severely limited, at least for the foreseeable future. Qin Shao's position within the Rox pirates is already transcendental. His recent actions have elevated his prestige and accomplishments to a level nearly on par with that of Rox himself. The expressions of his fellow cadres, such as Wang Ji, John, and Silver Axe, as they observed Qin Shao imbibing, were imbued with complexity, while others merely felt envy. Wang Ji harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Qin Shao, yet he lacked the courage to confront him directly, resorting instead to petty sabotage that ultimately proved futile. The competition within the Rox pirates is intense, with Newgate and Shiki standing as exceptional figures among the cadres, leaving little room for dissent regarding their capabilities. Both possess talents and strengths that are beyond reproach, though Charlotte Linlin retains the potential to compete on a similar level, provided she commits to systematic training rather than relying solely on her unique physique. Nevertheless, these considerations are matters for the future. The cadres' reactions to the current situation varied, with only Wang Ji displaying overt displeasure. He pondered whether to divulge any information to the Navy about Qin Shao's remarkable prowess, particularly given that he had not only slain a celestial dragon but also dispatched Admiral Falcon on his return journey. This left Wang Ji feeling uncertain. If discovered, it would not only jeopardize his standing with Captain Rox but also raise serious questions about his survival in the face of Qin Shao's formidable presence. For now, he resolved to take things one step at a time, believing that as long as Qin Shao remained inactive, he would not draw attention to himself. The immediate priority was to heed Rox declarations. Decisions made in such meetings are immutable. The Navy and the world government have long favored public executions, and Rox proposed to replicate this approach. Even if the targets are not true celestial dragons, as long as no mistakes are made, there should be no issues. Moreover, the ordinary populace and pirates alike would find it nearly impossible to discern the deception, as the imitation fruit is not so crude. Rox surveyed the room, laughing heartily as he spoke. For him, once a decision was made, it was final, unless Qin Shao raised objections, which he would consider. As for the others, they lacked the authority to question him and were not deemed trustworthy. Observing the cadre's astonishment at the prospect of public executions, their gazes converged upon Rox, whose face was alight with amusement as he reveled in the moment. Qin Shao, noting the expressions of the cadres and Rox's delight, couldn't help but smile. This was merely the beginning. What lay ahead would be even more exhilarating. Alas, he could not express this sentiment outright. It would indeed be amusing to witness their reactions upon learning the full scope of the plan. Do you have any suggestions regarding the execution of the celestial dragons? Rox inquired, snapping back to attention. Although it was a question, He did not expect the somewhat dim-witted cadre to offer any substantial proposals. It was merely a routine inquiry. Clearly, Wang Ji and the others understood that Rox was not genuinely seeking their opinions, quickly affirming their support for his plan. Captain Rox, your opportunity is exceptional. We have no suggestions. We hope this operation propels the Rox pirates to new heights. They proclaimed. Your words are our will, and we shall execute your decisions without hesitation. Haha. Captain Rox, rest assured. I have no objections. Just let me enjoy the fight when the time comes. Ha ha ha. Captain Rox, you know me well. I shall follow your orders without fail. Any objections should be directed to Vice Captain Qin Xiao. The cadre began to pledge their loyalty before Rox, uttering flattering words. Though their true thoughts remained concealed, perhaps some secretly wished for the Rox pirates to be dismantled by the world government and navy. Regarding Shiki's audacity and shifting the focus onto him, Qin Xiao felt unfazed. After all, the Rox pirates were their shared domain. He could voice his thoughts without issue. However, today was not the time for dissent. He had already expressed his support for the operation, and he had personally eliminated the celestial dragons. Could he possibly revert to the past? Thus, he held no opposing views. My stance on this operation is that the Rox pirates should exert all their strength to triumph over the forces of the world government and navy. Beyond that, there is little more to discuss. As long as there is a battle to be fought, the specifics will ultimately depend on Captain Rox's arrangements. Qin Xiao interjected. As the laughter of Rox echoed around them, he knew he had to speak up, particularly since Shiki had drawn Rox's gaze toward him. Of course, these opportunities were predetermined between himself and Rox, making the current situation entirely normal. If he were to oppose, that would be the anomaly. Since our Vice Captain Qin Xiao has spoken, let us solidify our plans for the upcoming operation. Everyone must put forth their utmost effort and refrain from the idleness of the past. Most importantly, we cannot afford a repeat of previous betrayals. Rox, in a euphoric state, laughed heartily, disregarding decorum momentarily as he recalled the lackadaisical attitude displayed during their last operation. He issued a direct command, hoping this time the cadre would recognize the gravity of the situation. The last encounter merely withheld their rewards. If issues arose again, the consequences would not be so trivial. Chapter 69. The Pirates' Heated Discussions and Attitudes. Rox's satisfaction the moment the words were uttered. A chill ran down the spines of John and his companions, who had initially entertained thoughts of idleness. They were compelled to abandon any notions of leisure. The prospect of their imminent demise loomed large. Silver Axe hesitated. Despite his earlier bravado, the reality of confronting the colossal entities of the world government and the navy instilled a sense of trepidation within him. This was tantamount to declaring war on the world government, even though they were aware that the true celestial dragons had perished. However, the emergence of a counterfeit celestial dragon, strikingly identical to the original, would undoubtedly incite the ire of the world government. Silver Axe and Wang Ji were acutely aware of the implications surrounding the celestial dragons. Their foremost thought upon receiving the news was that Qin Xiao would never return with a celestial dragon in tow. This assumption proved accurate. Yet who could have anticipated Rox's audacity to stage a public execution masquerading as a celestial dragon? It would indeed be a wonder if the world government did not erupt in chaos. Rox was undeniably a madman. Should the world government descend into madness, their lives would be rendered perilous. Meanwhile, the pirates outside had congregated in the square, eagerly attuned to Rox and Appo's proclamations. Unsurprisingly, excitement rippled through the gathered pirates. Well, Captain Rox is set to execute a celestial dragon publicly. But I've never seen a celestial dragon. Didn't Vice Captain Qin Xiao wipe them all out? Ha ha ha. Mate, that's beyond our concern. That's a matter for the higher-ups. We just need to immerse ourselves in the coming tempest. The thrill of slaying a celestial dragon invigorated them. I relish this. Captain Rox, Vice Captain Qin Xiao, truly formidable. This is the essence of our Captain Rox. What do the world government and navy matter? Who knows who will reign supreme in this world in the future? Wow, brothers, I'm exhilarated. This is utterly fascinating. Captain Rox has such audacity. The faces of the pirates glowed with fervor as they animatedly discussed amongst themselves, each brimming with enthusiasm. These individuals constituted the backbone and grassroots of the Rox pirates, possessing commendable strength that should not be underestimated. Their current status was a product of their allegiance to the Rox pirates. Had they been elsewhere, they might have been rulers of their own small domains. If one were to inquire whether they feared the world government and the navy, they would certainly admit to having feared them in the past, but now, such apprehension had dissipated. How could those who followed Rox confess to fearing the world government and the navy? Throughout their tenure in the Rocks Pirates, they had endured countless trials, honing their skills in the crucible of combat. Those still present in the square had faced endless bloodshed, not merely against external foes but also against one another. Survival was the only criterion for being deemed elite within the Rocks Pirates. Those who did not survive were deemed inconsequential, and the crew paid little heed to the fallen. Indeed, these lower-tier members were often regarded as expendable by the upper echelons. Even the mid-tier members were similarly viewed as cannon fodder, albeit with the advantage of not yet encountering overwhelmingly powerful adversaries. Consequently, this perspective contributed to the lower and mid-tier pirates of the Rocks Pirates shedding their fear of the world government and the Navy. Within the castle, Rocks, savoring the lively atmosphere emanating from the square, couldn't help but smirk. This was precisely the violent organization he aspired to create, one that harbored no fear of any person or power. The unwavering faith the outside pirates placed in his strength warmed his heart, rendering those once considered mere insects somewhat endearing. This entire scenario was a testament to his relentless efforts that had brought them to this point. After the establishment of the Rocks Pirates, a rule was instituted that incited unparalleled fury within the Navy. Any individual wishing to join the crew must have slain a Navy officer and possess a certain level of potential and talent to pass the initial threshold. Furthermore, if an individual exhibited extraordinary talent, Rocks would personally assess their capabilities before granting them entry into the crew, contingent upon their prior act of eliminating a Navy officer. Naturally, one might ponder why Qin Chao was appointed as the vice captain of the Rocks Pirates without having killed a Navy officer. In a world where might dictates respect, those endowed with power invariably enjoy privileges. Qin Chao's prowess was not significantly inferior to Rocks, and adhering to the aforementioned rule would be an affront to him. Indeed, Rocks himself was reluctant to provoke someone of Qin Chao and Appo's caliber, as determining superiority among equals would ultimately lead to mutual destruction. Thus, Qin Chao was exempt from these stipulations, with Rocks retaining the authority to decide. Returning to the present, the spirited demeanor of the pirates was undoubtedly influenced by their past experiences. Having slain Navy officers left them with no alternative but to join the Rocks Pirates. At least, this was the prevailing sentiment of the era. Such circumstances imbued Rocks with immense confidence. This was the vision he held for the Rocks Pirates, a crew unwavering in their belief that they could topple the Navy and the world government. As long as it was his command, these individuals would unconditionally support him, a dynamic he sought to cultivate. Had they been aware of the adage regarding the inequity of nobility, Rocks might not have found his position so secure. Of course, Rocks remained oblivious to this saying, as it originated from the world of Qin Chao. Meanwhile, the officers harbored their own ambitions. Yet they were taken aback by the deep admiration the lower ranks held for Rocks. They had initially envisioned dividing the pirate crew among themselves upon Rocks' demise, but it now appeared that such aspirations would face considerable obstacles. While they were not intimidated by the masses below, the fervor exhibited by these ants was somewhat irksome to the officers. Their current status had shifted, necessitating consideration of their future prospects, rendering them less inclined to relish such displays. Wang Ji, Silver Axe, and the other officers shared a profound disdain for the celestial dragons. Chapter 70. Task Arrangement and Cadre Determination. Thus, there were no objections to this approach. Even if there were, they would remain unvoiced. The notion of public execution was splendid, as it would not only deliver a resounding slap to the faces of the world government and the Marines but also elevate the influence of the Rocks pirate crew. However, both entities are notoriously difficult to provoke, especially the world government. The Marines, while formidable, are not as overwhelming due to their limited number of powerful individuals. Yet they would still pose a significant challenge. Should they decide to encircle the Rocks pirate crew, the cost would be monumental. At this thought, Wang Ji and others exchanged glances, their eyes glimmering with unspoken intentions. It was evident that the senior members of this vast pirate crew harbored their own aspirations. Each maintained a facade of nonchalance, aligning with Rocks' directives, for they anticipated a share of the forthcoming profits. Qin Chao, observing the flicker of ambition in their eyes, understood that these cadres were concocting schemes of their own. Nevertheless, it bore little consequence to him. Should they meet their demise, it would be of no concern. The priority remained the safety of Rocks, Shiki, Newgate, and a select few. Inside the castle, Rocks, their sovereign, reached a decision that met with unanimous approval among his followers. As for the ultimate gains, their comprehension was limited, and they would only ascertain the results in due course. In truth, had the assembled cadres offered more suggestions, Rocks would have been more than willing to listen, for he recognized the insignificance of their opinions. Very well, it is settled. You may focus your attention solely upon me, Rox proclaimed, his smile revealing his satisfaction with the current circumstances. He inwardly acknowledged the growth of these individuals, who typically exhibited rebellious tendencies. In that moment, all eyes turned to Rox, and silence enveloped the room. I must reiterate, the task concerning the celestial dragons is of utmost importance. Those outside will undoubtedly perceive our actions as the murder of celestial dragons, and the world government and the Marines will inevitably take action, aware that the narrative is fabricated yet unable to intervene. Therefore, I implore you to treat this matter with the seriousness it warrants. Each of you is an elite of the Rox pirate crew. Should any issues arise, I shall have no choice but to take action against you. After all, a collection of ineffectual beings warrants little regard from me. Rox surveyed the cadre with a serious demeanor, his gaze heavy with warning. Prepare thoroughly. Ready yourselves for the worst-case scenario. I anticipate no errors. Understood, Captain Rox. We assure you there will be no issues. Boomed one. If Captain Rox desires it, I shall commit fully. Another exclaimed. Captain Rox, I thrive in such environments. You can trust me. Echoed Shiki, enthusiasm radiating from him. The cadre continued to affirm their loyalty and resolve to Rox, yet the ultimate outcome remained contingent upon their choices. Thus, I have decided to address the celestial dragons in 9 days. Let us proceed with diligence. With a satisfied smile, a wave of invincible authority surged from him, a testament to his steadfast will. In his heart, he had long awaited the day he could execute a celestial dragon, though the opportunity had eluded him until now. This time, the celestial dragons merely served as a scapegoat. As excitement built, he envisioned a vivid tableau in his mind, countless celestial dragons falling beneath his blade, oblivious to fatigue. Let us rejoice, my comrades. In 9 days, the Rox pirate crew shall embark on a glorious journey, and many of you will ascend to heights you never imagined possible. Ha ha ha, a grand operation awaits us. The cadre was invigorated, each individual stirred by Rox's fervent words. Their lack of choice, combined with disdain for the celestial dragons, made this decision unsurprising. Even Wang Ji refrained from causing disruption. He wished only to savor the impending conflict. Qin Xiao shot a glance at Wang Ji, surprised to see genuine resolve in his demeanor as he prepared earnestly for battle. This reflection left him contemplative. Indeed, the celestial dragons were a universally loathed species within the pirate world. Should the opportunity arise, he believed their downfall would be inevitable. Enough. I believe you are all sufficiently prepared. Let us move on to the conference hall. This space is not conducive for discussion. Rox nodded approvingly at the previous affirmations before signaling Qin Xiao to follow and turning to lead the way. Qin Xiao hastened to keep pace, followed closely by Newgate, Shiki, and the other cadres, who exchanged glances before joining him in the conference room. Next, we shall discuss the allocation of personnel for this mission. You may arrange the mobilization of the subordinate pirates as you see fit. Now let us focus on the specifics of the task, Rox stated. Seated at the head of the table, his gaze sweeping over the assembled cadres, a hush fell over the room as everyone awaited Rox's strategic outline, mindful that any interruption could provoke his ire and jeopardize their prospects. They understood the imperative of flawlessly executing this mission. As for Qin Xiao, his attitude remained indifferent. He felt the task was not particularly challenging. He doubted the world government would deploy substantial forces to thwart them. Most likely, they would merely put on a faiade. Still, even this faiade would not be trivial for Newgate and the others. Chapter 71, John's Concerns, the first words from the long-bread captain. However, there was no discernible expression on the faces of Shiki and Newgate. The only sentiment present was an exhilarating thrill regarding the task at hand. Whether this excitement was genuine or feigned remained uncertain, as both were under the specter of punishment. The news of our impending execution of a celestial dragon had reached the little pirates outside, and I had arranged for this information to spread across the seas before long. The world government and the Navy would undoubtedly be the first to learn of it. If they desired further details, agents would be dispatched. Thus, I must insist that each of you prepares yourselves adequately. In 9 days, I hope this endeavor will be executed smoothly. As for the execution site, let it be determined by Qin Xiao. Rox then elaborated on the subsequent events, delegating the most crucial decision to Qin Xiao. Naturally, this had been pre-discussed. Yet it was imperative for Qin Xiao to articulate it here. After all, what purpose would it serve to have him as a vice-captain if not to shoulder such responsibilities? Very well, let the execution take place on Hive Island, Qin Xiao responded, asserting that the square in our stronghold was indeed a suitable venue. It was a perfect location. one that would prove challenging for the Navy and world government to assault, should they choose to intervene. Without hesitation, Qin Chao articulated the previously agreed-upon points, adding a few remarks of his own. Following the conversation in the hall, the officers' allegiance, regardless of their inner thoughts, seemed inconsequential. To act against the inevitable was evidently unthinkable. None would be foolish enough to entertain such notions. However, when Qin Chao proposed Hive Island as the execution site, several were taken aback. They had contemplated various locations but found none fitting, eager to discern the vice captain's rationale. Upon hearing his suggestion, they could hardly mask their astonishment. After casting a glance at Qin Chao, they collectively turned their attention to Rox, eager to gauge his perspective. If their sentiments were free of ulterior motives, they would wholeheartedly support the decision. Yet, should Rox express opposition, Wang Ji would likely not hesitate to contest Qin Chao, despite the inherent risks after all. None could guarantee that Qin Chao would not turn against him. A significant concern loomed. Hive Island, as the stronghold of the Rox pirates, housed numerous treasures concealed by pirates. Should a battle erupt on the island, the ramifications could be dire. While lower-tier combatants might not pose a concern, higher-tier forces would threaten the very treasures that lay buried within. With this thought in mind, Wang Ji interjected, "Captain Rox, if we stage the battleground on the island, the losses would be considerable. We could suffer devastating consequences. Indeed, Captain Rox, if the execution site is on the island, the treasures we painstakingly acquired could be lost. While we, as officers, may relinquish these riches, the crew, who are entitled to only a fraction, would be disheartened if they were to lose what little they have. This could sow discord within the ranks of the Rox pirates." John echoed Wang Ji's sentiments, particularly concerned about his own treasures stored on the island. A fierce battle could result in his losses, leaving him in despair. Thus, persuading the ordinary pirates and other officers to oppose this plan was of utmost importance to him. Of course, he remained prepared, aware that Rox might dismiss their concerns. "Ha ha ha. I couldn't help it. Please continue. Rest assured, my laughter is not directed at you. It merely stems from fond memories." Qin Chao could hardly contain his amusement at John's assertion of disunity. It was a glaringly evident truth. The Rox pirates had been established for nearly a year, during which a myriad of events had transpired. Disunity? Absurd. Had there ever been harmony within the ranks of the Rox pirates? Did they even need to care about such trivialities? At this stage, they still required Wang Ji and John. Otherwise, Qin Chao would have long since set them on a path of ruin. These individuals were undeniably inept. Only Charlotte Lin surpassed them in capability, the rest hardly warranted mention. Upon hearing Qin Chao's remarks, the others shot him incredulous glares before redirecting their focus to Rox. Anxious to discern his decision, Wang Ji and Apos' stance was relatively unproblematic, yet John and Apos' apprehensions posed a significant threat to the overall development of the Rox pirates. The usually reticent Longbred captain observed the unfolding situation and sighed. "Captain Rox, I too believe staging the battlefield on Hive Island is ill-advised. John and Apos' concerns regarding wealth are trivial compared to the potential devastation our stronghold could suffer in the event of a fierce confrontation. Our reputation would be tarnished." Longbred glanced toward Qin Chao, relieved to find him unconcerned. As John, the avaricious one, had pointed out, this was not an ideal location, prompting this typically taciturn officer to speak up. The scale of this war, barring unforeseen circumstances, would be immense. A miscalculation could even lead to the sinking of Hive Island. Should such a scenario unfold, the execution of the faux celestial dragon would hold little value. The losses would far outweigh any gains. And if it were a genuine celestial dragon, the stakes would be higher, yet the current target was an imposter, leaving the world government and navy with ample justification for a relentless assault on their stronghold. "Ah, Longbred, you've finally found your voice today. Fear not. Such an occurrence is unlikely. The navy and world government cannot achieve such a feat, even with forewarning. And let us not forget, Hive Island is easily defensible." Chapter 72. John preparing to sell information and discussions regarding the informants. Moreover, positioning the execution grounds externally would undoubtedly pose significant complications for us, regardless of the arrangements made. It would ultimately be far more troublesome than on the island, with a multitude of potential oversights arising. The world government and the navy are not to be underestimated. Should a covert operation result in the protagonist's demise, our efforts would be rendered futile. Additionally, the island offers the advantage of swift support in the event of any disturbances. Others can arrive promptly. Rox's lips curled into a subtle smile, his emotions clearly discernible. He possessed a keen understanding of everyone present. recognizing that each individual harbored their own thoughts. Rox was acutely aware of this reality. The issue raised by Longbread was thus resolved, and Rox articulated his thoughts to elucidate the matter for them. Upon hearing his words, everyone grasped the situation. What lay ahead was the challenge of dealing with the Navy spies and the CP organization of the world government. However, currently on Hive Island, they were well acquainted with the inhabitants. Any unfamiliar faces would likely be detected. Furthermore, once the mission was assigned, those below would undoubtedly take their responsibility seriously, rendering it difficult for spies to infiltrate. The advantages of this arrangement were evident to anyone with sense. If the situation were to shift to an unfamiliar location, complications would arise, forcing both sides to equalize their information disparity. Rox would not tolerate such folly. Should anyone exhibit intentions in that direction, he might even suspect them of being an informant aboard the ship. Under such circumstances, intelligence from the external world government and Navy would be discounted. If false information could be disseminated, it would be even better. Thus, it was clear that Rox was a man of considerable intellect. Sheen echoed this sentiment, affirming that had Rox been lacking in cunning, he would not have survived to this point, having long been dealt with by the Navy years prior. I understand, Captain Rox. Since you have numerous plans in place, I have no objections, Longbread remarked, showing his approval of Rox's assertions, no longer fixating on the matter. Rest assured, Longbread, Hive Island will remain secure. With Captain Rox and Vice Captain Sheen here, do we need to fear the Navy and the world government destroying our stronghold? Newgate squinted at Longbread, smiling. For Newgate, today's meeting was merely a formality. They had already gleaned all necessary information the day before. Though Rox had expressed some minor grievances towards him and Shiki, Sheen had nonetheless provided them with a detailed account of today's plans, making their expressions and dialogues during the meeting mere performances. Have no fear, the Navy and the world government lack the capability to obliterate Hive Island. When the time comes, Captain Rox and I will ensure everything is in order, so you need not worry excessively. By choosing this location for our operations, we have already prepared ourselves, Sheen stated. Lighting a cigarette and exhaling smoke, his demeanor casual. The matters discussed were trivial. He no longer cared much, confident that the Rox pirates would not encounter significant issues. As long as it was not the final confrontation, everything else bore little importance. After all, his strength was formidable, and he dismissed any adversaries who did not operate on his level. John observed the cadres still engaged in conversation, internally reveling in amusement. Ha ha ha, splendid. This plan is flawless. With that in mind, selling this information should pose no difficulties. Even if complications arise, I can easily deflect blame. After all, I, John, am destined to profit from this endeavor. Not even Jesus could stop me. The meeting persisted, with discussions proliferating as the night deepened before finally coming to a halt. Once the meeting concluded, the cadres swiftly departed. As for the pirates in the square, they had long since returned to their quarters. Who would be foolish enough to linger in the square at such an hour when they could be resting instead? Now, in the room, only Sheen and Rox remained after Shiki and Newgate exited. So, after such an extensive meeting, did you notice anything amiss among the attendees? Sheen inquired with a smile directed at Rox. He had been eager to observe the reactions and expressions of all the cadres upon receiving the news. Nothing overly suspicious has surfaced, but it seems John and Wang Ji exhibited slightly unusual behavior today. Yet, I cannot be certain and will need to observe further. Rox responded after contemplating the individuals he had seen today. He singled out John and Wang Ji, as their reactions had not aligned with his expectations. However, if both harbored ulterior motives, Rox was reluctant to accept that notion. Thus, he would keep a close watch on their subsequent behaviors. If all remained well, it would be beneficial for everyone. If either of the two was found to be problematic, he would ensure they faced dire consequences. Time will reveal the truth about the informants. However, I suspect both of them might have issues, that they are unlikely to be spies from the Navy. At most, they could be selling information. As for who the buyer is, that is of little concern to them, Sheen suggested with pointed implications. If he did not impart a profound lesson to Wang Ji and his associates, he would no longer be Sheen. Therefore, he had previously clashed only with Wang Ji. But given John and his companions' close ties to Wang Ji, they could not escape scrutiny. Well, since you're not overly concerned, why bring it up now? I shall handle the subsequent matters myself. Just be cautious. The world government possesses exceedingly formidable methods. Do not let your guard down. As long as we remain within the Rox pirates, we shall not falter. Even if we do, we can swiftly rebuild. Chapter 73. The Decision of Feekseerd in the Underworld. Nevertheless, The priority must be to ensure one's own safety. Rox confided some of his thoughts to Qin Chao, clearly indicating that this legendary pirate harbored a profound apprehension towards the world government. All right, my friend, I understand. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave now. It's getting late, and I must rest. After exchanging farewells with Rox, Qin Chao departed with measured steps. The Navy? The world government? Just wait. The stage has been set for you all. Once you enter, I assure you, you shall regret it. The once bustling conference room, now deserted as the officers exited, turned eerily cold. Rox casually seated himself at the table, a cold smile playing on his lips, his eyes gleaming with an icy intensity. Deep within the New World, on a thriving island illuminated by bright lights, pirates and local inhabitants strolled the streets, their faces adorned with smiles. It was a local custom, a festive occasion. Yet, beneath the surface, in a hidden chamber underground, a middle-aged man puffed on a cigar, his expression clouded with profound worry. Just moments ago, a subordinate had presented him with a dossier that he could not ignore. This very dossier had left him in a state of contemplation for a full 10 minutes. What on earth is Rox thinking? Why must I be involved in such matters? Am I to become a target of the world government? The man grumbled to himself, his face etched with despair. If this information gets out, I am certain to find myself imprisoned and impelled down. Publicly executing a celestial dragon is no trivial matter. Fixiard. Presently Rox and Apos, personal informant, was tormented by the perilous implications of this situation. In earlier years, Rox had not been so reckless. It felt as though he had undergone a transformation, one that rendered him almost unrecognizable. Yet, to refuse assistance would be to betray the countless times Rox had saved him. Boss, the news from the Rox pirates could, in fact, benefit us significantly. If we disseminate the information about the public execution of a celestial dragon, we stand to profit immensely. While it may alienate the world government and the Navy, have we not survived without relying on them for sustenance all this time? So, I implore you, do not hesitate. This news could be a boon for our newspaper, leading to our future prosperity, provided we can withstand the pressure from the world government and Navy headquarters. The subordinate, who had remained silent, now spoke up, observing the fluctuating expressions on his boss's face. For such monumental news, he believed it was best to release it promptly. A stronger alliance with the Rox pirates would mitigate the threats from the world government and Navy. After all, if the sky were to fall, the Rox pirates would shield them. Rox is always like this, never allowing a moment of peace. Very well, let us proceed. If problems arise, we shall simply join them. The current situation is clear. After a brief period of indecision, Fixiard ultimately resolved to release the information. Although he was thriving in the underworld, it was all superficial. If the world government aimed to target him, it would require little effort. Merely dispatching a vice admiral would suffice. Though he had engaged in some outrageous activities, they had not pursued him too rigorously, as previous arrangements had been made. However, disseminating such a sensational piece of news would undoubtedly lead to his being hunted. Yet, the growth of the Rox pirates was not to be underestimated. And given that Rox had rescued him multiple times, the potential rewards were too significant to ignore. Prepare for printing. We shall release it worldwide once ready. Afterward, we will relocate into the territory of the Rox pirates. Determination shone on Fixiard's face as he clenched his teeth and issued commands. At this juncture, anyone could evade the repercussions, but not the Rox pirates. They were a force to be reckoned with, especially since he harbored no knowledge of whether any of Rox's men were among his own diverse subordinates. He could not afford to take that gamble. Understood, boss. I shall attend to it immediately. The subordinate, seeing his boss's decision, left with a look of excitement. In this era, pirate newspapers were relatively scarce. Even those that existed lacked the clout of the Navy's affiliates, merely scraping by. The largest newspaper at sea was directly under the world government, followed by one associated with the Navy headquarters. Any other underground publications were beyond their concern. Typically, underground newspapers focused on intelligence gathering, as some information was too sensitive to be made public, particularly regarding the world government. Generally, news would be disseminated by the two major outlets, the world government and the Navy. The underground press thrived on the concealed truths that these entities sought to suppress. As for the news of Qin Chao's slaying of 8 celestial dragons, all the newspapers were aware, yet they had received orders prohibiting its publication. Thus, outside of a select few pirates, nations, and individuals of certain stature, the rest remained oblivious. However, when Rox contacted Fixiard to urge him to publish this news, he initially declined, citing a lack of complete confirmation. Should he refuse again now, there would be no mercy from Rox. Back then, they had lacked substantial evidence, which was not entirely dismissive of Rox and Amp, Oppo's, request. At that time, Rox had not pressed him, but things had changed. With the announcement of a public execution from Rox, the entire underworld would surely tremble. Moreover, he doubted that Rox had simply handed him this information without reason. Other newspapers would undoubtedly be aware, and if they resolved to publish it, it would become a race against their competitors. Chapter 74. Tremors upon the Sea, the Fury and Shock of the New Elders. As for the consequences of their actions, they shall bear the burden themselves. If one were to inquire about the implications for the newspaper should they become a target, it would be of no concern to Rox. However, as long as they comply obediently, he would not withhold any benefits from them. Now, the entire underworld has mobilized, with every newspaper frantically printing the news and images transmitted by Rox. Clearly, they, like Fitzgerald, are wagering on future outcomes. Yet whether their gamble will come to fruition remains a question of fate. A stroke of bad luck could render all efforts futile. Without further ado, within roughly a day, the newspapers had disseminated rapidly across the seas. Upon citing the papers, pirates, commoners, nobles, and even kings, not to mention the world government and navy, were all profoundly shocked. Excluding the navy and the world government, everyone else felt a sense of dread at the audacity of the Rox pirates. The navy, on the other hand, exhibited two extremes in their reactions. Steel Bone Kong and several high-ranking officials were exceedingly enraged upon receiving the news, for the audacity of the Rox pirates was unparalleled. Nevertheless, amidst their fury, they could not help but admire Rox. Despite being a pirate, his decision underscored his audacity. Steel Bone Kong and his associates began to harbor a modicum of respect for this infamous pirate. At least he dared to lead. And while their troubles were sure to multiply, they bore no affection for the Celestial Dragons. Meanwhile, chaos reigned in Mariewa. The Celestial Dragons were merrily engaging in gladiatorial games with their slaves. They relished the contests, where victory or defeat mattered little. Their own amusement was paramount. Losing something trivial was inconsequential to them, yet should they suffer embarrassment, even if a slave miraculously survived the fight, they would be executed. In contrast, in a more opulent area to the north, golden palaces were interconnected, occasionally filled with the melodies of birds, creating an atmosphere of natural comfort. However, within their political center, an overwhelming aura suddenly erupted, shattering the tranquility of the surroundings. Boom! 5 immense pressures caused a nearby tower to collapse, sending dust swirling and massive stones crashing to the ground, drawing curious gazes from the Celestial Dragons. What madness are these 5 old men up to today? Is there yet another issue at hand? Carter Saint inquired of a companion, intrigued. It was unusual for these elders to exhibit such intensity. Even during previous pressures from various families, they had remained relatively composed. The current situation seemed a rare occurrence indeed. Why do you concern yourself with their affairs? Let us revel in our own pursuits. They chose to become the elders, and they must bear the consequences of their choices. We need only focus on our own enjoyment, remarked Sherry Kong, indifferent to the elders' plight, holding no respect for them. That cannot be dismissed so lightly, Sherry. These positions were designated by Lord M, our king, to aid in governing the world. Though they may appear faltering now, we must be patient. These elders have lived far longer than we have. They may have once been formidable, gaining Lord M's favor in their prime, Carter countered, a smile creeping onto his face as he concluded, yet you are right. Let those who desire such positions take them. We, of noble blood, shall not aspire to such roles. Damn it! The Rox pirates truly dare to accomplish anything. A voice boomed from within the conference hall, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of murderous intent. This was a newly appointed elder, temporarily assuming the duties of a predecessor who had stepped back for familial obligations. Initially elated to enter the highest echelons of power, he now found his situation chaotic. As the Rox pirates had once again stirred trouble, dressed in a tailored black suit, his hair graying and face contorted with rage, he slammed his fist onto the table. If only the Rox pirates did not exist, I could navigate this newly acquired position with ease. Yet now, it seemed they offered no respite. Delivering a staggering shock so soon after his appointment, he could only imagine what further turmoil awaited. I propose we act swiftly to eradicate the Rox pirates, otherwise they will remain insufferably brazen. The newly appointed elder, clutching the newspaper, glared at the headline proclaiming the execution of Celestial Dragons, accompanied by damning images. Initially dismissive upon hearing CP0's alarm about a dire situation, he had thought little of it, but upon reading the paper, his demeanor transformed entirely. Chapter 75. discussion and analysis of the Five Elders. The recent reckless actions of Rox had particularly irked the Five Elders, especially his audacious public execution of a celestial dragon. Just days prior, they had yet to settle accounts with the Qin dynasty, and now Rox had escalated the situation. This blatant disregard for the world government was intolerable. If this continued, the dignity of the world government, upheld for 8 centuries, would be utterly obliterated. Such a brazen act had never occurred in the past 800 years. The newly appointed elder and Apos' eyes blazed with fury, his anger intensifying. "Damn you, Rox. I will ensure your demise." The elderly figure with white hair stood, his face flushed with rage, teeth clenched as he growled. His aura thickened over time, an overwhelming killing intent radiating from him. Fortunately, those present were among the most powerful in the world, unaffected by this overwhelming pressure. "Calm yourself, Saint Ross," interjected the sword-wielding elder. "Venturing your fury here is futile. The Rox pirates have been a challenge for quite some time. Our primary task now is to devise a solution to this predicament. If you continue in this manner, our office may be reduced to ruins." The sword-wielding elder swiftly approached Saint Ross, placing a firm hand upon him, suppressing the immense aura he emanated. As the pressure subsided, Ross regained his composure, glancing at the hand resting on his shoulder and the other seated elders, finally letting out a sigh. "Ross, take your time. Do not rush. You must learn to manage your emotions. Adjusting to such occurrences is essential. Otherwise, with the multitude of daily affairs, if you become enraged at every incident, your efficiency will plummet." Observing Ross's stabilizing emotions, the sword-wielding elder retracted his hand and spoke gently. Although Ross's impulsiveness had led to some damage in the building, it also served as a valuable lesson for the newly appointed saint. I cannot tolerate the existence of the Rox pirates any longer. Their arrogance is insufferable," Ross snorted, still perturbed by the situation. However, he had regained his composure, recognizing the weight of his position and the need to adjust his perspective. Satisfied with Ross's current demeanor, the other 4 elders were relieved, as long as he was not stubbornly resistant to counsel. Yet, Rox had indeed chosen his moment wisely, and the public execution of a celestial dragon was an event of monumental significance. Although they were aware that the celestial dragon executed was not genuine, the outside world remained oblivious. Consequently, the world government's reputation had been severely tarnished, and it was now imperative to devise a suitable response. Once seated, the 5 elders fell into contemplative silence, clearly preoccupied with finding a solution. Their expressions reflected the gravity of the situation. The news of the executed celestial dragon had rendered their previous efforts to suppress such information futile. They now questioned whether their earlier decision to conceal the truth had been wise. The ramifications of this incident surpassed even the recent news of the Qin dynasty's slaying of 8 celestial dragons. Previously, that revelation merely demonstrated that celestial dragons were not invincible. However, the current incident threatened to dismantle the world government's authority completely. Their reputation was in tatters, and their internal integrity was also at stake. "Let us speak candidly. We must not remain silent," began Satan, urging the group. "Regarding the Rox pirates and Apos' impersonation of a celestial dragon for public execution, what are your thoughts? We must deliberate thoroughly to minimize the repercussions of this incident. Failure to do so would not only jeopardize our accountability to the celestial dragon families, but could also lead to severe reprimands from Lord M. Worst of all, we might face expulsion. This is no trivial matter. If we are dismissed, it signifies that Lord M harbors ill will towards us. I doubt anyone desires such an outcome. Especially you, Saint Ross." Satan's warning was crucial, as the enormity of this incident was beyond their capacity to bear. In the past, minor matters did not necessitate reporting to Lord M, but the stakes were now alarmingly high. The recent attack on the celestial dragons had only just been reported to him, and another scandal was unacceptable. Indeed, Satan speaks wisely. "If we cannot present an impeccable plan, we are in peril," interjected Peter, his brow furrowed, his tone grave. "This news has spread across the seas, and various factions are keenly observing our next moves. If we mishandle this, the world government will be ridiculed. We must devise a response that is exceedingly effective, as it pertains to our careers, the reputation of the world government, and our standing on the seas." Satan and Peter and Apos' insights resonated with the group, leading to a spirited discussion. Ultimately, it was clear that decisive action was required from the world government to avert potential consequences that could significantly undermine their dominion. Chapter 76, The 5 Elders in Debate. The celestial dragons are fundamentally the cornerstone of the world government. The establishment of the world government is an essential element for the celestial dragons to maintain their dominion over the world. Although there are now some distinctions between the celestial dragon families and the world government and Apos, as framework, they essentially remain a united front. Therefore, it is imperative for the world government to protect any celestial dragon. Should they forget their own foundations? One can only imagine the divergent thoughts that might arise among the allied nations. Even the celestial dragon families residing in Mariewa could descend into turmoil. However, another pressing concern is that we have already laid down extensive preparations. If we act hastily now, not only will those arrangements be rendered futile, but also the effective resources available will likely fall short of 10%. This means that our recent efforts may have been in vain. St. Makas opened his mouth, ultimately voicing the concerns he had contemplated. The Rocks pirates must indeed be dealt with. Yet if we mobilize now, the resources expended previously would be wasted. The crux of the matter is that success is not guaranteed. Should we fail again, it would be impossible to provide an explanation to Lord M. He certainly does not wish to find himself among those discarded by Lord M. Thus, let us retain some aspects of the previously established plan for now, but ensure that 2/3 of those dispatched return. The Rocks pirates are formidable adversaries. If we fail this time, opportunities may dwindle significantly in the future. In truth, if this operation succeeds, the resources wasted would be of little consequence. The world government can afford it, and we could simply request a contribution of resources and personnel from those families. St. Isaiah, he pushed up his glasses, advocating for the purpose of the action, and articulated his reasoning. I concur with St. Iz's perspective. If we can eliminate the Rocks pirates this time, we will no longer need to grapple with these issues in the future. Currently, the Rocks pirates pose the greatest challenge on the seas. Other crews, such as the Roger pirates and the Giant Soldier pirates, are merely figments of exaggerated tales. Thus, once we resolve this matter, our burdens will significantly lighten. After all, those families seek precisely this outcome, do they not? As long as we satisfy their desires, I believe they will cease their incessant inquiries and entanglements with us. St. Ross snorted softly, strongly supporting this proposal, primarily due to the relentless pressure from the families of the deceased celestial dragons. The feeling was genuinely suffocating. They could neither strike nor scold. Although he too is a celestial dragon and one of the more powerful families, that does not grant him the authority to continually suppress others. Naturally, as a newly ascended elder, he requires a significant accomplishment to solidify his standing. Should he succeed in this endeavor, his position will be secured, and the possibility of being ousted by the previous administration will dissipate. The other 4 elders are acutely aware of St. Ross's current predicament. Once one ascends to this position, none desire to relinquish it, despite their own families possessing ample status. The ability to influence the grand scheme and govern the world is an entirely different matter. Alas, if only the young Qin dynasty had not become a pirate. No, that is not correct. It should be. If only we had noticed him sooner, perhaps he would not have joined the Rocks pirates. We might have even enticed him to serve within our world government. Moreover, if he continues to exhibit such exceptional qualities, becoming the next elder would not be out of reach. However, it is too late to ponder this now. We must approach this formidable pirate with caution. I personally believe he will eventually evolve into an even more challenging adversary than Rocks. While we still have the chance to subdue him, it may not remain so in a few years. Those present have undoubtedly perused the extensive records on the Qin dynasty and are well aware of this reality. St. Peter laments the Qin dynasty's affiliation with the Rocks pirates, pondering that had they noticed him earlier, the situation with Rocks might never have arisen. Upon reflection, it seems they were overly presumptuous. Had the Qin dynasty genuinely wished to join the world government, he would have done so long ago. Steelbone Kong had previously extended an invitation for him to join the Navy, yet he declined. How could one then expect him to align with the world government? If he had joined, one could fear he might have lost control and slaughtered the celestial dragons in Mariewa. Thus, the elders remain overly optimistic. The Qin dynasty would undoubtedly find their speculations amusing. However, he would certainly clarify that prior to his transmigration, he held no substantial animosity towards the celestial dragons. As long as their actions did not directly affect him, he had no reason to retaliate. Yet, after experiencing the harsh realities of his own nation, which had been impoverished to the point of desperation, his perspective shifted. Had he not endured such trials, although the celestial dragons are indeed repugnant, he would not have taken rash actions against them. Yet, there are no Apos, what-ifs and Apos. Ultimately, reality transformed his mindset, leading him to the new world where he faced the specter of death, prompting him to seize control of his own fate amid the Navy's inaction. Well, I digress. Let us refocus our attention. However, we must not underestimate Rox. He has been a formidable force on the seas for many years, and our efforts have consistently proven ineffectual against him. The primary concern is that he belongs to the D clan, a lineage that is inherently our sworn enemy. Furthermore, we should temper our optimism. I sense we may have been somewhat flippant in our assessment of the Rox pirates. It must be emphasized, can our forces truly capture Rox and his crew? Can we genuinely suppress them? This plan, if executed, could cost countless lives. The Rox pirates with the Qin dynasty present are an entirely different entity than without him. Saint Satan spoke gravely, remaining clear-headed amidst the surrounding frenzy. Initially, the public execution of the so-called impostor was already confirmed. Additionally, they are currently preparing extensively. If we do not strategize meticulously, we are bound to suffer significant losses. The more likely outcome is that we will lose face without even rescuing the impostor. Saint Satan continued unabated, observing their demeanor. It is evident that this public execution will be broadcast widely, leading to far-reaching repercussions. Chapter 77. The Orders of the Five Elders and the Discomfort of Steelbone Kong. Thus, our choices appear to be devoid of potential alteration. Let us first stabilize the situation and allow the Navy to mobilize. In light of the current circumstances, such actions are imperative. Our plans may proceed, but the Navy should merely prepare to put on a show, without truly engaging in full-scale warfare. This would, in a sense, demonstrate to the outside world the resolution of the world government. The meeting is essentially nearing its conclusion. At this moment, the conference room is enveloped in profound silence. As the five sovereigns, standing atop the vast ocean, contemplate in quietude, it is evident that they have reached a consensus regarding the response to this matter. Ultimately, the final command has been transmitted to the Navy. After executing these plans, a collective sigh of relief escapes them. Given the current scenario, a confrontation with the Rox pirates has become rather impractical. They are acutely aware that the Navy is no longer capable of contending with the Rox pirates. From the perspective of this unfolding situation, the Rox pirates have evidently decided to abandon pretense. Currently, they are merely maintaining a faade. Any genuine confrontation would necessitate further delay. As long as the other families involved refrain from reckless actions, all shall remain well. However, an unspoken concern lingers among them. The faux celestial dragon executed by the Rox pirates does not exist within their Mariewa. This implies that the capabilities of this so-called imitation devil fruit user are insufficient, for none of the upper families have recognized this individual. Yet, none of the five dare to mention this, primarily due to its superfluity. The pirates seek only the identity and status of a celestial dragon. The rest is inconsequential. It suffices for the outside world to believe in his authenticity as a celestial dragon. It is as simple as that. Interestingly, this image was originally employed by the Qin dynasty to deliberately vex the world government. They relished witnessing the helplessness of the world government as it attempted to eradicate them. As long as they continue to execute their plans without hindrance, the world government's inaction will inevitably incite unrest. It is essential to note that, aside from the threat posed by the Rox pirates, various affiliated nations harbor clandestine ambitions. Should a multitude of such nations arise, the world government would indeed confront a grave crisis. The five elders have always regarded themselves as equals, dismissing anyone with disdain. Yet, faced with the unwelcome presence of the Rox pirates, they find it increasingly difficult to maintain their composure. Since his emergence, this man has consistently challenged their worldview. Over the past 8 centuries, many have dared to confront the world government, but all have met with failure. Presently, the Rox pirates warrant their attention, though they do not yet inspire fear. However, this conclusion was reached prior to the unexpected inclusion of the Qin dynasty, a peculiar entity, within the Rox pirates, along with other formidable pirates whose capabilities cannot be underestimated. Thus, they can no longer perceive them through the lens of the past. Should they continue to act as they have, they may very well need to intervene personally. This predicament is troublesome, and they are decidedly averse to it. Consequently, they have devised a plan targeting the Rox pirates. For the time being, let the Navy handle these matters. At worst, we may permit a significant recruitment drive. The world is never devoid of talent or strength. As long as they maintain their elevated position, everything can be restored. At the Navy headquarters in Marineford, within the Marshal and Oppos' office. Understood. I shall make the necessary arrangements immediately. Steelbone Kong hung up the call from the world government, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. The Navy had long received word of the Rox pirates, and the reason for their initial hesitance lay in awaiting the decision from Mariewa. He had hoped the five elders would consider the greater good, but it seems that was merely a figment of his imagination. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance. After receiving news from the true martial temple, he promptly summoned Elman and Sengoku to his office. You are all aware of the situation. Now is the time to voice your thoughts, and I shall make the final decision. Personally, I advise against taking unnecessary risks. While there are orders from the world government, we should remain adaptable rather than rigidly adhere to protocol. If it were a genuine celestial dragon, we would undoubtedly strive to intervene. However, given that we know this one is a falsehood, there is no need to foolishly charge into battle at the expense of our own forces. Steelbone Kong gazed at the stalwarts of the Navy before him, expressing his concerns. Marshal Kong, perhaps we should merely put on a show. I trust the world government will comprehend our position. We may know our charade, but the Rocks pirates may not. What if, hypothetically, they take us seriously and decide to engage us in battle? We are certainly not their match at this juncture. The scarcity of high-end combat power cannot be compensated. Elman furrowed his brow, a mix of frustration and resignation evident in his demeanor. Should this escalate into a full-blown war? The world government would undoubtedly be unable to offer timely assistance. If anything were to happen to us, the Navy would be in dire straits. Indeed, Marshal Kong. Another concern is that if we all depart, who remains to guard the headquarters? We cannot leave it entirely unprotected. Should that be the case, the headquarters would be in considerable peril once we are gone. Sengoku, adjusting his glasses, suppressed his simmering anger towards the world government and the Rocks pirates. Alas, this is the mission imposed upon us from above. I harbor no desire to comply, but it appears there is no alternative. As for the headquarters, the five elders will arrange for its protection. Even if their decisions lead to our demise, they would not wish for the Navy, a formidable force, to be dismantled. Steelbone Kong observed the solemn expressions of his comrades, uncertain whether to comfort himself or them. He shared Elman's sentiments. The current Navy could ill afford to be put through the ringer again. It would be prudent to approach this cautiously, avoiding conflict whenever possible. He had never anticipated that the five elders would order the deployment of their significantly weakened Navy. The notion of a full-scale mobilization is particularly galling. It is as if they do not regard them as human. As a commander who has served in the Navy for decades, he is unwilling to allow it to be dismantled on his watch. The sailors cannot be sent to their demise without due consideration. He must assume responsibility for their safety. Naturally, these thoughts may seem overly ambitious at present, but preparing in advance will prevent panic in the future. Chapter 78. An urgent assembly at the Navy headquarters. Perspectives of the trio. The world government is treating us as mere pawns. If there were even a glimmer of hope, they would undoubtedly seize it. Yet presently, we find ourselves relying solely on our own strength. Zephyr shook his head, fully aware of the world government and Apos' intentions, which left a bitter taste in his mouth. The current Navy pales in comparison to its former glory. Elite combatants are scarce, yet they demand a full-scale mobilization. Most disconcerting is the fact that the five elders have decided to send someone to take over the headquarters after their departure. One might mistakenly think we are being set up for betrayal. This situation is indeed infuriating. What on earth do the five elders mean by this? It is clear they expect us to facilitate their plans, and while it is our duty as the Navy to fulfill such tasks, their decision to send their own personnel to oversee our headquarters is utterly disrespectful. I and Apos V long maintained that the world government merely regards us as their dogs. Don't you see that, Kong? Kong, visibly irritated, slammed his palm against the table, disregarding the previous discourse and redirecting his focus to more pressing matters. Kapu, you imbecile. Is this truly how you should express yourself? You are a member of the Navy. We exist as an institution established by the world government and must adhere to their directives. After a brief pause, he continued, I understand your frustration. As I share it with you, none of us here can claim to feel at ease. However, we must exercise restraint. The Navy currently lacks the capability to engage in other ventures, and our reliance on the world government is paramount. Remember, without their funding, our operations would falter. We have no alternative at present, but we can seek maneuverability within this command. As Erman suggested, we merely need to tread water, avoiding excessive aggression. This will satisfy the world government while also benefiting ourselves. Kong, after reproaching Kapu, spoke with a hint of sorrow regarding the Navy's predicament and the limitations of their current mission. As the fleet admiral, he bore the heaviest burden, ensuring that he did not lead the Navy astray. The protection of the celestial dragons had indeed been mishandled by the Navy, compounded by sheer bad luck. All right, everyone. Let us cease our dawdling. Since orders have been issued from above, We must commence our preparations, Kong declared, rising swiftly and exiting the admiral's office. Following his lead, Kapu and the others exchanged glances before standing and following him out. Thus, the long quiet Navy headquarters erupted once more into a flurry of activity. Colleagues, the alarm has sounded. Everyone, prepare for total war. A Navy Rear Admiral proclaimed as he activated the alarm and hastened to the broadcasting room to convey the urgency over the microphone. This can't be true. Are we really mobilizing the entire headquarters? In an instant, upon hearing the alarm and the announcement, countless soldiers halted in their tracks, swiftly making their way to their respective units. Oh right, it must pertain to the public execution of the Celestial Dragons by the Rocks Pirates. Otherwise, our headquarters would not be mobilizing in such a manner. As the soldiers hurried along, they engaged in discussions, for they were already aware of this news, suggesting that the higher-ups had reached a decision. However, can we truly contend with the Rocks Pirates? They are the largest pirate crew in the New World, their strength incomprehensible. This time, we genuinely must fight for our lives. After a brief exchange, two vice admirals returned to their formations. The entire situation left the Navy personnel astonished. They could scarcely believe what was unfolding, yet dared not voice their concerns. The Rocks Pirates were indeed causing quite the uproar. But one could not help but admire their audacity regarding the Celestial Dragons, especially Chin. He is exceedingly bold. Kapu, Zephyr, and Sengoku walked briskly, exchanging their thoughts on the matter. Kapu felt a genuine connection, perceiving qualities of authenticity, heroism, and valor among the pirates. Although such descriptors are ill-fitting for pirates, within Kapu's heart, Chin represented a true do-gooder. Should the day arrive when all the Celestial Dragons were eliminated, Kapu would applaud wholeheartedly. Kapu, be cautious with your words. You've spoken rather too freely on this topic today. If this were to leak, the repercussions could be dire, Sengoku cautioned, furrowing his brow as he glanced at Kapu. Relax, relax. Sengoku, you're such a worrywart. As for the Celestial Dragons, well, Kapu began, but upon noticing Sengoku's intense expression, he swallowed his words. These Celestial Dragons are indeed a nuisance. I find myself reminiscing about simpler times, filled with training or venturing out to sea and honing my skills. It seems that tranquility is a distant dream, one that may only be realized in the future. Perhaps when we retire, we can tend to sheep and sip tea together. Zephyr gazed contemplatively at a photograph of Chin in the newspaper. He felt a deep sense of regret. He recognized that during their encounter, Chin had shown him mercy. However, now he was engulfed in anxiety. The pressure was immense, especially since Chin had deliberately spared him. This predicament left him in a state of turmoil. As he grappled with the moral implications of his past choices, the image of a pirate he had previously allowed to escape lingered in his mind. Fate can be quite cruel. The dichotomy of good and evil seems to have vanished from this world. Seeing Chin again stirred a complex array of emotions within him, and he found himself resonating with Kapu's earlier sentiments. He harbored a strong disdain for the Celestial Dragons, perhaps even more so than Kapu. Chapter 79. The Navy's Offensive and the Realization of the Higher Upas. Ifa's words resonate. I too yearn for such a life. However, given the current capabilities of the Rocks Pirates, I find such an opportunity rather unlikely. It has scarcely been a moment since their last upheaval, and Qin Zhao has once again stirred the pot. Truly deserving of the title of Vice Captain of the Rocks Pirates, Kapu, at some point, produced a bag of rice crackers, munching away as he spoke. He has witnessed the tumultuous potential of the Rocks Pirates and can genuinely commend Qin Zhao for his impressive maneuvers. Yet, the thought of rescuing a counterfeit celestial dragon leaves him quite displeased. His disdain for these pampered elites only deepens, especially since their reckless antics have compelled the entire Navy headquarters to mobilize. His sentiments towards the celestial dragons are undoubtedly less favorable than those he harbors for Qin Zhao, though perhaps only slightly, given that Qin Zhao has taken the lives of numerous esteemed naval soldiers and their mentors. Ahem, now, Zifa, Kapu, do be cautious. There are still plenty of sycophants of the world government within our ranks. If they were to catch wind of our discussions, it could spell trouble and jeopardize our careers. Sengoku remarked symbolically before shifting the conversation towards future aspirations. However, such aspirations seem rather unrealistic. They are commendable in intent, but exceedingly difficult to actualize. Ha ha ha, Sengoku, keep striving. I have faith that you will succeed, and we shall lend our utmost support when the time comes, Kapu responded with hearty laughter, clearly harboring a glimmer of hope for Sengoku's envisioned future. You too. Let's defer these discussions until our return. We must focus on the task at hand. Otherwise, the world government will surely pressure us again. It will not be easy to placate them, especially the empty marshal, Zifa remarked, shaking his head with a bemused smile, uncertain whether to believe or doubt the current situation. All right, Zifa, we understand. Let's accelerate our efforts. Hey, Kapu, slow down, you're heading the wrong way. The trio promptly parted ways, returning to their respective units. Time swiftly passed, and soon, all naval combat personnel had gathered in the plaza. On the platform, the Steelgum Admiral was fervently inspiring his troops. However, of the original 3 admirals, only one remained, an unusual sight that went largely unnoticed. Everyone. Our singular objective in this operation is to rescue the Celestial Dragon. Nothing else holds significance. Remember this. Our destination is the lair of the Rocks Pirates, Hive Island. I hope for each of your safe return. Steelgum commanded decisively after delivering his speech. At the Crescent Bay of the Navy headquarters, dozens of warships set sail, roaring into the horizon. Admiral, this mission carries substantial risk. We may very well fall prey to the Rocks Pirates, Elman remarked solemnly, gazing apprehensively at the vast sea ahead. After all, the Rocks Pirates are the sole ruling pirate faction in the New World, possessing overwhelming power. Following the directives of the world government may not be entirely disadvantageous. He continued, expressing his concerns. Regrettably, the world government itself has opted out of this operation, merely placing a phone call to relay their orders. Elman, I share your sentiments. If the Navy had choices, I would also prefer to avoid this perilous endeavor. Yet, we find ourselves with no alternatives, compelled to face this challenge head-on. If only the Rocks Pirates would exhibit some restraint, we could navigate this ordeal with less difficulty. Otherwise, we may not survive. Their strength is formidable. Just considering Qin Zhao and Rocks themselves, they may be beyond our capability to confront. Not to mention the presence of Newgate, Shiki, and other formidable officers. Steelgum solemnly acknowledged the daunting reality facing the Navy. Alas, if only we had more time. The older generation is nearing retirement, their strength waning. We have avoided the Rocks Pirates thus far, but now that we are confronted with such circumstances, Kapu and the others have yet to mature. Leaving us to bear the burden? Elman replied, his expression laden with complexity. The new generation of the Navy has yet to rise, and the responsibility to shield them falls upon their weary shoulders. Such a pity, this may very well be our final mission. I find myself somewhat restless, fearing that Rocks may launch an all-out attack against us. It is futile to speculate. Perhaps there are spies from the Rocks Pirates aboard our ships, Steelgum thought, mentally preparing for the worst. Admiral Steelgum, General Elman, we have arrived. Do you have any instructions for us? The Iron Triangle and Crane inquired cheerfully. Elman responded briefly before entrusting the remainder to Steelgum, as is the duty of the Navy's marshal. Do not rush. We have ample time to discuss matters. Once we reach our destination, remain composed. If conflict arises, the Navy cannot sustain a protracted battle. We must rely on our wits. Steelgum cautioned, planning to detail further specifics in due course. On Hive Island in the New World, Qin Zhao sensed something amiss, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Meanwhile, on a small island in the New World, the Roger Pirates were stationed, having established this hideout to evade the Rocks Pirates. At that moment, aboard the deck of their ship, Roger, Rayleigh, Barrett, Jabba, and the other officers congregated. Indeed, Qin Zhao is exceptionally powerful. I never held him in high regard previously. But I must admit, I am beginning to respect him. The audacity of the Rocks Pirates to confront the Celestial Dragons is truly remarkable. Chapter 80. Discussions of the Roger Pirates regarding Jabba and Apos' desire to collaborate with the Navy and the world government. Rayleigh smacked his lips, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes as he spoke. To be honest, he had never anticipated that the Qin dynasty would be so formidable, directly taking on the Celestial Dragons. However, he couldn't help but imagine how exhilarating it would be to be involved in such a confrontation. He chuckled at the thought of this individual who seemed to revel in the limelight. The Rocks Pirates were undeniably tyrannical. Yet, this time, the world government would likely not let them slip away. They would be treated to quite a spectacle. Jabba laughed with a hint of schadenfreude. He held a significant grudge against the Qin dynasty and would have eliminated them long ago if he had the strength. But the current situation was intriguing. The Rocks Pirates had truly escalated matters. While Jabba was not surprised by their actions, he found the Qin dynasty to be quite to his taste, if only they would refrain from consistently challenging him. Roger sighed, expressing his admiration and fondness for the Qin dynasty, yet lamenting the challenges posed by such a difficult adversary who persistently sought a duel. With each encounter, Roger found himself outmatched, and though he refrained from cursing, He had contemplated retreating, a fact that had almost led to him bearing the burden of the pirate crew alone during their last ordeal. Haha, Roger? I knew you shared my fondness for the Qin dynasty. He has quite a character, albeit a bit excessively intense, Rayleigh interjected, laughing heartily and pointing at Roger. The two chose to ignore Jabba's earlier remarks, as they understood his grievances against the Qin dynasty. They had attempted to dissuade him in the past, but to no avail. Thus, they refrained from engaging in that topic, considering the Qin dynasty as a close ally in their hearts. However, the winds of the sea were undoubtedly shifting. The rapid growth of the Rocks pirates was astonishing. It hadn't been long since they began to expand, and they had become a formidable force. Without intervention from the Navy or the world government, they would be nearly unbeatable. In fact, the Navy itself might not even be a match for them, as they had effectively crippled the Marines. This meant that their only formidable opponent was the world government and the Celestial Dragons. Rayleigh's demeanor turned serious after a brief period of levity, his tone grave. As the first mate of the Roger Pirates, he had always been their strategist, making decisions based on careful analysis in the pursuit of the right path. The current maritime landscape was dominated by the Rocks Pirates, leaving little room for other pirate crews to make their voices heard, including their own. Roger, aspiring to become the Pirate King, would inevitably cross paths with both Rocks and the Qin dynasty, two colossal figures looming over them. Their strength was nothing short of extraordinary, existing on a different plane altogether. To speak candidly, if Rocks and the Qin dynasty truly harbored intentions of eradicating them, escape would be futile. This was a consensus among them. The combined might of those two against the Roger Pirates was a daunting reality. Roger, however, remained undeterred. He was unwavering in his confidence, believing himself to be on par with anyone, even Rocks. Yet Rayleigh harbored doubts. The disparity in strength was too great, and they were operating on entirely different levels of competition. In the New World, they could not afford to act recklessly, as a confrontation with the Rocks Pirates could spell their doom. Indeed, the Rocks Pirates were growing at a breakneck pace, but internal instability loomed. Each officer held their own ambitions. For instance, Whitebeard sought a family and a warm home, while others, like Shiki, were driven by a desire for dominance over the seas. This vast conglomerate of interests meant that if their goals were not met, or if the leadership faltered, the crew could easily dissolve. However, if the Qin dynasty were to assume control, that would be a different matter altogether. Roger, regaining his composure, reflected on his understanding of the Rocks Pirates. While they were indeed a self-serving group fraught with instability, the outcome depended on who was in charge. As it stood, Rocks held the reins. But if the Qin dynasty were to take over, the dynamics would shift drastically. The Qin dynasty, compared to Rocks, possessed a significant advantage, youth, and an untapped potential for growth. His strength had yet to peak, and as he continued to ascend, surpassing Rocks would be well within reach. Thus, the true challenge lay with him. Alas, we have been too slow, Rayleigh lamented, a complexity of emotions in his tone. Had we acted sooner to invite him, he might not have joined the Rocks Pirates. Jabba, displeased by their demeanor, interjected with frustration. Roger, Rayleigh, enough. The Rocks Pirates are indeed formidable, but we are not without our chances. If we were to collaborate with the world government and the Navy, we could easily dismantle the Rocks Pirates. Well, that strategy could indeed bear fruit, Roger conceded. But executing such a plan now is virtually impossible. Jabba, your suggestion is astute, but the reality is that the world government may not entertain us, and the Navy may not acquiesce either. We all understand the underlying reasons. There's no need to complicate matters further. At this moment, Barrett, who had remained silent, raised an eyebrow, a mocking smile dancing on his lips as he regarded Jabba. Chapter 81. Barrett's Contempt. The Turbulent Sea's Top Powers. Barrett held a profound disdain for Jabba, the defeated subordinate. Setting aside the fact that they were comrades aboard the same vessel, he felt it was beneath him to utter such words. The shame was palpable. Had he been a tad bolder and confronted Qin Chao directly, Barrett might have regarded him with a modicum of respect. Even in defeat, he could have salvaged some dignity. Yet, this individual consistently failed to grasp his own insignificance. While his strength may rank among the upper echelons of the Roger Pirates, it paled in comparison to that of true geniuses. A young upstart like Barrett had vanquished him shortly after boarding, which was undeniably humiliating. Presently, only Rayleigh and Roger could subdue him, and he eagerly anticipated the day he would surpass them both. What do you mean, Barrett? With your muscle-bound intellect, can you truly comprehend the essence of my words? If you do not understand, refrain from speaking out of turn. All you need to do is cooperate. Jabba's tone was laced with agitation, but after a moment, he regained his composure, a hint of derision playing on his lips. Enough, you two. Let us focus on the matter at hand. Roger interjected, feeling a slight headache as he witnessed their squabble yet again. It appears the Navy is poised to take action against the Rocks pirates. We should deliberate whether to join this fray. Once their tempers had cooled, Roger resumed, casting a glance at Rayleigh, seeking his counsel. Roger, there's new intelligence regarding Rayleigh. A mid-level officer rushed in, breathless, his voice booming. It's truly comical. The world government has ordered the Navy to launch a full-scale assault on the Rocks pirates. Those 5 old geezers are plotting with great depth. Ah. So it is true. The Navy has mobilized entirely. Are they truly intent on eradicating the Rocks pirates? Yet, those 5 elders are overestimating their forces. The Navy's strength is insufficient to contend with the Rocks pirates. If a confrontation ensues, the Navy may very well face total annihilation, Roger mused, his expression revealing no surprise, only a knowing acknowledgement. However, he was slightly taken aback by the inadequacy of the 5 elders. Realizing that such an endeavor was beyond the Navy's capabilities unless they had a hidden ace up their sleeves. Indeed, that's how the 5 elders operate. However, we must ascertain whether they have genuinely dispatched reinforcements. If they have not, it indicates a lack of sincere intent to rescue. Merely a facade to express their stance and maintain control over the allied nations, Rayleigh analyzed with remarkable calmness. While he found the Navy's complete mobilization unexpected, it was not entirely out of the ordinary. To be honest, such an all-out assault had never transpired on the open seas before. This was unprecedented. Yet, given their adversary was the Rocks pirates, it began to make sense. Nonetheless, Rayleigh remained skeptical about the 5 elders' decision to deploy the Navy, as it defied conventional logic. Well then, we can make a decision now. Let us remain steady and refrain from joining this chaos. We can use the Navy's actions to gauge the true situation of the Rocks pirates, Rayleigh suggested, a smile suddenly gracing his lips, indicative of an intriguing development. How intriguing. Rayleigh, you truly are our strategist. However, as you mentioned, the Navy likely won't engage in direct conflict, for they cannot possibly triumph over this new world hegemon. Their previous 2 endeavors have cost them dearly, with admirals falling in battle. One can only imagine the losses incurred. For now, we shall observe patiently. If we can gain an advantage amidst the fray, all the better, Barrett exclaimed, wholeheartedly agreeing with Rayleigh's analysis. You truly have a knack for navigating chaos. I shall take your words as a compliment, but should an opportunity arise, you must lead the charge. Rayleigh chuckled, somewhat exasperated by Barrett's combative nature. Then let us await developments. We shall assess the situation before making further plans. Once our strength has increased, I shall certainly wish to test the mettle of the Navy, Roger declared, standing resolute, gazing steadfastly at the ocean, leaving everyone pondering his thoughts, though Rayleigh seemed to glean some insight, his smile deepening. Meanwhile, as this news spread like wildfire, another individual, known as one of the legends of the sea, Barillic Raidfield, was also hastening towards Hive Island, unwilling to miss this monumental spectacle. He must witness this seemingly climactic battle to discern which faction, the Navy or the pirates, would emerge victorious. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, for days had elapsed, drawing ever closer to the execution date. As time flowed, the news ripened across the seas. Countless pirates rushed towards the waters near Hive Island, eager to witness the unfolding drama. With the impending confrontation between the Navy and the Rocks pirates, excitement surged among the masses, even before the 2 sides had met. This battle, should it occur, would undoubtedly be etched into history, forever remembered, a war of a century rarely seen, a tale to be recounted for generations. However, within the confines of Hive Island, aside from the more agitated pirates on the periphery, the internal cadre remained largely unfazed. In the Castle of Rocks, a group of officers convened under Rocks and Appo's leadership, deep in discussion. Qin Chao, what do you think of this plan? If you find it agreeable, we shall proceed without alterations. Rocks inquired, observing Qin Chao, who appeared to be stifling a yawn. Oh, I believe it is sound. After all, we have deliberated extensively over these past few days, considering all pertinent matters. Now, we await the Navy's arrival. Everything else is in order, Qin Chao replied, roused from his stupor, having found the lengthy meetings rather dulling to his senses. Very well, since you find it satisfactory, let us finalize the plan. Everyone, once you leave the conference room, commence your actions post-haste. Chapter 82. The Orders of the Qin Dynasty and Wang Zhi's schemes. Upon learning of the Qin Dynasty's intentions, Rocks wasted no time in issuing commands. He regarded this operation with utmost seriousness, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. Faced with the impending assault from the Navy, a profound confidence swelled within him. In response, Wang Ji, John, Charlotte Linlin, and other officers nodded gravely, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. They understood that, in the face of the Navy and Oppo's pressure, it was their duty to maintain control, a responsibility befitting their current ranks. We cannot remain on the island entirely. I plan to have Shiki step outside to conceal himself for a while. When the time is ripe, we will encircle and annihilate the Navy, Rox declared. Are you all right with this, Shiki? He inquired. Under the weight of Rox's intense gaze, Shiki immediately stood upright, thumping his chest confidently. I assure you, Captain Rox, I will fulfill your orders without fail. I eagerly await your lead to greatness. After showering Rox with praise, he felt a wave of relief wash over him, knowing that failing to secure assurance now would lead to dire consequences. It was fortunate that the unreliable Qin had nearly derailed their plans. Excellent. If this operation concludes flawlessly, I shall reward you handsomely. I trust you will meet my expectations, Rox said, a smile breaking across his face as he painted an enticing vision of grandeur for his crew. At that moment, Wang Ji's eyes glimmered with intrigue. Was it truly as simple as it seemed? He found the situation rather astonishing. Very well, I shall take a step back for now. There is little for me to do at this juncture. Notify me when the Navy arrives, otherwise I may grow bored. Oh, and Wang Ji, John, Newgate, Linlin. Do not forget to bring along Kaido. His resilience makes him a valuable asset, a formidable force in our ranks. Qin, having listened to Rox, finally spoke up. From the current state of affairs at the headquarters, it was clear the Navy stood little chance. His participation might not even be necessary. The combined strength of Newgate and the others was already sufficient. The group had no objections to Qin's words. They harbored a keen interest in Kaido. Viewing him as a potential shield in the upcoming confrontation, they were acutely aware that facing the Navy head-on would result in significant losses, and acquiring someone like Kaido was indeed advantageous. Unfortunately, they had little choice in the matter. Rox was well aware of their disparate loyalties, making his decision to place them all on the front lines unsurprising. Denial of this reality was futile. Moreover, after a period of training and self-realization, the Rox pirates had effectively divided into 4 tiers. The first tier comprised Rox himself and Qin. The second tier included Newgate and Shiki. The third tier was solely occupied by Charlotte Linlin, with Kaido as potential merely noted. The fourth tier encompassed John, Wang Ji, Silver Axe, and other officers, whose potential had largely plateaued. Thus, the current arrangement was both logical and aligned with Rox's true intentions, placing those with lesser potential on the front lines while reserving true combat power for the central core, culminating with Rox and Qin in the final act. Very well, Vice Captain Qin. We shall take charge of the first line of defense and ensure the Navy suffers grievously. Wang Ji asserted decisively, recognizing the inevitability of their roles. Nevertheless, this was but a fade. Deep down, he harbored reservations about Qin and Rox's plans. John and Silver Axe nodded in agreement, though internal dissent brewed silently among them, knowing that voicing objections would only invite Rox's wrath. Crucially, the officers felt confident in their abilities on the front lines, aware that the current Navy was a far cry from its former self. Only a handful of them were genuinely formidable, and it was entirely possible they could resolve the conflict before the Navy even reached the first line. As for Rox, he had no additional insights to share regarding Qin's statements. Their relationship had evolved beyond such trivial matters. Instead, he observed the officers below, his gaze piercing as if seeking to unravel their thoughts. Subsequently, the officers departed the conference room, returning to their ships to relay orders. Wang Ji, however, remained in contemplation aboard his vessel, deliberating whether to disseminate information regarding their plans. His expression fluctuated with uncertainty, and curiously, his ship was eerily silent. Before long, the answer materialized as one of the senior officers of the Rox pirates, Signs, stealthily entered his ship, a bottle of fine wine in hand. His face flushed as he staggered inside. Wang Ji, I'm here. What is it that you need? Fully aware of Captain Rox's intense focus on the current situation, Signs was reluctant to provide any cause for misunderstanding at this critical juncture. The officer, who typically kept a low profile aboard the ship, regarded Wang Ji with confusion as he settled across from him. Essentially, I believe Rox is no longer the man he once was. Our interests are bound to be affected. So, Wang Ji began, but as he noticed Signs' shifting expressions, he became intrigued. Are you suggesting we betray Rox? Have you lost your mind? Our strength pales in comparison to his. Now is not the time to rebel, Signs retorted, alarmed. I acknowledge your points, but this course of action is simply untenable. If we are discovered, we will undoubtedly face death, perhaps even at Qin's hands. The mere thought of Qin's formidable power sent a shiver down Signs' spine. I'm not advocating for betrayal, Signs. We're merely considering our own survival. If Rox achieves his goals, every one of us will be at risk. Oh, perhaps Newgate and Qin might be spared. Newgate is rather laid back, and Qin is akin to Rox's brother. They may remain unharmed, but even Shiki would not escape retribution. We must plot our escape route. Wang Ji implored earnestly, carefully concealing his own resentment toward the two leaders. Yet Signs was no fool. He was not easily swayed by such rhetoric. After all, every officer in the Rox Pirates was formidable in their own right. They were not naive children. Wang Ji, I understand your concerns, but allow me to ponder this further before rushing into anything, Signs replied, exercising caution. Chapter 83, Signs, Unfazed by Deception, and the Plotting of Rox and Qin Zhao. Signs listened with an amused demeanor to the words of Wang Ji. However, he was not a fool. Such blatant betrayal would surely lead to his demise if discovered. It seemed this individual was rather obtuse. How had he not realized until now that his intelligence remained intact? Nevertheless, since he was unwilling to engage further, there was no need to discuss the matter any longer. Wang Ji felt no concern regarding whether the other party would report him to Rox. After all the officers aboard the ship harbored their own ambitions, each with their individual aspirations. Their allegiance to Rox was merely a reflection of his overwhelming strength. Well, since you've expressed your stance, I shall refrain from further comment. Do take your time to reflect, but be wary not to exceed the deadline, Wang Ji said, maintaining the cheerful facade he had previously displayed. His demeanor suggested that the rejection had not affected him in the least. Let us leave it at that for now. Should I reach a decision on my side, I will inform you promptly. A smirk graced Signs' lips, thoroughly pleased with Wang Ji's attitude, and he would not be disrespectful in return. Upon arriving here, he had sensed Wang Ji's sinister nature, which was indeed confirmed. Yet, one could not deny the man's adeptness at maintaining a faade. Although he had reservations about Rox, he held a great admiration for Qin Zhao, and given Qin Zhao's position as vice captain, he would unhesitatingly stand by his side should he express a desire to do so. In essence, Signs felt free to express his indifference to his peers, and his ambitions were modest, unlike those of Wang Ji, John, or Silver Axe. Hence, he would not betray the Rox Pirates, nor would he ever betray Qin Zhao. That was his bottom line and the path he chose to pursue throughout his life. However, it appeared that Wang Ji had long harbored ulterior motives, now attempting to betray the Rox Pirates by covertly negotiating with the Navy. This revelation was indeed troubling. Today's events had clarified for him precisely who the traitor within Rox's ranks was. Let us set aside these discussions and focus on more pressing matters. Our first line of defense against the Navy should pose no issues. The Navy is considerably weaker than before. Wang Ji pivoted the conversation to express gratitude for Vice Captain Qin Zhao's contributions and strength. Indeed, Vice Captain Qin Zhao is second only to Captain Rox aboard our ship, and his prowess is truly formidable. I hold him in high regard. His current strength embodies the ideal I aspire to achieve. Signs' interest was piqued. He had initially intended to depart, but Wang Ji's initiative to shift the conversation to praise Qin Zhao delighted him. After an extensive discussion about Qin Zhao's accomplishments, Signs left with a jovial demeanor, having completely forgotten the earlier conversation, contentedly musing over their analysis of Qin Zhao. Wang Ji, observing Signs' retreating figure, revealed a sinister smile. The Hive Island was now under the watchful eyes of pirates, wary of a surprise attack from the Navy. The members of various pirate crews were mobilizing their elite forces in preparation for the impending conflict. Meanwhile, Shiki did not hesitate to depart the island under the cover of night with his fleet. Activity abounded throughout Hive Island. The most tranquil spot was undoubtedly where Qin Zhao resided. He remained utterly unfazed, for with his level of strength, he was beyond the reach of peril, especially within their stronghold. Yet, these were merely the surface-level occurrences. In the depths of Rox's castle, he and Qin Zhao sat facing one another. Brother, are we ready to set sail now, or shall we wait a bit longer? Qin Zhao inquired straightforwardly. Let us wait a while longer. The time is not yet ripe. According to my intelligence, the Navy headquarters has dispatched personnel who have already traversed Fishman Island and entered the New World. They should arrive here within 2 days at most. So we still have time, Rox replied thoughtfully, a calm smile gracing his features. Qin Zhao was fully aware of Roxas' plans. Their relationship allowed for complete transparency. The reason for the delay was to identify the traitor within their ranks. If they could apprehend the traitor, they could swiftly cleanse their ranks. If not, it would merely result in a slight extension of their timeline. Oh, the Navy has already reached the New World? How intriguing. These individuals continually fail to recognize their own positioning, creating their own predicaments, Qin Zhao remarked, somewhat surprised by the Navy's speed. Yet, there was also a sense of regret. Had they identified the traitor, the situation could have been markedly different. The previous public declarations had merely been superficial. The truth was known to both the world government and the Navy, and their arrival was merely for the sake of maintaining appearances. Thus, outmaneuvering them was a simple task. Now, it remained to be seen whether fortune would favor them. He was exceedingly curious about the Navy headquarters, almost eager to confront them. Ha, my brother. You need not concern yourself with the Navy any longer. Have I not given them ample opportunities? They have orchestrated this situation themselves. Even knowing they are marching to their doom, the Gorosei has compelled the Navy to mobilize entirely. I can only imagine their current state of despair. Rox laughed heartily. Clearly having anticipated this outcome, having engaged with the Navy on numerous occasions. The last time he had sought to communicate, it was the Navy that initiated contact. Yet upon his arrival at the designated island, he was met with an ambush from 3 admirals. He ultimately dispatched 1 admiral and severely injured 2 others before leaving unscathed. The only reason he had refrained from eliminating them was that he sensed the arrival of reinforcements from the world government. Had they been even slightly delayed, the Navy headquarters would have been obliterated. Most crucially, the world government had sent after him something that sent shivers down his spine, prompting his hasty retreat. Thus, 5 years had passed, leading to the current circumstances. Chapter 84, Mobilization and Strike, targeting the naval headquarters. Over the years, everything has progressed so smoothly that one might truly regard it as fate. How intriguing that at this moment, Wang Zhi has summoned Sains. Brother, what do you suppose they might be discussing at this time? Lox, wearing a half-smile, inquired of Qin Zhao. What can they possibly say? Just tend to your own matters, brother. When the final moment arrives and none of them come to your aid, you'll find some satisfaction in that. As for these 2, they could be discussing anything, but it is evident that it will not be advantageous for our pirate crew. Are you considering giving him a stern talking to? You should know that the individuals beneath us have their own ambitions and are far from complacent. They're on the verge of rebellion. Qin Zhao reclined in his chair, expressing his indifference regarding the current state of the Lox pirate crew. It is understandable that these individuals harbor dissent, as anyone in their position would have similar thoughts. Those who awaken the Conqueror's Haki are inherently dominant beings, and given that they were coerced onto the ship by Lox, it is commendable that they have maintained their current state. Of course, this is also attributable to Lox's overwhelming strength. I am not afraid of their ambitions. Rather, I fear those who lack ambition and desire nothing. Such individuals only seek to take more. However, it is undeniable that they have been living too comfortably lately, to the point where they seem to disregard me. It is indeed time for a firm reprimand. As for Wang Zhi, he was the first to join me on this ship, and for various reasons, I still have some affection for him. Yet, he has truly disappointed me of late. Just wait. Once I have confirmed everything, if it indeed points to him, I will have no choice but to use him as a sacrificial offering to instill fear in the other officers. Lox, with a momentary flicker of complexity in his expression, restored his calm demeanor as he spoke. He had genuinely treated Wang Zhi well in the past, but regrettably, the latter had failed to recognize his own position. Regardless of the reason, anyone who stands in his way must be eliminated. So, it seems you do harbor some feelings for him after all. It's understandable. He has been with you for many years, and it is natural to feel reluctant to dispose of him. To be honest, I never realized you had this side to you, brother. Previously, you struck me as someone who would show no mercy regardless of their reasons. Now, I must say, I view you in a new light. Qin Zhao pondered for a moment, a smile spreading across his face. Then he remarked, You certainly have a way of poking fun at others, but you are not wrong. This is his only chance, should it become certain. I will not grant him any further opportunities. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Lox chuckled, unfazed by the somewhat harsh tone, and acknowledged the sentiment. As the conversation reached this juncture, a palpable silence enveloped the atmosphere. Qin Zhao, undeterred, leaned back, utilizing his observation haki to scrutinize this rather discreet officer. Sains, quite unexpected indeed, as this officer, who had not been mentioned in the original narrative, would later be eliminated, for there would be no record otherwise. His strength is commendable, roughly on par with Wang Zhi. and among the lesser officers, he is relatively formidable. Yet, that is merely the extent of it. Qin Xiao was only slightly curious about him and cared little beyond that. As stated before, even if the Locke's pirate crew were to dissolve at this very moment, he would remain unperturbed. They are merely remnants of a forgotten past. The same goes for Newgate and Shiki. For this upcoming operation, he and Locke had already conspired, intending to discern who among them bore the most suspicion. Now, the outlines of the truth are beginning to emerge. It remains to be seen how Wang Ji will act. His inaction thus far merely grants him a fleeting opportunity. And should he fail to seize it, there will be nothing more to discuss. In the interim, Locke had been relaying information about the crew and other matters to Qin Xiao, ensuring he became well acquainted with the inner workings of the crew. From the information gathered, it appears that Sains is an admirer of Wang Ji, which indicates that Wang Ji's recent maneuvers may have been somewhat careless. Although he has yet to achieve his aims, he is not far from doing so, and the primary focus will likely shift towards Sains moving forward. Ah, what a splendid spectacle this is. Qin Xiao found the situation quite amusing. Observing everything from a godlike perspective is indeed exhilarating. Time swiftly passed, and soon half an hour had elapsed. Neither man observed any movement from Wang Ji, prompting Locke to nod in satisfaction. As long as he does not excessively cross his boundaries, everything else is inconsequential. Well done. It appears that Wang Ji still retains some sense of moderation. He truly is someone I once held in high regard. Let us take our time. Time will reveal all. Brother, we should not linger any longer. The time has come for us to commence our actions. If we delay further, the Navy may arrive in our vicinity. Qin Xiao squinted at Locke, speaking with calm assurance. Boom, boom, boom. As the thunderous roar of engines reverberated, a massive flagship, accompanied by 3 auxiliary vessels, departed the harbor, with Locke and Qin Xiao at the helm, for ships, significantly larger than the average fleet, ventured forth into the new world. If all goes well, we should reach the naval headquarters without incident. Let us hope nothing untoward transpires. Locke addressed Qin Xiao, Newgate, and Shiki, who had returned to the flagship unbeknownst to them. Haha, Captain Locke, I think we'll be just fine. Even if unexpected challenges arise, we will manage to overcome them, especially with you and Qin Xiao, 2 peak powerhouses. On our side, Shiki laughed heartily, echoing Locke's sentiment while lavishing praise on the two. Gulalala. Shiki, you truly are a flatterer. How did I not notice this before? Newgate chuckled, clearly amused by the prior remarks. Ah, if only a lady were here to sing my praises. Your commendations, old lion, do not stir my spirit in the slightest. I have merely managed to suppress my revulsion, Qin Xiao remarked, though his smile radiated even more brightly. Haha. Shiki, it seems you have indeed changed. Should I thank Qin Xiao, or commend you? Locke teased, his expression shifting with playful mirth as he addressed the golden-haired lion. Chapter 85. The Exposure of the Plan. The Flying Rocks Pirates. Captain Rocks, I speak nothing but the truth. With you and Qin Xiao by our side, failure is not an option. Besides, how can the Navy even compare to us? Shiki's expression was somewhat awkward, yet he managed to suppress it and continued to extol the virtues of the two. All right, Captain, do not tease Shiki too much. Otherwise, he may find himself in an uncomfortable position, Qin Xiao remarked with a smile, casting a glance at Shiki. The current demeanor of Shiki struck him as rather endearing. This golden-haired lion was devoid of his usual annoying arrogance. This was indeed a positive change, indicating that the Rocks Pirates had undergone significant transformation with his addition. At that moment, their fleet had reached the waters that the Navy frequented. After a brief bout of playful banter, Rocks resumed his usual calm and indifferent demeanor. After a while, perhaps they had reached the predetermined time. As Rocks and Qin Xiao exchanged nods, is this legendary battle about to commence? The anticipation was palpable, stirring a fervor within them. Observing their movements, Shiki, Whitebeard, Shaki, and various other junior officers felt a surge of battle spirit. Dispatch the order. The 3 ships at the rear are to remain on standby. We shall now proceed to scout the situation ahead. Rocks instructed the communication pirate who had been standing by. Understood, Captain. 2 minutes later, the pirates on the ships at the rear began to prepare the necessary equipment for the upcoming battle. Given the extraordinary nature of this confrontation, these pirates were determined not to meet an untimely demise. They still harbored hopes of enjoying future rewards, so they opted to be well-prepared and diligent, ensuring their survival. Of course, such aspirations were merely wishful thinking. Once the fighting commenced, the powerful would hardly pay them any mind. Being casualties of collateral damage was their most likely fate. Rocks and Qin Xiao stood at the bow of the ship, flanked by Shiki and Whitebeard, all gazing forward in contemplative silence. As the vessel continued its journey, they distanced themselves from the three ships behind until they vanished from sight. The junior captains following the main ship were unaware of the plans unfolding above, leaving them perplexed. At their current pace, they would soon reach the Grand Line. Is this truly a reconnaissance mission? One of them inadvertently voiced, drawing the attention of his peers. Shut it. You fool. Don't ask questions that do not concern you, lest you find yourself in dire straits. The other captains shot him incredulous glances. Captain, relying solely on Shiki's flying speed may not suffice. We should utilize the preparations made earlier. Qin Chao suggested to Rox, recognizing that their current velocity was inadequate. Reaching the Navy headquarters would take an eternity at this pace. By the time they arrived, Steelbone Kong and the others would likely have already reached Hive Island. Although Hive Island's strength was not to be underestimated, it was clear that the Navy would struggle to mount a successful assault. Indeed, it is time to employ those devices. If that old man discovers us, it would certainly complicate matters, Rox replied, narrowing his eyes with a smile. Upon receiving confirmation, Qin Chao signaled with a wave of his hand, prompting the standby pirates to activate the nitrogen-boosting apparatus. In the next instant, two jet propulsion devices emerged from the sides of the ship, their dark nozzles flashing crimson light as they unleashed torrents of flame. The sheer force generated was formidable, propelling the vessel forward with explosive speed. Good heavens! Grip onto anything you can, or we shall inevitably be blown away. This speed is simply too much. I can hardly maintain my footing, exclaimed one of the junior captains. What is happening? Are we accelerating again? Where exactly are we headed? Something feels off. Another queried. Enough with the questions. Just hold on tight. If you want to survive, do as you're told, exclaimed a third, who had witnessed one of their comrades, Shun, tumble overboard due to the sudden surge. Indeed, these concerns were irrelevant. Survival was paramount. As the powerful thrust propelled them forward, the junior captains hastily grabbed onto anything stable. Their appearances were of no concern at that moment. Being swept away would mean certain death. After a few of the more capable junior captains scolded those still chattering, the remaining pirates fell silent, whether due to lack of words or simply a newfound reticence. You must all be aware that the Navy is preparing a full-scale assault on Hive Island, Rox announced to his crew. The pirates who had yet to acclimate to the speed eventually found their footing, for they were, after all, formidable pirates in their own right. Although they might not be recognized as elite within the Rox pirates, they were certainly strong enough to hold their own. Thus, upon hearing Rox's voice, they quieted down and turned their attention to their captain. Our mission is to launch a surprise attack on the Navy headquarters. While they are preoccupied with their full-scale assault, we must seize this opportunity to deal them a significant blow. Chapter 86. Wang Zhi's Ominous Premonition, the Naval Fleet Beneath the Sea. You may not have been aware of the situation before, but now that I have spoken, I urge you to be fully alert and to embody the collective strength of our Rox pirates. Let us strive to uphold our principles of not abandoning or giving up, and to accomplish this mission within reasonable limits. Upon concluding his remarks, Rox observed the myriad expressions of his crew, a satisfied smile gracing his face. The captains and all crew members momentarily stood in awe, before erupting into boundless enthusiasm and cheers. Woohoo! Captain Rox is magnificent. Captain Rox is truly exceptional. To conceive such a plan, no wonder he is the sovereign of our new world. Ha ha ha, today we shall follow the captain to plunder the Navy headquarters. The pirates fervently discussed, their fear dissipating, replaced by exhilaration amidst the thrilling anticipation. Qin Chao smirked dismissively, yet he couldn't help but admire Rox's deftness. He truly was a born leader. Let us go, Captain Rox. Now that they have received the news, there's no need for us to linger outside any longer. It's rather dull, Qin Chao remarked directly to Rox, glancing around, feeling the tedium of waiting, especially with the destination still far off. Otherwise, we might as well return to the conference room and pass the time. Qin Chao, you really are impatient. Rox chuckled, acknowledging the youth's eagerness. Since that's the case, let us return to the conference room and leave them for now. With a hearty laugh, Rox led the way into the room, not wishing to embarrass his younger companion. In the room, Rox, Qin Chao, Shiki, Newgate, Shaki, and Fireflower gathered around the long table. Observing Shaki and Fireflower's hesitant expressions, Rox offered an explanation that clarified the current intentions. Is that so? It seems we have underestimated our own abilities. Unable to perceive these matters, Fireflower responded, a bittersweet smile appearing upon her realization. Indeed, Her and Shaki's limited prowess aboard the ship had rendered them somewhat isolated, leading to their current feelings of insignificance. This sentiment tied back to their roles in the mission, as both were primarily supportive in nature. "Captain, what are our roles in this operation?" Fireflower asked Rox. Having adjusted her mindset, "Once we reach our destination, you may do as you please. You can stay on the ship or join us in confronting the Navy. To be frank, your current abilities are insufficient, so I don't expect much from you too. However, I value your loyalty, which is a quality that sets you apart from certain other officers," Rox stated plainly, unconcerned about potentially bruising their egos. He understood that not all aboard could be warriors. He required capable individuals to manage affairs, and thus, the two were well suited. "In summary, you both need to improve your skills, but do not exert yourselves excessively. Just aim to reach the level of a vice admiral. The subsequent responsibilities will largely be administrative, focusing on managing our territory and personnel. The rest is of little consequence." "Do you understand now?" Qin Chao interjected, summarizing for the two, who were indeed talents he wished to retain. "Yes, that is correct. Your status aboard the ship remains quite stable, so there is no need for concern," Rox affirmed with a smile, clearly in agreement with Qin Chao's assessment. At Hive Island, within Wang Zhi's residence. Rox and his crew have departed. "I wonder what urgent matters have arisen at this critical juncture," Wang Zhi mused, pouring himself a glass of fine wine while conversing with a subordinate. He found it rather unsettling that such significant matters were not disclosed to him, leaving him in the dark. "Boss, perhaps Captain Rox is worried about something. Otherwise, he would not withhold information from you," the squad leader suggested. "Oh, by the way, Wast and Apos, did there talk of finding a traitor? This could be part of that effort." As the squad leader observed his superior and Apos' troubled demeanor, he attempted to offer reassurance. "A traitor? Oh, seeking a traitor, is it? Wait a moment. How could such a scheme unfold without my consultation? After all, I was the first officer aboard." Wang Zhi's dazed expression suddenly sharpened, his mind racing with implications. If this were true, he might already be compromised, especially since he had eagerly summoned Sains immediately after their meeting. The realization struck him. Their prior conversation may have been observed by Rox and Qin Chao. A cold sweat began to beat on his forehead as panic gripped him. If discovered, his fate would be sealed, with no second chances. You should leave now. Tonight's meeting concludes here. I need to contemplate the next steps." With that, Wang Zhi regained some composure, instructing his subordinate to vacate the premises. This situation had become precarious. The squad leader exited Wang Zhi's quarters, hastily returning to his own room, his expression shifting with anxiety. After a moment of furtive observation outside, he produced a din-din mushy from his trousers and dialed a number. "Ring, ring, ring, please answer. Why aren't you picking up?" "Marshal Kong." "If you don't answer, I'm doomed." "Hello. What is going on? Has there been a situation with the Rox pirates?" Fortunately, the call connected quickly, and Steelbone Kong's voice resonated from the other end. "Marshal Kong, I have new developments. Currently, Rox," he relayed, vigilantly monitoring his surroundings, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. In a remote and tranquil expanse of the new world, the moonlight danced gracefully upon the ocean, creating a serene atmosphere. Yet, beneath the waves, dozens of naval vessels sailed steadily through the depths. Chapter 87. Empty hesitation in Elman and Apos' rebuke. At the forefront of dozens of warships, an enormous iron vessel undertook the task of leading the way. As a battleship commanded by a naval marshal, it was undeniably formidable. Inside the ship's conference room, the 6 remaining formidable figures of the Navy, Steelbone Kong, Sengoku, Karp, Zifa, Elman, and Krana gathered. "We have now reached the new world, and we are not far from Hive Island. It is time to prepare." Steelbone Kong inhaled deeply, his expression resolute. Yet the slight tremors in his arms betrayed his inner turmoil. "If nothing unexpected occurs, we should be fine. However, should we deviate from our planned course, it could become perilous. The Rox pirates possess the capability to ensnare us there." The gravity of the situation demanded he remain composed, lest the soldiers below become unraveled. "The Rox pirates have refrained from any other actions for now, but should we encounter them suddenly, it would not be a jest," Sengoku remarked, furrowing his brow. "Steelbone Kong, I have concerns about this. I hadn't noticed before, but the more I think about it, the more it seems that the effort the Rox are putting into this endeavor might not actually inflict significant harm upon us. While they may have sacrificed some reputation, they cannot have overlooked these implications. I wonder if there is something we have missed." "You make a valid point, Sengoku," Steelbone Kong replied. "Yet, We must understand that we have no choice in this matter. We cannot defy the orders of the five elders. If we encounter any problems, you must prioritize your own safety. The Navy cannot afford any major setbacks, nor can it become fractured, or chaos will surely ensue upon the seas. Steelbone Kong sighed, acknowledging Sengoku's thoughts, which mirrored his own, but lamenting the absence of options. If we consider the worst-case scenario, I have arranged an escape route for you all. At that moment, a hurried footfall echoed as the door to the conference room swung open. Marshal Kong, esteemed gentlemen, we have just received urgent news. The Rocks pirates have fortified their defenses. The first line consists of Wang Ji, John, Silver Axe, and Kaido. We are merely a day away from Hive Island. However, we have yet to receive any updates regarding Rocks, Chin, Shiki, or Whitebeard. After delivering the information swiftly, the messenger bowed and exited. For a moment, silence enveloped the room as everyone absorbed this intelligence, each contemplating the various facets of the situation. After a brief pause, Steelbone Kong glanced around the room, lightly tapping the table. Now that we are aware of the initial intelligence, what are your thoughts? Thoughts? I have none. All I desire is to deliver a thorough thrashing to those scoundrels of the Rocks pirates, Carp declared without hesitation, dismissing the concerns of others. Yet, his true thoughts remained obscured. After all, to serve at the naval headquarters, one must possess not only talent and strength but also wisdom. Without that, survival is a formidable challenge unless one boasts extraordinary power. While Carp's words may seem rash, I find myself in agreement. I too wish to reprimand those young rascals. Even if it means breaking my own principles, Zephyr remarked, casting a glance at Carp. After a moment's hesitation, a smile graced his face, signaling solidarity with Carp's sentiments. Years of unspoken camaraderie allowed him to instantly understand what was on Carp's mind. Hey, you two rascals are quite the troublemakers. Enough of this dread. If you choose not to retreat, then stay here with us. We shall do our utmost, but only under the condition that escape is impossible. Should we find alternative options? Let us not succumb to despair. Remember, our purpose is not to fight to the death. We are merely here to assert our stance, Elman interjected, observing the two with a smile. Everything has yet to commence. Overthinking may not yield favorable outcomes. Most importantly, there is no mandate requiring us to engage in a life-and-death struggle. Elman remained curious about Chin, as such formidable individuals were scarce on the seas aside from Rocks. Even his two old companions had perished at the hands of those aboard Rock's ship. Yet, should matters turn awry, he would not hesitate to retreat. He was no fool. Such a death held no significance for the Navy. He harbored no fear of death, but he refused to die for a false celestial dragon or even a genuine one. His return to the Navy held meaning solely for the sake of safeguarding the next generation. Beyond that, he held little interest. Celestial dragons? I have never held them in high regard. I merely maintained appearances for the sake of propriety. Thus, I must clarify this matter, Elman asserted. Kong, you seem to have grown quite muddled, even more so than me. We are not here to engage in conflict. Let us not lose sight of that. Our mission is merely to make a statement. We may sacrifice our pride, but not our lives. Carp and the others are gifted and could potentially surpass us. So do not fall into the trap of stubbornness. Elman's tone grew sharper, yet he possessed the right to be so. As one of the 3 admirals of the naval headquarters, he had weathered storms over decades. Thus he felt no hesitation in addressing Kong. Typically, he refrained from such harsh words, as Kong had consistently demonstrated his capabilities throughout the years, but today was different. Kong had faltered. Therefore, Elman felt compelled to speak candidly. Indeed, I have overthought. My mind has fixated on confronting the Rocks pirates directly, losing sight of the bigger picture. This is my fault, and I shall reflect upon it. However, old friend, you truly have given me no face in front of these youngsters. It seems I shall struggle to hold my head high in their presence henceforth. Steelbone Kong found himself momentarily speechless, for that was not his intention. Yet, with Elman extending an olive branch, he could not shatter it. Otherwise, it would be difficult for everyone to maintain their dignity. After all, it was for the sake of the Navy's progress that he bore this burden. Chapter 88. The Truth. The Navy High Command receives intelligence. Well, now that we have confirmed our target, let us discuss the next steps, sighed Admiral Ailman, expressing his thoughts and the heavy burden he was about to bear. We have chosen to retreat this time, but that does not imply we will always do so. The primary objective is to provide the next generation with the time they need to grow. I hope you do not blame me. Given the circumstances facing the Navy, I am left with no other options. However, if someone must shoulder the responsibility in the end, it shall be my duty. Admiral Ailman, please do not be so hard on yourself, Zephyr replied with unwavering determination in his gaze. We understand your position, and we will certainly annihilate the Rock's pirates in due course. Zephyr held great admiration for Admiral Ailman's actions and comprehended his sentiments, which only strengthened his resolve to eradicate the Rock's pirates. All right, everyone, the Chief Admiral Kong interjected. Admiral Ailman, this situation is still somewhat distant from us. Perhaps it is not as dire as we imagine. Let us prepare accordingly and leave the rest to fate. Crane, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up, unwilling to remain mute in such a heavy atmosphere. In truth, the situation was not as bleak as it seemed. Everything was still uncertain. She was certain of one thing. The Rock's pirates would never, and could not, obliterate the Navy. Furthermore, the world government would not idly stand by and allow the Rock's pirates to run rampant. If the Navy were to fall, it would be akin to the world government losing a wing. Though their strength would not diminish significantly, chaos would ensue among the allied nations. Thus, it was evident that the Gorosei could neither afford nor allow the Rock's pirates to lead them to ruin. Putting aside other matters, let us return to the main topic. Have you noticed? The current Rock's pirates are only employing half of their strength for defense. The other cadres, including Rox himself, Qin Zhao, Newgate, and Shiki, have yet to make an appearance. This clearly indicates their extraordinary arrogance, as they seem to hold us in contempt. It is infuriating, yet fundamentally, it is a positive development. For now, the pressure we face is not as immense. As long as we refrain from engaging in direct conflict, we should encounter no issues. I only just realized this. Steel Bone Kong remarked, regaining his composure as he recalled the intelligence report. Indeed, the information received indicated merely half of the Rock's pirates members were present. And to be more precise, they had not even deployed half of their combat capability. Gentlemen, while this is a favorable situation, it also carries its own risks. The absence of Rox, Qin Zhao, and others likely suggests they are plotting something more nefarious. We must exercise utmost caution, Steel Bone Kong cautioned. We shall issue a full alert. We cannot afford to lower our guards simply because we are underwater. Better safe than sorry. Admiral Ailman, feeling the weight of unease, furrowed his brow. After all, with the entire Navy mobilizing, even the Rock's pirates would have to take Shiki and Newgate seriously. The fact that only a few lesser cadres had shown up was indeed anomalous, contradicting both Rock's nature and the situation at hand. Have any of you considered that this defensive line is rather illogical and lacks significant purpose? Yet, Rox has chosen to deploy it this way. There must be an underlying issue. Sengoku pondered, his mind racing as he analyzed Rock's intentions. His growing anxiety was palpable, even causing a twinge of pain in his heart. His quiet musings invoked deep contemplation among the others. Steel Bone Kong and Ailman had already sensed something amiss, but the plethora of circumstances had clouded their thoughts. As seasoned adversaries of Rox, they were well aware of his cunning. Years of experience had sharpened their instincts. Together, they eliminated various impossibilities until, after a minute, both men displayed simultaneous expressions of horror. They had arrived at a possibility they were loath to accept, yet all signs pointed toward its veracity. Suddenly, a ringing phone jolted them back to reality. Steel Bone Kong's expression grew grave. This was the call from his exclusive secret contact line. Ailman glanced at Kong, silently urging him to answer promptly. Hello? Are there any unusual movements from Rox? Steel Bone Kong asked hurriedly, his tone heavy with concern. He saw no reason to conceal their actions, given the gravity of the situation. What? Rox is left with Qin Zhao and others? And they are already suspicious of Wang Ji? The voice on the other end hurriedly relayed the information. Yes, Chief Admiral, and I fear my cover may soon be blown. I suspect Rox intends to assault the Navy headquarters with Qin Zhao and his cadre. Otherwise, his gathering so many people would be inexplicable. Bang! What? Rox is heading to the headquarters? Steel Bone Kong's shock was unmistakable as he stood abruptly. I am 80% certain of this. If you have time, return to the headquarters quickly, otherwise, we may lose everything. The informant's anxiety was palpable, as he was well aware that his family remained at the headquarters. Should Rox unleash a massacre, there would be no salvation for them. All he could do was hope Steel Bone Kong and the others returned swiftly to rescue the soldiers and their families remaining at the base. After hanging up, he felt a profound sense of helplessness. He had done everything he could, and now it was a matter of fate. The informant, stationed on Hive Island, felt utterly devoid of security, facing not only the threat to his life, but also the imminent danger to his family, which left him feeling cold inside. I understand. I will return home as swiftly as possible. Be careful inside, Steelbone Kong said, his expression shifting as he hung up. Ailman's face turned ashen. His fists clenched tightly, filled with an icy sense of dread and a rising tide of fury. Others, including Garp, Sengoku, and Zephyr, were equally stunned. Sengoku finally grasped the source of the disquiet, the revelation that this was indeed Rock's scheme, designed to lure them away from the headquarters before striking. Chapter 89. Reporting to the Five Elders, Rock's vigilance towards the Qin dynasty and initial confrontation. Indeed, the current naval headquarters is gravely undermanned. Should they venture forth, their demise would be imminent. By God, Rox truly embodies the essence of a sea overlord. It is now common knowledge. Let us return without hesitation. If we linger any longer, our homes may be lost. We must set sail immediately. Admiral Steelbone Kong issued the command, recognizing the urgency of the situation. Understood, Admiral. The aide, who had been standing by, promptly exited the conference room to relay orders to the troops outside. Admiral, if we retreat now, the pressure from above will be immense. Could this be a stratagem devised by Rox to mislead us into believing they are assaulting the headquarters, thereby throwing us into disarray and forcing our retreat? Moreover, our orders were issued by the Five Elders. Should we not contact them first? It would be prudent to have them send someone to assess the situation at headquarters, even if Rox has already arrived. We need the world government's personnel to hold them off temporarily. Kong He, reflecting deeply, recognized the gravity of the matter. She was aware that the threat could very well be genuine, yet it was imperative to inform the Five Elders for the sake of accountability. Though she had not yet ascended to the position of chief strategist at the naval headquarters, she was nearing that rank, and her counsel was greatly valued by Kong. Indeed, for the safety of the headquarters and to thwart Rock's potential schemes, it was essential to inform the Five Elders. However, I believe we are largely in agreement. It is most likely that this matter is true. Thus, we should return at full speed to reach headquarters sooner and alleviate the pressure. Kong's suggestions resonated with Admiral Steelbone Kong, who was already preparing to make a call while navigating their retreat. Though there were risks associated with this command, there was little time for hesitation now. The situation had become somewhat uncontrollable, yet he retained unwavering faith in his covert operatives aboard the ship, who had never faltered in the past, and he trusted they would not fail him this time either. He was not a fool, given the current circumstances. It was evident that Rox would indeed act in this manner. It was known that the adversary had long harbored a desire for revenge against the Navy. He decided to instruct the Five Elders to command the world government's intelligence and combat personnel to investigate the situation, as they could not afford to overlook this call, especially with the headquarters in such a vulnerable state. Meanwhile, aboard the Rox pirate ship, the vessel had been sailing for quite some time and was nearing the naval headquarters, with only about an hour remaining. In the conference room, Rox, Qin dynasty, and others were gradually becoming exuberant, although the headquarters might lack strong defenders. Their purpose for today was not to engage in battle, but to unleash chaos and exact revenge upon the Navy. Captain, I shall keep watch during our impending actions. I have no interest in the weak. My focus is solely on the strong. The rest is for you to handle, Qin dynasty declared, stepping forward to express his stance, as he found little motivation in such endeavors. Perhaps only if the world government dispatched formidable opponents would he find it intriguing. Ah, Qin dynasty, you are indeed rather arrogant. Very well, you may keep watch. We shall manage everything below, Rox acknowledged, nodding at Qin, yet saying little more, a smile playing upon his lips. He deemed it beneficial. Should the world government send reinforcements, they would be the first to detect them and eliminate the threat. What about you all? Do any of you have concerns? If so, voice them now. Do not wait until later to create disturbances. Remember, this is a singular opportunity. Once it passes, it will not return. Rox then turned his gaze to the other officers, including Newgate and Shiki, inquiring calmly. Captain Newgate, I have no objections, but please allow me to handle the less formidable Navy personnel. I truly have no interest in the Marine soldiers and civilians, Newgate responded, not refusing Rox but merely offering a minor suggestion. He perceived that Rox seemed somewhat displeased, yet considering their mutual camaraderie and similar strength, he chose not to elaborate further. However, should he prove ungrateful, the days ahead could indeed become troublesome. Haha, Captain Rox, I certainly have no issues. You see, I revel in this very scenario. The Navy pursued me relentlessly in previous years. It is time for me to exact my revenge tenfold. Shiki laughed heartily, expressing his eagerness for unrestrained slaughter. The fiery flower and Xiachi, feeling the weight of the moment, dared not voice any dissent, fervently shaking their heads in agreement, acquiescing to the captain's directives. Their eagerness to comply lifted Rock's spirits considerably. Excellent. I am thoroughly satisfied. From here on, all you need to do is follow the arrangements closely. Rest assured, I will not impose tasks upon you that you do not wish to undertake. Each of us has our aspirations, like the myriad stars in the sky. We may appear similar, yet each possesses its unique characteristics and essence. As long as we maintain our overarching direction, there shall be no issues. Rock smiled contentedly, a fleeting expression of pride illuminating his features. However, his subsequent words hinted at deeper meanings, and he trusted that all present understood the implications, particularly concerning Qin dynasty. The brother he acknowledged. At this moment, he felt a tinge of disappointment, having realized that Qin dynasty, his dear brother, was not entirely aligned with him. This caused him to ponder deeply. Even biological siblings are not immune to discord. Moreover, they were merely sworn brothers, and while past issues had been minimal, the future held uncertainties. Signs of this discord had begun to surface the previous month, yet Rox had chosen not to dwell on it at the time, thus failing to exhibit any outward signs. It is only natural for one to remain vigilant against a peer of comparable strength, even if they are brothers. This lack of prior concern stemmed from the fact that Rock's own power had been on the rise. Yet, as time progressed, it became a different story. Since last month, Rock's own strength had plateaued, while Qin dynasty's prowess continued to ascend day by day, leaving Rox with a nagging sense of unease. The seeds of suspicion had been sown, albeit not yet with great severity. Chapter 90. The Army General, CP0, and the Knights of God make their entrance. However, it appears that his younger brother has begun to disregard his commands, causing a swell of discontent to rise within him. Nevertheless, the situation has yet to escalate into open conflict, prompting him to refrain from taking any immediate action. Henceforth, he will no longer reveal his innermost thoughts. At this juncture, Qin Chao remains oblivious to these developments, but it will not be long before he becomes aware. For he knows Rox all too well and has a clear understanding of the kind of person he is. Ultimately, it matters little. If circumstances dictate, they might simply part ways. Rock's remarks about Newgate and the Flame Flower seem to evoke varied reactions from Xiaoqi and others, as if they discern something profound within those words. Only Shiki, with his Na'vi demeanor, appears overly excited, oblivious to the deeper implications. Time passes swiftly. In the blink of an eye, Rox and his companions find themselves at the bow of the ship, gazing at the distant, indistinct marine headquarters. Under their watchful eyes, the marine headquarters appears unusually serene, with the typically stationed warships at Crescent Bay now conspicuously absent. Prepare yourselves. We are about to swiftly obliterate the marine headquarters and deliver them an unprecedented surprise. Rox proclaims, extending his arms, exuding an overwhelming aura as he shouts with ferocity. Ha! Fear not, Captain Rox. My blade has long been thirsting for battle. I can hardly wait to commence the slaughter. Let us hasten our pace. I am eager to engage. Let us destroy the marine headquarters. All hail Captain Rox. The captains and small pirates rally with renewed vigor, their faces alight with excitement, their weapons brandished in fervor. In the past, they would scarcely have dared to imagine such a scenario, even in the most fantastical tales reserved for climactic moments. Yet, ever since joining Rock's pirate crew, the frequent skirmishes have filled them with exhilaration and pride. The current emptiness of the marine headquarters emboldens even the less formidable among them. Meanwhile, within the office of the marine headquarters fleet admiral, three formidable men engage in conversation. One is the rarely seen Army General, Mace Back, whose strength rivals that of the Navy admirals. Another is the vice captain of CP0, clad in a black suit, sipping coffee with an air of indifference. Lastly, there is the most significant figure present, the squad leader of the Knights of God, Shepherd 11 Qiudusheng. Unlike other celestial dragons, Qiudusheng possesses an unusually gentle demeanor, reminiscent of a scholar. The trio has gathered at the marine headquarters following orders from the five elders to thwart Rock's impending assault. Oh, you CP0 agents remain as expressionless as ever. It seems each of you wears a mask of indifference. And with Qiudusheng present, do you not fear punishment for your aloofness? Maceback jests, eyeing the coldly composed man in black. You truly are a source of tedium, Maceback. Qiudusheng replies, favoring tranquility over the banter typical of his peers. It is my preference to remain silent, thereby avoiding any displeasure from the esteemed five elders. Aaron casts a disinterested glance at the man in military garb, responding, well, you two seem intent on creating discord. Is our current existence not satisfactory? Spare us the bickering and relish the present moment, when the Rox pirates arrive. Our leisurely pace will be a thing of the past. Qiu Dushing, observing the two with a sense of resignation, laments his forced involvement in such laborious affairs. If I could remain in the Holy Land, who among us would willingly confront the Rocks pirates? He finds their quarrels somewhat tiresome, though he must concede that, despite being a member of the Celestial Dragon lineage, he does not share the flaws of many of his kin. Instead, he possesses a genuine fondness for learning and treats all with kindness. Understood, Lord Qiudushing. Yet, I must admit, your descent today was quite unexpected. Maceback, regaining his composure, inquires curiously. Typically, such tasks do not warrant the involvement of the Knights of God, let alone a talent like yourself from the Celestial Dragon family. Oh, this matter is rather lengthy. I shall refrain from burdening you with it. Just know that I did not wish to partake in these troublesome affairs. I have little inclination for conflict. I would much prefer to spend my time immersed in books at home. Qiudushing expresses his exasperation without divulging the full rationale behind his presence. Indeed, I comprehend. However, I must note that the Marine headquarters is undeniably more opulent than our army facilities. The disparity is remarkable, Maceback acknowledges, diverting the conversation to the grandeur of the Marine headquarters, an envy evident in his tone. Though they are both subordinate branches of the world government, the Army has always been overshadowed by the Navy, lacking the two admirals that would elevate their standing. The difference is stark. One exists in the heavens, while the other resides in the depths. Yet, Maceback reflects that this is merely a moment of venting frustrations. He recognizes that the Army is a medium-sized combat group, limited in both strength and resources, a reality that warrants acceptance. In a moment of contemplation, he muses about the prospect of disturbances on the Red Line, which would provide a valid reason for the Army to mobilize. Many among them have yet to set sail, having spent their lives on the mainland. This mission to the Marine headquarters has unveiled the unexpected luxury of their surroundings, leaving him feeling somewhat like a country bumpkin. He realizes that this assignment is brief, and had he the leisure to linger, he may find returning to the mainland challenging. With three formidable figures stationed to guard the Marine headquarters, he holds little doubt that the Rocks pirates stand no chance against them. Mark my words, the Rocks pirates shall not be our adversaries. After all, only a portion of their crew is present, albeit a rather formidable one, Maceback asserts, crossing his legs with an air of indifference. Mace, confidence is commendable. Yet do not indulge in excessive optimism. You have yet to confront the Rocks pirates. Once they arrive, you will comprehend their terrifying strength. The current incarnation of the Rocks pirates is far beyond the adversaries we could previously dismiss at will. Their ship's Qin Chao possesses formidable power. You are aware of his reputation for slaying Navy admirals, are you not? Qiudushing's brow furrows with concern, disapproving of Maceback's dismissive attitude. Chapter 91. The call from the Holy Land of Pite. The phone rang, signaling the arrival of the Rocks pirates. The admiral, who had long been stationed at the Red Soil continent to protect the sacred site, felt a certain fondness for the position he held. However, observing the relaxed demeanor of the other, he was overtaken by a sense of displeasure. Yet, he recognized that this was merely a minor issue. It was unthinkable to admonish someone of equal stature. Respect was paramount, especially in light of the gravity of their current predicament. Maceback, your current demeanor is far from that of a competent admiral. No one dares to underestimate the enemy without fully understanding their capabilities, particularly when that enemy is the formidable Rocks pirates, the undisputed rulers of the New World. Information on Rocks himself and his first mate, Qin Chao, is well documented within CP0. They are among the most elite foes in existence. If we are not cautious today, we could very well lose our lives here. Alan set down his coffee cup, regarding the man who had not set sail in a long time with a serious expression. Indeed, Alan is correct. We must exercise extreme caution. Reinforcements from above will not be arriving. Time is of the essence. Our only option is to stall the Rocks crew until Steelbone and his team return. After affirming Alan's statement, Chiyoda turned his serious gaze toward Maceback. All right, Lord Chiyoda and Alan, I understand. I will adjust my attitude moving forward, Maceback conceded, compelled to heighten his vigilance against the Rocks pirates in light of the gravity of their situation. Suddenly, the phone bug in Chiyoda's possession began to ring. Without hesitation, he stood and made his way to the office to answer it. Hello, Chiyoda, let me remind you once more to prioritize your safety. The attack from the Rocks pirates is no trifling matter. We have already dispatched assistance. Hold your ground. If you can just endure until reinforcements arrive, you will have the opportunity to capture the Rocks pirates. However, if you find yourselves overmatched, flee. Do not be concerned about the glory of the celestial dragons. Your lives are paramount. We will reclaim everything in due time. The voice emanating from the phone bug was filled with authority and warmth, revealing the elder's concern. A warmth enveloped Chioda's heart, knowing his clan leader was worried for his safety. Understood, clan leader. Chioda replied gently, acknowledging the elder's care. Very well. Please have Alan take the call now. The voice from the Holy Land continued, instructing him to pass the phone bug to the vice captain of CP0. Without delay, Chioda returned to the room and handed the phone bug to Alan. Greetings, this is Alan, Lord Pite, he said, standing upright with a respectful demeanor. He had long memorized the appearances of the 5 elders, instantly recognizing the distinctive phone bug. Alan, the Rocks pirates are likely to arrive shortly. Remain vigilant. Should the battle turn against you, sacrifice your life to ensure Lord Chioda's escape. Do you comprehend my meaning? Lord Pite spoke directly, revealing his intent. Chioda's family was an exceptional young lineage, and although not his direct descendant, he held them in high regard. In fact, Chioda was the one he envisioned as his successor. The thought of any mishap befalling the Navy headquarters would be devastating. Moreover, sending Chioda to the Navy headquarters was merely a means to allow him to accrue merit. Thus, even if the vice captain of CP0 were to perish, Chioda must survive. Rest assured, I understand. Lord Chioda will be safe. I vow to protect him with my life, Alan declared resolutely, accustomed to such circumstances. It was not uncommon within CP0 to sacrifice oneself for the celestial dragons. He had prepared himself for this even before becoming vice captain, as he was merely a dog raised by the celestial dragons. Thus, he faced these situations with an unwavering demeanor. Very well, that will suffice, Lord Pite concluded, ending the call with an air of indifference. Myspac, however, had grown increasingly silent since earlier. His thoughts were consumed by the realization that the world government was indeed formidable. They could so easily discard even high-ranking admirals. The threat was no longer merely the potential destruction of the Navy headquarters by Rocks. He began to ponder whether serving the world government, or the celestial dragons, was truly worth it. Perhaps there would come a day when he too would be callously abandoned. Myspac. You, before the words could escape, the trio sensed an unsettling shift and turned their gazes skyward. Suddenly, a golden sword aura sliced through the sky, cleaving the clouds as if the Milky Way itself were descending upon the Navy headquarters. Boom, boom, boom. The colossal office building was instantaneously severed. Explosive shock waves reverberating as debris cascaded down, the structure crumbling under the force. The 3, who had just been in the marshal's office, were swept away by the immense gust generated by the sword's passage. Yet they were quick to regain their footing, utilizing the moonwalk technique to suspend themselves in midair. Hey, what just happened? Why is our building? Wait, look, something's in the sky. As the explosions echoed, the soldiers assembled, their expression shifting from solemnity to shock. If memory serves, the only ones capable of launching an aerial assault would be the officers of the Rocks pirates, particularly the Golden Lion Shiki. Myspac, Alan, and Chioda gazed at the enormous ship looming in the sky, its iconic pirate flag and unique vessel design unmistakably marking the arrival of the Rocks pirates. Ha ha ha. Little ones, it's time to get to work. Annihilate every last one of these Navy scum. Suddenly, the arrogant laughter of Rocks resounded from above, directing his crew to prepare for battle. The pirates behind him wore sinister grins, their eyes glinting with rampant madness. Ha ha ha. Navy trash, how does my slash taste? Is it not delectable? Chapter 92, The Cowardly Myspac, Shiki vs. Author Saint. Shiki hovered in the sky, his boisterous laughter echoing throughout the naval headquarters. The spectacle was far from over. Soon after, Rocks, Whitebeard, Flameflower, and Shachi leaped from their ship. As the vessel settled on the ground, the captains aboard led a multitude of pirates charging forth. Rocks, you possess an audacity unmatched. This is the naval headquarters, not a playground for pirates like you. Depart now while you still can, or do not blame us for encircling you. Myspac warned Rocks, hoping to instill a modicum of caution in his adversary. Otherwise, the odds of their survival in this confrontation seemed grim, and he feared they might perish here. Though he had prepared for this moment, the reality of facing half of the Rocks pirates was unnerving. Evidently, the Rocks pirates were indeed as formidable as their reputation suggested. Rocks, Whitebeard, Shiki, Flameflower. Shachi, 1 peak-level fighter, 2 admiral-level powers, and 2 vice-admiral-level forces. A reckless attack could lead to dire consequences. Oh, wait, there's also the peak-level fighter, Qin Xiao, aboard the ship. Damn those 5 elders for putting me in this predicament. Myspac thought, feeling increasingly anxious as he observed the terrifying presence of Rocks. which was far from what he had anticipated. Rox, why not retreat? We can coexist peacefully. Even if we are not your match, we could eliminate your two subordinates. Author Saint stepped forward, attempting to threaten Rox with bravado. He gambled on the hope that Rox would hesitate to address the safety of his crew in such a public setting. If Rox exhibited any restraint, their chances of survival would significantly improve. Haha, are you jesting? I anticipated that the world government would send reinforcements to guard the naval headquarters. But you seem a bit dim-witted. My crew's lives are not in peril. You have no chance. Instead, consider your own fates. Rox scoffed, dismissing their threats with a wave of his hand. For him, there was no room for threats when he had already chosen to retaliate against the naval headquarters. Rox, I advise you not to be so arrogant. If you dare to act, the five elders will not spare you. Myspac, though trembling within, maintained a facade of confidence, invoking the name of the five elders in hopes of instilling fear. You vile pirate, if you leave now, we shall not pursue you. Otherwise, CP0 will hunt you to the ends of the earth. A dark-suited Alan chimed in, though his tone carried an air of seriousness. Is that so? Excellent. I eagerly await the arrival of those five old geezers. I shall send them on their way as well. Rox declared, dismissing their words with contempt. Enough idle chatter. Let us see if you can endure until their reinforcements arrive. Rox commanded, his expression darkening with lethal intent. Attack, he ordered, and in an instant, a wave of pirates surged forward, engaging in fierce combat with the stationed Marines. The clash of weapons rang out, mingling with gunfire and cries, while the true elite fighters of both sides had yet to make their presence known. Meanwhile, the three reinforcements, under immense pressure, hesitated to strike, fearing a misstep could lead to their downfall. Yet, if they could buy enough time, the return of the world government and Steelbone Kong would turn the tide. Otherwise, their fate was sealed. Why the delay? If you lack the courage to approach, then I shall come to you. Shiki, growing restless in the tense standoff, yearned for battle. Since his defeat by Qin Shao a year prior, he had been striving to improve himself. Suddenly, a glimmer of gold illuminated the air as Shiki appeared before the three, his speed too swift for the unprepared to comprehend. Startled, they braced for confrontation. Clang. Author Saint, enveloped in haki, intercepted the dual strikes of Shiki's dark blades, establishing a fierce exchange. Huh, marvelous. Your strength is commendable. I acknowledge you. Yet, you seem unfamiliar to me. I have never heard your name, Shiki laughed, feeling the intensity of Author Saint's power. Pathetic pirates, you are unworthy of knowing my name. Author Saint retorted with disdain, irritated by Shiki's earlier remarks. Well, you have successfully enraged me. Prepare for your demise. Shiki propelled himself forward, his dual blades slicing through the air, unleashing an unending wave of sword energy. Author Saint, refusing to underestimate his opponent, remained vigilant, aware of Shiki's formidable prowess. He could not afford to falter, lest he be left behind. As they clashed, the air crackled with tension, and the vast energy generated by their battle filled the square. Author Saint, cloaked in haki, deflected Shiki's relentless sword strikes and seized an opportunity to unleash a powerful blow aimed at Shiki's head. Chapter 93. The Infatuated Flame Flower and the Killing Intent of Rox. In the face of this strike, Shiki slightly tilted his head to the right, evading the blow. The two continued to engage in a fierce battle, their figures flickering as their techniques were unleashed, illuminating the battlefield. Bam! 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 Wherever they went, the air was relentlessly battered by their formidable power, resonating with explosive sounds. While shockwaves spread across the arena, both the Navy and the pirates were swept away by the powerful currents generated by their clash, cries of agony echoing around them. At this moment, Alan's expression shifted continuously, a growing sense of tension swelling within him. Myspac took a deep breath, forcing himself to quell the unease within. He watched the two combatants swallowing hard. After all, he had rarely fought on the Red Earth continent, and currently, his strength paled in comparison to that of the admirals. It was indeed fortunate that Shiki had not chosen to target him. If it were him in Shiki's place, it would have been far from easy. Clap, clap, clap. At that moment, Qin Shao, who had somehow descended from the ship, appeared before him, wearing a half-smile that was both enigmatic and unsettling. A chill ran down his spine as an overwhelming, domineering aura enveloped him, making him feel as though he were standing in a frigid wasteland. Good heavens! Is this for real? You, a mere top-tier powerhouse, are here to deal with a little nobody like me? Myspac thought, feeling utterly terrified, as if the Grim Reaper had arrived. His scalp tingled, and the fear he had just managed to suppress resurfaced. Without hesitation, he decided to flee. It was far too dangerous here, and preserving his life was paramount. What does this mean? You're supposed to be a top-tier powerhouse, yet you're turning tail so decisively? Qin Zhao was momentarily speechless, halting his motion to draw his blade, beginning to voice his disbelief. But do you really think you can escape? A devilish grin replaced his earlier expression as he watched Miceback retreating further into the distance. Taking a deep breath, he drew the dragon's spring ancient sword, unleashing a ferocious aura that surged forth, the sword intent soaring, with the Conqueror and Apos' haki intertwining around it, sending forth a wave of razor-sharp sword energy. All of this was observed by Rox and his companions. Has he truly grown stronger? It's only been a few days. Just months ago, there was still quite a distance between us, and now he seems poised to surpass me. Such a frightening talent. A flicker of wariness crossed Rox's eyes as he muttered to himself. It was known that Qin Zhao's strength had consistently increased since joining the pirate crew, and it appeared that this growth was ongoing. While there had been no significant conflict between them previously, the prior skirmishes had set a precedent for potential future encounters. Should I consider eliminating him today? If he surpasses me later, it could become troublesome. Rox pondered, contemplating his options. Gulalala, the vice captain, remains as ferocious as ever, but it seems chasing after him will become increasingly difficult. What a lamentable situation, Newgate remarked, observing Qin Zhao's recent assault and feeling the insurmountable power. A bittersweet smile forming on his lips. Newgate, you think you can catch up to Vice Captain Qin Zhao? That's a fruitless endeavor, so don't even try. What a pity, though. It seems Vice Captain Qin Zhao has little interest in me. If only I can spend a night with him, Flame Flower said, crossing her legs repeatedly, her eyes sparkling with unmistakable affection. Come on, Vice Captain Qin Zhao is far too dazzling, powerful, and charming. Such a perfect man is beyond our reach. Summerchi lamented. Caught in a daydream, yet remaining aware of her reality, unhesitatingly dismissing Flame Flower's infatuation. Seriously, you two have had enough. Is this really the time to be swooning? Aren't you afraid of getting killed? Newgate's frustration was palpable, as he was well aware of the multitude of women aboard the ship who harbored feelings for Qin Zhao, Stussy included. Yet, Qin Zhao remained indifferent, showing no interest in any of them. Quit whining, you single dog. Your presence is ruining our mood. The battle of Vice Captain Qin Zhao is a rare spectacle. Don't disturb us. Surely, you can at least protect the ladies, right? You ironclad straight man. Flame Flower and Summerchi glared at Newgate, unleashing their ire upon him. As for fearing Newgate's wrath, the answer was a resounding no. Captain Rox had strictly prohibited any conflicts among crew members, and Newgate himself had no intention of acting against them, considering their allegiance to Qin Zhao. If, by some chance, they were to be taken under Qin Zhao's wing, it would be a monumental loss. As a result, not only did Newgate keep his distance, but all the men aboard, with the exception of Rox himself, were wary of any misunderstandings. Yet, Rox had no interest in them either, leading to the current predicament. Enough. All of you, what is this nonsense? If there are grievances, address them later. For now, behave yourselves, Rox finally snapped, overwhelmed by their clamor. Ultimately, as he contemplated his strategy against Qin Zhao, he resolved to set that matter aside for now. Once he overthrew the world government, he could deal with Qin Zhao then. Besides, by that time, acquiring the Heavenly King might render Qin Zhao less of a threat. Enough chatter, back to the battlefield, he declared, with the dragon spring sword in hand. Qin Zhao lunged forward, unleashing an unbounded wave of sword energy that transformed into crescent blades, sharp and menacing, aimed at Miceback. The sword energy carved through the ground, stirring up clouds of thick smoke as the earth was split in two, moving with a speed that transcended time and space, appearing behind Miceback, who was blissfully unaware that he had become the prey, just as he prepared to halt, relieved to have escaped death. Chapter 94, The Battle Commences. A desperate Miceback. In the blink of an eye, an intense and sharp presence surged from behind, prompting a frenzied warning from his observation haki. Yet, his body could not react in time. Hair standing on end, a wild glint flashed in his eyes. At this moment, he finally overcame his fear in the face of life-threatening peril. Miceback bellowed, resolutely deciding to fight with all his might. Armament haki enveloped his entire being as his jet-black fists, akin to flowing ink, were propelled forcefully backward. Bang! The clash of his fists, imbued with an overwhelming sharpness, met with an equally dark force, resulting in a deadlock. Observing this scene, Qin Zhao smirked slightly. There was no turning back now. He had no choice but to battle. TSK, if you had recognized reality sooner, I might have held you in higher regard. But now, After a brief confrontation, the pitch-black armament Haki that enveloped Maispak was marred with traces of blood. Just as he exhaled in relief, another strike came hurtling toward him. This time, his response was not as swift. The sword energy struck his chest directly, shattering his armament Haki as if it were mere parchment. Uffed. Maispak, sent flying, spat blood mid-air, sliding along the ground as if struck by a cannonball, ultimately crashing heavily onto the earth, creating a 2-meter-deep crater upon impact. Qin Shao, you bastard. Maispak groaned in the pit, not forgetting to curse fervently. The gaping wound on his chest bled profusely, and upon closer inspection, faint hints of bone were visible through the gash. TSK, it seems you were somewhat useful after all, not as inept as I imagined, combining armament Haki with iron. TSK, you truly managed to endure it. Well then, if you don't want to be a worthless wretch, get up and fight properly, or I shall end you. Qin Shao, not particularly astonished by his resilience, uttered a compliment before issuing a threat. He found the combination of armament Haki and iron somewhat peculiar, recalling that these two elements should not be utilized together. This alone was worthy of his acknowledgement. As long as his opponent maintained a level of true martial observation, he would not find the ensuing moments tedious. Just wait, Qin Shao, you shameless pirate. I swear that even if I die, I will ensure you suffer. The flames of hatred flickered in Maisbak's eyes, for only those who experienced such agony could truly understand it. With this determination, he resolved to fight with all his strength. Although he knew he could not defeat Qin Shao, inflicting serious injury would suffice to bring him satisfaction. This was precisely why Qin Shao had no interest in observing Maispak. Had he been watching, he would have found it utterly amusing. Few could cause him grave harm or death. Even rocks could only manage a mutual demise. Apart from him and the 5 elders, the only other possibility would be a group of admirals attacking him simultaneously, which he certainly could not withstand. P.S. Here, the term group of admirals refers to 6 peak-level commanders from the Navy headquarters or the Knights of God, such as Karp and Roger years later. However, all of this was irrelevant. At present, Qin Shao remained oblivious to the plethora of theatrics unfolding in his opponent's mind. Oh, this unknown admiral? Never mind what you are. You truly have a big mouth. If you can back it up, then come at me. If not, well, you know what that means, ha ha ha. Qin Shao teased with a light-hearted tone, his smile growing ever more radiant until he could no longer contain his laughter. At this moment, he was genuinely intrigued. He wished to witness the extent of his opponent's power when pushed to the brink. Die. Just die. Maispak, unable to contain his fury at Qin Shao's taunts, activated his armament Haki, the aura of a formidable admiral surging forth. His once darkened arms appeared even more profound, fueled by rage. In an instant, he vanished, utilizing the shave technique to reappear before Qin Shao, delivering a powerful blow aimed directly at his face. Bring it on, Qin Shao shouted, swiftly drawing his long quan sword. His fists cloaked in an equally dark armament Haki, meeting the incoming strike head-on without any build-up. The two fists collided, unleashing a tremendous shockwave that rippled through the plaza, creating a vast crater beneath their feet. Surrounding naval officers and pirates fled in terror, some unfortunate souls crushed by the debris. Ignoring the chaos, the two engaged in a furious exchange for 2 seconds, until Qin Shao's expression hardened, his strength surging as he sent Maispak hurtling backward once more. Bang! The sound of Maispak crashing against a building reverberated through the air. Come on, stop playing dead. Let us continue. Surely, you possess more than this, Qin Shao called out. But when he saw no response, he utilized his observation Haki to detect Maispak lurking in the dust, preparing to ambush him. What a fool, Qin Shao mused. Realizing how dim-witted his opponent appeared, did he not understand that observation Haki could detect such tactics? Just as he shook his head and prepared to swiftly eliminate his adversary, he suddenly sensed something amiss, narrowing his eyes. Without hesitation, he struck a powerful punch toward his left. At that moment, Maisbak's fist met his, and once again, they exchanged blows. This time, however, Maisbak did not get sent flying. Instead, he retaliated with a flurry of punches. Thus, the two engaged in a back-and-forth skirmish, and as the battle progressed, Qin Shao's eyes gleamed brighter. He realized that Maisbak's strength was steadily escalating, reaching a remarkable level. It was uncertain what kind of potion the world government had provided him. But if it could be studied, it might become a miraculous tool for enhancement, especially in moments of desperation. The thrill of a counterattack while the opponent appeared arrogant must be exhilarating. You truly are impressive. The world government has quite a few tricks up its sleeve. This must come at a great cost, right? How about this? Show me what that is, and perhaps I might grant you a chance at survival. Qin Shao proposed with a smile after successfully landing a punch, steadying his stance. Chapter 95, Mezabake Falls. Newgate prepares for battle. Huh, you must be dreaming. This mere pirate is hardly worthy. Come on, I have already declared that even if I die today, I will not let you go unscathed. You must understand that I am now infinitely stronger. Mezabake scoffed, utterly dismissing Qin Shao's words, his confidence soaring. He was certain that he could eliminate Qin Shao within the limited time available, armed with the 100-fold hammer. Without further ado, he charged forward, an overwhelming aura enveloping the square, stirring up fierce winds. The flowing cherry blossoms entwined around his hands grew ever brighter as he crouched slightly. His body coiled like a bow, ready to unleash a strike at Qin Shao. I must admit, I am almost reluctant to see you perish. However, I have a mission to fulfill, so you can only blame your ill fortune. Dominating fist, shattered star. Qin Shao's aura erupted once more, scattering the clouds above with its sheer force, causing the sea to churn tumultuously. His gaze sharpened, the dark red conqueror and Appo's haki coiling around his right arm. With a powerful stomp, he launched himself forward, delivering a punch that surpassed the strength of a marine admiral. As the fists collided, the impact momentarily lacked any explosive energy, resembling an ordinary exchange of blows. Yet, as those observing the spectacle expressed their confusion, a sound of shattering space erupted from the point of contact. In an instant, a pitch-black void materialized, unleashing an aura of sheer terror that swept across the marine headquarters, even causing the sea to boil and roar. The battleground was in ruins around the two combatants, the ground having been ravaged countless times. That Qin Shao is playing around again. I was curious how long he would prolong this, but it seems he knows his limits. Gwahahaha, Captain Rocks, the tide of battle has nearly solidified. That man has no chance of survival now. However, he should take pride in managing to hold his own against the vice-captain for so long. Even if the outcome remains the same. Rocks and Newgate observed the clash with casual conversation, unperturbed by the earlier display of power. Both sharing the same sentiment. So be it. Wow, truly, Vice-Captain Qin Shao is so handsome. I adore him. I feel like I might faint. Indeed. Especially during the recent battle when he displayed such gentlemanly conduct, unlike that reckless fool on the opposite side. Simply marvelous. I concur, he is absolutely dashing. Flame Blossom and Shachi could no longer contain their admiration, showering Qin Shao with praise, their eyes sparkling with pink hearts. You too, I truly. Newgate broke into a cold sweat, wondering what kind of wild words were escaping their lips. What if this incites the readers? Silence. X2 at this juncture. The tide had shifted. Mezabake could no longer endure. Qin Shao's fists felt impossibly hard and immense, utterly unyielding. No. Stop. I surrender. I am willing to hand over the pills in my possession. Please spare my life. Before he could finish, Qin Shao's fist, enveloped in Conqueror's haki, struck him squarely on the head, sending a flurry of colors into the air. The battlefield fell silent. TSK, why mention this now? Did you truly think I would spare you? You clearly lack the audacity. I spit. Qin Shao scoffed at the opponent's surrender, having offered chances before that were squandered. This was merely the fate he deserved. Yet, I must admit, those pills are quite useful. Although they may not significantly enhance my strength, they are beneficial nonetheless. What a pity he failed to seize the opportunity. With a flash, Qin Shao returned to Rock's side. So how about it, brother? Don't say I'm shirking my duties. I've eliminated a boss. Haven Ti? Qin Shao raised an eyebrow at Rocks, a smug expression adorning his face. You rascal. I truly find it hard to express my thoughts on you. This time, I'll let it slide, but next time you cannot refuse. As the vice-captain of the Rocks Pirates, you must lead by example. Otherwise, it will disrupt the atmosphere aboard the ship. You understand my meaning, little brother. After a moment of eye contact, Rocks finally broke into a smile, clearly pleased with Qin Shao's recent actions. However, the seeds of wariness had already been sown, indicating that their paths were destined to diverge in the future. One could only hope for a favorable resolution, for if the two were to clash, the Rocks Pirates would inevitably splinter into factions, perhaps even more. Presently, Qin Shao held equal standing within the crew, with Shiki and Newgate destined to stand by his side. The two fools beside him would also side with him, and many others would follow suit. Thus, it was crucial for the two to avoid conflict, for now, at least. Ultimately, if they succeeded, such matters would become inconsequential. Of course, I understand what must be done. I will be mindful in the future. However, brother, with 1 CP0 left, Who will face them, you or Newgate? Qin Xiao, having comprehended the situation, swiftly redirected the conversation back to reality. Gwahaha, Captain Rox, let us see my performance next. I'm eager to test the strength of a CP0 Admiral-level warrior. Newgate accepted the challenge with a smile, displaying an unusual enthusiasm. It was unclear whether he genuinely desired to do so, or if he aimed to ease the tension brewing between Rox and Qin Xiao. Very well. Then I entrust this to you, Newgate. I have faith in your current prowess. Rox's smile widened, offering Newgate gentle encouragement. Alan stood amid the ruins of the office building, glancing at the ongoing battle between Shiki and Odd Saint, then at Mezabake, who had just fallen to Qin Xiao. His previously placid expression darkened. He had considered assisting the two, but the moment he moved, the watchful gazes of Rox and Newgate would be upon him, effectively locking him in place, rendering any action impossible. Moreover, he had not anticipated that Mezabake would be defeated so swiftly. After all, he was an Admiral-level combatant. Although his prolonged absence from battle had diminished his strength, he should not have been dispatched so easily. This was utterly disgraceful. Chapter 96, Acceleration. Once again, Qin Xiao struck, delivering a decisive knockout. With this, the task assigned by the 5 old stars could not be accomplished. Affected by the situation, Qiudisheng, despite his usual calm demeanor and mastery of breathing techniques, nearly erupted in a torrent of curses. It was utterly ridiculous that a general of the army could not endure even a single day. Such a failure was simply unfathomable. However, contemplating the exaggerated strength of Qin Xiao, an ominous premonition stirred within him, foreshadowing a despair he was destined to experience. Aha! This Qin Xiao is truly swift. He is indeed the man I have endorsed. After taking advantage of the moment to kick Qiudisheng aside, Shiji couldn't help but burst into laughter at the unfolding scene. It was worth noting that he had been engaged in a fierce yet evenly matched battle with Qiudisheng for quite some time, though in truth, he was slightly outmatched. While both opponents faced no life-threatening peril, a stalemate ensued naturally. Hey, Shiji, you can't be this ineffective. Hurry up and show your true strength. If you can't manage it, step aside and let me handle it myself. From afar, Rox, who had just finished conversing with several others, noticed Shiji's current predicament and began to urge him on. Time was slipping away, and should the World Government's support arrive, the situation would turn dire. The primary reason for coming to the Navy headquarters was to procure resources. The Navy possessed a wealth of them. Merely causing destruction without acquiring anything was far from satisfactory. He could not leave empty-handed. Ha ha ha. I knew you were incapable. What have you accomplished, you golden-haired lion? This may well be your fate from here on. Newgate, locked in an intense battle with Alan, also began to mock. He had been suppressing the so-called CP0 since his arrival. Now, upon learning of Shiji's struggle, he could no longer hold back his scorn. Captain Rox, your tactics are rather cumbersome. This won't be resolved anytime soon. Newgate, how dare you underestimate me? I assure you, my current state is merely temporary. Just wait and see. Stop your incessant prattle, Shiji retorted sharply after addressing Rox, his earlier enjoyment of a not-so-intense battle with Qiudisheng evaporating. He now furiously wielded his dual blades, his expression twisted with ferocity. At this moment, Qiudisheng, caught off guard, felt a surge of anger rise within him. Were it not for his quick reflexes, he would have suffered greatly. Damn you, go die? Shiji, consumed by rage, relentlessly attacked Qiudisheng, deeply affected by Newgate's disdain. With Rox now having spoken, he felt compelled to exert 100% of his strength, hoping to conclude the battle swiftly. Though he did not believe he had a significant chance of victory, he understood the importance of maintaining a brave front. The air around his swords crackled with Conqueror's haki, dark red energy swirling fiercely. Clang, clang, clang. Qiudisheng, not to be underestimated, wielded his own Conqueror's haki, his hands weaving through the air with skill. The two clashed multiple times in quick succession, their powers colliding and creating shockwaves that sent their hair flying wildly. You can endure quite well. I wonder how far you can push yourself. Lion's thousand cuts. Suddenly, Shiji accelerated, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that surged towards the proximity of Qiudisheng. With an odd glint in his eyes, Qiudisheng began to gauge Shiji's strength. While he acknowledged that Shiji was not his equal, he was close enough that defeating him seemed improbable. Shiji, you cannot achieve victory. You are still no match for me. If this continues, I won't hesitate to take you down with me. Amidst their combat, Qiudisheng articulated his current reality. This, of course, was contingent on Rox and his crew remaining uninvolved. Should they intervene, his fate would be sealed. As Qiu Desheng contemplated his next move, a sudden slicing attack startled him, shattering his composure. The moment he dreaded had arrived, and it was the most daunting of all. Qin Xiao had made his move against him, a reality he had long wished to avoid, and it signified the tolling of his death knell. Damn it, I was engaged in a fair fight with Shiji, and you, a mere limit breaker, dare to interfere? Bullying the weak is hardly a game, he lamented, realizing that while he could easily deal with Alan, it was he who had now targeted him. After a wave of emotions, Qiu Desheng's expression gradually returned to calm. As a proud celestial dragon, he could not permit himself to concede, even amidst feelings of frustration and powerlessness. Mr. Qin Xiao, intervening in the midst of battle is rather impolite, don't you think? After deflecting Shiji's attack, he turned to Qin Xiao, who was sheathing his sword, and spoke coolly. Oh, you make a valid point. Very well, I shall entertain you. I find myself with ample time. Qin Xiao, taken aback by the remark, shook his head and chuckled. Shiji, step aside. I shall take over. Time is of the essence, and I cannot afford to hold back. We must act swiftly before the world government arrives. Qin Xiao quickly addressed Shiji before appearing before Qiu Desheng in an instant. His fist enveloped in Conqueror's haki, aimed directly at his opponent's head. The dark red energy swirling around his fist radiated ferocity, engulfing the entirety of the Navy headquarters. He unleashed 50% of his power, confident it would suffice. Boom. Upon receiving Qin Xiao's punch, Qiu Desheng's complexion drained of color. His arm quaking violently after half a second, beads of sweat pouring down his forehead. Moments later, the Conqueror's haki surrounding his fist dissipated, and Qin Xiao's strike landed squarely on his face. Without a hint of surprise, he was sent flying, crashing into the remnants of the Navy's crumbling structure. Chapter 97. Autumn Virtue, Death. Rox was warming up when, in an instant, the wall was breached, dust swirling in the air as shattered stones flew in every direction. Not bad, quite exhilarating. If only such reckless challengers would come to provoke me every day, for the thrill of sending them flying is simply unparalleled. At this moment, Qin Xiao stood with his left hand caressing his right, savoring the sensations from earlier. Regrettably, that last punch had left him gravely injured, and he would have no opportunity for some time. Hey, Qin Xiao, seriously? This was my prey. It's rather impolite of you to snatch my kill without a thought. Shiki remarked, his expression marked by a frown, clearly displeased. After all, while he could suppress an adversary of the same rank as CP0, he found himself struggling against Qin Xiao, which would surely invite mockery from others. What are you babbling about? I'm truly at my wit's end with you. You are such a fool, Qin Xiao retorted, momentarily losing his composure, even slipping into dialect from his homeland. He had anticipated Shiki's shamelessness, but this level of audacity was beyond his expectations. It was evident to any observer that should they continue fighting, Shiki would undoubtedly be the one to lose. He was merely saving Shiki's fragile pride. What nonsense are you speaking? I can't comprehend you. Fine, in light of our brotherhood, I shall overlook this. Let us proceed to witness the Battle of Newgate. Shiki, bewildered by Qin Xiao's dialect, decided to change the subject, believing that this would prevent any further trouble from Qin Xiao. Fine. I won and amp. Oppos, hold it against you. Just be more mindful next time. Lacking emotional intelligence is quite exasperating, Qin Xiao said, his frustration evident, yet he refrained from lashing out. Instead, he took a deep breath and offered a gentle admonition. But let's move on. You go ahead. I wish to check on that person from earlier. I sense he still clings to life, and I must ensure he meets his end. Declining Shiki's suggestion, Qin Xiao departed with a swift movement. Shiki, you truly need to step up your game. Remember to continue enhancing your strength. Life ahead will not be easy, and the world government is no trivial matter. They could very well be your demise, Rox observed, his tone calm, yet charged with meaning. Rest assured, Captain Rox, I will undoubtedly strive to enhance my strength upon my return. There will be no further issues, Shiki pledged with a pat on his chest, smiling confidently. Nearby, Fireflower and Shaki exchanged glances, opting for silence as their bond had yet to deepen sufficiently for conversation. Nonetheless, they sensed a different side of Rox, one that contrasted with his demeanor aboard the ship and at headquarters. This version of Rox was indeed refreshing. Though they recognized that only 2 individuals received such treatment on the ship, Shiki and the battling Newgate. Their talents and combat prowess were unparalleled, granting them this level of regard. Of course, there was also Qin Xiao, but his situation was distinct. Rox genuinely regarded him as a trustworthy brother. Ahem. But that was all in the past. The current Rox is an enigma regarding how he treats Qin Xiao, they thought, acknowledging the significant rift that had formed between them. Yet, considering the reality of their situation, neither would allow this to lead to a falling out. That's well, I believe in you. Keep pushing yourself to elevate your power over these next few years. Rox expressed his satisfaction with Shiki's response, offering kind words without reservation. Such affirmations cost nothing and could only serve to strengthen loyalty among his crew. Hey, what are you discussing? It seems quite pleasant. You've piqued my curiosity. Qin Xiao suddenly appeared beside them, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Haha, nothing much, just passing the time with some idle chatter. So, did that fellow perish? Shiki laughed heartily, inquiring about the situation. That person? Oh, he was in a state of severe injury and unconsciousness when I checked on him. So I merely snapped his neck. He is undoubtedly dead now, Qin Xiao replied nonchalantly, displaying no pride in the deed. It was merely a trivial matter. With that incident concluded, the focus shifted to when Newgate's battle would reach its conclusion. Typically, such encounters would span several days before a victor emerged, meaning they could not afford to delay any further. All right, Qin Xiao, shall it be you or me who steps up? Rox asked, clearly unperturbed by the earlier outcome. Well, of course, Captain Rox, it should be you. It's been quite some time since I've seen you take the lead in battle, and I must admit, I am rather looking forward to it. Will you grace us with a display of your skills today? Qin Xiao replied, hesitant yet eager to elevate Rox in the eyes of the crew. Now that you mention it, it has indeed been a while since I engaged directly in combat. I do find myself yearning for it. Allow me to conclude this battle, Rox declared, ready to take charge. Chapter 98, The Death of Alan and the Arrival of the Five Elders. Upon finishing his words, he swiftly entered the battlefield. Alan and Apos, as strength was classified among the elite commanders, though he was slightly superior to Meisbach. Currently, he was forcibly subdued by Newgate, making him one of the elite commanders. After all, Newgate had yet to reach his peak, and this was merely the beginning. However, while a power of equal rank could effectively suppress, it could not deliver a fatal blow, which prompted Rox to take action. There was no point in wasting time. Yet, when Rox entered the fray, it was a different story as the ruler of the era. He was at his zenith and could resolve the situation in no more than an hour. Well then, let us wait a moment before concluding this task. The season of harvest is upon us. Qin Xiao smiled as he observed Rox joining the battle, leaving Alan overwhelmed and unable to retaliate. Before long, Rox and Newgate returned to the group, holding Alan's severed head, his expression filled with resentment. All right, now let us each scavenge. We shall reconvene in about an hour. Rox casually discarded the head, calmly wiping his hands. With that, everyone dispersed, while Qin Xiao leisurely explored the building, now split in two. For him, there was little of use in the Navy headquarters, so he preferred to wander around. Shiki and Newgate headed to the warehouse to gather valuable items. As for Rox, he made his way to one of the Navy's most crucial locations, the archives, where records of information he sought awaited him. Thus, each returned laden with treasures, their faces adorned with satisfied smiles, clearly having made significant gains. Shiki and Newgate trailed behind, burdened with a plethora of valuable items. After receiving a nod from Rox, they entrusted their spoils to the ship's crew. Meanwhile, Rox assumed the role of a nonchalant overseer, though no one knew what he had discovered in the archives. Nor did they seem inclined to inquire. As Qin Xiao continued to meander, he scavenged a considerable number of valuable items, stashing them away in his system space, while the others paid him no mind. Wow, we truly gathered a wealth of treasures this time. Let me see what you've got. Shiki approached with an air of pride, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He remained focused on his ambitions and dreams, making his eagerness to flaunt his finds entirely understandable, though somewhat inappropriate for the occasion. Shiki, refrain from being foolish here. Let us set aside such matters for now, Newgate replied, furrowing his brow at Shiki's remarks. He knew Shiki all too well but struggled to tolerate his frequent outbursts of thoughtlessness, which had become increasingly irksome. All right, Shiki. You seem to be rivaling John in your antics. Tone it down a notch. You will not be deprived of your share, Qin Xiao interjected, sensing that continued banter might lead to Shiki being reprimanded. We will discuss these matters upon our return. You shall certainly receive your due, but not more than that. Of course, both Flameflower and Xiaoqi will also receive their portions when we return. Rox snapped back to reality, his expression suddenly grave as he spoke with conviction. Hearing this, Flameflower and Xiaoqi exchanged surprised glances, Yet being astute individuals, they understood the underlying rationale behind Rock's words. Who would have thought that Rock still remembered us? It feels rather nice not to be ignored. Yes, please grant us more opportunities to reap rewards without engaging in battle. Having observed the battlefield, the group admired their handiwork. Hundreds of soldiers, along with 2 rear admirals and 3 elite commanders, lay scattered around, blood saturating the plaza. The stench of blood reached a critical level, potent enough to incapacitate an ordinary person. At this moment, as Rox prepared to return, he abruptly halted, gazing out over the sea. I never anticipated that those 5 old geezers would actually make an appearance, though only 2 of them have come. Rox erupted into a sinister grin, his aura surging with intensity, causing all but Qin Zhao to truly feel his terrifying presence. In the distance, several vessels bearing the flag of the world government emerged from the sea. Oh, it seems today will indeed be eventful. The 5 elders have arrived. How intriguing. Qin Zhao's eyes narrowed as he sensed the impending excitement, his heart inexplicably racing at the arrival of the 5 elders. While he could not recklessly engage with Rox, he felt no qualms about confronting the 5 elders. Perhaps today might bring about their demise. With this thought swirling in his mind, he glanced at Newgate and Shiki. Noting their expressions of astonishment, it was clear they were still far from comprehension. Their observation haki had not yet developed adequately. Qin Zhao's thoughts raced as he contemplated striking a blow to give the 5 elders a taste of their own medicine. Rox, I eagerly await to see the extent of your capabilities today. Do not disappoint me. Otherwise, I may very well take my leave in the coming years. As he harbored such thoughts, he regarded the unruly Rox. The 5 elders? They truly hold us in high regard to personally intervene. Shiki's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he posed a question, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Well, it is only natural. We have caused quite a stir lately. If they did not act, the Navy would surely be on the verge of collapse. As leaders of the world government, they will not allow such a scenario to unfold. So, are you prepared? You might very well meet your end today. The strength of those who have come is not inferior to mine or Qin Zhao's, though they cannot contend with us. You, however, should be wary of the aftershocks and the formidable foes they bring. Do not let your guard down. Rock's aura continued to swell as he admonished his crew. 2 elite-level adversaries? Newgate, Shiki, Flameflower, and Xiaoqi all wore grave expressions, realizing the severity of the impending confrontation. Chapter 99, Saint-Asan, Saint Top vs. Rox, Qin Dynasty. Indeed, the world government possesses an unparalleled depth of power. As time ticked away, the dark specks upon the ocean drew ever closer. With their advanced observation haki, Newgate and his comrades acutely sensed 2 immensely formidable presences. They selectively filtered out the lesser auras that were comparable to their own. Their current abilities, however, were insufficient. Had their observation haki reached its pinnacle, they would have discerned that the strength of the 2 opponents was, in fact, slightly inferior to that of Rox in the Qin dynasty. Nevertheless, to them, the distinction between stronger and weaker was inconsequential, as they were inevitably outmatched. Meanwhile, the 5 elders aboard their vessel had already taken note of Rox and his companions. Their auras firmly locked onto them. If not for the timing, Rox would not have lingered. They were simply not strong enough yet. As the seconds passed, tension surged within Newgate and Shiki. Although neither of them succumbed to fear, the pressure was simply overwhelming. The fleet of the 5 elders soon approached the vicinity of Rox and his crew. Gulalala, Newgate chuckled, as if this wasn't already troublesome enough. Yet, he reflected, despite being unable to contend with 2 of the 5 elders, he could still face the 2 admiral-level powers that followed. Clenching his grip on his sword, Song Yin-Chia. A smile adorned his face, but a closer inspection would reveal the gravity of his gaze, concealed beneath his exterior. The sheer number of foes was daunting. While they could manage the strong ones for the moment, who could tell if reinforcements would arrive swiftly? Yet, it was too late to dwell on such thoughts. They could only confront the challenge head-on, summoning their utmost strength to navigate the present predicament. Jekakek, mere trifles. The 5 elders are of little concern. Let them bring forth the admirals. Just watch how I handle this. With Newgate displaying such audacity, Shiki, the Golden Lion, felt compelled to match his fervor. After all, he was the Golden Lion Shiki, destined to become a sovereign of the seas. This situation would not break him. He would press on, step by step, towards the pinnacle of power, to become that figure of legend. Ahem, I digress, but you catch my drift. A glimmer of cold determination flashed in his eyes as he unsheathed his recently sheathed swords, Sakura tin and dry wood, their brilliance almost blinding under the sun. Today, He aimed to elevate his reputation through an extraordinary battle. None could impede him. Though still irked by the earlier theft of his prey, he suppressed his irritation, knowing that the impending conflict would showcase his prowess. A gentle breeze tousled their hair as the 5 elders made their grand entrance, descending from the air to the plaza with grace. The 2 admiral-level warriors followed closely behind, awaiting their superiors' commands. The gazes of the 2 elders swept across the ruined Marine headquarters, where the offices lay cleaved in two, the ground marred by craters and strewn with corpses. Even the 3 reinforcements they had dispatched lay lifeless. As the embodiment of the world government's authority upon the seas, such chaos was unprecedented. The situation was a blatant affront to their reputation. However, if they could prevent news of this calamity from spreading, all could be salvaged. Otherwise, the Marines and Oppos' authority would be utterly dismantled, trust evaporated, and indirectly, the world government and Oppos' prestige and plans would suffer immensely. The resurgence of piracy would be inevitable, and the chaos could spiral into another upheaval akin to the Qin dynasty. The potential aftermath was far too grave. Such occurrences must not be permitted. What brings you esteemed gentlemen here? If it is not of great import, we would prefer to return home for our meal. I trust you shall not impede us? Qin dynasty spoke first, a gentle smile gracing his features as he feigned ignorance towards the 2 elders. The elders paused, their expressions betraying their incredulity as they regarded Qin dynasty as if he were a fool. Qin dynasty, are you jesting with us? Jesting? What of it? They're merely a pack of curs, unworthy of concern. Rox interjected, his mockery unabated, completely disregarding the darkening expressions of his adversaries. You are utterly reprehensible, Rox. This is the Marine headquarters, not a playground for scoundrels like you. Saint-Desant's expression darkened, his heart ablaze with fury as he bellowed. Yet, even amidst their ire, they were compelled to bide their time. After all, the 2 before them were not to be underestimated. While the other officers may not match their strength, they still posed a significant threat to their subordinates. Only you 2 old geezers have come? We were hoping for a visit to Mariewa. Are the others cowering in fear? Rox laughed heartily, seizing the opportunity to deride the 5 elders and the celestial dragons. Qin dynasty raised an eyebrow, casting a glance between Rox and the 2 elders. These 2 old fellows are truly intriguing. The conflict between the celestial dragons and the D-clan is indeed a tangled web. I am Joy Boy. Old acquaintances like Asan and Top Saint have been around for quite some time. It's astonishing that they remain so formidable after all these years. Just who do you think you are? Since you've come, there is no turning back now. Prepare to be captured. The relentless barbs and animosity ignited a murderous intent within Top Saint. Here, aside from Rox and Qin dynasty, none posed a significant challenge to them, and the current circumstances demanded decisive action. There was a considerable opportunity to eliminate both Rox and Qin dynasty. Once they were dispatched, the remaining pirates would pose no threat. Behind them, their respective forces stood ready. The world government's CP0 and scientific defense units were poised for action. None among them were weaklings. Even among the vastness of the seas, they would stand as formidable adversaries.